two-dimensional plane.
Are you sure?
100%.
Because if you shot a flat horizontal line for 10 miles and the earth is curved, like the rate they tell us, you would detect 66 foot of drop.
Yeah, but that's not, we're doing cartography. We're not measuring curvature. That's not what we're doing.
I'm just telling you that if you shot, I'm not telling you we're doing this, that, the other. What I'm telling you is if we shoot a straight horizontal line for 10 miles, there should be on a globe 66 foot of drop. And if it's not there, then what, you're going to say that you told me earlier that the elevation of the beach in Australia is the same elevation of the beach in North America. You told me it's the same elevation.
Yeah,
now,
sea level in Australia is the same sea level in
on
America.
A horizontal line from North America to Australia, you would see the same
elevation, though.
You're wanting to change. You're wanting to go from the center of the earth at every point, so that you can. I know your trick.
You have no idea what I'm going to do. It doesn't involve any center of the earth. It doesn't involve any kind of drop or curve or anything. It's an aspect of the cartographic process I want to illustrate. It's pure logic. It has nothing to do with the measurements or evidence or anything like that. It's just a logic thing I want to illustrate.
Right. Well, and the measurements, you shoot a straight horizontal line from one point to 10 miles out. If it's a globe, there has to be 66 foot of drop. There has to be. Otherwise, it's not the globe that you say it is.
But I already told you earlier, Matt, that all amounts to the method for how you're taking the measurements, right? And I'm not familiar enough with the actual surveying. If you want to have that in-depth discussion about how that process works, you're going to have it with like Jesse or Larry or Doofus, one of those guys who claims they know about surveying. I don't.
I know what you're talking about here more than most here, JAs. I understand what you're talking about and getting at. And obviously there's something valuable at the end of the rainbow. And I think ultimately it comes back to coordinate systems. How do we gauge our location within a certain defined system? So I leave it there for the minute, but I do take your challenge seriously.
Yeah, and let me clarify, because I do have to go. I appreciate what you said, Pete. I do have to go, and I'm just going to make just the request. It's not a challenge. I'm not insulting anybody. It's just a request I have. If you'd like to participate, what I would like you to do, if you want to be a participant, is to do your planar surveying. Use your methods that you know that you're good at, that you do the planar surveying, get the coordinates and the measurements that you take, just put them in an Excel sheet or a Google document. Preferably, I like it to be 5 to 10 miles in a total net distance. You don't have to take take a 5-mile shot or anything, but the net distance that you do this over should be 5 to 10 miles. And put them in an Excel sheet and either post it in the chat and at me, or just DM it to me directly. That's all I'm requesting. I'm not trying to insult anyone. I do have to go. Great talking with you. If you want to do that, it would be awesome. Take care.
Hey guys, just go survey 5 or 10 miles like that. So easily done. For Jay,
that insulting challenge.
He knows nothing about surveying, so he can plug in his points. Make sure you take all the longitude and latitude points of all your measurements too over 5 or 10 miles, so he can plug them into a computer program and say, "Look, see, you're on a ball."
Exactly. That's my point I was trying to get at. It's exactly what I was trying to say. If you shoot a horizontal line 10 miles, there absolutely has to be 66 foot of drop if it's the ball they say. That it has to be.
But
then
can't
what's
you
obstructing
understand?
things if it's dropped?
One second, please. Can't you understand? There's more to his challenge here. He's obviously an expert in his field. So what he's trying to challenge you to actually, can I respond, please? He's trying to challenge you, Rakia, to actually fundamentally producing a flat Earth map. To locating your position exactly within a certain coordinate system. Of course, there's only Cartesian coordinate system that applies to a stationary surface, but now we're locating our position via the movement and the passage of the skylights, where you have to incorporate a spherical coordinate system. So I think his challenge is very meaningful in a sense, because I know he knows better. We all know he knows better.
I don't think he's asking him to make a map. I mean, the only person I know who's even like kind of getting close to that. Like, I think Apocryphon was taking some flights and some coordinates and some measurements, but I don't think Rocky is trying to make a map of anything. Just showing that you can carry a straight line over distance.
Yeah, but that's not what it's about. It's yes, absolutely. There's no denying. But now, when you have to locate yourself, you have to also set a greater surround. And how did the ball earther locate themselves? This is in relation to the skylights. Just take a snapshot at any one point in time, and then you have a direct location, a direct zenith established between any one point and some sort of skylight or deviation from a skylight. So ultimately, it's a much more loaded question than what it might appear to be on the surface. And like, can I just say this? Don't underestimate JAs. He knew the Earth was stationary and flat before I did, and you did. That's what I think.
Well, anyway, I'm all I'm saying is I detect some deceitfulness there with him.
No.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to know, Rockin'. He just doesn't want to know. He just like, if it comes down to like really proving it, he'll just step back and just say, let's just live and let live. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. So it's a waste of time.
It's a great assessment from him asking for measurements. That's what I assess too, is that he really doesn't want to know. That's why he's asking for measurements.
Yeah, I mean, he said right away.
You guys are making great assessments.
Yeah, just send it to me, and I'll look at it. I'll just send it to me. I'll see like what's going on. No problem. I don't want to make any.
Does anybody disagree with me when I say if you shot a horizontal line 10 miles, that there would have to be 6 feet of drop if it were a globe?
I'm going to send him the spreadsheet for that Joe Tolan did. He did a very accurate spreadsheet for the California aqueduct, a little over 2 miles, I think. I'll send him that.
All right, send it to him. Yeah,
if that's the drop over 10 miles, then I'm wrong.
Okay, you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I heard you.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you hear me? Great.
Yes.
So if there's no drop, if Rocky made a horizontal line and there was no drop of the water level over the 2 miles, then what exactly does it help to know the coordinates? Still water's not dropping from a horizontal. What does the coordinates change? You could put the coordinates of anywhere on Earth. Pick a lake, pick your pool, any canal you want, whatever.
Exactly. That's why I want to know, why does he need the coordinates? Why?
Why
he probably wants to see the point-to-point measurements. I mean,
we can give him point-to-point measurements.
Yeah, but Kosho, he was saying. But Kosho, he was saying that he had like a preloaded like secret in his back pocket kind of thing. So how much is that looking at information freely and openly if he's already got a preloaded answer ready to explain it away?
Oh, he said he's going to use known cartography. That's what he said. Like he's not going to. He doesn't use known cartography to map it out.
I could say the first time he asked, I gave him the coordinates for the. I said, look, let's just so we can. Then let's use a canal. we could give coordinates, and let's just assume that I did and let's so we can have the conversation, entertaining it. Like Rakia, everybody's seeing it. We know where he's going to go with it. He's going to put it in a model, a latitude longitude model, and it matches spear, and going to say, see, spear.
Right.
He specifically said he wasn't going to do that. He said he's going to map it out on the plane on the using planar coordinates.
Thank you, Kosha. You had a great party there. But that's what I mentioned, that when we think about the spherical ball Earth coordinate system, every point is mapped to the sky. If you take any still snapshot, if you don't understand it, please ask me to repeat it, because that's the actuality of it. If you think about a latitudinal a longitudinal deviation from a central reference point, it will always have an equivalent in the sky. So that's where Jay is getting at. And can I just say finally, Brian, you're the very man who I thought would be the man to take up the challenge. And Jay then will have to reveal some of his secret knowledge. Excellent.
But here's the reality, though. But here's the reality. They can map out what they want to do to match a model, but the reality is we built 2.5 miles, didn't account for curvature, so they could all just fuck off.
Yeah, but that's exactly why he's not doing. He's not taking it to a model. He's going to take measurements like the ones that you would have made in your in that 2.5 mile man walker thing that you made. It's the same kind of thing where he's going to look at the segment to segment measurements. That's what he said he was going to do.
People mover.
People mover. What's up, Apod?
Yeah, but why would you possibly ever need a coordinate system that is a model dependent to do that? You don't need it. So
Well, the funny thing is this: it's everything that we did as far as taking from the data points and the benchmarks of which the surveyors gave us. Everything was according to our reality. Now, if you want to fuck off and go off into this falsehood of curved datum point, that's bullshit, because that's not reality. We do not build that way, and that's the bottom line. Like, these guys can say all they want, but in reality, right, like I could talk all day about Santa Claus, but in reality he doesn't exist, so there's no fucking point.
Well, hang on, you're incorrect. In reality now, we understand, we've seen through the lie, so something moves as we set, or as we put ourselves within the separation of a sort of terrestrial existence or adherence to, and the extraterrestrial or the celestial, right? So something moves. We've been told what, when we look up, it consists of. We've rejected that. So now there's a differing context in play. Let me just say this though, listen, as we're on a stationary surface, the only way to map out a stationary surface is via chessboard like arrangement, grid-like Cartesian coordinate arrangement, but the spherical coordinate arrangement comes in when we're looking now at the skylines we're in motion. And here's my question to you: how do you think they decided the motions, various and sundry motions of the Earth as a flat earther, a stationary Earth surfacer? Surely there's some other arrangement, because we know something moves. So yeah, I think there is a point to it, is my point.
Well, it's a mute point though, because you cannot try to calculate the things in the sky to make the ground that you're standing on, to just because they match it up to a model doesn't mean that that's what it is, and that's the point. Like, this is a reality that we live in. We measure everything, we plan everything horizontal, plumb, level, and square. That's all it is, just horizontally.
Over what distance?
Over as far as you can build something, you're always going to do it plumb, level, square, horizontally all the time.
So you over I don't know, 2 miles, you'll use one horizontal to measure all of your
you're gonna have a benchmark, right, of elevation. Okay. And the thing that Globers cannot grasp is that when you take that original benchmark and you transfer the line continuously all the way up to 2.5 miles, as we did, nothing had to do with curvature. It had to do with a horizontal plane.
Yeah, let me posit you something though, APOC. When you create a benchmark and then you transfer it, the horizontal is being created at every transfer.
Right.
So it's true. If you're on a plane, you have a single horizontal. But if you're not on a plane, you do that same thing. That's not one line. That's a an ever curve. It's ever changing angle of line. Like Brian said earlier. How do you measure that? Like you just said, segment to segment. If you want segment to segment, listen, Peter, listen. If you want segment to segment, and you want if you're on a flat plane, you would be measuring a single horizontal line. But if you want segment to segment, and you were not on a flat plane, you were on a curved surface. You went segment to segment, making horizontals. You would be measuring. You would be measuring the curve. You would be measuring on the curve of the Earth.
You would
and it would not be a single horizontal line. It'd be a series of horizontals.
No, it'd still be a horizontal. You're having drops from the horizontal. So.
But Kosho, what you're not understanding is this is why I say it this way. Imagine taking a level. You know what a level is? It's horizontal. It's flat. Okay, it's straight across. Now, if you were to take a level for 2.5 miles, okay, let's just say in imaginary world we had one level that was 2.5 miles long, and we placed toothpicks on top of them. Never will those toothpicks bend to curve because we do not use curved levels. That's just bullshit. That's nonsense. So when we're building
That's
something,
fine, man. Listen, don't trust me. Brian had already just agreed with me earlier. We came to an agreement on this because he clearly understands it. But you guys aren't grasping what's being said. This is true on a flat plane. That would be true. But if you're making it segment by segment, even if you start with one horizontal, you go to the next segment, and you match them up. You create a horizontal there. If you're on a flat plane, that will establish a single horizontal. That's fine. But if you're not on a flat plane, that would just create a series of horizontals, just like a fucking disco ball. Like he said you could measure the disco ball Earth by doing that, and it would be horizontal into those points.
But level doesn't curve. That's what you're not understanding.
It's not about level not curving. So you're saying that you're projecting a straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points. That line does not curve, so there will be implications.
Correct.
To that.
But that's the point, though. A level line that's horizontal does not curve. You cannot bend toothpicks; they are straight. And if you put a bunch of toothpicks side by side on your table, they're never going to curve because you kept them level. That's the whole fucking argument, dude. I don't know why people.
All I can say is wait for Brian to come so he can tell you exactly what I just told you, and you trust him because hold on, dude. Hold on a second, Pete. Because it doesn't matter if level doesn't curve. If you're doing it in short segments, like let's say 300 feet segments, and the margin of error is greater than 1/40th of an inch, then you're not going to perceive the curvature. You're going to measure for the horizontal. And if you move that to the next segment, you do a horizontal from there. That's a brand new measurement, and it's not. And so you can do this all the way around a sphere and never perceive that you're on a sphere.
Yo,
that's false.
Are you stuck in a pipe?
Completely false. That's completely. I know he sounds weird. That is completely false, though, Kosho.
Yeah, that ain't. Well, not only that, Kosho. It's just that you would never, if that was the case, then all of these observations of anybody claiming to have measured drop from the horizontal wouldn't hold water, right? Because you just put forth, you're saying that the horizontal would bend with you, and you'd never be able to perceive the difference along any type of significant length. Therefore, there's no drop from that would be perceived.
Yeah, there's no drop, and if you're building something to not account for drop, guess what, Kosho? When you get 2 miles away from where you started and didn't account for that drop, then you would be way off on your original measurements because you didn't account for it. And if you don't account for it, then you wouldn't have it at the end. And that's kind of the fucking point. Go ahead.
Apocryphon, let me come in on Kosho's side here and say, have you a table 2 miles long to set up these toothpicks and make these extrapolations on your immediate environment? I mean, it's a fair point.
Well, it again, if you're
over 2 miles, yeah.
if you're establishing a horizontal, okay, a horizontal meaning straight, not curved. That's the whole. I don't know why that it's like blinders are on the eyes and they just and earmuffs and they don't want to hear it. But the fact is, you're building horizontally, meaning flat, meaning level, meaning straight across. Go ahead and good luck. Good luck trying to build something on a flat table to account for curve. You're never going to be able to because it's just not the reality.
Yeah, but I think Coach was saying the error margin. I know, but he's trying to say the error margin at a certain point.
Right.
If the error margin would allow for it. Now, I don't know. He would have to say, Coach, what math did you come to on that? What amount did you say? But he's saying if it's a certain error margin, then you would be creating like a disco ball, like several straight lines over a curve.
Well, no, I'm just saying you wouldn't. I'm saying you wouldn't perceive it just by measuring segment to segment. You can make a disco ball, but if you're if you're shooting 300 feet, the drop from horizontal is about a 40th of an inch. Okay, so if your margin of error is greater than that, then that 1/40th of an inch you're not even going to perceive. So the curvature of the Earth will be completely lost, and you can make a line going all the way around the Earth doing this, a horizontal each time, and you never realize you were on the a sphere.
Dude, if you were to build a disco ball track, nowhere is a train or subway or whatever you want to call it across a bridge. Nowhere is it coming to a higher elevation and then drop. That you would have points. You would have like a straight line with a straight line but angled, like if you want to call it a disco ball. But no one builds that way. No, we do not do that. I get frustrated. Okay. I can't say it enough.
Okay, don't get frustrated. Let me come in here and have a great scenario to present for our minds, all of us, especially Apocryphon and Kosho here. I think I'm on Kosho's side in a sense, right? But we have a perfectly ideal flat setting or natural setting. It can be perfectly flat or a perfectly round ball. But we have a mile long of railway track. You're at the start. How are you going to gauge? You're going to Apocryphon make it absolutely level from start to finish. Kosho is going to have an 8-inch deviation in the track itself. How are you, or the observer outside of yourself, going to make the declaration that one is curving and one is straight? What measurement standard can you agree on, and how can it be established that there is this 8-inch deviation from start to finish as opposed to an absolutely level determination?
Well, that's in the prints. It's in the blueprints. You're not having to account for it because it doesn't exist. And that's the point.
Yeah, like Kosho, how do you factor in what you just said with the disco ball idea to the fact that they can get very accurate slopes over distance for like water drainage and all, to have that level of accuracy. So if they're just going over, it wouldn't work if you're going over a globe. You would have to calculate in the curvature for slope.
No, slope. The curvature and the slope are two different things. The curvature and elevation change are two different things. So that's what those measurements are made for. Those measurements where you're doing segment to segment, they're purposely done that way so that you can accurately measure the elevation change. That's what that measures. So if you go foresight backside and you go for a long distance, you can measure accurately the elevation change, because from each horizontal you can see if the other horizontal, the next station, if it's higher or lower, like how higher or lower the ground is from that station. So that is what those are for, is elevation change, but not for curvature of the Earth.
Okay, the elevation change, let's say for like an instance on a bridge, right? Obviously, it goes up on one side, it travels straight across, and it drops on the end. Not because it's accounting for curvature of the Earth, it's accounting for to make sure it's going down to where the end point is, to where it's lower to the surface. Because if you went up 2 stories, you got to go down 2 stories. Because you obviously, if you start on the ground over here, you want to make it, at another point at the end. Like for instance, the San Francisco Bridge, it goes up so that way the boats can go under the bridge. They go up and straight across, and then they go down towards the end to go on the other side of the bay. But that's the only change technically that you're going to have. Nothing to do with curvature of the earth. It has to do with the topography of the earth that you're building upon. That's the only changes. And some bridges go higher, some don't. They go straight across because they don't allow boats to go under them, and you could just build straight across and not worry about that. And the fact that you're building miles across straight because you're not having to account for anything going under the bridge, then that will show you that water is level and flat because you take that bridge, the elevation from the bridge to the water, and it's horizontally flat. Like, I don't know why Globers are still stuck on that you have to curve. That's just not reality, bro.
Well, in his words, he said that the curvature gets lost when you make a horizontal plane. So he said it right there. The curvature is lost as you're making horizontal plane.
So I have something to say about that.
Train sets can be lost.
It's not really lost because it never was there. You can't really lose something that wasn't there.
Right.
Exactly. Sorry.
So I just looked up the specifications for a pretty random automatic level, and it is only accurate up to 1/16 of an inch, plus or minus to 150 feet. That's more air in that than you'll find in the curvature of the Earth.
Oh goodness.
That's a big.
So we can't make measurements of Earth curvature.
Not with this tool. Now, if we know the model of the auto level that's being used, then we can check the accuracy of that and see if it would actually show it. Not all tools are made the same. He may have one that's more accurate than this. This is just the first I found on Google.
Laser?
I have a great
What about
point.
laser?
Yeah. Well, 1 second. I have a great point here to make because it concerns the scenario with Kosho with the 8 inches per that mile of track versus Apocryphon where it's absolutely straight. I think the best reckoner would be a spirit level. Maybe even a $1 mini spirit level made in China, and you just run along the track. The further you run along the track in Kosho's world, the more that bubble will tend to deviate. In Apocryphon's world, which I'm with, the more it will, stay level. How else are you going to gauge it? Measure it, you see? You have to measure it, and if you zoom out from it and you're taking in suddenly 10 miles of track or Australia fucking railroad distance, you know what I'm saying? Now you have to have the ability to zoom in on these sections that Kosho was talking about.
So is Kosho ultimately saying that they can't create a horizontal plane in plane surveying? Because he's saying that the curvature is getting lost in, what did we say, 1/40th of an inch, or I forget the number. Is that the number he said? So if he's saying that that's just not there, then is he then saying that planar surveyors cannot make a horizontal plane because it's always a disco ball global curvature that's just hidden in there that we're not measuring?
That's what a lot of people will end up saying. I don't know if Kosho. I would like Kosho to specify on that. But
if you talk to a surveyor, they will tell you that even if you went by that, like, the change is so, it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's not even accounted for because it's what's the fucking word? There's the word. It's insignificant because the change is so slight. But in reality, if you build a bridge long enough to where it has to be significant because it would have to be curving over the ball that they believe they live on. So if you start from column A, okay, let's say we're just starting the project. You start on one column and you shot the elevation and you said, okay, from this elevation, we're going to keep an angle that's going to make this whole fucking bridge a 90 degree. Nowhere on a 90 degree does it curve. Nowhere. It is straight across. That's it. It's simple. It's fucking like there's no arguing that. And if you made that 90 degree fucking angle right there and you built according to that, that's why I used the fucking example. Toothpicks on top of a level. Toothpicks are not curving on it because the level itself is straight. And that's it. It's a simple thing.
Yeah, but it doesn't prove the case. This is what I'm saying about Kosho. He's representing the ball earth in its entirety. He can't take any individual aspect of the ball and justify it. No, it doesn't work. From the motion to the curvature, he just takes the whole model into consideration. So we have to give him some sort of forbearance there. Understanding it's a difficult position.
Well, yeah,
I think the general point he's making is true, though. It's so big of an expanse. The Earth is so massive that the greater you try to hone in on and measure a greater deviation, 8 inches over a mile is nothing. 16 inches over 8 inches per mile squared over 2 miles or whatever is nothing at all. There's no way you'd be able to measure it. From what vantage point could you measure
32.
it? For all the world, it seems stationary. Go ahead.
But that's the lie,
32 for the second mile. It goes to 32.
But and that's the lie. Yeah, because it's squared, and that's where the lie is, Peter. Because they're telling you don't have to account for that. If you have a 90-degree and you're building something that's going to be perpendicular to the foundation of what you're building upon, 90-degree is 90-degree, bro. There's no curving that. The second you start curving that, that's going to make those two, the column A to column B, they're no longer 90 degrees because they're curving. You cannot have that. I don't know why people miss this, bro. What's going on? What's stuck in their brains, bro?
This is my decoding of J.A. says. Let's get to his secret, right? The problem is when we now extend ourselves and we consider, let's say, expansive distances like 10 miles, 20 miles or something, now you have to have some sort of coordinate system. And then the only way we can revert in terms of accuracy anyway and having a detailed sort of relationship between ourselves is via two things, I guess. One is the compass, the directionality there, and other consideration is the skylights themselves, where there's almanacs and there's records coagulated over the years and delivered to us.
But once you start trying to measure something on the ground based upon the lights in the sky, then they start matching that up to a model to where it's curved. But in reality, on the ground, that has nothing to do with anything when you're building something. And that's the point. You're not having to worry about a curve because there's no curve in the blueprints. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let me say this as it occurs to me. What's his name? Chris. He's a magician, and you know these intricate boxes, these magical boxes, and he's just delivered it. Some of them are 20, 30 grand. I can't think of he's a magician anyway, accomplished magician. But yeah, the box itself is the entirety. So the solution is contained within the box. That's what I think the blue marble is. So it's given to us in entirety. And let me just finish. It's given to us its entirety. Now we're encouraged to take it apart and to put all of the different component parts in their proper relationship, which begins with a stationary Earth surface, flat by extension, and enclosed via necessity. Which is all in opposition to what the Globe says.
You talking about Chris Angel, Pete?
Yeah, go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
No, I said, are you talking about Chris Angel?
Brian, your mic's a little hard to hear.
Chris Angel. Chris, he's the guy with all the tattoos. He's a magician on just YouTube. He's into all these puzzles and he's not Chris Angel.
Copperfield?
Chris something. You know, Gio, you probably know better than I do. Yeah, I think you know the guy I'm talking about.
David Blaine.
Someone knows it anyway. Let me just say he's delivered a treasure. Let me just put it if you're not familiar, then Gio.
Hold on, leave it to a Glober. Leave it to a Glober to help you out, Pete. Talking about Chris Ramsey.
Wow.
Yeah, you'll have it. Thank you, bud. And just in case, so Gio, he's delivered at his door a pirate's treasure chest, right? So now he has to work his way through to the epicenter and the core sort of solving of it. So he has to take apart the fuller completed presentation, which is the Globe, the blue marble, and then he has to reapply.
Just to answer Kosho in the chat where he said if you take establishing horizontal with differential GPS, again, I'll revert to back in when they did the test of diverging buildings using GPS, along with total stations, as well as when they did the water
in Brazil, right?
And they did the water measurements. It was the same. It represented planicity, if you will, meaning it was planar, meaning it was straight across. There was no change in drop and all that stuff. Now, hold on, Coach. You can, and this is the part of the falsehood. You can say that there is a datum point that's going to represent a drop, but that is only accounting towards a model. That's all it is. It's not reality, but it's a model. And if you want to invoke this model,
get there, APOC, come on.
If you want to invoke the model, then it will make a sphere. But we stand here every day for how many years now? We're telling you that is a lie. There's no dropping off in the horizon, bro.
Strip all the fluff. Strip all the fluff from what you're saying, okay? Listen, dude. I'm going to say two things. And then I won't be able to respond after that, okay? For a few minutes. So the first thing is that, people know this. Flat Earthers know this. Every Glober knows this. Bacon can confirm this. Those guys from that Brazilian documentary, those guys are known scammers, known hoaxers, and I wouldn't take credibility to anything that they put in that convex Earth video.
Well,
that's one. Hold on, that's thing number one. Hold on.
Okay.
Thing number one.
Okay.
Respond after, because thing number two is about the surveying thing, and it's very important. Doesn't matter if you're building a people mover that's 2.5 miles long, or if you're measuring using foresight backside 2.5 miles long, segment to segment. Whatever is each segment. Let's say the segment is 300. Every segment, you're going to have a horizontal. You're going to look to the other end, and you're going to measure where it is on the meter, and then you're going to go to that meter, and you're going to measure both ways, and you're going to have a horizontal, and you're going to measure both ways from that position. So no matter what, you're going to do this. And if you do it this way, if you measure at each position a horizontal, if you did this on a sphere, each of those horizontals are going to be established, isolated from the other ones. They're a whole new horizontal, and the drop you're measuring is from that horizontal alone. So there's no compounded. There's no reason to use the curvature drop from 2.5 miles, because the curvature drop you're looking for is only at the maximum distance that you're doing in a single site, and that happens to be underneath the margin of error. And this is the problem: is that it's not a technique that is going to allow you to measure the curve of the Earth, whether it's there or not.
Let's say, Kosher, you can't give a fucking inch. You never give a fucking inch, man.
Here's the problem, bro.
Yeah, you just did.
Here's the problem.
Hold on, APOC, real quick. Well, let Brian get in, because Brian understands what I'm trying to say. He agrees with me.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're pushing it, but I don't know, man. We do need to check in, because I think if it's close, but yeah, I'll yield that. But
I'll tell you, Brian, I did the math, Brian. The horizontal, the drop from horizontal. Go ahead.
What Jim's also saying is that they can't fucking measure curvature. Boom.
No, you can't measure curvature. You can't measure curvature using this technique. This is not a technique used to measure the curvature of the Earth. This is what we're saying.
Well,
not
imagine
that you can't measure
Coach,
it, but that you wouldn't use this technique to measure.
But hold on, Coach. This is the part where you're pissing on me and you're saying it's raining. Okay, you're saying we can't account for curvature because there's this insignificant drop that's going to happen. Yet the reality is we are not measuring for curvature. That's it. Bottom line. But you can invoke this. Oh, but it is curved, but it's insignificant and we can't tell, and blah 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 blah. That is the fucking the brain drop right there.
Real quick, Brian, I just want you to know, because like I said, I can't talk for a minute, but based on the previous conversation we're having, which is the same conversation really. You asked about the measured or the calculated drop from horizontal at like 300 feet, which is a little bit under.
No, 200 meters. 200 meters.
You can't change. Don't fucking change it on me, dude.
Okay, give me 100. Okay,
so 300 feet. Okay, it's three. And actually, you know what? I'll post the math too, so that anybody can figure this out. But for 300 feet, it's 1/40th of an inch. Okay, and somebody just came in and said that after 150 feet, the expected error is like 1/16th of an inch or something like that, or something smaller than something bigger than 1/40th. And so that there tells you that the curvature is underneath the margin of error for those things.
Gio said though, when we're talking about water flow, then we're using rise over run, and when we're doing these long distances and circling and going all these different directions, it's over distance it reflects. It's apparent in the California aqueduct. They built the bitch fucking for curvature to earth, and in some sections at least, and the water didn't give a shit. The water piled up on one side.
No, they build aqueducts in any sort of waterway and any sort of the measurement that we're talking about, by the way, foresight backside specifically is used to measure elevation change. So you can use this technique to measure the change in elevation, sure, because that's not going to be outside the margin of error. And if it is outside the margin of error, then it's not really. I mean, the elevation's changing very slightly, obviously.
The LA River aqueduct was not built to a curvature of the earth. All it was built for was a slope to where they made sure that the water ran down from its position where they started, and they made sure it ran down to get to the sea. Because you have topography. You could do that. You could disagree all you want, but if
I said I agreed with that, I just agreed with that.
Okay. So, but here's the thing though. If they're building just for a slope for water, okay, that's it. That's all they did. It has nothing to do with curvature of the earth, and but you want to invoke that. Oh, they had to account for curvature. No, they didn't have to account for that because all they had to account for was the change of topography. Because when you get inland, obviously the landmass it rises, and it gets higher, and then we have a valley, San Gabriel Valley, where it gets lower. So when you're building something to drain from San Gabriel Valley to meet one of the aqueducts in LA River, then no, I don't. It was right there. It's inside on the shelf. When you're building it, yeah.
Yeah, Apocryphon, here's a question. And we got your point there because we've been talking about the same thing. I'm not dismissing you in any way. I'm trying to involve you in this next question, which actually involves the same consideration. What's the highest mountain on Earth? Would you immediately say Mount Everest? Did you know that there is, as gauged from the center of the Earth, a higher mountain which is found in Uruguay, which is about 6,000 feet higher, but only when we consider we have in our consideration that we're on an oblate spheroid. My question would be to Kosho, how do you justify that declaration, Kosho? How have you measured it? How have you validated that is indeed the case? I can't think of the name of the mountain itself. But it's in Uruguay and it's along the equator, but it's justified via the oblate sphericity of the Earth. Can I just ask you, how have you validated via, I don't know, measurement or similar? Yeah, he's probably gone for another shower.
Here's the reality. Okay, if they were when they build these aqueducts, right, all throughout Los Angeles County, if you're in the valley where it's now lower, according to sea level, it's lower than let's say one point in LA County, because the valley it drops down. You cannot build something that's going to go upstream, right, to get out of that valley and then drop down on that slope, which has already been built, so that way the water runs into the ocean. You can't have that. They have to have it to where it goes to one place, and then they're literally filtering it out, like they're pushing it out to then be able to go up that mountain, if you will, or up that incline, if you will. So that way it can flow out. But none of it has to do with curvature of the earth. I don't know how much I can express this.
Yeah,
it has
exactly.
nothing to do with curvature.
Exactly. If the earth was curving, then they would have to account for it. Meaning plane surveying wouldn't even be a thing. You wouldn't even have plane surveying. It would all just be globe surveying.
Correct.
All of it would be, if it was a globe.
Exactly. Because
how do you
in that
perform
case,
that then? How do you
because in
perform
that
globe
case,
surveying?
because in that case, you just have to get it a little bit higher, and you let the globe do the rest. But that's not the reality. You can't do that, and you don't do that. That's not the reality.
Because you have to actually build, the actual like materials using to build the actual flow for the water. If you wanted to keep the water, if it was a globe versus a planar surface, the difference in that is significant to where your actual building specs would have to be different. Like your blueprints would actually have to fit to be curving, and then also accounting for what they would call level on their globe of the water, clinging to the center. But that actual surface would still have to be
and
curved instead of level, instead of rise over slope.
And here's the kicker, Gio. This is the fucking kicker right here. This is why LA County has what we all know very well. They're called dams. Because what the dam does is it collects the water to then go a high surface. That way it can meet the elevation of the topography. So that way, once it gets so high, it will drop down sloping into the sea. And these fucking globers, for some reason, they can't grasp that. They think, oh no, it's a globe. So the water just goes uphill and then downhill because it's a globe. No, they have to build a dam to where it accumulates all the water in the valley. So it goes up high because they build the dam at a higher elevation, and they build the walls much higher because they need it to accumulate. So that way it could run off. These guys don't get that.
I just posted a video in live chat one. I'll make this quick. It's called Globe Measurements Debunked. If you want to see my point, go straight to 9 minutes, 45 seconds, and it shows the spreadsheet. He's got a kick-ass angle from one spot with the theodolite. He goes multiple days. He in this one section, he confirms the slope that's supposed to be there, the slope that's with the water. And then he takes a tape measure and literally puts the tape measure down in multiple spots on the fucking dam with the excuse my language, with the pins, the elevation pins right at where he's holding the tape measure. You got survey pins and benchmarks, and it shows that at the end of the gate in that section, the water is like 14 inches higher than it's supposed to be. The water didn't care about what they did with that section of the dam.
Exactly. Yeah, it's all fucking simple, bro. It's like a simple fucking understanding of runoff, and that's the point. Like you can't just rely on the Earth as a globe and it's curved, so you could just use that for it dropping down. No, that's not the way it fucking works, dude. They build a dam to gather the water so it rises in elevation on purpose because they need it to go to match the elevation topography wise. So that way it could go and meet the LA River or the LA aqueducts. So that way it could run off into the sea because the San Gabriel Valley is lower than, let's say, some of the other counties, in Southern California. And dude, it's really fucking simple. And I mean, I hope Globers wake up to it, bro. Oh, honestly, dude, I hope they fucking get it eventually.
Yeah, I think the truth is always revealed, eventually for each person. So, to them in time.
Right. Like if they don't get it now, hopefully they just get it later, bro. Like, fuck. I mean, Globers want to hang on and hold on to this fucking bullshit lie. So be it. But reality doesn't fucking. It's not a globe, bro. In reality, it's not a globe. The way we build shit, dude. Engineers saying, "Oh yeah, we have to count for curvature." That's fucking total bullshit, dude. Total bullshit.
Okay, 1 second. Apocryphon, what is it then? Draw me a picture. As far as I can reckon, you have, the blue marble you leave behind. Now you got to go to, I guess, a religious influence. If you're going to accept that, maybe have Sheol, with the representation we're familiar with the encompassment, the firmament, the surface, flat surface Earth, and the root stand, the elephant feet, if you want. So, is that the truth? Do we have A? We have to pick A or B? Can we sort of formulate some other greater picture ourselves, or where are our limitations? What is Earth? What is Earth?
Well, Pete, that could go in a whole nother direction, but I mean, in terms of a massive created plane.
Well, you already agree with me. You already agree with me, Gio.
All right. Hey, look at Pete. I drew something in the whiteboard. If you want to join the whiteboard and take a look, what I drew was exactly what I was explaining. Okay, you have over here where I'm scribbling, a lot. You have the sea level. Okay, and then LA County, it goes up in elevation. Okay, but then in San Gabriel Valley it goes down. San Gabriel here look at SGV, San Gabriel Valley. Okay, now the only way for them to get this water, I'm going to circle it right here. This water, it's obviously going to stay here and it's not going to go over here to the sea. So what they'll do is they will build a dam, right? So that way the water could gather high enough. All this water will gather high enough and then it'll flow down on a slope to reach that. It's fucking simple, bro. Whoever can't understand that is lost. And I can't help you if you cannot grasp that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, bud. I already made that point and argument over in Japan and other places over the years. The Roman aqueducts, they can't work anywhere else but a flat
Exactly.
surface.
That's a good point.
But the
The
point
Roman
is,
aqueduct.
what is the true nature of the Earth? This is where I think I'm going with this, is that be it the lie, I mentioned this earlier on with Geo, even the greatest of lies, we have the capabilities that are coming to the greatest of core truths. It depends on just our own recognition of our own appreciation of our situation. I would just say, right now, my friend, or my friends listening, right now, when, where the fuck else were we? Right now, you know what I mean? All of our accumulation, our memory, and our application to the greater conversation here. So, yes, how can it make sense? I say it makes sense in a metaphorical way. Don't take the literal seriously. It's obviously easy to understand that people in Australia, for me now, are not shitting upside down. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that there isn't a greater encompassment to the earth. And that's what I said earlier on. It's easy, maybe, in a sense, to understand what's going above us because now we decide we're on a stationary Earth surface. So all those skylights are merely reflections or something of solidity, which maybe emanate from the North Center. What's important is what's going on beneath us. And if we are ultimately in our Earth's encompassment, some sort of separation from the waters beyond, well, then that changes the whole context of our reckoning. Yeah, that's a good one. Reckoning. And as he said earlier, yeah, go ahead.
Going on underneath us, upward shitting, bud. That was funny.
Hey Brian, you were one of the very few early ones to think or consider that the sun might be some sort of a focal emanation from Polaris itself. You know, you're one of the very few ones to consider that. It's almost a necessity in a sense when we think about the taking away of the vacuum of space. We have to paint a new picture now and put everything in its proper setting.
It doesn't necessarily have to be from Polaris, but it's got to be a focal point. The way we through cumulus clouds, which is not possible. The way it heats and the way, man, it's to me, it's almost got to be some type of focal point.
Like flies to wanted boys. Like flies, let me say this, Brian. Like flies to wanted boys, are we to the gods? They kill us for their sport. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, we could change topics. I was going to ask though, Kosho, is Kosho still Kosho? Are you at your mic? Because basically, is Kosho then just admitting that they can't measure curvature, and the only thing he has is GPS that he thinks
he is, and the
GPS,
it's biased.
I did not say that.
The GPS is biased in its own formula, in its own calculation. If you were to take a point where you stand, okay, let's say you set up a total station, right, and then you go, 20 miles away and set up a total station. Its GPS algorithm is going to tell you you are dropping this far away because it's in the algorithm. It's in the formula, and they're accounting for curvature. It doesn't exist, but they're accounting for it because that's the model. That's the way they present it. Now, in reality, when you're building it, you're never having to account for that, but they swear to it and they'll hold you to the fire that because the model formula is coming up with this drop, then it has to be a drop. But they're not getting it. It's like creating a video game on a sphere and saying, well, because the numbers match up, that's what it has to be. But they don't get it. That's not reality, though.
So you're straw manning Kosho's position now because he didn't say that you can't measure it except with GPS. He said that the tools that you're using are insufficiently accurate to measure what the globe predicts. You need more accurate tools.
Yeah. So in other words, because they're not accounting for curvature, then it has to be the equipment, and the equipment isn't sufficient to even accurately depict in reality the curve. So just trust the formula and the calculations in a falsehood. That's what he's saying. That's all he's saying.
So it's Rakia who did the measurements we're talking about, right? Did Rakia ever actually tell us the model of the tools he used so that we can assess the accuracy of those tools?
No. That's what you're not getting it. You're not. That's where it goes over your head. That's where you guys stay in globe. The fact that the tools that we're using are plumb, level, square. That's it. It's horizontal. That's it. You take an azimuth and you take an elevation, and everything you're gonna build is according to those coordinates in reality. None of those coordinates and measurements are having to demonstrate a curve. None of them. In reality.
Are you saying that the tools that he used are infinitely accurate?
They're going to be accurate on a local level. And then when you go beyond that local level, and now you have a new local level, they're still going to be accurate. And then you go further than that, they're still going to be accurate. And all your points, all your transferring of benchmarks is going to represent a horizontal flat plane. But
So
in the model, you will then invoke a curve, even though that's not what you came up with in reality. You get that?
So the answer to this is quite simple. The model of the tools that were used for these measurements, and we can take a look at their specifications and see if they're infinitely accurate or not.
Well, again, you're taking reality and saying, well, we can't trust reality because our reality, our falsehood reality, says it's curved, and this equipment you're using isn't. It's not sufficient to measure what we believe it to be. So then you're just pissing on my head and saying it's raining at that point. That's all you're doing. You're literally.
Hold on. Now, the section that I'm referring to winds up being a little over a mile. There was 4 inches of drop due to what was built in, and the earth curve from one spot wound up being like 10 inches or 9.5 inches, right? So that is measured using geodetic methods, and it's showing earth curve. Now, I guarantee you, if I measured that length, auto level in sections, I'll tell you exactly how much it's dropping. I guarantee it. I'll come up with the same measurement that the Odylite does, using horizontal and using drops from the horizontal, drops and rises from the horizontal. I would almost bet half my house.
The reason they use the Autolites is because they're more accurate than auto levels.
Right,
so
the
Autolite,
I would match that though. I would match that measure point. Sorry.
I don't know what the actual accuracy of the average auto level is, but I can promise you it's going to be less accurate than the average the Autolite.
A couple millimeters per.
Sorry, yeah, but the point though, here's the point though, real quick, Falcami. The point though is that when you're dealing with a theodolite, it's just mechanical. It's just a straight up measurement. Now, if you introduce a total station that has equipped with it a GPS software, then yes, it is going to tell you something different that's going to represent a curve. But again, that's in the formula. It's telling you this is what it is on a curved Earth, but
Then
it's not what we're measuring in reality. And that's the point.
Use a tool that's sufficiently accurate that doesn't use GPS. It's
That's a theodolite. Exactly. That's a theodolite.
Yes.
So if you use a theodolite and if you were to take a theodolite and transfer that line horizontally at a specific angle, at a 90 angle, because when you set up your theodolite, you're creating a 90-degree angle. And when you are going transferring for miles and miles and miles and miles, you're transferring it, you're still going to have a 90-degree. Now tell me in your world where a 90-degree is on one side and a 90-degree is on the other side, and it's not a straight line. Tell me that doesn't exist in reality. Now, in a model, you can say that. Oh yeah, look at it. Here it is, right here. Look, mathematically, we could formulate it, but that is not reality. That is a piece of paper scribbling of mathematical formulas. That is not reality, though. And this is the argument.
So if no tool is going to have perfect accuracy. All tools have some amount of error margin that they are built to have.
True.
That is why it's in the specifications.
Calibration. Yeah. But hold on though.
Hold on. May I?
Go ahead.
I'm answering your question.
Yeah, that's fine.
So let's use the error margin that I had in the tool. I know it's not as accurate as a theodolite would be, but it's the one I've got. It said
I got to correct you, bro.
Brian, don't interrupt, man. Don't interrupt. No, let him go, dude.
Yeah, let him finish. We'll get him after. Let him finish, Brian.
Well, he said he has to go, so I mean, he can go ahead and say it, and then I'll finish.
Real quick, it does 1/40th of an inch over a certain distance, but the method itself, with the otter level, with that calibration, the give or take margin of error is within a few millimeters accuracy per mile. That's the margin of error per mile with the instrument like that. The method itself, because it's a give or take margin of error on the outreach. Sorry, and thank you, Sergio. Thank you for letting me squeeze that in.
It's all good. I disagree with that, but since you're not going to be here, I'm not going to. I'm going to let you have the last word. With that said, my answer to you.
Bro. I just won't be able to talk.
Okay. Sorry. So the stated methods in the specifications and the manuals for these things are accounted for in the error margins they give. If something physically cannot measure less than 0.02 degrees from whatever, then it does not matter what technique you're using. You're not going to get below that. I can tell from my time doing research, the closest we could get with the given tool is, let's say we've got a tool and it has millimeter marks on it. You can estimate down to 0.5 millimeter on that, but you can't go farther because it's not accurate enough.
Okay.
Now, as for my answer to your question, Apo, if a tool has an accuracy of 1/16 an inch plus or minus, then if it's consistently measuring over a curve that is less than 1/16 of an inch, then it will appear straight by the numbers it gives you, even though there is a curve of, let's say, 1/32 of an inch. So if the curvature is less than the accuracy of your theodolite, and because I don't know the theodolite, I can't know its accuracy, then you won't see the curvature.
Okay, so let me point something out real quick that I think a lot of people they overlook. Okay, let's say in regards to you're building something that is going into a mountain, okay, and now you're having to deal with curvature going up, not of the ground of a ball earth, but the topography of the ground because of the elevation. Now, everything you just said, I could agree with you that the equipment does have a tolerance. You're right, a plus or minus of error, and they account for that in their calculation. But it's not because of a curvature of the Earth. It's because the way the instrument itself, over a long distance, naturally, the way you look at an object, you have a target, and you look through the eyepiece. Naturally, that target can because the way light works, we all know that, right? It can curve down, and things that are 20 feet high in the great distance, they look way lower. You could even be taller than a light pole in a great distance, not because it's physically lower than you, but because that's the way it's an optical thing. And that's why when we're looking through theodolites or total stations, whatever, when you look through the eyepiece, in the distance, things are going to drop down because naturally, optically, things are going to converge to that horizontal, to the horizon, to the vanishing point. Things from the ground are going to go up. Things above are going to go down. So when that error margin has nothing to do with curvature of the Earth, although the great lie is that it's accounting for the curvature, but that's bullshit. Now, when you have a theodolite, you set it up, you go in a far distance, you have an error margin. Yes, that's why it's better to shoot something no further than 200 feet away from you, 250 feet away from you, because once you get to that maximum distance where things really start to fucking go down, quote unquote, it's just a convergence of that particular object that optically it looks like it's going down. Now, this is where I think we're in the mud with it, because that's where you guys will say, well, yeah, that's because it's curving, blah, 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 boo, 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 boo. But the fact is that's why if you use a theodolite and you do short segments, you can realistically, in reality, transfer the line to keep that same elevation all the way straight across. And you're not going to have that drop ever, because you've controlled the error margin or that tolerance. And I think Brian would agree with me on that. That's why they don't fucking use a theodolite to look at something 1,000 fucking yards away. Because if you did, naturally, in the distance, that thing will be lower. So you're going to have to account for that. Like, oh, that's why they're accounting for it, because they know that this object is dropping, not because of a curve, because again, you could be building something going up. But even if you're building on a road going up, you're going to have an error margin because the distance is what's key here. I'm just trying to fucking tell you guys, bro. It's not a fucking ball. I'll mute myself. I'm getting overworked right now.
Well, I have a quick question to see if I understand the argument that you just made. Is what you're saying that we're claiming that the curvature of the Earth is baked into the error margin of the tool? Is that what you're saying? Because that's not at all what we're saying.
No. It's not. No, there's nothing about the curvature of the Earth baked into anything. What you're accounting for is the fact that as things go away from you, they go down optically. They're not okay. Let's say you put a pole that's 20 feet up in the sky. Okay, the further away you get from it, to you optically, it's going to be lower. It's going to be smaller. So if you were to put your theodolite and put it out there, and you have a mark out there, it's dropping. Not, and by the way, even if the ground was going up, because remember you're building on the side of a hill, okay, or a mountain that's slowly sloping up, but even still, it's going to be lower than the actual position. So you account for that in the formula because it's a distance. That's why it's better. It's a better practice to shoot a shorter distance to make sure that you keep that elevation, because optically, if you go too far, it's naturally going to drop. Even if you're measuring on something going up, and Globers cannot grasp that.
You roboted.
You get what I'm saying?
You roboted a bit, but shit. I think I got you.
Okay.
So basically, you're saying that if the error margin, say the device that I found, it's over 150 feet. If we were to use it to measure only up to 75 feet, then it would reduce the error margin to a point where it might be more accurate. I disagree with that because
no. Well, you could disagree, but that's the reality. That's why if you
I was about
any
to say why
surveyor,
I disagree.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, because the whole reason why these tools have error margins is things such as the gears may have a very small amount of slip based on the tolerance of their production, or maybe there's the possibility of thermal expansion in the legs of the stand. All of these things are what adds to the error margin. It's mechanical limitations with the way the device is made. And while it is true that at 75 feet, it's not going to be 1/16th of an inch for the air, for how the expected error, it's probably going to be some value, maybe half of that, or some trig function fraction of that. But there's still going to be error margin that is, what's the word? That can be calculated from the error margin of 150 feet. And keep in mind that if you're measuring at 75 feet versus 150 feet, then you're just looking at an even smaller amount of curvature. And so you're still going to have an amount of curvature lower than your error margin.
No, what I'm trying to explain to you is that when you're looking at something in the distance, naturally it's going to go down, even if the topography is going up. That should be a red flag in your own logic. And then if you're measuring something that's going up and away in topography, if it's going up, but still that thing that's so far away from you or a certain distance away from you, that's why they're calculating for error, because they know that the further, and it also, by the way, it also depends on the conditions of the day, right? Because some days, like we've shot lines, okay? Like for instance, you go in the morning. Typically, you're always going to shoot things in the morning. You don't want to shoot things at the height of the heat, because the heat definitely fucking changes things. Definitely. That's even a greater margin, by the way, greater error. I think Brian can contest to that. Usually you shoot things early because you're having less of that error or effect, if you will, that you have to account for. So when you're shooting something and it's converging, right? Optically, it's converging. So you want to try to reduce that, so that way you can get an accurate measuring to make sure that you are shooting something. The whole point of this is you're shooting something level. You're shooting it straight across horizontally. That's the whole point. You use a theodolite because you want to keep a straight line, because everything that's built, whether you're building a small building or a fucking big ass bridge, you want to make sure it's level and horizontal. And that's all I'm saying, dude. If you have these error margins, up, down, whatever it is, it has nothing to do with a curved ball earth that you're on. It has everything to do with the topography of the land that you're measuring upon. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Okay, I'm going to make one final statement, then I'm going to mute myself because I've been struggling with migraine all day long. But what I'm saying, and just to summarize my position, is that a given tool for measuring a theodolite, an auto level, etc., is only going to measure levelness within its margin of error. So if the amount of non-level, whether that be a drop, a rise, a curve, what have you, is smaller than its margin of error, you're not going to detect it. And if you're just stringing, say, 50 measurements with a theodolite together, then your margin of error is only going to be for each of those individual segments. That's my point. I'm going to mute myself now. Somebody else can take over if they want.
No, that's no problem. You just picked up the baton from Kosho, who picked up the baton from J Ace and said exactly the same thing and wasted about an hour.
Hey, here's where they get destroyed, Pete. Here's where they get destroyed. They're accounting for curves of the earth, but you're building something that's sloping up. Now what? Now what happens to your curved earth? You're building something that's sloping up away from where you stand. You're not. If you're still trying to do your calculations based on the curved earth, you're going to be off. Matter of fact, you're going to be way off because the ground's going up, not down. And this should raise a red flag in their own. The hamsters should start running at that point and start spinning that wheel in their brain to where they're now realizing, oh wait, we're not accounting for a curvature of the Earth. We're accounting for the difference of elevations on the topography. Nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. I don't know why they can't grasp that. It's amazing to me.
What's your conclusion? You really don't know why you think they're not into Kosho is not intelligent enough to consider these basic level
Hold on, Peter.
considerations.
One second, Peter. Now APOC is saying the same thing that we're all saying. Those measurements are not measuring the curve of the Earth, and they can't measure the curve of the Earth. They're only measuring elevation.
Awesome.
We've all said that.
All right. Then case closed. All right. I like that. We're not accounting for curvature of the Earth. Period. That's it. No longer, not even a discussion anymore. Thank you, Kosho.
Yep. No one can claim they've ever measured the curve of the Earth.
You can go home, Kosho. Go home, Kosho.
Listen, I can't talk again for a little bit, but APOC has an excuse because he's been drinking, but you guys don't have an excuse, man. Actually, Pete, you have an excuse too for the same reason. But the other guys, you guys don't have an excuse. Okay? We're not talking about you not being able to measure the curvature of the Earth. We're saying specifically in the techniques we're describing, going segment to segment, using the autolite, making horizontal segment to segment. You cannot measure the curvature of the Earth in this with this technique because it's going to be based on the margin of error, the error margin of the device, and those are going to be limited. They're going to be out. They're going to be outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but you definitely. I mean, let's just take 1 mile at 8 inches. It's definitely within an 8-inch. The end of a mile that you can get.
Yeah, but these segments aren't mile. They don't make mile-long segments, though. That's the problem.
No, I'm saying I'm just saying to take it to the most basic level. If you did a 1 mile planar segment up against water, up against standing water. You don't think? I mean, it depends on which equipment we're talking about, in particular, but between theodolites and auto levels, you don't think you can get within 8 inches with a mile? Because they definitely can.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about drop from horizontal, and what I'm saying is that when making a single horizontal segment, the margin of error is going to be outside of that. So I don't know what the margin of error for a mile is, but for even 100 feet, it's already what would the other fellow say? It's like one something of an inch, like six thousandths of an inch.
So let me get this straight. A more accurate way would be a couple sticks and shadows.
That would be one way of doing it. But if you wanted to do it the same way and measure drop from horizontal, the way that I had said was not the only way, but it is a way that the Kia agrees can be done, and that's using differential GPS. Differential GPS, you can get accurate straight lines for a long.
Thank you. That's what I was going to reference, Kofi. Let me get in here because this is what.
Let's rely on the. Sorry, PB. Yeah, let's rely on the global positioning system to measure the curvature for us. Oh man,
that's exactly what I was going to say, Gio. This is the crux of. I think we should take it seriously now, Gio. Let me message you in private chat because Jay Ace is going to reveal something. But it is about a locational determination on the surface of the Earth and how you encompass different influences. Right. So we're on a stationary Earth ourselves, and the skylights are moving. For the ball Earth spherical coordinate system, the Earth surface is moving, and the skylights fundamentally are more than stationary. They're also flat. But that's very good. Very good. I'm doing the dance because I'm excited by J.A. says, I know I'm dealing with great brains here, with Kosho, J.A.'s, Geo, all the rest. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nice one. Want me to do the moonwalk? I mean, I'll do
well,
the
that's what I was asking
moonwalk,
Kosho. So are you saying that they can't create a horizontal plane? Because you're talking about a drop from horizontal, but yeah, essentially when you create a horizontal plane, you have a drop from horizontal. And if the Earth deviated from it, then that's essentially similar. It's just a line versus a plane.
Okay, listen. I can't respond to this. Okay, so just I got to say this, and then that's it for a minute. What was I saying? Oh yeah. What I said was, I didn't say you can't create one. I said using this method, a method which uses a theodolite and sticks, and the accuracy of that is, whatever we said, within 100 feet. Since that's below that's the horizontal that you're creating. You're creating a horizontal that's 100 feet each way, because the amount that can be off after that is actually bigger than the curve of the Earth. So you can't claim that that's a horizontal infinitely, because you move further away, use that same horizontal. You have no way of telling how curved or not or straight it is. But yeah, there's plenty of other ways that you can create a horizontal plane. Though. It's not in this method.
That's my whole point, though. Just to get it before you, Geo. That's my whole point, Kosho. Is now you have to reference the GPS or a greater global coordinate system, spherical coordinate polar system. So now you gauge every reference. So just let me just say this: as Jace was asking for Dave's exact coordinates, he would have to give a coordinate system as it applies to a stationary flat Earth surface of a moving skyline, which is enclosed, as opposed to a GPS coordinate system. But yeah, very good. Different model. I don't know what's so difficult, Kosho. It's just a different model, man.
I think he said he can't respond, so maybe we should carry on to something else until he comes back. It's
Geo, you know it better than I do. It's a different model then. We just have a stationary Earth plane, which is the grid like chessboard coordinate system. That's why I think Jeremy was asking the question about the United Kingdom, how it's surveyed flat, and you have a grid like coordinate system describing the whole surface area. That's because they're dealing in locality and ordnance sort of systems where you have this Cartesian and coordinate system. But here's the thing: when we try to encompass the greater surround, which is what we're trying to do, water, ball, Earth. This is what XO comes in and talks about, which is true. We're trying to encompass the greater, what do you call it, picture here. So now we have to incorporate the sphericity of the sky in a sense, and we see how they have I call it the great switcheroo, Geo. I call it the great switcheroo, and that's all they did. They made the sky flat fundamentally by putting all of the objects at sort of infinite distances away, and they've made the Earth's surface curved, where in reality it's just a relation. It's a relationship, a translation. Yeah. The Earth is flat. The Earth's surface is flat, but the contour of the sky is determined. It's yeah. That's how we know our place on Earth, by looking at the sky, and that's actually the culmination. My point to Kosho is, once we go beyond distances of 1 mile and trying to gauge 8 inches of deviation, or even 32 inches, or for 2 miles or whatever, then you have a measurement a problem. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, if we think in terms of a greater curvature and a greater recognition of positions in relation to our reality, well, they will always, just to finish, the ballers will always describe your position on Earth in relation to any particular snapshot of a stellar position in the sky. That's how it works. Aries.
Well, that was a tornado of words. I appreciated many of them, but how could anyone respond to that? So where do we go from here? It's a lot of things you just said, multiple different categories. But I mean, the thing with Kosho, it's like if he's saying that theodolites and auto levels cannot detect Earth curvature, then why are there many others claiming that they can be used for that? It's a contradiction.
I didn't say that though. I said you can't. I said you wouldn't use them to measure drop from horizontal, specifically drop from horizontal.
Okay, so then what like Jesse Gordon is doing, you think is just completely false?
He's using them to measure angles. That's not an accurate way of using them.
Which him and others are sorry. Well, which him and others that do it as well, like Jesse Kozlowski and these other guys are, in the reciprocal zenith angle claim, it's all dropped from horizontal. So now you're saying that it can't do it that way. Therefore, all of reciprocal zenith angles you'd be throwing out the window.
They're measuring angle change. The margin of error, the error margin in those devices for the angle change doesn't change over distance. It's not going to compound or change over distance. So if you measure using a theodolite the elevation angle of the sun to be like 5 degrees, or let's say you measure it to be whatever you measure it to be, whatever the error margin of the device is not going to change just because it's super far away. It might be different because of refraction, but but the angle it's measuring is not going to change because of the distance you're viewing it. So that's different. That's different than measuring drops from horizontal, like the distance from horizontal drop. The angular drop is not something that it's going to have a problem measuring over a great distance.
Yeah, but that's just one section of a larger piece. If you're just going to do it on one shot, like that thing when Ranty and Ruhif were going to try to take an auto level up to a mountain and shoot it off hundreds of miles.
Yeah. To see what the angular, to see if the mountain is lower, angularly. They weren't going to use it to measure a distance, like a distance drop.
That was epic. Too bad it didn't go through. We could have had laughs. Oh my god, that would have been
Essie, you don't know I had a bet with Ruhef. Kosho, we already know we have a bet here. I already gave you a double or quits option. But I had a bet with Ruhef, and it was about the Mount Canicu capture from 200 and whatever, X number of miles, and the best explanation powered up. One is a flat Earth, extended plane, stationary with all the skylights, etc., moving above, and the other then is the Ball Earth explanation, world record, defying all sort of Ball Earth expectations, right? But yeah, he declined. He declined. I never heard from him again. 10,000 euros would be nothing for him. Be a lot for me, but I'd put my money behind it because I do have the explanation. But that's fine. Very good. I think the problem is, let me just say, Kosho, you haven't even considered the other side of the story. What if the Earth was stationary? What if the horizon was not so limiting after all, and it continued to rise up, but because of the nature of the surface that you were looking over, you were seeing something that sort of interacted with the light, as you would call light, within a greater surround. That's your Achilles heel, that you won't even consider that aspect and develop it to the fullest of your own intellectual ability. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have flaws just like everybody else, Pete. And if you think I would make a bet with you, Pete, for $10,000 when you already owe me $100,000 in a previous bet, you're crazy.
That's what I said. You already owe me $100,000. I gave you a double or quits option in the chat.
You need to go double or nothing, Pete.
Yeah, I did. I gave him the option. He already owes me 100,000 euros. I don't care to collect on these things.
Kosho, do you have any way to physically, tangibly show any Earth curve? Like not based on GPS, which is a whole nother. I mean, getting signals from the sky is a whole nother discussion. But yeah, not counting GPS. Do you have any? Have you ever seen, or do you have any way to actually tangibly verify that there's curvature to Earth, or is it just a belief based upon these other things that you also that are not like tangible?
Well, tangible is kind of a strange requirement. So I'll just assume you mean something that's graspable. I don't know. I'll have to take it however I take it, actually. But Yeah, GPS is a great way. You know, you can see things going over the horizon, and that wouldn't be a great verification. It'd kind of just be evidence. You could see, I can't remember the other thing I was going to say, but the one that I think would be the most powerful is confirming that things are orbiting the Earth. If things are orbiting the Earth, that requires two things. One is the downward compulsion thing, something pulling things downward, and the other would be that the Earth is a ground that's a round shape. If not those two things, then you can't have it. So that would be the confirmation.
All right. So just to summarize those three things, you basically said boats over the horizon, GPS, and the fact that things move in the sky.
That things orbit the Earth.
Same things, yeah, but they move in the sky ultimately because your orbit the Earth is a assumption that they're doing something around what you're referring to in Earth. What we see is something moving in the sky. That's the
but I'm not using the fact that things move in the sky. I'm saying I would have to confirm that they're orbiting the Earth. But once that's confirmed, then yeah, I'm saying that would have to be the thing, not just things moving in the sky. That wouldn't do it. But if I confirm things are orbiting the Earth, that would do it.
If you could confirm that they're orbiting a spherical Earth, you're saying that they're going around you in that way?
No, I'm saying if I could confirm that they're orbiting the Earth, then that alone confirms it.
Well, but you're extrapolating, right? But unless you had some way to do that, other than just watching them move in the sky, if you had some way to, like, in theory, on a globe Earth, if you could, like, take a rocket ship out to space or whatever, and then look around and, you know, actually see it happening from afar. But if you're not able to see anything orbiting from afar, then you see the same thing we see. We look up at the sky. You point a telescope, whatever it may be, and see things that are tracking through the sky. I'm just saying, like, I was asking, like, for like if you had anything in terms of tangible validation of Earth curve, because you were saying that the theodolites and the auto levels, like, they're all not valid, you're saying, and then you know, can't create a horizontal plane, and then we got into all the things about slope and water drainage and all that. But when I'm now asking for, like, if it's something tangible for curvature, the fact that things visually cut off over the horizon, you're saying basically boats in the horizon, which, I mean, we've talked about in depth, but obviously that can happen over planar surface. GPS, you can't validate, and then things in the sky. So you don't have any, like, tangible way to do it, though. Like, those are the top three you think of why you think there's curvature.
Oh, I can't respond for a minute, okay? But I'm confused by when you're saying tangible. So why don't you just give me an example of what a like sort of what you would expect a tangible evidence for that, or tangible proof of that, or whatever.
Well, like, if we were both standing in my room and there's a desk in front of us, I could take a physical measuring tape and I could measure the length of that desk, and then I could tell you what it is, and then you could take the measuring tape, you could double check my work, and we could both come. Let's say it's 10 feet, exactly 10 feet wide. We could both come to that conclusion tangibly. Now, I know that with the curvature of Earth, I realize the idea of just throwing a measuring tape on it, because it's obviously a much larger distance than 10 feet. So therein lies the challenge of that. But that's why I was just saying, like, and it's not even really like a huge debate point. I'm just, like, asking you, have you ever come across, or are you aware of any actual something that's why I'm saying tangible, like, that's not optical, that's not based on signals from the sky, that's not based on lights in the sky, that's not based on visual obscuration over the distance. I mean, I'm talking about something that is like because one would think in 2023, with all the advancements that we have, as it were, and being able to go to the moon and Mars and all this stuff, you would think that we would by this point have a tangible measurement of the globe itself.
Right. And so when you say, like, using, you say you can't use visual, but, you know, you would need to use something visual, of course. You wouldn't just be able to use something physical and not look at it or whatever. So when they did the arc of the 39th parallel, they actually measured length to length, like using long chains. They measured the lengths using long physical chains, front to back, and they measured using the theodolite the angles at the different stations. And they did that specifically to measure the arc of that parallel.
Did one They did maybe one full triangle at the beginning. They did one side of each triangle, and the margin of error, I'll post it real quick, over like hilly terrain and all that, is 1 in 250, bro. To make any claims about distance measurements using that survey is fucking laughable, bro. But I can appreciate some of the other shit.
They measured each of those webs. They said they divided into webs, right? And each of those webs, they took one length and they measured that one length. That's true. They measured that one length. They didn't measure all the different lengths. They measured one of the lengths in each of the webs, right? But that was to establish the the basis to make the other measurements off. And so the angles to all the other measurements, they did those like 18 times each of those measurements, like front and back, a whole bunch of different other ways. So those are accurate angular measurements.
The margin of error for the tools they were using for distance was like 8 times greater than the difference between ball and globe across the entire continent. Even you couldn't prove distance is that accurate. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't get some pretty accurate shit over distance, but it's nowhere within the realm of distinguishing between flat or globe. Not even close.
No, but like I said, in each of those webs, they took one length and they measured the length front to back. So you can say that its margin of error is 8 times greater than what it is somewhere else. Well, what difference does that make if it's 8 times greater? What's the margin of error elsewhere?
I'm saying to try and distinguish or prove globe, distinguishing that between flat is nowhere near accurate enough over that.
Yeah, but we're not using those distances to prove globe. We're using the angles. We're using the triangles. Like the triangles created from them is one way, but also just measuring the arc is the other way. They measure arc.
The arc don't mean an arc over a ball, bro. It means the arc is in a fucking circle around Polaris. Y'all don't even know what y'all shit. You don't even.
No, they don't, dude.
Yes,
what are you saying? Why are you saying that? No, it doesn't.
You have to bet.
$1,000.
Now I got Pete Shea. Pete Shea's gonna back me another $100,000, double or nothing on Pete Shea's money.
Okay, so let me make this clear. Let me make this clear to you.
The parallel means the arc over the globe, or does it mean the circle, or the parallel?
Yeah, let me make this clear to you, dude. If you want to know what the arc of that parallel is in reference to Polaris, because every point on that line is going to be equidistant to the North Pole, all you need to know is the distance from that line to the North Pole. That would be the radius. You multiply that by 2, then times pi, and you have the circumference. That's what determines the arc. You don't need to do this whole measurement to do that. The arc is the arc of the Earth.
Kosho thinks that the arc of the parallel means the curve or the ball. Wow. I'm not saying it doesn't, like you don't have some evidence, like point to some of the shit and say, yeah, spherical X is this, that. But I'm talking about what the arc means. The arc's not referring to like a
put
arc.
$60 on it.
Save your money, Kosho, bro. Just look into it,
man.
Brian
is the grandson of a billionaire Kosho. $60. He doesn't wipe his arse with $60.
A dead billionaire. I'm broke.
You better cozy up with the rest of the family, Brian. That would be a good idea. Ploy in these deceptive times. How does one get on,
guy
Brian?
who got it, man. The guy who got it, my brother. He deserved it, man. He's a good man, dude. He's one of the few people who I would say deserve whatever he gets in life, man. Just a genuinely fucking good person, and always has been. And so, yeah, I'm not gonna fuck with him. But yeah, I could, if I wanted to weasel in. But man, I ain't gonna, intrude on their half. It's like kind of a different half of the family. But I don't want to start talking about my family, Pete. God damn it. We're talking about the arc. Arc of the parallel means the Earth curve, the parallel. You think the arc of a latitude line is the They're talking about the arc of the Earth curve. Kosho.
Brian, well, it's all about decoding it, isn't it?
Hold on,
So
Peter.
I
Peter, he
think
just
it's
asked me a
all
question.
okay.
Peter,
Okay,
don't do
sorry.
that.
I thought he was talking to.
Don't do it.
I thought he was talking to genuine.
He said my
Go
name.
ahead.
I can't respond to this, uh, Brian. But I'll give you 10-1 odds. $60. I'm talking about the curve of the ground. And you're saying it's the curve of the actual.
The arc of the parallel, bro. The arc around the azimuth to Polaris, to the central point, bro. They're calling it a circle. It's the arc of the circle, bro. Not saying not Earth curve. You know, you can bring me evidence for that, but that's not what they mean by arc. They don't mean the Earth curve of the Earth curve of the parallel. Just look into it, dude. You ain't got to bet me. I don't got $60 right now, bro. Even if I was to lose, but dude, this is what I've been looking into, man. Been researching it.
Well, Kosho, let him put some alligator meat on.
That's fine. Yeah. $60 worth of gator tails, and I'll give you $100 cash. Right.
That's just it. My ribs are messed up. I couldn't even catch you a gator right now. I don't know if I could ever catch you a gator. My son probably could. But check this out. Like, look at the Gleason's map. When it's talking about the parallels and the meridians, and it mentions, you know, the arc, the freaking latitudes, the arc's reduced to 60 nautical miles per degree. Is it talking about Earth curve there, or is it just a different arc, or what? I mean, or is it a arc of a latitude line, a parallel that they call, which is suspicious on its face. The fact they call them parallels on the Gleason's map, if you want to get right down to it, but they do. They call them parallels
because they're parallel planes. That's why they're called parallels. All the latitudes are called parallels because they create parallel planes.
Every meridian
planes that are equidistant from the pole.
Every longitude line on the Gleason's map cuts it in half, right?
Every latitude line cuts it in half? What do you mean?
If you follow it all the way straight through, every longitude line, I mean, will cut the world in half, or the map in half. I don't know why I said the world.
You mean they're great? Yeah, every longitude line is a great circle. That's right.
Right, so a meridian, a meridian. See,
yeah, all meridians are great circles. All meridians are great circles. All latitude lines aren't. Only the equator is a great circle. The rest of them are parallel planes from that line.
Okay, so the meridians are not parallel, right? On either model, right?
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, so now sunrise on equinox. Basically, our lines.
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen. I can't respond to this.
Hold on.
I know I can't respond to those.
Well, you can hear me. They're acting like parallels, right? So they're acting like longitudes, basically, converging at the equator, like a central point at the North Pole. But all of a sudden, you want us to call that parallel if we're looking sideways. But north-south, admittingly, they converge, and they're not parallel. But these sun rays are supposed to be coming in parallel. Sideways, it's parallel. Up and down, it's not, bro. Your whole model's a contradiction, bro, if you really stop and think about it.
Complete contradiction to reality, 100%. Entire model.
The whole model goes against physics. Every last bit of it.
It took me like 2 years for them to even concede that due east and due west are freaking great circles or geodetics. No matter how many times I posted it, and like I couldn't even get these globers past that one point. It's crazy weird, dude. Like their brain shuts down or something.
Of course, they're great circles. They're straight paths. Due east, due west are straight paths. They don't follow latitude lines, though. But any direction that you're saying due east, due west, due north, do anything. It's a straight line. A straight path on a sphere is a great circle.
Right, and they all converge, right?
Well, how?
No.
So how can you? So how can
Go ahead,
you
Jeremy.
go east? Okay, so how can you go east if that's the direction east is? How can you go east and go around a latitude line when that's not the direction of east?
Because you don't do that.
I know, because you don't go east if you go around a latitude line. You're going some other direction.
I get coffee, Andy. I'm gonna get coffee.
Anyways, go ahead, Bry.
Well, I love it when you take my points, man, because you do better with my own points than I do. So, man, if you don't mind, throw it at him.
Well, I don't know what your point is, but my point is if you're standing on Earth in one spot, there's only one direction of east. There's not multiple east directions. And if you go east, you're not going to go around a latitude line. If you did, you didn't go east. You didn't move east. You moved some other direction, because if you were to move east, you would have gotten closer to the equator. I'll never give up on this.
Yeah, you don't have to call the direction you're going at the latitude line around Polaris. You don't have to really call that east if you don't want to, because usually like the term due east is like a straight line from one point on Earth. So yeah, you don't have to necessarily call that east. Like, I mean, it could be called like magnetic east if you want to, or like going along a latitude line like that, or like equidistant from the North Pole. If you just basically keep Polaris at the same elevation angle and just continue to, because the thing is you are using east, because every time when you take a compass reading, you're taking east to get a heading, and then as you move, the compass is going to move, and therefore you'll have to take a new heading at some point to maintain going in some semblance of a circle, although it's still going to be a little bit jagged. Like, it's not going to be a perfect circle unless you kept adjusting as you went in some kind of perfect fashion.
Yeah, Gio's exactly right.
Yeah, but that's like still like it's like magnetic east, if you want to maybe use that term. I don't know if there is an official term for it.
Not magnetic east, but just there's a difference between going due east. That'll be a great circle, and then going east where you're continuously correcting for east.
Yeah, but if we're standing on the ground, you're just standing. Say you're standing in New York, and you point east. That's only one direction, right? There's not like multiple different ways to go east.
Yeah, but that's not what's being said. What's being said is if you're in New York and you look east, you go that direction. That's due east. If you instead every second, every millisecond, every whatever, you continuously travel in the direction where east is, like continuously, that's different. You would follow a latitude. If you did that, and you would be traveling east all the time. But the due east, yeah, of course, you wouldn't be headed east. You would only start out heading east. You wouldn't after you start moving, be heading east anymore.
How about this, Coach O? How about if we were way above the equator, we had a God view of a ball, and we had parallel light coming on that ball, and we had lines drew like latitude lines. So we're looking at them parallel. We're just one orientation. We're over the equator, but our eyeball basically spans the whole entire ball. So the parallel light would trace each latitude line, right? If the light's parallel, just picture a bunch of lasers. They would basically draw out.
I get what you're saying, Brian. I get what you're saying.
Do you agree with that?
No, that's only true on the equinox. Why are you laughing? You asked me a question, Brian. Let me answer it, please. That's only true on the equinox, when the sun is where the Earth is horizontal to the orbital plane. Like the Earth's axis is perpendicular to the orbital plane. Other than that, they don't match up in the same case.
So a laser beam, I'm just one orientation. I'm at the equator, above it, looking kind of down and out at the ball. light wouldn't go along the parallels? Is that what you're saying? So don't twist and turn me. Just keep me at the equatorial orientation. And you're telling me the parallel light wouldn't be parallel.
I just told you on the equinox it would be.
We could disregard all the animations they show with equinox, with the sun rays following the parallels.
I told you on the equinox it would be. What the hell are you saying? I'm telling you, yes, on the equinox, yes.
Okay, so if there were longitudes, though, if we looked from north-south and we had parallel, if we moved the sun, they wouldn't follow them, though, right? Where they convert, they wouldn't follow the longitudes, right? Because the longitudes are converging.
Oh, they would follow the longitudes. Hold on, Brian. Brian, please stop. Brian, please stop. You ask me a question and then you don't stop. Okay? I don't have time to try to cut you off and cut you off. I'm trying to say, no, in the same way, on the longitude lines, what they'll do is each person will share the same sunset, sunrise, and noon. So they'll share that. Everybody along that meridian.
How are they going to share it if you're one person from a God view, a giant God view way above of the earth? You're automatically throwing people on the ground and twist them and turning them. My question was just from one orientation, an equatorial orientation, looking east, whatever. If we're backed away from it and we've seen a bunch of parallel lasers, like outspanning the globe. In other words, they're hitting the globe and on parallel on past the globe, 1 million miles to the right, 1 million miles to the left, and we just got a God view, so no perspective, and we just see parallel lines. You follow me?
Parallel lights, yes. I'm listening to you 100%. What's your question?
Lasers, would each laser follow I'm looking straight down at the equator and straight out. And,
yeah. Just ask the question.
Would the laser lines or the parallel sun rays follow each latitude line? Would they be parallel?
Yes. They would be parallel. Hold on. They'd be parallel with the planes of the latitudes, latitudinal planes. The light would be coming in parallel to the plane. Yeah.
The way they show the animation. Okay, now
I got one question.
Now, if we were to look, go ahead.
Where do we see parallel sun rays? Where? When do we do that?
In Brian's made up scenario. That's what we're discussing. Is Brian's made up scenario.
Dude, he's squirming, dude. He's squirming. He knows where I'm going. So now,
I don't know where you're going. I want you to get there, man.
Let me finish. Now we're standing over the prime meridian, looking out at. We just turned everything on its side, but we didn't move the sun. Okay. Now, would the parallel rays follow the longitude lines?
Oh no.
Okay, so the parallel sun rays wouldn't follow the longitude lines, right? With the longitude lines.
Yeah, if you turned the Earth on its side so that the poles were, perfect or parallel to where the hold on, Brian. If the poles were parallel to where the equator is currently, like you turn 90 degrees. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so
the longitude lines that are currently on the Earth would not be. It wouldn't work out the same way. That's right.
Okay, very good. So because they're converging. So now let's go back to east. You've got everything converging. You've got each due east, which is where we're looking for the sunrise, cutting your globe in half like a longitude line, but sideways. But all of a sudden, them are supposed to be parallel. The sun rays are supposed to be following them tracks from the equator, 6,000 miles away. You see the conundrum? Do you see the conundrum?
It's not a conundrum, Brian. Those lines are created totally differently. The parallels of the latitudes are parallel layers of the sphere. Okay, they're parallel cut layers from the north to south pole. Right. longitude lines aren't cut the same way. They're cut like if you had a ball and you sliced it like a cake from all the way around it. Two totally different sets of lines. So of course they don't behave the same way.
That's my point. If we were looking compass east on equinox, you'd have no problem. The fact of the matter is, and I did this. I literally fucking did this. I hope people appreciate it. I went out there to the beach, put the posts in the ground, pulled the string lines, and the goes due east, which cuts your globe in half, which converges. We're not parallel. It's converging about 10,000 miles away out in space from where you're at. Not 93 million miles. The math, it takes a giant steaming shit on your parallel rays, and you're not.
Brian, I don't think you're getting it. Due east obviously makes a great circle, like we already discussed. Due east isn't a parallel line. The parallel line that the rays are coming in at also aren't the. So if you took that same line, like you were looking at the direction of the sun, the due east, that line is not an entire line. It's all receiving the same sunlight. That's just the line across the Earth. So what you're saying just doesn't follow.
I think it does, Kosher, because you're telling me that when I'm looking east, equinox, everybody's looking along a great circle, like north to south, where it's not parallel. Okay? If they were parallel, we'd be looking, the sun would be behind each latitude. Hold on a minute.
And I get what he's saying, Kosho. Listen, this is about not whether your model is right or your thinking is right. It's about your ability to think in terms of the counter oppositional offering. So yes, in a flat earth, right, east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. On a globe earth, east is east and west, and always the twain will meet. So yes, it's all in relation to these basic determinations. No matter where I'm standing, let me just clarify, on a flat earth, as I point, as the direction of the compass indicates, in an easterly direction, no matter where I am on the surface of the earth, I will always be pointing in parallel to that reference. That has to be the case. On a globe earth, it's different because everyone's east is different. If I move a foot away from my current position and I don't have the compass in hand, then I'm deviating from east according to the pole earth. That's the breakdown of it and the simplicity of it. As I crack open another can.
So you agreed to Kosho east-west is a circle, Brian?
Not a circle like that. The way east-west in my mind is east-west is circles around Polaris. So if I kept Polaris 45 degrees in altitude and I set off east, like Gio was saying, I believe I would have to slowly do a circle like on the Gleason's map if I were to keep Polaris 45 degrees. I can't imagine it any other way, because if that's not the case, and it may be, but if it isn't, then I'd stop somewhere. If I just went straight, I'd have to end up somewhere. And I believe I kept going that I believe the United States around the 45th latitude, up somewhere in Ireland or Scotland, and then if I kept going across Europe, I'd eventually be in like Russia or China.
Would you be going in a straight line?
California. That's the way I picture it in my mind.
Would you be going in a straight line?
No. Absolutely.
How do you know that?
Why
would you have to go in a straight line?
I try and imagine it every way, but that's to me the way it makes most sense. Is that I'd wind up in Russia and then I'd come back to California. I think of Polaris 45 degrees from Russia or China and Pacific. I think I'd wind up in China. I think the same thing.
Traveling in a circle, though, right?
Yeah, I think the latitude's a big ass circle.
Well, okay, I see you're correct, and he has to be. And Brian, okay, so here's the basic consideration, and there's no doubting it. As we find ourselves on a stationary Earth, extended flat plane, the stars have to be near. Because if we just took one aspect from what's delivered to us, remember the truth was delivered to us from the start. But if we just took one aspect and didn't concern ourselves with the other aspect, if we were just on a flat, extended surface, which is maybe, let's say, for just the sake of extension, 15,000 miles in radius around, whatever, pizza Earth, it doesn't matter. Okay, but if you maintain that the stars are the same, if you maintain that the 1 second, please, this is my point. If you maintain that the stars are the same constituency, then you have these massive bodies millions and millions of miles away. There'd be no way to have a ground position reckoning because of these sort of exclusive distances. You know, you have light years away as opposed to 30,000 miles across. On that consideration. So here's my point, just to summate it. On a flat Earth, the stars are necessarily near and maybe not material. On a globe Earth, the stars necessarily have to be far away. There's no other way around. There's no mixing and matching.
Let me make a concession. I've been waiting all this fucking time, Pete. Damn it. No, I'm just kidding. To make a concession that.
Oh, your ribs seem all right now, Brian.
I'm just messing with you, bro. But I do concede that, yeah, that doesn't make sense parallel. I concede that if I'm going to call it a circle. But I do also consider the fact that if I were to go east, like Polaris might stay 90 degrees to me. That's possible. It might follow me. The sun does shit like that, you know, so I'm not putting it past the stars to be able to. But it's just the only thing I can make sense in my head, man. I do understand the contradictions, like calling it parallel. I wouldn't.
Well, Brian, my friend, it comes down to a basic consideration. Is the Earth's surface moving or not? In your model building within your own brain, even your recollection right now, as you're talking immediately to your fellow man across the surface of the Earth. Is the Earth's surface moving or not?
I don't think it is, but I consider the fact that it could be.
Right, but you don't think it is. Your life's experience, all of our experience, is the same thing. The minute we decide that it is actually moving, then we're taken away from our experience, so it can be led into la la land. But here's my point about saying that. Wait, 1 second, but here's my point about saying that is that the ball earther, even though they tell you differently, they tell you that Pythagoras was the instigator of the greater explanation, and he put the globe in position, the stationary globe in position before he put the motion of the earth in position. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying to you now, if you decide that you're on a stationary earth surface, then everything develops differently. That's all.
Yeah. But hold on, this shit could get juicy, man. You might be slowing down what could get juicy here, Pete, because I'm kind of going against the grain a little bit. But I am, you know, making it crystal clear that I consider it fair. And not that it's true or not, but I could say that, yeah, I do motion by saying that I feel my weight. So, because if I went in motion to the right at a certain speed or acceleration, I would also feel weight that direction, you know, and experience all the same things. It's not a totally absurd argument that to say that, yeah, you do feel motion just by feeling weight itself. It's a fair argument, but I don't necessarily take that side.
With you, Brian. I'm with you. The globe Earth, the spinning ball Earth, globe Earth argument is one of the greatest developed arguments in existence. But it all relies on one premise. They tell you, according to the historic tale, that premise is the decision to have the Earth as a globe via Pythagoras, right? So we're coming into Hellenistic Greek times, etc., right? So yes. My point is to you, though, as we move well beyond this, to consider that the initial, in the mind of man, you consider yourself equivalent and a par to all of these great thinkers, be it Newton to Plato, it doesn't matter. And you're definitely up there, Brian, by the way. But let me just say this, in the mind of man, this is where the deception lies. They put the rotundity before they had the motion in play, whereas the motion determines the rotundity only when we look at the sky. So it's all a fucking set. It's all a game. It's all a game of inversion.
It is crazy that there's so many different options. But I will say this, and I'll say this on behalf of Dell. I say that, well, first off, to me, the only way it works is if the stars are stationary and we're doing one slow circle over the period of a year and one some infinite fucking speed. That doesn't make sense to me. That could never work. Or we'd be going light speed in a day if we were accelerating. That's bullshit. We can't be accelerating up, but we could be doing a big ass circle once a year, not in a sidereal year. But then the sun, if that's the case, and it's a long shot, but the moon and the sun and shit would have to be moving with us. So it gets complicated, bro. But it's still, I can make sense of it in my head. I will say this, because they almost have to agree with you, but they have to have a globe moving in multiple different directions, and that's literally fucking impossible. So it is a good, effective argument against a glober when they say gravity, because when you drop an accelerometer, it instantly reads 0 acceleration. Drop it. So that's when they claim things are accelerating, or is when they're not. And the way buoyancy works, in any direction, it doesn't have to be up or down. But when things are in free fall, but there'd have to be some other stuff going on due to the slight different variations. There would be also some electrostatic things going on. And then, of course, density buoyancy doesn't change at all. That just is what it is in that argument. It gets interesting, man, if you just open it. It gets interesting.
On Earth is a can of worms, Brian. Of course, we understand now intrinsically that the lie I was immersed in. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Can I ask Brian a question very quickly? Brian, a very quick question.
No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Brian. Yeah, Brian. Can you imagine an accelerometer? Okay? You have an accelerometer. Okay, and it's reading some acceleration. It doesn't matter what the number is. It's just reading acceleration. So the phone is undergoing acceleration. If this were to be the case for some extended period of time, do you agree that there'd be some point where that phone would have to be going at the speed of light? If that phone continuously read that acceleration, X amount of times.
Well, why would you make that argument? I could see a flat earther making that, but relativity has no problem with that.
I'm asking you about an accelerometer and it accelerates.
Well, not if it's accelerating in a circle, right? At a speed.
Yeah, but if it's continuously accelerating,
no.
If it's let me rephrase that then. Let me rephrase that. The acceleration is continuously in a single direction.
You talking about velocity?
I'm talking about the acceleration is positive in a single direction.
Yeah, that could work. That couldn't work. But I also say this, like, hold on, because this is a good question.
Before you say something different.
It's a mind-opening question I got for you.
Well, but I don't want you to ask me a question next. I was asking you a question, and
no, I agreed. Yeah.
No, I didn't. You can't be agreeing with me because I didn't say anything.
You asked if wouldn't we hit the speed of light, bro, and I said
yeah. I'm asking you if you had an accelerometer and it was reading a acceleration in linear direction. You would think it would reach the speed of light, so that could happen
in a couple days.
At some point.
In a couple days.
Okay. Well, I have to tell you that you're wrong.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Accelerometers read acceleration even when they're sitting still.
No, that's false.
They read acceleration. Turn your phone on and turn the accelerator on.
No, you're right. Coach right. Right. As far as accelerometers go,
that's false.
Hold on, man. Look, that's how they're conditioned. I mean, that's how they're calibrated. So, in other words, right, it reads 0. So that's a ball killer right there, because they say shit's accelerating downwards. I'm just saying, I'm coming within their argument.
An accelerator only measures an acceleration if it's moving. It doesn't measure. Right.
On your phone, and then throw it up in the air. As soon as it leaves your hand, it's going to read 0. The second it leaves your hand, no matter what.
Right. No, but you have to move it for it to measure a speed. So no, look at if you dropped your phone, that is it measuring the speed that it's falling. But if you left your phone on the table It will not measure a speed. It will not measure.
Yeah, I agree in reality. But as far as an accelerometer goes, just real quick, you could download it on your phone and then erase it and set it on your table. An acceleration. As it leaves the ground, just throw it up in the air, and or you're not flat and slow, and you'll see right when it leaves go of your hand, it's going to instantly read 0. Instantly, the second it leaves your hand, bro, it's crazy. And until it's yeah. In reality, I agree with what you're saying because
yeah, but we're not. But no, in reality, we're talking about how accelerometers work, and we're talking about them in reality. They work this way in reality. Yeah, on a table, you have it sitting on a table. You have it sitting on. No, they're not. They're sitting on a table, and they read something. And then you throw them up in the air, and they read 0. While they're moving, they read 0. When they're on the table, they read a positive number.
No, that's false. That's false. It said
download one and look at it.
It literally says that it will only account for an acceleration if there's a speed to it. So if you just left it by itself, your phone standing still, it will not measure a speed because it's not moving. The second you drop it or throw it or whatever, that's the only time you have to have a speed to it. Like if you threw it away from
you, and I know that makes sense, but in their backwards world, just real quick, bro, download a fucking accelerometer app.
All right, I'm gonna do it right now. Accelerate.
0. I mean, it's going to tell you accelerate when you're just sitting there. It's crazy weird.
Yeah.
But I'm not disagreeing with you. Before, Coach, real quick, I got to ask you this question.
I'm just telling them which one to download.
I'm going to download it right now.
I'm saying download physics. Go ahead, Brian. I'm just telling them which one to download.
God damn it! They say we don't feel acceleration or we don't feel motion at a steady speed unless there's acceleration. But I could argue this. Look, so what if the medium is water? Okay, just because you might barely feel it, if the medium is water, or what if the medium is Jello? Okay, if I'm going at a steady speed, I'm still going to feel the fucking Jello just because they say it's an air or vacuum. You might barely feel it, but it should still be there because the thicker the medium, the more I'm going to feel that steady speed on my face.
Yeah, of course, Brian. But, okay, so first of all, just download Physics Toolbox Suite. Physics Toolbox Suite is the best.
Physics what?
Physics Toolbox Suite, like hotel suite.
I'm downloading right now.
It'll give you access to all the tools on your phone, including the. And Brian, dude, when you're moving, you don't feel the motion. When you're moving through a medium, what you're feeling is not motion, you're feeling drag, you're feeling resistance, air resistance, or water resistance. It's not the same thing as feeling the speed.
Right, but you would agree the thicker the medium, the more I'm literally gonna feel that pressure on my face. So does it 0? Okay, even if it goes down really low, okay, it could never hit 0. Theoretically.
So you're saying download an app that's going to have a formula in it to produce a movement, even though the phone isn't moving.
Yeah, I was just saying downloading any accelerometer app.
I know. I'm looking at it right now. I downloaded it. I'm looking at it. It keeps going like 0.04, 0.02, 0.03. It's like fluctuating. But again,
right. So, but it's weird, ain't it?
But again, it's an app that is implying a movement, even though my phone's not moving, because they want to say we're spinning. But it's in the app. The app is literally.
It goes there, shit. Pockets, think about it. Yeah, if I'm accelerate, just sitting there, then if I'm on a globe, then that means I'm moving out. I'm moving multiple different directions, bro. There's no get.
No, there's a problem with what you guys are saying, and it's not intuitive, but there's not just one type of acceleration.
Here, let me share my screen.
There's coordinate acceleration, which is the movement.
Oh fuck! I downloaded the wrong phone. God damn it!
And then there's a proper acceleration. What accelerometers actually.
So they have to come up with this word like what is it like actual acceleration or something, dude? They always have specific gravity, like fucking man, I forgot. There's a few of them. It's a contradiction. So they have a different word for it. You know, it's not gravity anymore. It's specific gravity. And the acceleration it comes at normal force. So what is not supposed to be a force is well, but it's a normal force. Like, dude, they got these fucking little side backhand words, dude. That if you once you wake up, you see the horse shittery of it all.
What do you think could be going on then, Brian? Speculation, obviously. Like a giant centrifuge or something like that.
Yeah, like my mind, you know, if when I enter, I'm thinking like just a big ass circle. It'd have to be, it would help me in my model, to be honest, with the stars and shit, with the South and North Pole and all that. It would be, you know, I've been arguing, like I said before, I've argued the motion for freaking years, but it doesn't quite sit right with me. But I do enjoy entertaining it and the ideas and shit, and I enjoy hearing the arguments against it.
Yeah,
I could argue for it or against it. I could make a great argument for it, a great argument against it. It does pose problems against the Globers when you're arguing against Globers. It gives it to me. It'd be the hardest one for them to argue out of the relative density, because that's kind of apparent at all times, no matter what the model is. So, and then the electrostatic, you know, I think the motion one is hard for them to argue against because it makes them have to be going in multiple directions simultaneously.
And can you see my screen? Can you see it? Hello?
What you got on your screen?
Can you see my screen? I'm sharing my screen.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, I can see it.
So look, so what I'm saying is this app is showing a 0.021212121232. It's like constant flipping, but it's not going anywhere. The Y and the Z even has a change, right? But my phone's just sitting down on the table.
Okay. Did you calibrate it like that?
I didn't calibrate at all. I just opened it up.
Okay. Now toss it up in the air, just gently, and
all
catch
right, here
it.
You go. All right, ready? I did it right now.
Okay, do it a couple times if you don't mind. Okay, total acceleration. Okay, so now it was saying that well, fuck what let's see, it's going from 0. I've seen it like a little past.
Now it's set.
Yeah, let me show you where I got this from real quick. I'll post something real quick, a little snapshot where Action Lab did it live. He took an accelerometer app phone and he showed it. He recorded it. I didn't see one like that, but yeah, I'm glad you found that. But the one he showed is where as soon as it leaves his hand, it's reading 0. Which got me thinking.
But here's what I'm gonna point out though. I download an app. My phone's not moving, but it's having a constant movement because that's what it's made to do. We're literally.
Still, you got me. You showed me something that I did. You would be able to, so I concede. But because of what I've seen previous, and that's I'm glad you did it. You know, because now I know. I can already say it's in the way they calibrate it. You know, but it gives them.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Brian. But Brian, that's what I'm saying. Imagine you're in the mafia and you want to prove that you're not stealing from people, and then you create an app that proves to you that we're not stealing, so we're good. On the opposite side of that, you have a globe model, and you're like, we're constantly moving, and I'm going to download an app that's going to prove to you that we're constantly moving. It's literally in the algorithm. It's in the fucking, the math of it that is going to show you something. But that's not true though. We know that it's not spinning.
No, it can't be true. I mean, in the if something's moving, it's fucking moving, right? But I will say this though, it depends on what you call. Like I said, within the argument, they would within the normal accelerometer. Say normal because the one you just pulled up can be normal, but the one I seen previous from Action Lab, and the other ones, I think I seen one on Dell's channel, I think. But so let's say the one you pulled up is normal or whatever. Let's say that if they're going by displacement. So in other words, we know we get displacement from any acceleration, period. Any acceleration, the lighter things are going to displace, inward or again with the motion. So if you're in a van, you've got a helium balloon, you punch it, the helium balloon's going to go forward, right? Or if you got bubbles, you're going to get no motion. If something's free falling, you're going to get zero displacement at all. Nothing's going to go up. Everything's going to freeze in time, and I think that's how they judge zero, and I guess that's how they would. It's a calibration, man, but it's a fun argument, dude. Some people get bent out of shape about it. I think it's fun. I like arguing the air pressure with chemo and shit. I'd go along with and shit. It's like if you're talking about ambient pressure, it depends on what we're calling zero. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean I took his side, but I still enjoyed hearing it.
And at the end of the day, Brian, pressure is still the measurement of the molecules bouncing off the container and creating a pressure itself, and that's a wrap.
Agreed. We could go anywhere. Haven't said that, but yeah, man. Like this world, bro. Like God is no dummy, man. He freaking. I don't talk religious much, but like there's always multiple possibilities with everything you do, and there's always some other variable that could be this, could be that. It's so hard to pin down for certain, dude.
I have a question. For the Globers. Maybe Kosho could answer. Is there a formula that calculates the anti-gravity to where what is the rate that things go? Like, let's say there's buoyancy. So there's a rate of which things will float from the bottom of a pool to the top when it's less, buoyant. Is there a formula? Right. Is there an anti-buoyant formula to where it's, now defying gravity? Is Kosho? Is there?
That's a good question because they define it all as gravity, right? In their
Right. That's why I asked it. Right. Kosho, is there a anti-gravity formula?
I think Kosho left.
Oh fuck! He would. Yeah, he did. He's out of here. I'm just wondering, like, what is the anti-gravity formula of which things rise, negating the gravitational pull because of buoyancy? Once again, folks, gravity's bullshit. It's going to hold down the trillions upon trillions of pounds, of weight of the water. Yet things clearly can escape that force or that pull or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah,
I don't know, bro. It's
inversely proportionate with nothing there, even so. It must. So if it doesn't exist, and they must mean that if mass, then mass attracts mass, right? So if gravity, then gravity,
right?
Because other than that, you got hot and cold, you got pressure and vacuum. A good way to describe everything and a good way to show it at ambient. There's. So yeah, I'd like to hear a Glover question.
By the way, acceleration. By the way, of this downwards, pull, if you will. If you look into it, it actually talks about it's a calculated movement in a magnetic field. Once again, it's not gravity; it's the magnetic field. That surrounds all of us. That's reality. There is this downward motion, which makes sense. Think of it this way, Brian. let me kind of point it out. A magnetic field, okay, which causes electricity because of the abrasion, the force, the friction of the attraction and the pulling. That's what causes the friction, which creates electricity, which makes sense because everything's electricity. Everything's electric in the sky, in the ground. Everything's electric. It makes sense. But now you have this downward pulling, if you will. But that is the characteristics of a magnetic toroidal field, if you will, or whether you want to go along the lines of kinetic energy or magnetic, whatever you fucking want to call it. But still, that it is a swirling, if you will, a down and a up, a down and a up, and it's a constant, a balance and equilibrium, if you will. So it makes sense that things will go down because that's the characteristics of a magnetic.
Especially if that's where it came from, dude. To its logical conclusion, it falls apart on itself because you wind up with weight toward the center. If it's pulling toward the center, but then when you get to the center, there's no more pull. What the fudge, man? How can
exactly?
If you really, man.
Exactly, but if you look at it from a standpoint of the characteristics of a field, there's a constant, attraction, which is north to south or up to down, and a repel, which is south to north or down to up. That's the characteristics of a natural magnetic field, which is why we can register an electric current. We can literally probe it and pick up this calculation of it, or this measurement of it, should I say? And it makes total sense. Like, it has nothing to do with the gravity. Like, gravity is obviously a hijacking of our reality of it being all this weird, field caused by the electricity, or I guess by the magnetism which causes electricity, because of the abrasion of the pulling and repelling. I don't know, bro. I just feel like we are so we've been taken down a path since we were kids that goes away from the truth, and the truth is that there is something more than what we've been explained.
I kind of like the other thing Del talked. I mean, one of the first things I learned from Del, which I'd never really heard anybody else talking about, was that there is no pull. It's just a perspective.
That's a good point.
Oh, there's only push. There's always some sort of pressure.
Ain't it messed up that if something's free falling, then you get whatsoever as far as anything sorting itself out. It instantly stops only when free falling. That is, to me, like crazy fucked up.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting to think that sort of everything's in motion, isn't it? Everything's
right. It's a dynamic system that's constantly falling and rising. Constantly, there's a constant, because that's the natural characteristics calculated. By the way, like, you can ask a real, fucking physics, fucking, even a teacher, and he'll tell you that there in a magnetic field, there's a constant repel and attraction constantly, which creates the electricity, because that abrasion, the friction that's caused from the pulling and attracting, is what sparks that electricity. And naturally, electricity has a field.
Man.
What was that?
Think about this. So if you got like a barrel of water and you got a helium balloon in the middle, and you got a tough ass helium balloon, and you got a big ass plank of a balloon, a lead balloon, right? A solid lead balloon. So naturally, if you let them go, the helium's going to race to the top, and the solid lead. That's just the way the shit works. But if that thing is free falling, then the lead balloon will just sit there, and the helium balloon they'll just sit there, dude. Dude, is that not a mind fuck?
I saw a video of this guy. He put a balloon with helium in a vacuum, and he shows that it literally starts to expand once you start pulling out all the the air. Once you turn it on and it starts sucking out all the air from the vacuum, that the balloon expands, and then some pop, but then some they just fall as they're floating. They fall, but then he opens up the top and it's still stuck on the bottom. It's not rising. But that's because the kinetic energy that was created. Yeah, it gets stuck in the kinetic energy, and then he like kind of like moves it. I mean,
that is cool. But the cool thing, APOC, is if the helium wasn't compressing, it never would have fell. It would have with bigger balloons. It just fills up the whole container. So
exactly.
It never goes in. It just expands and fills the whole damn container. So and I made videos that there'd have to be a midway where points the way they describe it. You take out the right amount of air, should be able to sit in the middle. Okay, if it's balancing on air, okay, but it doesn't. It just hits a point and it goes down. I could argue falls down at the rate of a fucking lead ball, no matter. And there's not enough air left in that vacuum tank to evacuate to make it speed up that much. So to me, that's where their physics break down. At the edge of all these tests, their physics break down in every which way you look at it. To me, man.
Yeah, especially on a grand scale, especially like now that they're doing like these quantum, calculations. It's even like it makes the model even worse because they're not able to calculate of what they can predict because they're on a whole nother level. And I think that's why they're slowly turning away from the universe is expanding at a certain rate because it collapses at a certain distance, and that's why they're having to go back to the drawing board.
Ain't that crazy though? How I can see that the lead balloon doesn't fall in that barrel. Okay, well since the barrel's also falling, maybe the lead doesn't fall, the solid lead balloon. But the helium balloon, why does that stop? Like if just because something's free falling, it's preventing the helium balloon from going up. It's stopping all motion. There's no motion at all. So that's why it's where I've seen the videos where the accelerometer. When in free fall, it reads 0. Seen the two I've seen. I've seen a bunch. It's weird. I took a deep dive into it. It's interesting to me, man. Very interesting. Dell has some pretty good arguments, man. I'll give him that. But I hate how they get aggressive toward each other, because to me it's a fun conversation because it's just going to have. We could be able to disprove this if we for cheap too. Literally, it wouldn't cost much to either prove or disprove his claims. If you really think about it, we could make things go down a certain amount faster, do recordings or make things and get the recordings that are in the books. We could check them, double check them. We could have some interesting shit and conversations to go with it, and just expands our options as anti, as the globe skeptics and shit. Just expands our options the way I see it. So I'll entertain it. I'll be
I agree, Brian. I'm with you on this. We seem to be in a very, very small group of people who are like, well, hang on a minute. This is kind of interesting. And while every year to sort of just hand wave dismiss it, I don't see how it doesn't progress anything, or you shout it into a corner. We seem to have a lot of people that, well, for what maybe because it says in an old book somewhere that it's fixed, but that's another argument from Dell.
That's a non-argument to me.
There's a Bible guy on Dell. He's like a friend. I think he's an Australian who often phones in. And like they've talked about, fixed doesn't necessarily mean stationary. I mean, you could describe a roller coaster as fixed, couldn't you? You know. So, like I say, but if you just got people who they won't even entertain the idea because they've made their mind up basically. I don't like that.
Good arguments, man. Whether you buy it or not. Like I said, I'm not gonna go selling my channel on it or nothing. But man, there's some good arguments, man. I mean, like I said, it is a head scratcher why the balloon don't go up if something's in pre-fall. Why the fuck wouldn't a helium balloon go in air or water? Why does everything just stop and when it's in pre-fall? What's so interesting about that? And then we could show it in every direction. So, it's a fair argument. It's I just hate the aggression that people come from with such aggression with it. It does kind of shut it down. Not necessarily what I'm, but on both sides, like when Dell went to Flatzoids, like Flatzoid got a little condescending. Dell, it's like, man, y'all keep still, man. This it was a pretty good discussion on that show, man. And then Nathan, no matter what he believes, if you're against that, you might as well hang it up. You're going to get, I ain't going to go there, but if you try and bring an idea to Nathan's, you can't bring an idea to Nathan's. That's used to you could, but, they got it covered.
Yeah, but it's not just Nathan, Brian, it's the whole crew. So what the fuck is going on? Flat Earth involves freedom. And it involves an awareness that we don't know what the fuck is going on. We don't know the true nature to reality. So why is there restriction?
Like, don't agree with it either, but he's not going to mute me right now. Like, me out. You know what I'm saying? Whether he agrees with some, you know what I'm saying, Pete?
Yeah, but Gio is just a man as well. We're all on the same pathway here. Are we not facilitating each other? I'm not making any money from Flat Earth. Nathan Oakley is making a living from it. Is there an invested interest? This is where we have to come to in our own sort of personal determinations, Brian. And yes, I mean, shit, the objection is obvious. Ether is the dirtiest word. Ether versus quantum erasing experiments. The particulate nature of, ultimate.
About that. That's ridiculous.
That's the black and white of it, bud.
You could give me an argument. Give me an argument for both. I'm gonna hear it out, man. As far as shutting one side down, man, I'm gonna call out shit on both sides. I'm gonna try to, man. I've got videos against Ether, for Ether, against quantum and shit. I try to keep it, try to look at it from every aspect.
What if it's a mix of both? What if it's a mix of both, Brian? What if the truth lies somewhere in the middle? What if we have to define mass? Do you notice it's funny the terms we use? Oh, do you notice it's funny the terms we use? Mass is the epicenter or reference from the physical world, the scientific world, if you want, mass. Just sort of trying to define, describe, incorporate, encapsulate mass. Also from the religious aspect, science doesn't deal with religion because science deals with cause and effect, where religion deals with, there is an ultimate cause and effect, which is God itself. So it's beyond the realms of sort of testability. But the point being about, the initial determination, what is it? We're dealing with mass. We're dealing with quantum erasure cells. It's the idea of a photon. Well, how can you have something that's massless and still exist in material reality? Ether you can't gauge within the traditional surround or evaluation of the science. Ether cannot be gauged within the scientific evaluation.
Peter, you're starting to ramble on, huh? But just letting you know.
I was just done with a great point.
Yeah, I entertain it though, man. But I think the Ether puts more stress on the globe, man. I think the Globers panic about that shit, and I tried. And they'll 100% agree, of them. No, the Ether there's no Ether, So I'm naturally going to be a little bit biased towards it once I looked into it and seen the stress it puts on the ball. But show me the other shit. The way I'm not going with the way they define science. I will as far as natural science, but as far as there's other ways to prove things, there's other ways to test things. I'm not going to discard everything. I'm never going to do that again.
That's a good point. Be ultra skeptical, Brian, and it's an excellent point. And here's the thing: what I'm talking about when I say ether is outside of the realms of science. While science has already established the gauges, the measurement standards. How do we measure anything? Well, science will tell you. Here, let me make this great point. Science will tell you we can never deal in truth. Be dealing best guesses because they're always aware that there are unknowns or possible unknowns that they're not considering when they're looking at an effect and they're not considering a greater possible cause. But yeah, I think we're on the same page, and yeah, you'll be uber skeptical, but at the same time, as we're flat earthers and beyond, we understand that there's a greater sort of higher power in play, whatever the fuck it is, and however much it plays a part in our own sort of reckoning right in this moment, especially. Who knows?
I'll give this to QE though. I'll give this to QE. Like when he first, he taught us how to shut down the Globers with all this astronomy and I'll give him that, but man, he just kind of, but then to keep that topic in the debate, like if we're debating flat Earth, we've already established it's not a scientific topic. So what the fuck? Why did science ever come into it? We use that. We don't shut down with it. We shut Globers down when they come with horseshit, like claiming science. But as far as measurements, we're talking about measurements when we're talking about flat versus globe. Okay, now let's look at the measurements. Don't shut me down and make me fucking have to call it science when I'm not calling it science. I'm calling it measurements. And then don't have a channel that you call. I wish Nathan would come around and open it back up. It's just because I'm still a fan deep down, man. I ain't gonna lie. I love this show, man.
Me too. Ultimate respect. What they do very well. But then you have this limiting or limitation point, and they won't go beyond it, and they'll never go beyond it because they can't go beyond it. But that's the whole point. I think we'll all agree in general. I won't speak for anyone else, but in general, the ideal is we'll agree that okay, we realize the lie. Now we got to come to individual terms with the nature of our own thought processes about the nature of our sort of renewed existence. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Back up to 2020, Pete. Back up to 2020, and at the time, they had the best arguments, across the board at the time, except for maybe they were a little bit behind on the court. We've shut it down in the proper ways, like without having to still argue a flight from Charlotte. Like, look, we're deposited ourselves in their model and beat them within their own model, like Jeremy with perspective and shit and other people. I don't got to name everybody, but dude, they're still talking about a flight that fucking, if you're Los Angeles, they don't argue that. Shut it down within their model, and we've done all the other things. Spherical excess, we shut it down within their rules and showed them, their own problems. We don't have to. You can't have angles on shit. I don't know, man. But they got a good way of chopping off the arguments at the ankles. So it's no longer a debate. If you're going to chop it off at the ankles and not let nothing else be said.
Exactly, but that's a new debate now develops. And I already said this, Brian. If you think about the ball earth, every single aspect is problematic. On the basis of probabilities alone, we can rule out the ball earth because, probabilities, what do you call it? What's the word for it? Exponentiate. Exponentiate, sorry, exponentiate is the word I'm looking for here. But okay, here's the point about, once we realize the lie in place, now we come to, or the true venture, with the true quest, is what is the truth. And then you have people like Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser, setting their stalls out, setting their gates or the limitations, and they won't go beyond it. So what are you to make of that? Respect what they do, for every newcomer, respect what they do for taking the person away from the literal spinning ball, blue marble earth. But at the same time, there's a greater road here. We're after coming out of Plato's cave, and now we're after being exposed to the true reality. We're blinded. We're
Think about
blinded
this.
by the brilliance.
Like if I'm going to ISS and shit, I'm gonna show them like old. I'm gonna show them their old satellites and new satellites and the moon landings. I'm gonna show them. It breaks the law of thermodynamics to have fucking low pressure next to high pressure. Like, I mean, dude, don't we observe that to a certain extent? You know, not to the extent that the ballers say, but we do see pressure getting lower. It's a dynamic system, which maybe might be helping the argument. That's no fun, dude. like just shutting down the whole moon or any other planet. Like I've got showed where the stickers and the zip ties and everything else on the Mars rover was blue. The NASA logo was blue. And then we look at it on Mars and all of a sudden it's red and the sky is red. So they obviously put a filter on it, man. But I can't even get that argument out. I got to stick with, it breaks thermodynamics because of lower pressure up there. Like that's, man, it's just like we've just shut it down with it. We don't got to cut it off at the end.
It depends on where you decide to go with this, Brian. It depends on where you decide to go with this late stage. You know, there's opposition everywhere when you're trying to delve beyond. Did you ever see or hear my argument about finding Mars on the moon? If everything now is an enclosed sort of system, right, and there's a sort of a pattern expressed throughout, and all of the skylights, the wandering stars, and the stars themselves are merely reflections of solidity. Of course, we must entertain this as stationary flat earthers, right? Because it's an enclosed system. So now maybe everything is coming from a singular source, and maybe the same pattern is expressed throughout, just in vaguer forms. And it's only because we don't have the proper context. We've been taught from the very start that, well, Mars is separate from the moon, is separate from Uranus, is separate from the Milky Way.
Dude, I still remember one of the things you said, the first things you ever said that was so funny. You was joking about Brendan. It wasn't even like a shot below the belt, but you said something back on rant. I'm going to go sit through hours to find that funniest shit I ever heard. But I'll give you one thing that you said, man. Like you lose me with something like a reflection of Mars. Got to show me. I'll hear what you got to tell me. But I'll say this: you did make a good point earlier when you said like everything seems to fall in the damn middle. It does seem that there's a truth to that, man. It's everything does kind of seem to fall in the damn middle. It's at one point or another. That's a good point.
You just got to place your boundaries. Let me just say this, Brian. The boundary if you move away from the spinning ball Earth as the picture within your mind, your imagination, right? The blue marble, right? So now there's something to replace it. There's a picture already placed for you, which is, notice that, which is, by the way, notice that Quantum Eraser is a Bible literalist, and Nathan Oakley generally surrounds himself with Bible literalists. So now, if you don't make your own pictorial, you're now faced with an oppositional picture. I'm saying whether it's right or wrong, you decide. But it's Sheol. So you have the stationary Earth's surface, you have the greater firmaments around, the Mark Sargent's snow globe, and then you have the underside, which, funny enough, there's 8 legs to it, and they almost look like elephant legs. I won't go further than that, but that's the next picture that's painted for you then, you know what I'm saying? So as you're on this endeavor, well, what picture are you going to land on? And this is where, let me just say this, if we decide that the Earth's surface is stationary, then we automatically have to understand that the motions that they have attributed to the Earth's surface has to be applied almost to a singular earthbound source, which, as Brian mentioned, possibly north-centrally based.
Who knows, man? And I'll say this, like, I don't mean everything. Like, there's certain things we can all see, observe, but I'm talking about like all the conclusions of phenomenon and things, man. It seems like I don't mean like we can all witness certain things that are and all not argue. I'm talking about the conclusions and the causes and is where everything seems to fall in the middle of either what
Brian,
you'd expect or there's always
it's about electricity, Brian. Electricity, Brian. It's about electricity, and this is where ether comes into it. As far as I'm concerned, electricity is a correlation of the ether. It's a sort of an organization, a coagulation, an acceleration of the ether, and then you get electricity flowing in a certain direction. You've got to take certain metals, you've got to take certain knowledge of the greater surround into play, but fundamentally that is what it is. And
hey, Pete, did you see Austin's last stream with that PhD guy who he brought? Dude, you got to watch that, man. It's I mean, he's not a flat earther, man. He's not a flat earther, but he's an intelligent guy. He's set in his ways, and I'm sure they'll after they've seen his full presentation. But he breaks it down from the beginning, dude. He's smart, dude. He literally wrote a book on about the derivations in the field equations, which in the damn meat of relativity. He wrote a book, a published paper, I think, and he totally flushes that shit down the toilet now. He worked with Ron Hatch, which is the guy who came in and fixed GPS for the DoD and all that. And he's got a crazy extensive background. And he and Austin, I think Space Audits, Alan, shout out to him, was able to get him and went on Austin's channel, and it's I think part one of a presentation that he might follow up, but it's something else cool, man. I learned a lot, dude, on the how the heliocentric model is stressed out way more than geocentric. Like geocentric is better in just about every way. The way they lay it out, they go in pretty deep. It's a good one. I advise anybody watch it if you haven't seen it yet.
Definitely. I will look into that, Brian. I haven't looked at maybe Austin's last one or two, maybe three offerings, but not purposefully. But I'll definitely look into that. Austin's a great man, and he's the best representer of sort of flat Earth and beyond. Austin, of course, was equally disrespectfully over in fucking Nathan Oakley's. I hate the thoughts of it because there's no cause for it. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
But say, well, it did happen. But only the mention of ether is.
He was the glue, bro. He was the glue. Like he was quantum racing racer. Bob's dog simultaneously, dude. Like, let's watch this young man traveling and fucking across the country fighting for our speech and shit, dude. This young man. And like, dude, and the way they treated him, man, was fucking disgusting. That pushed me off the fence. That pushed me off the fence to even hear him out more, you know, because I've had videos against Bob and all that stuff, man, and where I'd argued against him, but I heard him out, and it just kept a couple things kept nagging at me, and that put me where I wanted to hear more about the way they treated him. It made me want to. And just the way he presented it, also obviously, the level of research that he did was unparalleled by any of us. I'll give him that. He went in deep, man, and he was able to go against the some. At the time, we weren't able to, man. He smashed them, dude. McToon, FTFE.
Yeah.
Tone in a heartbeat, bro. He even had FTFE admitting, you know, that he was wrong. You don't see that man, you know. But yeah, and just to treat him like shit over an idea, a good one. That sucked. I hated that.
I've hated it for years, Brian. I've hated it for years, and I've had my battles for years. But here's the thing. If you think about it, he's carrying the fundamentals, the basics, the broke down constituents of the ball Earth model, the materialistic reckoning into flat Earth. And I can't think of one attribute of a flat Earth or stationary. I say stationary first, stationary, a flat Earth surface, enclosed surround thinking that equates with rotund, spinning, blue marble, heliocentric, galactic, Big Bang model Earth. I can't think of one aspect. And I've asked indeed this question for years. Can any ball earther, when you break apart your model, show me one demonstration of a foundational principle? And they can't do it. They can't do it, but yet quantum eraser brings over this foundational principle in terms of massless photons and the ultimate determination of the nature of light, which is carried forth from the other reckoning. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. It might make sense to me if you could bring another aspect. Can anyone help me here? Bring an aspect. JAs might come in. Can you tell me something? Or Kosho might come in and tell me, can you give me an aspect of the spinning ball Earth that you can demonstrate in reality and get me on your side? I don't think they can do it, Brian. Gas pressure without a container, from lack of encapsulation of curvature, from a deviation of water's behavior, from our lifetime experience. You know what I'm saying? Not one aspect they justify. It's a killer blow. When you have all these things accelerating and accumulating, probabilities mount, and that's the word I was looking for, at an accelerated rate, exponentially. So you can just rule it out after about 3 or 4 things. You don't have to mind umpteen things. And then you get into fucking moon landing fakeries or ISS fakeries, you know what I'm saying? Or SpaceX fakeries. You've already ruled it out from the start. And you're there scratching your head wondering why people like, I don't know, Cocho can't get it or Bacon can't get it. Go ahead. Look at that one. They already got it before you did. That's why they're here today, saying the same things that they were saying 6 years ago. I'm going for a smoke at the front.
I'm gonna be able to listen, Pete, but I ain't gonna be able to talk for a minute.
Well, it could be time for a topic change. It's the we've just went through the Pete tornado there.
Period.
Is everyone all right after the Pete tornado came through? And
I think I seen a dodo fly by my window. God bless you, Pete, man. God bless you.
yeah, it's pretty impressive how many different things Pete can link together. And somehow yeah, it just runs your mind on multiple thoughts apparently. Or when he does that.
I thought I heard somebody say before that there's a condition where a helium balloon doesn't go up. Was that Brian that said that?
Like on a zero-G plane?
So give me just a minute. What you call it could take that over, but I need just a minute.
Yeah, I'm not dogging you. I find that interesting. Was that on the vomit comet? Is that the argument? That's the first time I hear that. I'm really just asking.
Yeah, that it sinks on a zero-G plane. A helium
Is that
balloon.
what happens? Yeah. Is that really what happens? It goes down? Are they saying like in a car, when a car moves forward and that kind of a thing, or?
That is the claim that helium drops in a zero G plane. Yeah, that it actually falls. There was one video that someone had, but it really wasn't very clear. The one I saw. I don't know if anyone else has any footage of that.
Jeremy's saying somebody said a balloon in a vacuum sinks, but when you add air, it doesn't go up. Yeah, I heard that one too before. Yeah.
Yeah, only when it gets so compressed, like you could argue. I mean, with pressure of the pressure that builds up inside the balloon, it'll expand and fill up the whole chamber, so it doesn't go in any biased direction. The balloon will literally fill up the entire. If it's flexible enough, if it's strong enough, like the little water balloons, them tough little bastards, he found a couple of them that didn't pop. So when it got compressed enough, but he literally had to compress the helium to not be able to withstand the balloon. I wouldn't say it's because of some shit gas sinking in a vacuum, man. It just couldn't weigh the, and it never did fall at the rate of a damn lead ball in a vacuum. I could argue. But yeah, real quick, because I'm gonna have to go on break for one more second. Yeah, it's a trip if you take a fucking helium in anything. But I was just saying in a lead ball in free fall, everything ceases to separate. There's no more dense things going down, and no more buoyant things going up during free fall. It's the thing, dude. It's seeing it over and over.
Could that be because they're falling?
Yeah, but what would stop the balloon from going up?
Where is the balloon? How is the balloon falling? Do you have the balloon in a container? What?
Yeah, it's in the middle of a water barrel. I just use for.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's in the middle of a water barrel. There's a barrel of water. If it's in the middle of that barrel of water, it won't go up or down. It's free falling. Or if I thing forward, like if I push the barrel forward, then the helium balloon will go forward. And if I hold on a minute, damn it, it's an interesting conversation, man. It's crazy how I could see where the lead bottom if it's falling. But why would that stop the helium balloon from going up? It's weird how everything stops separating out. There's no buoyancy and density and free. It's the craziest thing to me.
It's all falling, Brian. It's all in a barrel, and it's all falling, you said, right?
You don't say.
I mean, I don't understand what... Do you expect the balloon not to fall in the barrel with everything else? Or do you expect it to be at the top, maybe? Is that what you're saying? It should be at the top, and it's somewhere in the middle?
Yeah, that's what my intuition tells me, that if it's buoyant, it's going to go up even faster. You know, it would be my intuition.
Okay. Does it stay exactly in the middle, though? Have you seen this?
Okay, I'll be honest. I haven't seen a helium balloon in a barrel of water. I just use that as a crude example. I've seen a bunch of other different examples. I've seen bubbles. I've seen air bottles and water. Let me bring up a few examples, man. And if you give me just a minute, and make it worth the conversation, if nothing else.
Yeah, so SE, would the air in the zero-G plane actually, the air that's falling at that free fall have an effect on the helium balloon? A helium balloon that's in a zero-G plane like that, do you think?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, like a car.
Yeah.
If you have the two balloons in the car, one with air, one with helium, when the car moves forward, the helium one goes forward and the air one goes backward. I was thinking kind of like that.
Yeah, because that whole column of because if you had a helium balloon outside, like if it wasn't in a zero-G plane and you were just free falling, we all know what would happen. It would shoot up. If you're like free falling and then you just let go of a helium balloon, it's obviously just going to go up.
Straight up.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to come to. Yeah.
It's like being inside of a capsule, basically, inside of an airplane. That makes a difference.
That's my whole point. Exactly. Yeah. So if you're in a barrel and everything's falling, everything's falling. But I want to hear Brian's take on it.
Let's see. And before Brian comes in, it's all about movement. When we decide that we're on a surface that's moving and we're deviating from our direct experiential life sort of pathway. So I'm not saying it's not the case. And indeed, it's a very interesting point because Dell, who was an ardent flat earther, has now suddenly, with effort, provided the suggestion that the Earth indeed, or the Earth's surface indeed, flat as it is and non-ball as it is, but it might be moving upwards. How do we decide? And if we decide and come down a certain path, or a certain side, well, where does that take us? You know what I'm saying? Where do we go from here?
That's a good question, Pete.
He's still a flat earther. I think you meant he was a stationary earther. I think that you meant that, Pete, didn't you?
I meant that he was, well, a beyond the ball earther, you know what I'm saying? So the spinning ball earth, blue marble, Andy, is a nonsense, but the surface that we're on is generally flat, but it's not so stationary after all. I'm not saying it's wrong.
So Dell is saying that it's not stationary, like officially?
It's moving upwards at a constant velocity. And I'm not against that idea. I think it's a very viable explanation for gravity in opposition to what is suggested. But ultimately, it comes back to the decision in your own mind, Geo, whether it's viable to have the surface that you're on in motion.
How is that viable? How is it viable to have the Earth moving up?
Andy, do you want to take this one?
Not really.
Okay.
Well, you said it. That's the thing. You said
That's got to be the first. That's got to be Pete deflecting a question to somebody else. Write it down.
Well, Andy knows why. Andy knows why I did that. But yes, let me deal with it in the best way I can. Then we have gravitational influence, Geo, SE, Andy. We're trying to explain what accounts for this repeatable, observable phenomenon. So if we are now flat earthers and beyond, what is the possible explanation? I have my own thoughts on it, which is electrostatic. I'm an ethereal man. I also have beyond that I think there's a pushing force from above. But if you're not considering all of these things, what is a viable explanation? This was suggested over in the Flat Earth Society forums about 10 years ago. I mean, more than that, 13 years ago, something like that. But yes, as an option, an alternative or explanation for what is, or greater encompassing surroundings.
Yeah, but you said it. You said it was viable. So I'm asking. I mean, do you want to take that back, or are you saying it is viable? If so, how is it viable?
It's viable in the sense that it's a possible proffered explanation for gravity. It all comes back to gravity. But yes,
how
it's
is a
viable.
constant moving Earth up accounting for the acceleration rate that we get with gravity?
Well, this is where you incorporate, and actually, Stingray was here today. Geo, when Stingray comes back in tomorrow, it'd be great to hear from him in response to this matter because it's got to do with the electromagnetic effect that's in play. So, what we consider as acceleration is not gauged in the same manner as well traditionally sort of accepted by us. You know what I'm saying? Within the well, even I don't know what that is. I mean, Newton's and his apples falling. Einstein said something different was happening. But yeah, it's about acceleration ultimately, and the medium it's moving through.
Sticking with the topic, so that it's not viable, or can you explain how it's viable?
No, for me it's not viable. For me it's not. But
well, you said
at
it was
the same
viable.
time, yeah. But I'm saying as an argument, none of us know the true nature of this existence here. But in to try and explain everything, well, it is a viable option to explain gravity and why things have. And by the way, Dell says it's not
Right,
that
well,
the
then
Earth
can you
is
explain how it
accelerating
is?
upwards. He
Can you explain
says
how it is?
the Earth,
If you met someone on the street that said they heard about a flat Earth and then they chuckled and laughed and then they said, "Oh, I read one day on the flat Earth forums that they said that the Earth was moving up to account for gravity," and then if you were to say, "Well, that's viable," what would your then thing be as to how it's viable? Because you would then have to explain to them how it's viable. If you don't think it's viable, then I guess you could, I guess maybe you would take that back or whatever.
Well, okay, it's viable.
Asking you, keep
Okay,
like kind of deflecting and going into poetry and all these other things. I mean, if you don't want to answer, it's
okay,
fine. I'm not like demanding you do. I'm just saying you said it was viable, so I would just like to hear how it is. If you actually,
I can answer it very briefly if you'd like. Dell's position.
Yeah, go ahead.
The antecedent to vector is motion. That's simple.
Right. Now, let me answer Geo
I
as
can
if he
vouch
was the
for that.
man.
I spoke to Dell personally. Hold on, Pete. I can vouch for what he just said, Andy. I spoke to Dell personally, and that's exactly what he said.
Yeah. It's just hard to get your head around that nothing's falling. It's only appearing to fall. That's the bit where you're like, what the fuck? That's the bit that you struggle with.
Yeah.
Like when I start thinking of a sort of loss.
He thinks stationary Earth is ridiculous, Andy, and I think that is. But we had a very good conversation, I must say. So yeah, that's his position. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is that? How does that translate? Like that motion requires a vector of something else in order to be in motion? Like it needs another vector moving around it in order for it to be in motion or something? Or what? How is that further explained? Vector in motion.
It's just attempting to answer the thing. Why down? Why do things fall? You know?
Yeah, you can't have a vector without a motion, Geo. That's what the antecedent to a vector is motion. So you have to have some prevailing, motion. How are we going to explain it? Force and motion in order to gauge a vector. So yeah, that's fair enough. That's what's wrong with that.
Yeah, but does that imply that you somehow would need the Earth to move just for something to be dropping? Or can you just have,
have a
stationary environment? Stationary environment that thing is just dropping in the otherwise stationary thing, environment.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't require. But remember, in the realms of the unknown here, Geo, we're this is fantasy land. We're trying to explain what the true nature of the Earth is after disregarding the blue marble spinning. Truly fantastical representation. Do you know what I'm saying? So whatever we come up with, it's still going to be fucking, to the vast majority anyway, nonsensical. You know what I'm saying? Even to ourselves, it has to be magical. This is where I think the creator comes into it, which is it's all a magical experience. It doesn't matter about your sense and sensibilities in a sense, even though that's vital, but as long as you reconnect it to the greater mystery, the greater phantasma. That's what I think. It doesn't have to make sense. Doesn't have to make sense. How are you going to explain your latest trip on DMT or something to somebody? And it made the most sense to you, and you knew exactly what the fucking true nature of stuff was. I'm not saying that to you, Geo, but I'm just saying in general. Are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? Do it via words. What are you going to do? Mathematical equations. You're going to lose so many at so many different sort of points. But let me just say this to bring it back to the topic. Yes, that the Earth, in order to explain gravity, I think everything comes back to gravity. In order to explain gravity, Dell is talking about, well, the prerequisite for a vector determination, it requires motion, as best as we can reckon anyway, according to the sort of standard set before us. So, how do we explain gravity? We know how the ball earther explains gravity. It's possible that the Earth is moving upwards. How would we prove it, though? I don't believe it for a second, but it's still very viable. What's the other alternative?
It's not viable whatsoever, because to have a constant rate is not going to create something accelerating that's on top of that constant rate moving up surface. It's not going to cause the acceleration that we actually observe. It also doesn't account for the anomalies that we get, like the differences in drop rates in different areas. So it's not viable whatsoever, unless somebody could somehow explain away that it is. It's not even in the realm of viability.
Well, this is where he says things falling down aren't accelerating; they only appear to. But that's what's weird as well. Like, he's dropping his bottle and he's weighting it, and he's saying, "Look, there's no displacement. The gas is a liquid." In what we tend to see when we look at anything accelerating,
Every other direction. That's right, Andy. Yeah.
So it's a totally different way of looking at it, and
but they're all free flowing together. They're all accelerating together, though. Is that what you're saying? That like if one is not accelerating different than another, like a ball in water, and you're dropping both the ball and the water. The fact that they're both accelerating together at that rate. Just because the ball doesn't fall in the water when they're falling, that's just because they're already both accelerating at that 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah, I mean, who actually measured that 9.8 meters per second? It's just something that everybody's gathered over the centuries, and it's just we've all agreed upon it.
9.81. It's 9.81 meters per second, and funny enough, 9.81.
You can drop something.
81 is 9 times 9. We have 999, which is a 27 club, or flight 93 on 9/11. Go ahead.
You can measure it, like if you were to go to like 9.81 feet and drop something, it'll take about, the amount of time of a second. And then if you were to have like a cliff or something where you can go, you can keep doing 10-foot sections, you can measure the time that it goes at each rate, at each 10-foot section, at each 9.81 second.
9.81. It was 9.81 meters, but actually in 1 second it falls after that. So 1 second actually falls.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I know. You got to square it. Yeah.
But 4.9. Well, yeah. So yeah, but I was going to say is
you're breaking up, Kojo.
People have been measuring. Sorry. Well, still breaking up. I'm still breaking up now.
Yeah, you're just like every other word. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's your connection or your mic. Might be your mic. I don't know. Sounds like you're talking to us from inside the bathroom again. He's in the shower, ladies and gentlemen, right now.
Once he's trying to reconnect you, here's the important point here, I think, is in viewing Earth as everything. I would actually have something to say in regards to a rebuttal to Dell, because he doesn't consider what the Earth or the stars are in relation to Earth or the greater surround. So I think you have to take everything into this greater sort of cumulative consideration. Obviously, Kosher can't do this because he can't even imagine a stationary Earth surface, but that's fine. But yeah, I think then all of these different terms might come to mean something different. The experiment, think about this. If you have a baseball size object, but they're made of different materials, right? So you have gold, silver, power all the way down to the lighter metals, and you drop them from the same height. We know the ball earth arguments, they all hit the ground at the same time. But now that you're in a flat earth reality and you have these electromagnetic ethereal effects in play, and all of these objects or materials or elements or minerals themselves, if you want, are all a part of something greater, and it reacts to this greater denied influence in different ways. What are to make of that? You know what I'm saying? So that's an extension beyond a basic sort of consideration that you won't get Osho or JAs to even consider the true nature of the material itself and the different interactions of the differing materials within the greater ethereal, immaterial surround. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry for that elongated thing, but ultimately to just talk about copper and electricity. Very good. Or magnetism, or the core elements which have this opposing interaction with the conductive materials, if you want. Sorry about that.
So you just said 20 things there, Pete. I mean,
I know that, but I was talking to sort of Geo more than anything else. But you know what I'm saying? It's about the new sort of consideration within one of the always real settings. So I definitely go on mute here. Sorry about that. I do apologize.
I think you dazzled Geo. He's out for the count.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about electricity. I don't know much about magnetism, for that matter. I remember saying that to Austin a couple of years back, and he was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it, bro. Nobody does," which made me laugh. But I'm certainly the wrong person to speak on that. But
yeah, but Ken Wheeler does, Andy. Ken Wheeler does know everything about magnetism. But where was Ken Wheeler when we were all fighting the flat Earth fight? We needed a big brain like Ken Wheeler. But suddenly, when Keeler was silent and reluctant.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of his videos. He seems to know what he's talking about. I do think that there's clearly something playing. I mean, we've probably all seen those videos where you see someone's hair fly up in when lightning's coming or something like that. That's really interesting. But if you switch these Gaussian surfaces, whatever they're called, upside down, is everything going to go the other way then? I don't know, but it's interesting to think about.
Well, that is what happens with the Van de Graaff generator type test. That is what happens.
Yeah, that's interesting as well. I like all that stuff.
I mean, just changing the vector of the two Gaussian surfaces basically will cause something to, instead of falling down, as it were, to the one on the bottom, it'll actually raise up to the one on the top. So
you think everything would go the opposite way on Earth then, Joe? Theoretically, if you could switch these surfaces around.
Well, it's sort of like such an impossible thing to make the ground the sky and the sky the ground. I guess they did it with the globe, though, huh? They convinced everyone that that's just the case. But how could you ever switch them I know, but yeah. Well, I mean, perhaps if you were able to change the entire charge of the whole world, we would all start clinging to the sky. Well, there's even that idea of like ascending to heaven, or something of that nature, where you become sort of anti-gravitic and start floating up instead of falling down.
Yeah. I had something. Sorry, go on, Pete. I might be changing topics, so I don't want to do that. So if you want to carry on.
Go ahead.
No, I saw something interesting about that Go Fast Rocky, because I can't remember exactly somebody mentioned it for whatever reason. And so I was looking to try and find how much it actually cost, and it's not sure it's public knowledge, but anyway, so I looked on this. I ended up on this Quora site, and this guy had made a comment, and I found it interesting because he was saying how as it reaches its burnout, which is very quickly, it's like 13 seconds or something like that. it gets up to a height of about 35,000 feet, and then it essentially, because it gets up to a speed of Mach 5.4, I think, and then it essentially just accelerates the rest of the way with no burn, with no, because we don't, when we watch the thing, I just assume, because the question was, or somebody was saying, you've heard flat earthers say something along the lines of, oh, it's hit the firmament or it's hit water. It appears to have hit some sort of liquid or whatever. So the guy's sort of response was, and this is just some dude on Quora, I don't know if he's an expert in anything, but it's still an interesting comment, just for the fact that he said that it stopped, it burned out basically at 35,000 feet and then goes up to 380,000 feet, 72 miles. So I thought that was interesting in itself, but I suppose it just reaches the the end of its acceleration, the end of its trajectory or apogee, I guess.
It would be left behind if you think about it in terms of the Earth's itself trajectory, Andy. Where the fuck are they pointing it to? Are they pointing it in a direction where it will sort of keep coinciding with the Earth's momentum, or are they taking it away from the Earth's momentum? Because the minute they point it in any direction, as opposed to maybe tangential in the forward trajectory, they're going to be left behind by the spinning ball Earth and its whole. What is it, 66,000 miles per hour?
That's kind of interesting too, yeah, but it didn't. I mean, the Kármán line's around there anyway, isn't it? So I don't think that would be the case, because they say the atmosphere is dragged along with it, don't they? So
what Earth's momentum?
Rocket is leaving the atmosphere.
What Earth's momentum?
You want to
said
see?
Earth's momentum, Pete.
Yeah, but think about it. The rocket is leaving the Earth's ever-thinning atmosphere. So if they imagine they just pointed it only took 13 seconds to burn it and got it up to 35,000 feet, for instance. So it's pretty much perpendicular to the Earth's surface, right? We're just thinking it in terms of the Bowler's explanation here. So as it now runs out of fuel and suddenly makes this great leap, where is it leaping into? You know what I'm saying? The Earth now is still moving along at 66,000 miles an hour. It has now no resistance. So what's carrying it along? Its momentum that it's garnered from its positioning on the Earth. That's fine if you say that, but the problem is then that momentum will carry it in a straight line. It won't carry it in a curved trajectory as the Earth follows the Sun around consistently at 66,000 miles an hour. Newton's first laws, kiddo. It just shows you it's all mind fuckery, Andy. That's it. We can just rule it out.
And that never even occurred to me, Pete. To be honest.
Oh.
I thought it'd still be in Earth's gravity, though, wouldn't it? Or I don't really understand the thinking there. I mean, this is why I don't really want to debate physics, because I'm very much an amateur when it comes to physics.
I'm not. You're an expert at everything. Mind that. Physics bollocks. All these bollocks. Stephen Hawking's telling you what's what about a black hole, and he couldn't even wipe his own hole. Excuse me. Didn't mean that in a bad way.
Oh dear.
Don't let anyone tell you what's what. And no heroes at this stage, you know what I'm saying? So we all have the ability to put the pieces together within different contexts.
No, I like, I'm a bit like Brian, when he says demonstration's king. I like that, demonstrate it for me. And then, then it's not a belief, is it? Maybe I could replicate it myself.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that that's the whole scientific basis of further understanding. But yeah, there's a greater metaphysical. We all know it. We all know it. If you don't believe me, well, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to say what I'm going to say. But if you don't believe me, test yourself. Test yourself. Ask for a sign. Ask for a sign. But be careful. because you mightn't know what to do if you do actually get it. But that's for flat earthers and beyond if you're still in doubt. There's a different setting now than the alternative setting where everything came from nothing and we were just meaningless passages.
Yeah, I sorted that bit out before I got into flat Earth. Well, for me anyway. I understand there's a spiritual dimension to this place. I don't need. I watched Austin's debate this morning. Well, it would have been morning for him, and I was hoping he was going to come in because I was kind of proud of him, But I always like watching him debate, and he was getting attacked a little bit, especially in the Q&A section, and yeah, he handled himself really well. So,
was this the one from a few days ago? From a week ago?
Today, he was debating creation versus atheism. I think it was called.
Okay, so not the one with the. You're not talking about the last one with the T-jump guy.
Oh no! This is after that one. This is today, Gio.
Okay, yeah, I guess I haven't seen it, or I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know about it.
And I mean, it's funny because the other side. Not that I want to change the topic, but yeah, maybe I should wait for Austin to come in and then maybe we'll talk about it.
I'm going on their channel. I was going to see if I could pull it up. You said it was today? Let me see.
Yeah. On modern day debates. I could find it if you want.
Oh, this is what he was flying out for. This is in person?
Yeah.
Right. Well, because he said, I think it was whatever. Was it yesterday or the day before? And he said, I'm on a plane on Discord. So.
Oh, right. So that explains. Yeah. Okay. I thought it was like in his area. Maybe it was in Florida or wherever they moved to.
No, it looks like it's in Dallas, Texas.
Right. Okay.
Oh, he's in Texas. What was what's he doing?
Well, I don't know. I can't find the video on their channel, so I'm trying to. Do you have the link to it, Andy? Or?
Yeah. Just
Oh. Well, there's one from 4 days ago with the T-jump one, and then their Flatsoid did one. It looks like.
But doing what though?
Oh, here it is. Yeah, so this is the one in person. Is it in? I think it's in Dallas.
Why aren't you guys telling me?
Yeah, Dallas, Texas. They call it DebateCon 4. This guy Leo Phyllis versus Austin Whitsitt. Yeah, I think I just found it. Here, I'll post it.
Yeah, I did. I did offer to stream it earlier because there are a few people and I didn't want to derail a conversation or whatever. But I was just like, look, I'm watching this. I'm happy to put it on. Whatever. Yeah. I agree, North. The guy just he's fucking. Oh man, he's just so lost. He's probably young though. I don't know.
But that's the problem, dude. I don't think it's a good strategy to debate for these kinds of people to debate flat earthers because you got to be real familiar with flat earth questions. Not just the topics of science.
This is on creation. This is on creation versus atheism. Kojo. The topic of this one's creation versus atheism.
Oh, okay. It's kind of like Professor Dave and James Torr. That was another shitty debate. But I don't like Professor Dave, dude.
Yeah, he tried to sidetrack him into certain things like gravity and stuff like that, and Austin did really well to try and to sort of keep it on track. I thought not to take the bait. I mean, he did a little bit, obviously, but he did really well just to sort of keep it back, keep Flat Earth totally out of it. And in fact, I don't think he mentioned it once. So, yeah.
Did he mention geocentrism? Because did he mention geocentrism, or was it?
No, not really. Not really. I mean, I've had to think back now. I mean, normally that's been his thing, hasn't it, lately? So that's all he's been talking about. So in relatively speaking, no, he didn't. He didn't mention it, as far as I can recall.
No, but he's very tactful. He's a very tactful person. Very smart. It's smart of the other dude to try and bring that stuff up, to try to discredit him for other reasons, but it's smart of him to avoid talking about it since it wasn't a topic of discussion, and it would have only served to discredit him.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could have. Like, there was one question in the Q&A. I can't even remember the question, but I just remember thinking, I don't think I understood that. And then the thing is, I don't think Austin did either, but he did a really good job of sort of answering it. And then he was like, after he said something like, I hope that's an answer to your question, or I hope I understood it. I can't remember how he phrased it, but it was really good. Like me, I'd have been like, I might need to go away and contemplate that for a little bit. But but initially, I thought I didn't understand that question. And so in these debate situations, yeah, you feel a bit silly to be like, I might need to have to go away and think about that one. But these people stood up, and I recognised two of them at least from early debates he's had on the modern day debate platform. And so I don't know, it just made me feel like I don't know, I might be wrong, but he just seems to have these goons following him around. He certainly did on his tour. I'm sure I saw the same people on a couple of different locations on his tour, and I was like, who the fuck are these people? What, you know what I mean? What organization do they belong to? But anyway.
Did you see when that Tim Osmond guy showed up at one of Witsit's things?
Probably. I watched his tour. I loved it. I really I was there every time, trying to support him anyway.
Yeah, I was about to come visit him while he was in Austin. I even bought a nasty shirt that day. I wasn't going to tell him it was me. I was going to pretend I was a stranger. And win his $100.
Well, he might still be in Dallas. You're not going to pick him up and go out to dinner or what?
Unless he offers me a blowjob.
You're not taking him out in celebration?
Comes to Austin, I'll take him there.
What?
If he comes to Austin, I'll take him. Dallas is 3 hours away.
Yeah, these people that debate him on Modern Day Debate, are they requesting to debate him, or are the Modern Day Debate guys just matching him up? Like, are these guys that are like kind of semi-stalking Austin and want to debate him, or is it just being debated, or is it just being set up by other people and they're just being matched that way? Because you were mentioning some of these people that seem to be like hunting him down or kind of following him or wanting to.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it'd be right for us to speculate on such a thing, although I do kind of enjoy it. I like getting my Deerstalker out and, pondering what organization these people belong to, or a lot of people in these VCs, but I don't know. And I was just going to say, somebody sent me a friend request, Scottish lad. If you're listening now, I only accept people whose voices I've heard, just FYI. So I'm going to press ignore, as I generally do, until I've heard your voice.
Well, are you kidding me that Austin? Are you kidding me, Gio, that Austin isn't someone who's been tracked down? Of course he is. He's the greatest. He's the numero uno, flat Earth in general representation, oppositional leader. Definitely, there's no doubt about it. The presenter of Globebusters, one of the greatest minds that you'll ever meet, and I don't mean that dismissively or flippantly. I genuinely love and respect Austin in terms of what he has to present. So absolutely, he is a target. Absolutely, you can't deny that. He could be a potential target for all of these sort of quotidian returning Full Earth influencers. Most of them have a military backdrop, and all of them are working for the government in collusion in one sense or another. So absolutely.
Well, I can tell you exactly who they are because as for Stone, the Stone met up with Stone went to him when he was in Dallas. Kind of looked like an asshole when he was there. Stone did. Us and Jams, we were closely watching both the UK or the Europe tour and also Wizards tour. People were like closely watching videos, streaming it, stuff like that. Just for entertainment. And so whenever he came to Austin, people were egging me, to go, check to go meet up with him. And same thing with Stone. So Stone went just because we were all already, actively observing. So I don't think there's an agent. Just people, watching just like you guys.
I think I understood 30% of that.
Yeah, you were breaking up.
I don't think anyone got any of that.
Was I far from the mic?
You got some background noise going on, Kosho.
Oh yeah, this is yeah. I didn't. Yeah, sorry.
And it's chopping in and out. I don't know if it's your sensitivity or something on the mic, but it's also chopping out. Like we only heard.
Okay, do me a favor. I'm sorry. I'm gonna test. I'm gonna change some settings and I'm gonna test it. Keep talking out to each other.
Yeah, I mean, M Stone. You were mentioning it. Yeah, M Stone went and confronted Witsit. So that's kind of a semi-stalker thing because he literally was in the video. Like he went there and then he was in the background, like kind of, he was like you could see him in the background, like kind of lurking and like listening or whatever was going on. And then he ended up there was a whole confrontation thing. So yeah, that was the whole thing. And then that guy that goes by Tim Osmond, that kind of guy who's been. I mean, for people who know who he is, that's what he called himself. But I mean, he was sort of from back in the day. But he actually went and confronted Witsit as well on one of those. And then there's several others.
He looked like an asshole too. But hey, is this better or worse right now? Better or worse?
Seems better.
Okay, and then one more. Is this better or worse?
No, it's still shit, man. It's still fucking shit.
Shut up, Pete. Is it better or worse?
It is shit, though.
Peter, please shut up.
I think it's a little better.
I'm trying to find. Is it better? It's better this time than the second before.
I don't know. We haven't really talked.
Last time is this better or worse?
We can hear you now, so just go ahead.
I'm trying to. I'm setting up my things to make sure that's not going to be a problem again. But, all right. I'm just saying that in the case of Stone, just like with me, they were egging me on to go and visit him when he was in Austin. We were observing, that tour, the Europe tour, very closely, for entertainment purposes. And so I know that's the same reason Stone went. It's the same reason I would have went. Probably the same reason Tim Osmond went, but he's not in our server. So I don't think there's a group that's, agency that's tracking down Wizards or something. It's just people are, watching his stuff just like you guys.
Yeah, I think that was maybe Pete's speculations, but no, yeah, I didn't say that. I don't think there's any agency.
That was Andy.
Well, I don't want to speak for Witsit, but he has said on Livestream before, I think, that he thought people were following them in like unmarked cars and stuff. I think he had mentioned that. But that's not what I was saying. I was more just saying with these people that debate him on Modern Day Debate, I was just saying, are those guys like just being matched with him? That was the original thing I brought up. And then these other guys that went on that met up, I think the way you described that is pretty fair. They're just sort of people on the internet that have been watching his streams and are probably triggered in some extreme way, so then feel like they want to go and troll or. Well, I mean, M Stone basically kind of threatened to fight him, basically. So it seemed like M Stone wanted to create some kind of. He backed
Who's your money
out.
on, Gio? Who's your money on? Do you trust Witsit to carry his own? I think Witsit would beat the shit out of M Stone.
I don't know, man. M Stone, you remember he almost got into a fight at the conference too. Flat Earth Ponker, the other people. There was somebody, he spit on somebody or something like that, and somebody like flipped his hat off, so it almost got bad.
He was kind of harassed at that event. He didn't really do anything.
Harassed, Dan. Did you say harassed? Really, Dan?
It's like, mainly by Karen B. Yeah, that was kind of my general sense of it. I remember seeing some of the footage of it, and I do remember when his hat got flipped off and stuff. But and then when Karen B approached him and she like unloaded on him out of the blue, it seemed like out of the blue, at least from the video. Like he was just sitting there on his tablet or whatever, and then Karen B came up and confronted him. It was a whole thing.
He wasn't doing shit.
He went full Sasquatch.
I guess it's just that he was there with others. There was a little globe crew that was there, kind of, and so you can imagine other people probably were like other, people like running the conference or whatever might have been a little concerned, like, oh, is something about to pop off, And then there's already tension. And then that thing that happened with Nathan Thompson with his phone and with George and all that.
Nathan started that too, though.
Yeah, it was just him and old man George. It wasn't like
but we were the
or anything. And no, but you're right, exactly. Nathan came up to him and harassed him while he was eating, and that's why he threw his phone.
It was super uncool. It was super uncool. George handled that pretty well.
Hold on, didn't Stone run up to somebody and slap his hat off and then continue running?
Maybe at the end, something like that. I can't remember.
Exactly like that.
No, exactly. I think that was the George. Let's see. There was the hat thing. And
George was with the phone. Grabbed the phone and he tossed it. Nathan's phone. Right?
Yeah, there was an attempted hat flip during an interview. Something like
because he went in his face while he was eating. Okay, that showed a lot of spunk with George. But the other thing was that M. Stone character. Didn't he run up to somebody and slap his hat off his head and continue running?
No, fight almost broke out. Fight almost broke out between him and Flat Earth Ponker and a few other people. And I think somebody flipped his hat off his head. And I think he spit on somebody. Somebody spit on somebody. Somebody flipped their hat off.
No, I think you got it backwards. I think Stone did the.
Yeah, I might have it backwards. Somebody spit on somebody and somebody flipped somebody's hat off.
Not sure about the spitting, but I'm pretty sure, like 90% sure, I remember that. Because we were making fun of him. Oh, you tough guy! You slap a guy's hat and you keep running. I do remember that. And the Faulkner guy getting ambushed by Nathan, and he didn't say a word. That was good. I like that. We are talking about the same conference, right?
Yeah. Johnny Faulkner came to the one 2 weekends ago too.
Oh, did he go? He went to Vegas?
Yeah.
Wow, he made the whole trip. Or does he live there, or he made a whole trip for that, huh?
I guess so.
Wow.
We did a thing. He did a flat Earth thing through Living Waters Ministries, and the producer called me up and asked. He's like, "Well, if they're going to do a thing on you, the least you could do is be there." And I'm all okay. And so Wendell and Shelley interviewed with Danny Faulkner, and Living Waters put together like a hit piece against us. I'll find the link. They were gross, really gross about it. It was like, and they were claiming to be so Christian, and it was so just gross.
That's when Faulkner was saying he's a leading expert. Ask me whatever you want. You're not asking the right questions. And when they asked him about gas pressure without a container, he brings up Blue's video. That was during that time.
Yeah, but I mean, he kind of is an expert in this, especially when it comes to biblical cosmology, because he's a very religious dude and an astronomer. But I was going to say that young Earth creationists are like the biggest enemies of the flat Earth. I don't know if you noticed, but he wrote a whole book about it. But for some reason, they are the most hateful people
flat Earth. Straight.
No, but he was making fun of flat earthers for all just going and YouTubing stuff, and I'm the expert, and they didn't ask me the right question. So when he was asked the question, what did he do? He went on YouTube, and the killer is he found Blue's video. You guys don't remember that? We were dying of laughter on that.
Here's his hit piece.
I don't understand what the problem is.
Well, an expert makes fun of us for not looking, for just going on YouTube, right? And when he's asked the question, what does he do? The exact same thing. Goes on YouTube.
Yeah, because there was an example of somebody doing it. That makes sense.
Right, but when other people do it, that's wrong, right?
No, I think what he was probably making fun of was like learning things from YouTube. But if you were looking for a demonstration of something after, of course I'm going on YouTube. And that's almost like a sign of respect that it happened to be Blue's video. Like that'd make me feel prideful.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was.
Sure, yeah. I'd be like, wow. I get proud when people, I see my GIFs. I made a GIF or I made a meme. I'm like, oh, wow, I made it. So if I saw somebody was interested in a debate and they pulled a video of my demonstration I did as evidence, I'd be like, yeah.
You're hard to hear, Kosho. I can barely make out what you're saying.
I just carry on.
What the hey, bro? This has been a while now. What's going on? Do we have to do a crowdfunding to get you a microphone?
No, I'm on my headset. I'm in the grocery store. In the grocery store.
Oh. Damn, Jeremy sounds better than you now.
Well, if Danny Faulkner was at that Vegas conference, then yeah, I assume he was up to, because he has done sort of hit pieces and things like, these different kinds of what is it categorized at? Is it like is it to the level of slander, or is it more just hit piece stuff that he does with his main like paper that he did?
Well, he was playing the big professor dude that he knows stuff, and they didn't ask him the right question. But when Nathan asked him the question, he didn't say a word. He was silent in that thing, in that conference. Complete silence. He didn't say one word.
At which one?
At the one we were talking about, that conference with Faulkner and George, and with the hat slap off and all that. I think that was all the same conference.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I just didn't know if you were talking about the recent one, or if you're talking about that one.
Hey, Gio, I was thinking about people watching your archives and how we don't watch YouTube ever, from this position, but a lot of the viewers are. What would it take for us to give you timestamps or links to put into the chat, because links in chat play back in the playback, and they could pause your video, and then go see what we're talking about and come back, and it might super enhance the archives if they had links in them, active links to what we were talking about. Is that a dumb idea?
Well, I see what you're saying. I mean, the chat is shown on the stream, so people could technically look at the link. Anything that's posted in the actual Discord chat, people could technically see it on the live stream, but they'd have to like zoom in and then put it in slowly. But if you're talking about like clickable links, like let's say like on the actual streaming websites,
well, the YouTube playback has active links in the chat,
right?
Like when so that'd
That's
be
a
pretty.
great idea, Dan.
It'd be worth dumping it over there. Yeah, we never dump links there. I tried to do some without the .com and it threw them out anyway. But if we, could put them somewhere or if there's usually a mod around to do it.
Well, there would just have to be you just have to have a blue wrench on there, I think, and then you can post clickable links with a wrench.
You don't give out wrenches.
Well, we could give out some. Yeah, there's usually not that much chat on there. There's not. I mean, there is actually a decent amount, but it doesn't necessarily need too much modding. But it probably could actually. But yeah, we could give a bunch of blue wrenches.
A couple, just some. I just think it'd be real exciting to dump the links there, because in the playback there must be a real sense of what are they talking about. What are they talking about? Sometimes.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know what would be really cool, and this is probably pretty doable, is to have a bot that you could post it in the Discord, and then if you want that particular link, like maybe not every single link, but if you want that link, like let's say it's right on a topic you're talking about, or it's the exact video that you're referring to, or whatever it may be. Of course, YouTube videos are not necessarily permanent because those links can get taken down in the future. So they're ideally we'd want to have our own archive of our own videos that is hosted ourselves, and then those links would never expire, or they would always be with it. So there's even more advanced ways to do it. But what I'm saying is that there's ways to do it where like is like if you type a command, like let's say if someone has a blue wrench on YouTube and they have a mod role, whatever it may be, to where they would have the role to be able to do it, where they would just then put a command in, and then it would post it in the Discord, but then it would copy it and would post it on all the streaming sites as well. That would be in those chats.
That would be ideal. Yeah.
I'm looking at your YouTube now, and even though now we think there's only a dozen or so people watching, there's an average of over 300 people that watch each video each week. During the week of the past few days, you could see there's hundreds of views that you could cater to a little more. Those viewers,
Yeah, I think the YouTube videos usually get between like 400 to 600 views.
That's a lot. They deserve shit in the comments. I mean, we should cater to them somehow more, or certainly make sure you're linking back to yourself. Anyway,
you ever brought that up to Jam?
No,
because I could actually do that. I was working on a thing for him where people could, like, if there was like a time something was happening, or like if there was a conversation that you want like clipped, somebody like the bot could like actually just clip out that video and make like a short clip. So I was already working on something like that, but what you're saying is actually pretty cool. Like to have the links just come up on the YouTube that we discuss in here. I don't think that'd be hard to do.
I think it'd be valuable to anyone trying to watch later. And it would also make those videos more valuable. Therefore, I think in other words, I think your expansions are going to come from there. Those viewers, and where you steer those viewers, and we don't focus on them ever, but the bulk of your viewers are there. You're talking 700, 800 people a day. And it's not us.
Yeah, you're saying if you add those plus the people that come in and out of VC throughout the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's if YouTube is even giving accurate numbers or not. But either, yeah.
Probably. I noticed you never have comments. So between the ability to drop links and comments as well, like somebody could do it afterwards and just dump some links there in the comments. But I don't know. I'm ghosted a lot in comments. If I put a link, I get kicked out in YouTube comments a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think having that would be ideal to have, like whether it's YouTube or in the future, wherever else that is being streamed to, then yeah, having like the information there that people can reference is
because remember, when you want to invite people, really you're going to eventually overload this. You could only add more rooms, so really you want to bring people around. What's your .com presence like? What else you got going on? Is there anything .com? Is there anything anywhere else to take people? besides Discord and YouTube?
Well, I mean, yeah, we're streaming to Twitch, Odysee, and then just going to add Rumble at some point as well. Even though, I mean, most of the people in this community are. I mean, there could be some new people on YouTube, but I think with the censorship, I'm not sure. I mean, there's probably some new people that are finding it, but
if you had a .com, you could load all these on the .com and have them too.
Yeah. Like having a website with resources, you mean?
Mm-hmm. What other Rumble and shit like that do you like? I mean, you don't spend time there anyway, so it's hard to tell, right?
What are you saying for Rumble?
Just saying, what else do you like? What seems to be working?
Well, I mean, I would say that in a sense, I mean, this current setup of this platform is really, I kind of see it more as like a placeholder for what's coming in the future as well. So I think with the general censorship that's going on in these social medias, I think with the topics we're discussing, like, I just think that the way that so many other channels that are relating to anything related to the earth, et cetera, and a lot of these topics just gets shadow banned basically, to where you really don't get the same kind of algorithms that allow, because like that whole system, like creating a YouTube channel, as it were, like the system that would get someone viewers, and even if they're trying to make money off it, if they're trying to monetize it, it's like you have to be kind of like have a clear status in their algorithm to have that all work for you, and then the machine works, and then the people will be recommended your stuff, you'll be able to grow. And there's obviously many people doing that with different stuff, but with all kinds of different topics and content. But yeah, it just seems like with a lot of the topics we're discussing, it's like we're shuttled into the category of to where they make it very difficult, or basically like that algorithm just doesn't work in the same way on that sense of it. So I think it's sort of always it's like there really just isn't even a way around it, it seems. Well, there is if you have some other avenue, I'm saying. But anyway, so I mean, I think partly that. So I guess I have my own effort of that I'm like time and energy that I'm able to put in. I mean, I know that there is like other kind of marketing techniques and things like internet marketing that can be done.
I see, but you got into Telegram. That was later on. You did do Telegram. I see. I'm looking at your links now. Do you see this creepy link I just put for this Arab TikTok with your name on it?
Well, we have a TikTok channel. Is that just the Arab version of it? But I haven't. Well, there's not really much, because I think you have to have like 1,000 followers in order to stream on there. But we could stream on there. We could do like we could actually run the live stream on there. But I think you have to have like 1,000 followers or whatever on there in order to stream live.
Yeah, but it looks like your larger followers is not going to be the people that see it later, So maybe you should cater to them a little more. That's all.
Maybe we should try a stream on one of those, man. You hear people getting thousands and thousands of views. Like, maybe we should try a TikTok, or I hear you can stream on TikTok now.
Yeah, that one's just language Arabic, I think, because this should be the link just to the yeah, dude. I mean, we could stream on there. I think you have to have 1,000 followers though, unless that's changed, or in order to actually stream live on there. Right. But I mean, also like having like short clips on there, like video editing is not necessarily my specialty. I mean, I have done it at times in my life, but it's not really like a focus of mine. But somebody like if anyone that would want to be able to put little clips together like that, like to have those on TikTok and to be live streaming on there, because if we have like little clips of like really good moments, or like mixing maybe even like some of the audio from our stream along with some other like little screenshots, like some kind of a short video, something that's enticing that either gets someone to think about whatever topic it may be. Like there's endless possibilities for that. And yeah, TikTok might not have the same shadow banning because, it seems like YouTube has their total shadow ban thing. And then, a lot of the bigger platforms do, I think. And then when you're talking about like Rumble and BitChute and those are generally somewhat smaller platforms. They don't quite have the same algorithm type things, but TikTok, it does seem like has a different thing going on with the censorship stuff. That's why a lot of people have had, gotten a lot of views on there. And I think they do still shut down channels though, don't they? Like they still do, but I guess you can just rebuild it and keep, I think as far as I've heard, like the algorithm seems to work pretty well, but I have heard that the channels can get shut down though too for whatever topics they don't want you talking about.
Yeah, I guess if you're wrenched up, you can leave a link, I guess. It just kicked out when I did it.
Yeah, I think the wrenches can post clickable links.
And you could also drop the Twitch links and all those other links in there too during the show. I don't know if that's an advantage. I don't see why. But it just seems that your larger audience. Go ahead.
How is it possible we only get 20 views, 25 views, 30 views? That's ridiculous.
It's 24 hours a day, but it's 24 hours a day. That's different than a view. Most views are about 4 minutes, So when you look at the hours is how they really count it, I think.
Wait, are you saying the live viewers, SE, versus the total number of views? Because
the live viewers. Yeah, how is it that been on for so many years, a couple of years now, 24 hours, and you only get like 20 viewers, and such an interesting topics that we talk about? No way, I don't buy that. They're purposely shadow banning.
Well, I told you about the time that this was somewhere near the beginning when we it said like 2 viewers at one point on the YouTube stream, and there was like about 8 or 10 of us in the VC, and we all went to our own devices, our own individual devices, and we all went and watched the stream, and it went from like 2 to 3, meaning 8 of us that all logged on our own IP addresses, our own devices, totally separate. When 8 of us logged on, it didn't go from 2 to 10. It went from 2 to 3. So, I mean, it could be possible that there's maybe more like 50, 60 watching and it's showing 20, 25.
Or 300, 400, 500 watching. Who knows? Yeah.
Well, it's one of the things that happens, I think, when they do the shadow ban thing. They just put you on a list that, maybe instead of 1 viewer equals 1, it's like 1 equals 10, So if you have 10, it'll show 1 more. Or if you have 8, it'll show 1 more, some kind of like a ratio, perhaps. I mean, we could even test it right now. We could test it again to see if it actually, Kosho, you might.
So sorry, I can't find.
Don't eat the chips while you're going down the aisle of the supermarket, Kosho.
Your expansion's definitely going to come on other ends than Discord. People just aren't going to come around Discord. It's not where you're going to get expanded viewing or watching, and it's just going to get messy if you have 50 and 100 people in. What are you going to do? Did you have fun the other night? Last night, was it quiet? Was that the night it was quiet all night? That was yesterday.
Yeah, Friday night, not a soul to be found. Well, everyone went to bed early that night. What happened?
I did. I totally did.
Dude, you were getting it popping over at D.
What?
Weren't you over at Demons last night getting it?
No, I think it was at Gems.
Oh, that's so much better.
See, I had a girl I was playing with, and she got thrown out of Gems. Brought her over, and she just plays games all day. She doesn't really talk. So that's why I was hanging out at Demons.
Yo, we should get on TikTok for real though. That'd be dope. That'd be awesome. We need 1,000 subs. We need to get one video on there. I don't know. Can we get 1,000 subs? Would you follow us? Would you follow us on TikTok, Dan?
I don't do TikTok, but you can benefit. You could sponsor the Sean G down the Waterman fight. We're looking to find some non-lethal battleground that we could try and embarrass one another in physical combat.
What are you trying to debate, Sean G, or?
No, physical combat. We're trying to do like
boxing,
FEMMA. Yeah.
You know, Sean G is trained, huh?
Yeah. So the trick is I'm switching to things like pool noodles, pillow fighting, maybe a destruction derby, things he has no experience in.
Just don't grapple. He has no experience in pillow fighting.
Pillow fights, Dan?
Well, something that I have a chance. I just.
Are you going to be wearing your pajama jammy jams when you
just want to hurt him? I don't care if I get hurt. I just want the chance for him to make a mistake. So I think we could line up a few people and have like flat earth fights. I'm sure there's other people that want to do it. That'd be fun, right?
Yeah, me and Battlemon, we're setting something up in the past, dude. He's gonna do it at his house.
It doesn't really match the theme of Earth Awakenings all the way, though. I will beat.
I'll put the gloves on. I'll put the gloves on with Kosha.
There you go.
You want a slap box? We can thumb wrestle. Put the gloves on. How you want it?
I guess. No, yeah, I guess we could do that. I have to put an eye patch on because I feel bad.
Yeah, let's put a whole range of stuff we could do and compete with each other, and it'd be fun. You know, because we'd end up with grudge matches. You know, we'd end up with lots of good stuff, and then I don't know. It people are triggered by flat Earth, so anything flat Earth is flat Earth fights. Why not?
It'd be nice to have some friendly competition.
It's better than my last idea of a flat Earth zoo, where all these deadbeats could live in the same place, and the people could just come by and look at them while they're on the internet talking to each other. Wouldn't that be weird?
It's called 24/7.
Yeah, exactly. But imagine like a physical place where people went to go watch them do that, what they do.
But if they're gonna watch them be on the internet, why wouldn't they just watch them on the internet?
Well, like just like jail cells, there's like an open cell where they sit. You know, you give them a place to live, and people can stroll by and watch. So when people are having like rage quits, and, you know, and things, and that, you know, you could probably see who they're talking to on their screen and watch them, you know, going at it. There'd be certain stars. They're just, I don't know, the idea of a flat Earth zoo. People want to see flat Earthers. So we don't want to do tricks, but we do what we do, right? So if they house us, it'd be like, okay, bring me.
You do what you do.
It's like,
what is with you in this shit? You do what you do, bro. We don't do that.
Bring me lunch. You know what I mean? You want to come watch what's going on? Bring me lunch. Feed, you know, like you feed the animals at the zoo. You'd feed the flat earthers.
It's funny, Dan, but it's kind of a dumb idea. We already, you know, this what we live stream it. And if people want to watch what we're doing, it'll be more exciting from that distance. I don't think it'd be exciting.
All right, well, you need to think of more of non-lethal combat things for me and Sean to do.
Well, what I'm already sitting with another. Are you smart? Flat Earth tournament. In a tribute tournament. Glovers and Flat Earth.
If we had the smallest amount of money, like an extra $1,500 each, Destruction Derby would be fun. That'd be like fun. Absolutely.
Yeah, but you heard what I just said? You're right. That would be cool, but I'm saying I'm really doing a real. I'm setting something up right now where I'm doing a trivia thing. Flat Earthers versus Glovers. We're going to see the Glober fighters who wins. You guys are all invited to participate. I'm hoping the winner will be a fighter.
So you want to do combat, but you don't want to do combat. Is that it?
I don't want us to get a bad reputation. I just want a chance to, have Sean miss and me get a shot at him. And then I realized I could keep off. Okay, what happened is he was going to bring gloves and headgear. And then I saw a fight online where they had shin gear and shin guards. And I realized if you were fighting somebody with gear as a trained fighter, you'd know how to fight someone with gear on, to fight them different. And Sean would be aware of that. So just because he brought gear doesn't mean he doesn't know the vulnerable spots around the gear and stuff like that. So I looked to change it up, and that's where we're at now. I thought pillow fight, pool noodles, car battle, that would be good. Like crashing into each other with something where we get a chance to really go at each other, but it's prolonged because a fist fight might be too short in time. Not interesting.
Well, he's a trained fighter, right? Sean is a trained fighter?
Yeah.
Are you a trained fighter?
Oh, no, I have to get very lucky.
So then you shouldn't even be contemplating this, bro.
Well, that's why I'm trying different forms of combat. So it's not what he's trained in. So that's
but it's
why
not combat, what you're talking about.
Two cars.
Oh, I got it. I got it for you guys. Have you ever seen those Q-tip fights? They have, it's like a big stick and on either end it's got like rubber. You ever seen that? I think they did that in the thing. What's it called, man?
An American.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that, log rolling stuff. That we could fight.
Just straight up pillow fights.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. I like the sound. I like the sound of that. Maybe paintballs would be another one that's safe. Roman candle wars, that's been done with Jackass. So it needs to be something.
Well, the one I told you, it's like a glorified pillow fight. There's an actual stick with it looks like a Q-tip.
Oh, the two-hand. It looks like a kayak thing.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
And it'll be fun like hell.
Gladiators. They had the guys on the thing. They had to knock each other off.
Isn't that called jousting?
Yeah, pretty much.
There you go.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, yeah.
Yeah, well, he could ride a Glober and I could ride a flat earth. That'd be good.
Well, jousting is when you're on like a horse and you're doing it technically. But I thought, what is the name for the one then? Or is it the same if you're on foot? It's the same type of thing where you're kind of.
Well, we used to call it in the swimming pool, chicken fight. Is that what we used to call it in the pool when we did that? To knock the other person off the other person? I think we called it chicken fights.
Yeah, you better stick to tic-tac-toe because you better stick to tic-tac-toe Connect Four or something because you're getting pretty old for this.
Yeah, but
you're like Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon. You're getting too old for this shit.
No, but it sounds like he just wants one shot at Sean. Even if it's worth it to get one, it sounds like.
Exactly. I keep telling him I don't mind if I get hurt, as long as I get a chance to hurt him.
That's funny.
And I could always do round 2 with Snack to the Future. Snack to the Future, I've already had the hit. So, and I'm not a fighter. It's just these guys are asking for it. I'm not a fighter. Really not. But if we're looking for sports and entertainment, if we're looking to dress flat earth, I think physical fighting would be fun. Downhill racing. Remember, like they used to do with the soapbox racing. Like anything that we compete with is good. Did I tell you about the sport I invented called flat earth basketball? Where it's really very similar, except in flat earth basketball, you dribble down and right before you shoot, you argue with your fellow players until the other team steals the ball, and then you lose. So I call it.
We could do that thing where you make cars where there's a ramp and you get a block of wood and you got to make the car, and whoever goes down the ramp fastest, we have some like physics competitions or something.
Or the Globers could jump Globers and the Flat Earthers could jump Flat Earthers. See how many they can jump with vehicles. But I don't think it's the end of the world to not have some sporting events between us.
You know, it'd be interesting for real as well. I mean, I hear you on that, but what about like a test competition? You know, for actually testing like the Earth or testing these things where you get two teams, and then they're both going to put all their ingenuity together to actually put together a test, and then it could be a whole like documentary series and be filming the both sides, and that could be competitive, but also like intellectual and even scientific and you know, physics based and engineering.
A&E tried to do that. They interviewed everyone during the COVID thing. We wouldn't put on masks, so they put a squish on it. But they were going to do that, and they were going to sponsor big experiments too. They kept telling us they had deep pockets, and it was like A&E or said that they would buy it, and the people that interviewed us were packaging us together and then trying to sell it to producers. It was really weird how it worked. And in the end, we weren't able to work with anyone because we were all fighting with each other. None of us would put on masks or travel, and they shelved the idea. But they were going to do it, A&E, just like you said, where they're going to put a team on their side, a team on our side, and then go out and do stuff. And I suggested if they make it a longer series, they could do a whole series 1 on the old experiments and go to Greece and go, you know, do Eratosthenes, go do stuff in all these places. And that way you get a whole season 1 on just setup before we got anything else done. So it was a pretty good idea, but we weren't very cooperative. Bob Nodell told them they wouldn't do it if I was around, and Sydney Silver and I were haggling too. So there was a lot of bullshit around it. But they interviewed all of us. A&E. It was just really weird. It was going to get greenlit if we just were able to stand there and do it. And we kind of weren't. We're just going, we won't put on masks. We don't like each other. It was kind of fucked up for the people making the show. And we'd all gotten fucked by signing shit on the Netflix thing where we didn't have any rights to any. So one of the things that got between me and Nodell was I had access to these people. They were in LA, and I went out with the chick and I told her I wouldn't sign a release. I go, you could use me to sell the show, but I'm not, you know, signing anything. And when I went to try and tell Bob that they didn't need to sign anything, you know, that we could just not worry about signing stuff. And like he was talking about how they were hiring and shit. And I had already written up something that like I brought up like one of their things and I reworded everything line by line, paragraph, because you're sort of allowed to present your own contract at a time when someone presents one to you. You're allowed to scribble shit out. You're really allowed to dick with a contract when it gets put in front. And if they want what you got, you know, you have to negotiate right the fuck then. And you have to avoid words like perpetuity and rights to your image. I had a friend that was on a TV show and she couldn't use her own face for anything. They owned it. And that's what happened to Prince. That's why Prince stopped using his name, because they owned anything that had the name Prince on it. So he just, for 10 years, stopped using it to piss them off.
I would imagine if A&E had actually tried to pitch that it would have gotten stopped somewhere. if it was going to be really revealing and popular and bring a lot of people to this topic. I mean, they did do the Netflix documentary though, and they did allow that, but it's kind of more of like it's a pretty controlled thing that Netflix, the one that ended up being on the Netflix. But so they did let that go through, but that doesn't have like tons of like proofs and really good information. It's a little more like following Mark Sargent around and kind of having it look like this quirky thing that is, is and they have these like, psychiatrists or psychologists that are like giving their little things. So yeah, it's not really like an actual, it's not a very like truth revealing type of content that they added in there.
Well, the people that came to us were really neutral. It was cool. Like they were pretty neutral. Like they were like, wow, this is going to be good.
Yeah, they're going to let people show the Earth's not a globe right on TV.
Well, the idea was to phrase everything as a question. You decide, that kind of bullshit. That would be the idea.
Yeah.
Make it ambiguous as you could.
Yeah. Kind of makes you think, kind of thing.
Trying to find the interview. I have my interview with them. Like they let me record my Zoom call with them. They have lots of good footage somewhere of each person. I gave them a big list of things to do that wouldn't that wouldn't cost money. And then everyone else is submitting shit that was expensive. And then they told me, no, don't worry about it. If this goes through, there's all kinds of money. I'm like, okay. Because I was trying to keep the budget down for them to pitch it. So that's how it went. It was like, it was going to be sold. So these people looked to package us together to sell our interview edits as us, like Gilligan's Island, like this cast, and then hand it off to the producers that would have had the say-so that you're talking about. In other words, we didn't get near the people that had the say-so. And it would have been ugly.
Yeah, they're like scouting ideas and, looking at possibilities and considering things. Yeah. And maybe they would have tried to see what the content was going to be at the time, like whether the content was going to be acceptable or not. But yeah, or kind of like even if it was set up like a competition, almost like those, some of those different shows that have that where you have two teams and all that. Yeah, I mean, that would just be a lot though for them to actually allow for like real tests to be being done in real time and then publish all that.
Yeah, but to be honest, low budget. It's kind of like Mythbusters, kind of just straight up Mythbusters. And my idea was to do it in different cities and pick up people there so you didn't have to travel so much. So to kind of go to where other people are at their locations and do stuff there, and pick up a guest, let's say flat earther the whole time, something like that. So here's the funny thing. Like I told the producers, I'm like, hey, when I go in the street, man, I got news for you. There's, and you also don't have a lot of chicks on this panel. I go, you should try and find, a black chick if you want to get the demographic. And I go, do you want me to try? And they go, well, yeah. So I didn't know D Marble. So I looked him up and called him, right? And I'm all, hey. And he's all, hey. And actually, I had talked to him before. I had asked him to wear a lab coat at one of the things, when the lab coat thing started. So this time I'm all, hey. And he's all, hey. And I go, I'm calling you for a bad reason. And he goes, why? And I go, I hate to admit it, but I'm calling you because you're a black guy. And I explained it to him. And he wasn't with that chick anymore. They used to be a couple because I thought that would have been good. And then when I said, I hope you're not pissed, And he goes, no, dude, it's the opposite. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, I felt that black people were underrepresented, that there weren't enough of them, and that they needed to show face, and that's why he did it. And I that's how I felt when I got involved in Flat Earth, just that it needed a face more, people's face on it in the street, like it's real. People don't think we're real still. Yeah, look at that. Couple of globes on the end of a stick.
Yeah. I thought, did Bro Sanchez go to that Vegas event? I thought he lived in Vegas.
I don't think I saw him or heard about him. Nathan Thompson lives in Vegas and didn't go. So Karen scares a lot of people away. Some people away.
You're proud of meeting Nathan Thompson?
I didn't meet Nathan Thompson. It was he wasn't there and I wasn't. But I've met him, and when I first met him, I was proud. He seemed cool. It was weird to sit next to him in a room the other day at Gems for like a couple hours. It was really weird to sit next to him instead of across from him, because I'm usually bitching at him. But I felt sorry for him for the first time. Just so you know, not a lot of people feel sorry for him. What a letdown. Talking about him, right? Well, don't you want to elaborate at all? You were looking to shit on him. Just curious if I was going to defend him or not.
Is he still a vegan?
Surely. God, he was out with us one time in Holland, and he ordered a burger, and he was, adamant about it being vegan, and they brought him a regular burger, and he was 2 bites into it before he realized it. And the waiter was also vegetarian and was like nightmarishly embarrassed, but it was just awful to watch his face change when he realized he was eating it. Was fucked up.
Is that like the kitchen and the cooking staff like playing a joke on him?
No, it's God playing a joke. It's his fault for misrepresenting God in the field. Pretty sure. Anyway, he causes a lot of trouble. It's hard for him to have anything but a bum rap. But in fact, before today, and in the past, he was like, one of the, and possibly the hardest worker in Flat Earth.
Is he still around anywhere? Does he pop in anywhere, or?
He popped in the other day at Gem Pandas for hours.
What?
Yeah, he was taking heat from everyone.
Okay.
He was rusty. He needed to, you get rusty on these talking points if you don't keep them up. But it was the first time I ever felt sorry for him. Because he's like me right now. I kind of get thrashed on by both sides. So that's pretty lonely. Getting thrashed on by both sides is not, when both sides are calling you a troll. Pretty difficult.
I remember him. He was a pretty good debater, if I remember correctly. I don't know what happened, but yeah.
He's a real strong arguer. But he just, he is, what he's accused of is grifting. And he moves about on other people's dimes and overstays as well. So he's got to chill out when he can, and that's what he's doing now, is holding still wherever he's at, so he doesn't have to keep moving. Otherwise, he kept moving for 2 or 3 years.
Who are we talking about?
Nathan Thompson.
Never heard of him.
That's cool. That's a good time to end that conversation, because it's like such a new era. It's weird. Everything.
Not much new.
Huh?
I said there's not really much to tell, except for he's kind of a shady individual.
Anyway, dude's got 350 flat earthers in his, and he's been to almost every state in his own car to go visit them. You have to give him credit for that shit. You just have to.
Do I?
Yeah. I mean, tell you the truth, Austin did a weird thing. When Austin crossed the country, he didn't make plans to meet up with any meetups or anything. He went pretty much as a lone nut across the way, and only, like, he didn't announce being anywhere where people could have meetups and meet him. It was like kind of weird. He went alone, where Nathan does the opposite. Nathan draws a crowd where he shows up because he has a super big.
That kind of shows that you don't know much, because I followed the damn Climber to. In fact, I'm Nathan Thompson before it all started, or close to the time it started. And if I remember right, it was Nathan that, after Nathan managed to find some guy with an RV and hook that up, and the phone problem, there was a whole bunch of stuff going on. I defend Austin on that whole deal. But
for sure. There's no doubt about that. No doubt.
And then all the fights that got started because Nathan was drinking and he was into that. That's part of the reason why Austin was having so much trouble. It was like when they went to that one, remember when they went to that rocket launch or whatever, and then Nathan started a fight with some girl, and then, Austin ended up getting involved, and then didn't he get arrested for that or something like that? Or, it was pretty bad, bro.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you just say you never heard of Nathan Thomas, or did I hear you wrong?
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing, fucking rookie?
I never said that. I know him quite well. I used to talk to him on the phone all the time.
Who just said they didn't know him?
I think one of y'all just called Lone Nut is Witsit that didn't announce anywhere he was going. What the frick is going on with y'all? Let's see.
Oh, you didn't know Witsit had a backup or a stop account? Oh, I didn't know.
To call Winston a lone nut when he was going across the country that he didn't announce where he was going.
Do you want to ask me about it, or do you just want to deny it? Because I'll tell you what really happened.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Or
you talk down. You talk bad about everybody. Everybody you've talked about today.
To explain it. So
yeah, just cut me off again.
And you're defending a guy. And you're defending a guy that doesn't really need your. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, when I got face to face after not being able to make any meetups around him, to have him be greeted by anyone because he wouldn't communicate, I'm all, dude, why do you have me blocked on Facebook? He goes, I don't have you blocked on Facebook. Look. And I go, okay, well, why don't you respond? He goes, oh, I don't respond. So he traveled the country not responding. And there wasn't the groups to meet him. See, we like meeting each other. We like to rally around someone coming around. That's what we like to do. Sorry, Jeremy, I said, but that's what my experience with Flat Earth has been. So I was looking forward to a big event around him coming to town because it would be the last final leg of his tour because the dude who drove the vehicle lives here. So I knew it could easily be the end of the grand finale. And I spent the entire time trying to communicate. So if you look back at all those videos, and I'm really happy that they're there, and it's really badass what he did and that he finished, but he's alone each time. There isn't a group there for him, all happy to meet him and support him because he didn't communicate. That's all, Rakia. He didn't communicate to people as he traveled across the country at all.
So he's not alone now.
I'm saying,
and he wasn't alone.
Wasn't
he
able
just didn't communicate with you.
He wasn't alone.
He didn't communicate with
Maybe
any.
We're talking about two different trips around the country.
No, it's
maybe.
Yeah, maybe we are.
No, it's the same one. It's the same one. And
he
was shell shocked by the Nathan thing. It was fucked up. The Nathan thing was fucked up. So he was shell shocked.
Yeah.
He didn't want to talk.
You mean when Nathan was with him and they traveled around and met groups? You mean then?
Yeah.
And then after all that happened, he kind of did something different. And wasn't he with Kai then also?
No, she didn't travel with him.
Then we're talking about two different things, buddy.
Yeah. Maybe.
Because Kai, his current wife, was on the tour with him, on the street with him, doing interviews with him.
In LA, here. She lived in Vegas. She met here. I met her. I was there. I know what you're talking about, dude. You're just tripping. You're just tripping. Okay? You're tripping. Sorry. Don't worry. Everything's okay. I'm just telling you that in an opportunity when someone went across the country to meet flat earthers, let me just say this again. The two guys were opposite. One guy cruised the country to meet flat earthers. The other guy cruised the country to not meet flat earthers. That's what I'm saying. That's all. It's a big difference. And it was difficult because I really look forward to Austin's arrival, because he was coming all the way across the country. But I couldn't.
Yeah, I was too. I was going to meet him in Sacramento, but nope.
But nothing, right? You couldn't communicate at all. You didn't hear shit, right? That's what happened. Is he was freaked out by the whole Nathan thing and just laid low the whole time. Did his own thing. That's all, Rakia. He did his own thing because he was freaked.
Maybe we live in a different. Different version of time.
I know exactly what he did. I know exactly why he did it and who he did it with. You're trying
I've
to
still
teach
got a
me
lot of those
something.
videos still saved on my YouTube, man.
Did you ever meet up with him, Rakia, or?
I plead the fifth.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Yeah, I bet I do. I bet he's not a lone nut. How about that?
Did I spend my birthday with him and Jaron on Venice Beach?
I would hope so. How'd you meet up with him?
Sonny? I haven't heard from him in a while.
because I was with them the day before in Hollywood.
No, you got it more right. After the Nathan thing, he just kind of wanted to do things his own way and went on his own.
Yeah, it was fucked up.
I agree with that.
It was way fucked up. Like Nathan's a shock. You know, when Nathan didn't care more, it freaked him out because the God part wasn't there. You know, the Christian part didn't dominate through their existence together. Like they couldn't Christian their way.
You really think that was? Do you really think that's what it was that separated them? I thought it was the alcohol problem. At least with Nathan.
That's been Nathan's reputation from when I first met him.
Yeah. Like, I don't know him personally, but I've talked to him on the phone for hours. And like, you know, we talked about all this stuff, you know, like at the beginning when they were first starting the tour, I used to call on the show all the time and talk to him in the back. He'd be in the background talking to me on the phone. You know what I mean? So I remember a lot of that stuff.
Well,
I really liked Witsit, but then when Nathan did all that stuff, and you know, all that stuff kind of happened, and then you know, like what you guys were just saying, you know, Witsit pulled out. He basically pulled back and kind of did his own thing because he, you know, like I don't blame him either. I mean, basically Nathan was causing trouble, and I don't know whether it was all Nathan, maybe it was somebody else too, but it seemed to me like that was the toxic part of it, so that's why they ended up splitting up. But maybe I'm wrong.
It's a better way of explaining it than saying he's the lone nut.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sorry. Thanks for letting me get it out, man. Appreciate it.
No problem. He doesn't need me or anybody
come
else
on,
to
Dan.
defend him. But he's
Well, no,
definitely
he
not
doesn't.
alone.
I know he'll defend himself. Of course. Yeah, you're right. But I mean, I'm just saying in that instance, I'm on his side for that one. You know, like I may not agree with Witsit about a lot of things. I do agree with him on that. I think he was the one that got screwed. Not you. You know,
it's just I tried to work with Witsit since, and it's like he's like doesn't answer.
You know,
he doesn't answer. Hang on, Ryan.
Hang
on, Ryan. Hang on, Ryan.
No, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Fair. It's not fair. It's like he didn't respond on Facebook, and now he doesn't respond here on Discord, and now he's asking me to go to Telegram. And I told him to fuck off. I go, I'm not chasing you around because pretty soon you won't care about Telegram either. So he is overwhelmed in his ability to communicate, and that makes it hard. We're lucky because we got so much of him on Discord. The rest of the world, he's still a weird enigma. We're so lucky to spend time with him, to tell you the truth. Because he's very, you know, he's been sociable. He wasn't sociable at that event this week. He's not sociable. He is here because he's sitting at home and he's comfortable. It's really a treat, just so you guys know.
Well, maybe it's explained by the fact that he just got married. He just had a baby. You know, he's going through a lot. His sister's been missing. I heard she got found, but I mean, he's been through a lot of stuff lately. So I'm just going to be giving him a break just for that. But you know,
yeah, maybe not talk about a man that's I don't know, not here.
I was just gonna say this is sounding so gay. Like I don't know, man. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Name that movie.
I was just going to say, how dare you?
Really, the only objection I would make is it's kind of annoying when people try to, you know, make art. You know, they're trying to make arguments, and they're trying to bring up like an argument of another person that's not here. So I'm a little bit skeptical of that situation because it's easy to get into a straw man situation. Like you don't know if they're like genuinely laying out the other person's argument because they're not here to argue that position. But I mean, I don't mind a drama show every once in a while, just as long as I'm not part of it.
I would guess, I'm only guessing, but I would guess that he probably doesn't want to talk. It's probably his personal thing. He doesn't, part of it he doesn't want to share.
I like to speak from firsthand knowledge myself.
I mean, as a new person, I don't mind
how the Las Vegas show went, how much partying there was outside that you saw, that firsthand knowledge that you gave out this morning, or maybe about David Weiss. Which I'm not sure who that was. It might have been, I don't know, you again talking about David Weiss this morning, and now talking about Witsit this afternoon. starting to see the pattern? I mean, let's start at Las Vegas. Were you there? Did you give firsthand knowledge of all the drunkenness and all the stuff that went on that would make flat earthers look bad if the news was there covering it? I mean, come on, man. You know how many good things I've heard about flat Earth, like about the Las Vegas, about the Las.
You're making a bigger deal about it, but you're making a big deal about it.
Not
we
really.
had a conversation. Yeah, we had a conversation, and now
Go ahead, man. I'll go on mute for you.
You're trying to make some sort of dramatic presentation. Now, I got no problem repeating anything I said. I don't think this is the time to explain it to you, whom you and I could explain something to. Now, I'm not sure what you think, but yeah, there's all kinds of things. And you didn't hear me go on to the rest of the complaints people had there. You didn't hear me go on and on about it. I spoke about it last week when it happened. Now, I don't know what you think I said today.
You talked about this morning, same thing.
What did I say?
You said that there was everybody was a younger crowd that went there this year. There wasn't anything like good presentations. This was this morning. Nothing really good came out. There was just a lot of younger, new flat earthers that partied a lot.
You never heard me say nothing good came out of it, so you're full of shit. I said it sold out. I said it was a good thing. I never said
anything. You didn't say that this morning. I didn't hear that. I'm talking about this morning.
Go fucking listen again. You're looking to bag on me. Let's do it. Come on.
No, I'm just saying. You seem to be all day today.
Okay, here's what really happens. Here's what really
happened. You just cut me off again. Now, I've let it go the first 3 times, but this time I'm going to finish. So you just mentioned you like to give firsthand knowledge only, and I asked you a very specific question about the event in Las Vegas. Were you there to witness all the negative drunkenness and partying by these young groups of people that paid money to go there?
I did not call it negativeness ever.
That's not what I asked.
No, I did not call it negativeness ever. And yes, between my friends who were there doing it, who posted on Facebook, between Brian Stavely, who showed things live, and my friend who had me on the phone the entire weekend, I'm not sure what other knowledge you need besides the fact I was just telling you what went on.
I'm just calling you out, man. Is that firsthand or not? It might be. I don't know the definition.
It's close. It's close. I was
close. So you weren't there is what I'm asking.
People were asking and interested in what went on.
Nice.
Now, do you want the list of little nitpicky shit?
Nope, I don't want to hear any more.
I can post the video that I watched because
and all that.
I didn't even
the country
any of the nitpicky
pointing out the negative that
I'm hearing on the phone.
David Weiss creating a flat Earth app and selling it to 119,000 people, being negative because he's made all this money and stole it from this guy and all this. I don't want to hear any more negative. Really, I want to hear some positive.
What would you like to hear? What would you like Weiss to do for us?
Anything but negative from you today for the rest of the day. How about that? Will you do that for us?
Yeah, I came on here and made suggestions to Gio. I've been waiting for 2 days to tell him about. You missed that, huh?
I said from this point forward, nothing else negative. Do you agree to that?
I just don't think you're really able to classify something as negative because we got a problem in Flat Earth. See, Mark Sargent.
No, I don't. Don't include me in that week.
Okay, but we have a problem ever talking about the truth. It's considered drama when you mention it. Now, if I told you the truth about what happened and you don't like it, you're going to tell me it's drama, it's negative, but it's only because you didn't want to hear it. I'm sorry.
That's bullshit. You're jumping. It's just, this is the first time I've ever told you anything about this. It's because you've been carrying on all day about everyone, talking about everyone and how Flat Earth is negative. Everything. Karen B, from Karen B to now to Whitsitt, of all people, who spent his own time and money traveling around the country. You're finding fault in that now.
I didn't find fault. I told you what was going on, and I told you what happened in comparison to Nathan Thompson, who Cookie
I guess the long nut.
I also talked about defending.
Well, I was defending Austin because I feel like you weren't being honest about it. That's why I called you out and I said, well, the way I remember it was different. And then somebody else chimed in and said the same thing. And then you argued. So that's how that happens. Just so you know.
So I think we all agree on their argument between Nathan and Witsit. And I think we all agree on Witsit. And I just closed by saying how blessed we were to have him around on Discord because he's not that available otherwise. Right? That he's not as available as it seems because he's been wide open here. Wide open. He's not that way otherwise.
Not actually. Been here less and less and less and less.
Well, right? Unfortunately, don't tell anyone, but he is under pressure from people like Weiss to switch into a money mode. Don't spend your time here. I've begged him to spend more time on YouTube because he can make super chat.
You guys talk about Witsit?
Yeah.
I think he took a break for a few weeks because he didn't do any streams on his YouTube and stuff. I think he just did he just did his first stream in a while. I don't know how many weeks it had been, but he just did one the other day because he moved and he got set up at his new place, and then I think he's also been traveling. He went to that Vegas thing, and then just today he was doing that modern day debate thing in Dallas, Texas. So he came on Discord like 2 days ago, and he said he typed in the text here. He's like, "I'm on a plane I'm on Discord on a plane." So he was.
I was going to say he came in here today. Yeah,
he's taking care of his family, like not just his immediate married, his wife and kid, but his other family. Like he's more of a man than I've known a lot of people to be. Like an amazing man. Just so you know,
he loves it here. He really does. It's like home to him here.
He loves the truth and spreading knowledge. That he has obtained. I know that his mind is actually one of the most amazing minds I've ever been around.
His mind's reflexes are amazing.
It's incredible. I'll tell you who else. Now I don't deal with Nathan. What's his name? The guy that has the show still. I don't go to his show anymore. I used to be a supporter, but for years I haven't even gone to a show. But to be honest with you, as far as remembering things and like going point to point, that dude is amazing. Like I don't like his presentation and all that balls in your face stuff. That's stupid, but he's an amazing man as far as that debates and just hosting a show, like crazy. There's some people here there's some Globers here that are amazingly smart with memories that, because I'll ask them what they're doing, or, you can tell they're walking or they're doing stuff that they're going by memory. They can't have a computer in front of them, so crazy smart people. But I think we have to get back to the basics. Baseline stuff. Where we measure, where we start measuring from, how we measure, how we create things, and talk to the experts about it. Get them involved.
Absolutely. That's the only way to go because other people can bullshit you. They can't. Their credibility's on the line. And they all have something to offer. The optical guy's got something to offer. The weather guy's got something to offer. The geological guy has something to offer. So, to be honest, if Weiss has any surplus, hiring those guys for the few $100s to come do an interview might be what they need in their life too. Like to bring in a professor. They're not all willing to do stuff for, but if you say, hey, we're putting together a panel, each guy's getting $300. Do you mind? I think we could get more serious people to come on with each other and not flat earthers and get them to contradict each other. That's the key is their contradictions is what we always see, so if they speak, it's good for us. We don't need to speak really. We just need to get the right people to speak, like Wakey Wakey did. We did it with this guy, Spiros Makalakis. The guy was great, man. He looked at us like a deer in the headlights for 7 hours. Couldn't believe we had shit to say. Couldn't believe it. And I don't know, Dr. Parks, I guess, counts too. But anyone with a title, right? Let's bring them on. So Austin had the right idea by having that show in the field. And he just needs someone to help him book that stuff. Austin's had a lot of good ideas. The NASA audits is not a good idea, but I got a way to save it, and that's for us to petition for infrared, something that's super cheap that they could put up there right away, and we'd get 12
Wait a minute.
hours.
Well, what are the NASA audits?
There's two things. There's one called NASA Audits and one called Audit NASA. One is a website. The other is an organization that Austin tried to put together to hold NASA accountable. Although it sounds financial, it's not. He means just to hold them accountable.
Well, was this the? I saw some random video, so I'm wondering if this is the same guy. It was a guy. He went up to his county commission or city council, and he had asked them about NASA and investigate NASA. So I don't know if
It's
it's
the
the same guy.
idea. It's the same idea, but it's not the same guy.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting idea. It's the first I've heard about that. You don't like that idea?
He can't mobilize people. And when we went to want to go, like here locally, I live near, let's say, Jet Propulsion Laboratories. They have like groups. They'll let you come in as a group, but they require exact names and IDs of those people. And I could not put 10 people on a date right now that would show up. I couldn't put together 10 people to agree on a day and to show up. I can't mobilize that many. And he's looking for people to do that regionally, to mobilize around events and press things and to show up and just ask questions is what he's asking. So I have an idea. I mean,
but wait a minute, because we haven't explored this topic. Because I think they're starting to get into like move stuff off into like private companies, right?
Hey, Gio.
So then, if you like get into private companies, then that would like stop the audit right then and there.
Absolutely, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I already said the audit part and the financial part is ridiculous. It's the most audited thing there's ever been. It's diversified in a jillion places, jillion ways. So like I was trying to say before you interrupted me, is I have a way to save it for him, is if we requisition something from them via signature and ask for something that we know is inexpensive and doable and prove that they won't respond, can't respond, or won't show us the infrared spectrum of light, which is 12 hours a day. They're not showing us they're blacking it out. So we could demand that we're being robbed. We can produce signatures, not human manpower, and learn how to use the system that we grew up in the United States with signature power and pressure through that. I think we could do that. And
can anyone translate?
Yeah, getting signatures and petitions on and requesting something of NASA is possible. Getting a hold of finances and digging deep into their finances isn't. But demanding as the people something of them is doable. And then getting the people, the normies, disappointed that they're stiffing us because we can prove that during the shuttle missions in the infrared spectrum, there was all kinds of shit to see. So they're not showing us what's up there. And if you look at the shuttle missions, STS-48, STS-75, you'll see the kind of stuff that's worth looking at up there. There's stuff worth seeing. All day long, 12 hours a day, they're stiffing us. They're letting it go black and they don't need to. Anyway, I think it's low budget for them, low budget for us, and we need to practice politics. We need to practice doing what's done in this country. Then when we get smart and play dirty pool, start suing people, because that'll change things that you can't do by voting. You can set precedents by suing people. So the Nat Geos of the world, they have deep pockets and they've misrepresented themselves. So I think if we get lawyers on our hands with Weiss's money, that'd be fun.
Well, they'll just railroad you in court, and then they'll make you liable for the other team's legal expenses, which will be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's all right. We got it to spare. Weiss was retired before he started this. So there's surplus of money all of a sudden. That's what I'm saying. We've never had that before.
Under which principle would you file suit?
I'm lucky. I've got some damaged individuals. I've got a crazy person and a dead person that were involved in the Nat Geo stuff.
Okay. We've already went through this. I remember.
Yeah, so I could claim damages, to human beings or something. Enough to start the case, enough to get the publicity out of the case too, which is a big deal. At one time, it was a big publicity was. In other words, not winning the case isn't as important as, for instance, them settling, because it is deep pockets that goes all the way to Disney. So they did misrepresent what was on the screen with their narrative, with their pre-written narrative. Anyway, so I just think we could be more clever, Flat Earth, and it'd be exciting if we got it together and did some things that were systematic, like part of the system, legal system, and I think we should get in the habit of voting on things as Americans anyway. So I'm trying to use the word flat as a political party as well, like for love and truth, flat party. I don't know what happened to the Green Party or the political system, but if we could have local people representing us that way, at least they're representing us in the right places, even if we don't win, even if we don't get lots of votes, we could have the flat party exist under the green basis, not necessarily a flat basis, but we can expand flat and the definition of flat into something that cares about where we live beyond the shape, and with that being known, I'm going to paste something I've been pasting. Really what I've been pushing all day, Rakia, is this video, and this, albeit long, does explain how we got here, who's really in charge, what's really happened, and it's scary, but it's true. It's straight up true, this shit. And this is why the normies don't know what's going on, because they've gone along with this narrative the whole time. And in this narrative, it's a mafia-run world. They kill what they call do-gooders, and flat earthers are do-gooders. To summarize my rant, do-gooders get killed, and whistleblowers and stuff in the real world.
Well, with actors and musicians, they make so much money that I think a long time ago they started compromising them so that they couldn't use their money and wealth and power to help the people.
Well, that's a great point. It's true. They get something on everyone. It's weird. I was talking about Michael Moore earlier. I was thinking he must have something on someone to have gotten away with making all those films and staying around.
Kind of does beg the question if there are any good actors or musicians that aren't compromised like that.
I know one that got in and out. I went to junior high school with Gina Gershon, and she got in and out of that industry clean, in and out. She was big, and she went on, did some music things. She still does whatever, and never got caught up in it. So some people do, but they don't stay huge, she managed her own self through that. in a way. Or she paid her dues early and then stayed as part of the club. Certainly stopped doing big movies and shit.
So yeah, you guys kind of went into some of the drama in the flat Earth community. I mean, being new is hard to keep up, but it was a little interesting at the same time to kind of hear the new names that haven't been aware of. Sounds like some people don't want to talk about that at all. Seems like it's a touchy subject.
It's taboo to talk, even though we talk.
What's taboo? Ain't nothing taboo here.
Yeah, I don't know what that meant either. You have people that do their own thing, right? So Karen B, I don't know. I've never met her. From what I know, she's not my type. I don't party and all that. So, but she takes her time and effort to put on flat Earth events and other type of events, and includes flat Earth in it. How can I find fault in that? I don't know. I've never been to one of her events, but if people go and enjoy it and party and do all that, what's wrong with that? Everyone's going to do their own thing. David Weiss taking someone's app that was kind of fledgling, as far as I know, and research, found, way back then, that person didn't have the money, wasn't going to finance it. It was going downhill. And if that's what happened, I don't know.
But you made up that story about it. That's not what it was.
Well, that's kind of what I gathered. If you don't mind me speaking without you interrupting me, because I was very clear that I didn't know. But for him to take it over or to steal it, as I've heard today, I don't know that as a fact. But if that happened, and to bring it to where it is to talk bad about that, it's craziness, man. That's an app that you can go to and get almost all the videos you need. It's all in one place. It's organized. It's well done. It runs well. I've had it for a long time. I've never had, issues for a long time with it. He fixes it. He's obviously spent time and got financing for it, or his own money or whatever.
Dude, this is like you're telling him about books. We know what you know. Let me know when you want to know what you don't know.
Dude, I would just like to complete my one sentence or
but we all know
a monologue without you interrupting.
We all know about it.
I promise you'll have plenty of time to spout whatever you want to do and tell anyone they want to know. If I want to know something, I'll ask you. But I'm telling people what I know. So David Weiss has done his thing, his app. He does interviews. It's amazing. I wish I could do it. I wish more people would do it.
You're right.
Okay. So then Witsit. I mean, amazing person in Flat Earth. Mark Sargent. Amazing. What's wrong with this? People just do their own thing, and we don't need to be a group, or we don't need to be a group, or
whoa.
Do you really need to? I mean,
you
go
need.
Ahead, I'll tell you what. Go ahead. You obviously need to interrupt me and tell people what you
because
feel.
You're speculating all over the place. Some of these things are actual face-to-face conversations I have with people, and you're stuck in speculation. Now let's go back to the app. The app isn't the only thing. It's a multi-layered different things in his app, right? It's a great thing. It's got all these things. We agree, right? He didn't need to take the people finder from Zoom Truth and add it to his app by changing the name to Friend Finder. Now, why did that happen? It is because Bob Nodell's kid, hacked into the people finder, and Karen and Bob went on the air, and instead of helping the guy fix it, they badmouthed him and claimed that he was trying to subvert their information and tried to attach him to IPS at that time, which was easy to do because he was friendly with IPS. So this is a proxy war against IPS between Bob and Karen. But let's not talk about that. They belittled the app entirely, called the Flat Earth People Finder. Weiss was a beta tester. Weiss began to separate himself, and before you know it, openly says, yeah, I took it because I could do it better. Says it. I stole it because I can do it better. Now, you're claiming there was financial issues, but it was actually a very wealthy guy who was letting another flat earther do the programming. So when Karen and Bob went on the air claiming that upon Bob's kid, Jaron, hacking it, that there was all these problems, they gave him an ultimatum saying, we're going to take it over. And he said, no, just let my guy fix it. And within 2 weeks, they decided that he hadn't fixed it fast enough and that it was ripe for the taking.
I mean, this is the problem with monologues that, you know, I didn't understand anything you said. Whereas, you know, if we could like ask questions for clarification to be able to keep up, you know, that's the problem there.
Well, I wasn't talking to you, but I can talk to you anytime. Rakia knew what I was talking about. There's a great app that's a flat earth app, and it's made by a guy named Dave Weiss, who you know is deep inside the rabbit hole. They call it Dearth. And it's a great app. And the thing is my friend was making a separate app. And my friend was a one-trick pony. And he was trying to do what Austin's doing now with regional people invested in their region and being officers and marching upon government and doing things as flat earthers. But he was literally crushed and called unenthusiastic for allowing it to be handled, you know, without spending money. Like the people that were donating time on it didn't act fast enough for David Weiss. And he decided that he wasn't going to get sued and because it wasn't copyright protected yet in any way. And that's the end of it. And my guy, Zoom Truth, just doesn't need to sue people. He doesn't like that. It's not, you know, he just tried to help a community that turned their back on it in a very dirty, nasty way. And if you know, and a lot of people left the community at the same time. So that's some of our dirty history. That's all. We're going forward with like a new batch of people, though. I mean, like there was 80% new people at the event, and they almost all had a good time. I believe they all had a good time. Actually, it just wasn't great. It was just okay. It was a crappy little hotel with no decoration of any kind and no food, no door prizes, no little centerpieces, no things to take home, no doilies, not much decoration. There was a big screen. That's all. Everyone had a good time, and a lot of people spent their time outdoors, didn't hang out to watch the speakers. They were just happy to be in Vegas with.
Sorry,
So you just painted a story of one guy and his app, and then you brought it down to the Las Vegas thing, and you painted like a dire, like a death warrant thing, kind of like, oh, now it's all over because. How did you tie that up? I mean,
because
seriously, how did you tie that one incident to the others? I don't get it.
Because prior to, and what you'll see about this Vegas thing, it was a huge effort to be over with, not to get it done, to be over with. We need to go forward. They just had to do that to prove that we're still around, but it didn't have to be any good. You know, it didn't have to be any good. It just had to survive. And everyone had that attitude there.
Well, I'll just tell you that's not what I heard. And you're Whatever. I mean, definitely entitled to your opinion. I'm glad you give it. That's almost the opposite of what I hear. I heard the event wasn't even really done around Flat Earth, for one. Even a lot of the people there weren't Flat Earthers.
That's crazy. That's not true at all.
That's not true at all?
Not even close. There was nobody there that wasn't.
I would actually
Well,
like to hear both sides.
I saw one guy.
I want to hear Rakia's point of view, but the problem is that I know he's just going to be interrupted. So
I'm sorry.
Probably asking for something that's impossible.
No, you're entitled. I'm sorry.
No, I just think it's good. I would hope many more events would be put on by whoever, and if they're low scale, big scale, whatever. I don't need doilies. I just need information. I don't go to them. I mean, I don't really enjoy that type of thing, so I don't attend. But I know a lot of people do. But I love the app. I don't care who put it on. I know the People Finder or whatever it was called before wasn't that good when it was around because we were trying to get on it and use it and do it. It just wasn't working out. There was problems with it. However that worked out, whatever. All I know is it works now, and it's great. As far as what Witsit did going around the country, again, if more people did that and had the guts to do that, I would applaud that. It's something I can't do. So here's another person doing something that I personally can't do. I'm glad he's doing it. I wish more could do it or would do it.
Dude, if I went across the country and went past you and didn't stop, don't you think that'd be fucked up?
Nope.
Okay.
There's flat earthers in my town that I don't meet up with. Like, I don't even talk to. I've talked to them on Discord, and they're like, "Hey, man, I live in Prairieville." I'm like, "I work in Prairieville almost every day." I've never met with them or had. I don't need that. You're fitting what you think flat Earth should be about.
No, it's just I've dealt with people in real life, real world flat earthers, not online flat earthers. I deal with people in real life, face to face. We do things. We go do experiments. We go do parties. We go to people's houses. We go to restaurants. We go places. We do things. Parks.
Good for you. That's good. I applaud you for doing that. All your laser. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. All your photography and research on how we see and all your laser tests that you've done with your groups are amazing. It doesn't mean everyone has to agree or everyone has to go out and do this or whatever. I mean, I don't get it, man.
Okay, let me just give you a brief example now. People talk about, hey, man, we should all get together. And it's like, here's what happens when you do. The people with families can't show up at a bar. They want it to be in a park. The people, when they go to the park, they want to disappear to the bar. The people in the bar, they want to go outside and smoke. People, so it's really hard to get, if you sit at one table, you can't hear the people at the other end, and so it's really hard to find a different type of group. So there's the let's have a meal group. There's the let's go out and do activism group. There's the science, let's go out and do an observation group. And then there's let's have a barbecue. Let's go just sit somewhere and be us. And there's different appeal for each group. So even when you go to meet in person, it gets splintered again by family needs and timing and all kinds of things. It's very hard to get people together. It is.
What part of that is telling me something I don't already know? I'm a family man. I don't. There's one reason I don't go to these events because my family doesn't want to go, and I don't want to spend time. I already spend enough time away from them. I mean, what are you talking about? That's my whole point. Only the people that can go and put there's only a certain amount of people that are willing to put these events on, for one. And then there's only a certain amount of people that are going to go. And then some people aren't going to go because of the person that put it on and blah, blah, blah. That's just human nature. That's just life. That's everything. The only time you see it any different is when someone goes to an event because it's going to make them money in business. And they don't give a shit if they like the person putting it on or not. They may hate the person, but they're going to go and sell their product because this person is willing to put this event on, and a lot of people buying the product is going to be there. It's just part of life, man.
I guess, yeah, I hear you. It's just this national stuff. National stuff is different than local stuff, and the national stuff in the past has a dark history. The international.
So I used to host an event weekly for 18 years, I think. I was going to say 15, but it's more than 15. I think 18 years. I provided everything. All you had to do was show up. It cost me money for this event to be held at my house every week. I served ribeye steaks and Velveeta shells and cheese and salad, and my son cooked cookies. Right? Every week. Still had people bitch. Right?
I bet you made them untasty oatmeal cookies, didn't you?
No, I made them the same good cookies and treated them the same. But you know what? I could care less if they come to my event, or I don't call and talk. I don't want to be around that person anymore.
I just want you to know that I don't care about, like, I would have been outside partying, so I don't care about the doilies. But the person that had me on the phone the whole time is used to going to events, and she was judging it based on another event that would generally cost that much money and what kind of amenities are generally at these kinds of events. That's all. It was like she was saying it. I would have been outside partying and could have cared less. But I also know that in the past, my friend Chris Pontius was at these things making all kinds of fancy ass shit for the stage and for their podiums and presentations and trophies and CNC machine stuff for the event. And so there's a lot of people involved that weren't there to adorn it with some of the things that have been there in the past. And a lot of people blew it off. So it's a different thing. And it was just needed to be done so we could see what's next, really. Because Karen was taunted and she begged us to do it ourselves.
I know how she feels. I no longer host this event.
But she could have cleared some good cash, so power to her. There's $100,000 in ticket sales. So I don't know what the costs were. She could have cleared half of that. That could get her through the year.
Nice. Hopefully so.
Yeah, that'd be great. She pulled that off. I'd like to think of her as a patriot, but she thinks of me as a troll. And she thinks of me as a troll because I was trying to find out what was going on with FE Core when I knew it was dead. And they were announcing it like it was still active for 3 years after it was dead. And that was bullshit because Jaron, had already peeled off and he wasn't allowed to talk about it. And Rick Hummer had peeled off. President was gone. It was in full 3 years before they would even admit that there was anything wrong. And that's, that was something we were looking forward to. Something like FE Core, something official, something we could say was ours. Like we are doing this. So I'm still looking for that as a flat earther. I'm still looking a facility, a museum, a learning center, something where people could go to.
I was just over on the other server earlier, and I didn't even know about this guy. Apparently, they had some type of talk. His name was like Dr. Kent Hovind, and apparently he has some type of thing over in Lenox, Alabama. I think it is some type of dino land. So that's and he was talking about like science in general. The specific topic was evolution, happened to be evolution, but I don't know if he gets into any type of flat Earth stuff.
He's against it.
Like, oh, he's against flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, then that doesn't answer his question.
He doesn't support
it. So you should bang us with some simple flat Earth. It's quiet. It's a good time.
There's stages that groups go through, like some of the groups that I've been around on a weekly basis or bi-weekly. You know, at first they laughed and, you know, they couldn't believe, you know, what are you doing? And, you know, they'd sneak little comments in, or like I had one guy, you know, he would put like flat Earth stuff on TV and make fun of it while, you know, we're sitting there in the group, right? Now that same group is, yeah, I don't get this, or asking questions. And then there's people in that group that are now flat earthers because of, you know, the time they've heard and the different present, you know, like hearing both sides and making their own decisions. I mean, this is how it goes. Almost everyone, including myself, laughed at it at first. Just it's a process that you have to go through, and some take it to different extremes. Some, you know, need a couple days, some need a couple months, some need a couple years. Some people I don't think will ever get it. They just give up. Like they don't have that drive to want to know, right? They're comfortable with what they're doing. You know, they're comfortable with not knowing either way. It doesn't really, you know, when they say it doesn't matter to them, even if you explain why it should matter, it doesn't matter to them because it doesn't. They don't let it affect their life. Some people, it is their life. I mean, I like it. I mean, I think it's a truth that can help people learn about creation. Creation proves a creator. Then if you start believing in a creator because of creation, which flat earth basically points to, then you got to make your own personal journey towards what, who, how, when, all that about the creator. That's why I'm here. Now I struggle with staying out of all the politics and whatever, but I don't like when people deceive, or, you know, I have people that I know and love that listen to this. I mean, you know, I don't want them deceived. So when I find someone that's deceiving or double speaking, I'm going to point it out. And it happens on both sides for whatever reason, whether it's intentional or not. Definitely happens.
I always appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you. I think you're just venting, but you have to realize you have some ears out there that, I mean, you know.
That's what I mean. We're not allowed to talk. You know, I just want to talk to Gio and just tell him what's going on. You know how many times I wish I could just talk?
Let me give you an example. Do you agree with this? When Jay said, if you have the guts to do XYZ, right? What do you think he's meaning there? What's he implying, right? It's a clever way of saying, you know, it's just telling the audience, think of this guy because he's not going to do it, right? He's not going to just fall to his knees and go to every demand that I'm doing. And I'm just going to put it in your head because he doesn't have the guts. He's a coward, right? Or he's the one deceiving you because he won't give you all of his data, right? And when you just turn around and ask that guy for one piece of information, nope, not going to give it. It's a secret. Or nope, can't give it. I'm walking. Well, Yeah.
What's his name?
That was Jay Ace today. He's a clever man, right? He's smart. He's educated. He knows how to handle this situation. He's not stupid. I mean, he's obviously not stupid, but you can't do those things and expect me not to catch it, because guess what? You can't outwit a witter, right? I'm just that. I don't know why. That's what everyone has always said. Just that guy. You're not going to outwit someone who uses, or has used or knows about all the tactics that are being used. Can't. It's not possible. So when you say if you have the guts, he had no reason to say that. None. Why would he say it?
Europia, do you have any questions for us? Because
just
Rakia, as
need
much
to
as
take
I
emotion
adore
out
him,
of the equation.
he keeps talking about what happened earlier in the day. I mean, I don't know. I was trying to go. So you got no questions? All this newness, and you don't know anyone or anything, but you got no question. Are you coming from the religious side or the conspiracy side of things that you're just uninterested? I mean, give us anything to work with.
Yeah, well, I'm just chilling out right now, just trying to absorb whatever you guys happen to be talking about at the moment.
Well, you caught us at a bad time. This is definitely the chillest flat Earth place. If you have flat Earth questions, this will be the most open forum you'll find.
He's been here before, Dan. It's not his first time here.
He's talking
Probably about 3 or 4 weeks, I would imagine, if I looked at the history.
He said he didn't know the history, so that counts as new, Montreal.
Yeah, but you have to put this in perspective. Because we brought up actors and musicians earlier. And so, that type of subject, I really have no clue at all. Absolutely no clue. I'm completely oblivious. You start naming off actors and musicians, I will just have no clue unless they're huge names. So in Flat Earth community, I know Flat Earth Dave. He seems really cool. I like a lot of his videos, and I've seen the yoga guy over in Asia. I don't remember his name, but
That's
so
Eric.
yeah.
That's
I mean,
Eric.
this
Eric
type this type of name deal. I don't really get into that too much. I don't really get into the person. I really more focus on the message rather than the man.
And we took a big hit in 2020 with COVID, and then a bunch of piled on censorship just prior to that.
Yeah, that might be one area that we can't talk about, though. But that is a really cool topic to talk about, though.
If you can see my screen here in fall 2019, we had an 8-page spread, Popular Science, and we were also Newsweek in that same time period, with a globe on the front saying, why do people believe? This says it was on conspiracies and stuff, but it was an 8-page flat Earth spread. So we were really getting somewhere at one time. It was cool. Every week it was something new. We were getting different media jumping on the bandwagon that flat Earth was popular. Everyone heard flat Earth was popular, so each edge of the media wanted to do a story, get their piece of us. It was fun. It's not really like that right now.
No, because you know why?
No.
They weren't there. They weren't there. That was our thing. We experienced that. They will never experience it. It was exciting. Flat Earth. Right? Very exciting. I love you, Gio. Okay. I love you.
All right, this isn't weird. I love you too, Gio.
What's up, Rose? Love you too.
What's up, homie?
Yo, what's up?
But you guys weren't there back then. When we were, me and Gio, when we first were talking about flat Earth, it wasn't a common thing at all. Like nobody was talking about it back then. Earth
It got
Bay.
magical. It
That
got
bitch.
magical for a while too. Like everything
Yeah.
was just every day, every week there was something exciting happening.
Yeah.
Couldn't sleep. You couldn't sleep because there was so much shit you miss. Right?
I know. Yeah.
And you're like,
yeah.
I'm gonna go back and listen to yesterday. Yeah, sure you are.
Yeah. I was live for 8 hours a day. It was my life. Living flat Earth was my life every day.
8? You're a
8
pussy.
hours. Sometimes 10, 12.
18.
No. I'm not a pussy, baby.
24.
No. You can look at my YouTube. I go sometimes over 8 hours a night talking about flat Earth.
Rookie.
No. Not in 2013. No, I'm not.
That's true. No, in 2013.
No. Come on. Now, sure. Whatever. That was fun. That's what that was. We started something. That's what we did. And now we have all these little fuckers behind us that want to run shit, which is good. But
It could be good.
It's too much ego. It's too much ego.
It would be good if we
It's not
had
about the truth anymore.
If we
It's
had
about the
something to
truth,
give
not
them.
your ego.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, yeah.
The newbies would be good if we had something to hand them, but we kind of don't.
Yeah, hand them their fucking face in their palm. It's about putting out the truth. Yeah.
Have you met real flat earthers in person, Rose?
And
off the internet, off the keyboard, on your feet, face to face.
You know what? I'm gonna have
coffee.
to tell you, I've never asked anybody in my real life. I've never asked one. Anyway, I've never asked anybody. No.
Wow.
You know why? Because I don't give a fuck. I know, and that's all I care about. Now, if somebody wants to debate what the fuck I believe, that's where I'm there. That's why you see me. But other than that, I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter to me. If you think the world is a sphere and we're flying in space, you know what, dude? Good for you. Whatever. But if you're willing to look at the evidence, great. That's fine too. You know? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Up, gamers.
Alright. Cool. Sorry. Okay. Anybody, what do you think? Like back in the day, it wasn't common for people, well, actually it was. Actually, back in the day, people believed that the earth was flat. And the people who were saying that the earth was round, they were getting run out of the cities and like people were going to kill them. I got newsletters on that. Do you remember seeing that?
1900s? Like early 1900s?
Yeah. Like people were literally ran out of town.
Yeah,
Calling them
difficult converting people to the globe at that time, right?
Yeah.
The church decided.
Okay, so you know about that. Cool.
Yeah, there's some early push for schooling, like school funding, that was sort of before the Rockefellers, but that kind of organization. Gio would know the name. Like one of them early organizations that helped set up schooling. There was I think it was Christian based.
I'm on my way. We're gonna do Home Sweet Home. You guys know that song, Home Sweet Home, Motley Crue? Yeah.
Well, there's background noise coming through your mic.
Yeah. It's the song, Home Sweet Home. You guys know the song or no? You know. I wouldn't come home low just when things went right. Doesn't mean they're hardly wrong. Just take
Oh, you know what?
this
Actually, I thought it
song
was a different
and
song. This
I'll
is actually
never
not my jam.
be. Oh, take it to your heart. Take me in your bones. Just one more night and I'm yeah, you know the song, right? Tonight, I'm on my way. Just way home, sweet home. You know that too many romantic dreams of the night falling on the silver screen. My heart's like an open book for the whole world to read. Sometimes nothing keeps me together. I'm on my way.
All right, well, Rose, are you meaning just to sing with background noise?
No, I thought you guys were gonna. Okay.
Well, I mean, this is a live stream, so.
All right. Oh, my bad.
Well, I mean,
you're not gonna get like in trouble for me singing the song, only if I play the song, right?
That's right. That's right. You should sing at full volumes without the music.
I'm actually allergic to that.
And I don't know this song. I don't know the song.
You don't know Motley Crue?
Not intimate, just the
Not intimate. How do you know Motley Crue not intimate?
Because they're an LA band and they're so who gives a shit?
Right. Okay. Got it. Okay.
I mean, at the time, they're just another hair band.
I don't think so. I don't think they're just another hair band. They're like established.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Who else you like?
Skid Row.
Just trapped in a genre. Poison.
Tesla.
Right? Yeah, Sebastian Bach.
Te-
Sebastian Bach.
Tesla.
Of course,
Tesla.
Axl. You still like Axl. He still gets you going.
No, I don't like Axl.
Yes, he does.
No.
Yes,
Welcome to the jungle. He's a bitch. Fuck him. I'll fuck him up. I will fuck him up. No. No. He's a bitch. Anyway. Yeah.
You almost like good music. So
almost do.
You're
exactly.
so close.
Like so close.
Because now you're gonna want Slaughter in there. You're gonna want a bunch of hair bands. You're gonna. ballad.
That's not true.
Soft ballad.
I know the Eagles. I know Clearwater Revival. I know Fleetwood Mac. I know Rolling Stones. I know all that shit. So that's not true. No.
I guess I slipped into grunge. You're not listening to country music now, are you? Don't tell it. Don't tell us.
Well, you want to do Seattle?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You don't want to do Hotel California?
No, like Mother Love Bone. Oh, funny.
You gotta do
Name a song.
Hour?
Name a song. You, buddy.
Oh God.
I have one that I want to tell you, but it's not coming to mind. I really want to tell you.
Then
I
that's a,
really want to tell you.
then that's a you problem. That's a you problem.
All right, let's play a game. Rose, you said something earlier. You said you didn't give a fuck, right? And I know there's a certain statement that drunk people make called like, I don't give a shit. And it's funny because only a drunk person would say that. Otherwise, like, you have to give a shit. So I think we should try and guess what you were drinking because sometimes people can tell the personality by the buzz.
Okay. Okay, cool.
I'm lost. I'm not thinking it's vodka. I'm voting on beer. Does anyone else have a vote on what we think Rose is drinking? What do we think Rose is drinking?
Let's go. Let's see. That's a good game.
I thought so.
We'll see. I think you're actually close. You're correct. I'm going to confirm it's not hard liquor and it is beer.
Wow.
Yeah,
God,
you're good.
No one got to chime in now. Damn. But it's
I put light beer in the chat. Yeah, light beer.
Okay, good.
No, it's definitely not light, baby. Definitely not a light. You're wrong. I think anybody who's wrong should get kicked.
But I was only going to say vodka because I know you've come in drunk before, so I was pegging you as a drunk.
Well, hold on.
Weekend beer doesn't make you a drunk. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And if they get it wrong, can we kick them? Are you okay with that?
I think you should get to kick everyone in real life. Like
Amen.
At a party.
I agree. Okay, so if they guess wrong, they should get kicked out of here, right? Yeah.
Only if you need space. Are you having like a mock
I do.
Your own online mock pit?
No, I'm just saying if they get it wrong, I think they should get kicked out of here because they're wrong. What do you think? Think so? Love you, babe.
I wouldn't be I wouldn't be on the dance floor very long.
No? Okay. I'll be nice. All right, let's go. We're gonna guess what I'm drinking, but nothing's gonna happen to anybody who's guessing. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds one-sided. It sounds one-sided. It sounds one-sided. Just saying.
But that is a statement drunk people make. I don't give a shit. Okay.
I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't say that.
You said you didn't give a fuck.
Well, I don't give a fuck. But
that's why we ask for 2 fucks. That's why people ask for flying shits and 2 fucks. I don't give 2 fucks. I don't give a flying shit.
Whatever. I'm going to entertain this for about another 5 minutes. That's fine. Let's go.
All right, I'll start a clock.
Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, bitch.
Geo, I must say you don't get enough belligerence on here, and it's actually warm and fuzzy when you don't get it all.
I love Geo. Geo's my baby. I love Geo. I heard Geo went down, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I was just in here the other day. Geo didn't go down, and then I heard everybody turned on you, and I was like, "What the fuck? Why would people turn on Geo?" And that's why I'm in here right now to support you, Geo. Just saying, because that's the weird shit I heard all day. I knew it wasn't true. But you have a lot of haters. But it's okay.
That's when
it doesn't matter.
When you know you've done something right. When they have time.
Exactly. When they're talking about
wait a minute.
you're doing something right.
Are these haters? Are they all Globers though?
No, they are supposable flat earthers, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, you still think Globers are our problem? No, it's flat Earth on flat Earth is the problem.
It is. It's flat Earth on flat Earth. It's your own community going against you in the same community. That's true. That's what's so fucked up.
Yeah, we can deal with Globers. We can deal with Globers because not everyone's a Glober. Most people are normies. Only these pros that have been 5 or 6 years are really Globers.
Right. But if you're going against Geo, you're not really a part of any community that I'm fucking worried about.
Right.
That's just fucking horse dog.
I agree. I've been doing this since like 2013. I've been doing this for a long time. And if somebody who is a real flat earther, you know. And if somebody's a shill or a LARP or whatever the circumstance is, you know. You've been here for a long time. You know. You know, and you should protect people who come in to this world now, and you have those people still LARPing around. It's your duty to protect them. Right? I think so.
Well, I didn't even know anyone was. What did you say? Going against me? That's news to me. I didn't even know that's a thing. I have no conflicts with anyone. So
whatever. So you heard absolutely nothing I just fucking said.
No, I heard you, but you said people you said everyone turned against. I've never experienced it.
You heard you, and you couldn't get off of you. That's it. You didn't hear nothing else. You just heard you.
Yo,
I was waiting for a minute to get in because it was what you had said before. You said you heard that. I just said that's news to me. I hadn't heard that, or I wasn't aware of anything.
Okay. Okay. Wow.
Well, it's true. You're an awful man, and
damn. Fucking A.
No, so Rose, just so you know,
yeah,
it was super quiet last night, and I had asked Gio about a week ago if he went under any stress, because sometimes it's loaded, sometimes it's the regulars, and sometimes it's dead, and I realized he'd probably enjoy that as much as that would freak me out. And he said sometimes it's dead, and it's so peaceful, it's so nice to not have to worry about everyone.
Right.
You know? So that happened last night. That's all. That's all that happened.
Got you.
It was quiet. It was super quiet.
Oh. Okay. Well,
And
I'm glad it's not quiet tonight.
For a while, it was just him and Jeremy on mute, staring at each other.
Oh, okay. Right.
That's pretty. I mean, that's happened. I mean, we've had quiet moments here and there. I would say of all the time this server's been, I would say it's probably 2 or 3% in total is probably dead air. So it's a couple percent of the total time. So yeah, there'll be a night that happens here and there or different times. But yeah, it is actually for me nice to have a bit of a break at times.
Yeah, I deliberately didn't come around. Deliberately, it didn't bother you.
Well, no, I'm not saying. I mean, it's just however the flow goes. I'm just saying when it goes quiet. Yeah, it is. Well, it seems like the server kind of goes to sleep. And sometimes there'll just be a quiet time here and there. It's it takes a little rest.
That would freak me out, wondering what the patterns. Sometimes there isn't, you know. Like sometimes it's because there's an event going on. Where'd everyone go? That's the way it used to be, right? Boom, everyone went somewhere. You knew something's going on.
Well, there seems to just be like an ebb and flow. There's kind of just this natural ebb and flow process. In terms
I
of
love you, Gio. I'm sorry.
I love you more. I love you more than beer.
I love you. Not more than beer, but I love you a lot. I love you.
Love you too.
Oh, why you sound so cute? You do. And you got these dumbass people on your fucking server telling you what to do, and you sound perfectly capable of telling all of them what the fuck to do. I don't get it. No.
Gio, you should ban this chick. No, I'm just kidding.
No, never. Fuck you, bitch. Who said that? Who fucking said that? Who said that? I'm watching you. Dan, the water guy, was that you?
No, I was gonna suggest a bus ticket. Certainly not me.
Okay, who said ban me? Who said that?
It was a joke.
Say it. Okay, joke
I'm sorry,
again.
I was joking. That was me.
Who's
Here,
me?
I'm just a nobody.
Oh, Rose.
I see you.
Joke you if you can't take a fight.
I just want to fucking know. I'm not mad. I just want to know who said that. That's it. It's okay. Calm down. I'm fine. What the fuck, dude? Okay, can we listen to a new song?
Wait a minute, Dan. Did your
I'm not
did I just hear a smoke alarm go off?
That's mine. Shut
what
up,
the
bitch.
fuck is wrong with you?
What
is
my
wrong
alarm?
with you?
I think Rose has had that going on for a minute. I remember
Are
that.
you out of your fucking mind?
There are people who just have it going for like months, and it's like they just forget it's even
No.
there.
Dude, I would literally claw my eyes out.
Listen, I canceled it out, and it just happened like a couple of days ago, like 20 days ago at least. And I canceled it out, and every time I saw the people around my apartment building, I can ask them, the maintenance people, I can ask them for a battery, but I haven't seen them. So I haven't asked them. And then I don't realize
to change it.
I don't realize you guys can hear it because I cancel it out in my head. So I apologize and
No,
fuck
don't
off,
apologize.
okay?
Don't apologize.
Just saying.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned because I thought it was an urban myth that people just lived like that.
I don't. It just literally went off.
20 days? 20. Dude, I couldn't handle it
20 days,
for 1
bitch.
second.
20
I
days.
heard it through the mic for 1 second and I was like,
Okay, well, you don't live here, so don't fucking worry about it. Hang up the fucking phone and you don't have to hear it again.
I'll send you a
How about that?
9-volt battery right now. I will legit send you a 9-volt
Bitch,
battery.
I don't want you to. I don't need you to. Shut up. Whatever. Don't care.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
And fuck don't
Fuck
care
you.
about me.
Fuck you. Fuck you, bitch. Exactly. Fuck you.
Can you impersonate the guy that was the coach on Rocky? You'd be like, go get him, Rock. You know, you can do it, Rocky.
He's like, my sister's a bum. You don't want to pick my sister. She's no good. She's used up.
Adrian! Remember that? Adrian!
There we go.
I can't do it, though. Adrian! No.
Well, this is our last chance to get Rose to do tricks before she falls asleep.
I'm not falling asleep, bitch.
All right, we need to do other movies. Let's see. Famous quotes. Okay, here. What do you think of this? I was thinking this was funny. Like, tell me if you think this is funny.
Okay.
There's all this transgender stuff going on. I was trying to put together like an image, like if you are the women, where are your vages? Vages? We don't got no vages. We don't have to show you our stinking vages.
This is dumb. This is really dumb, and I'm
All right.
concerned right at this point. I'm concerned.
I love you, Gio.
You know what's a language that's really growing on me is French. I used to think that people who spoke French, like I understood it as their internal monologue, their inner dialogue just sounded like only French. That's happening in their heads. It's not just coming out of their mouths. And I thought that was pretty messed up.
Wait a minute, you don't like C++, Python, and Java?
I don't know what any of that it means. I don't play video games, but
it's different languages.
Different languages.
I like French also.
I think French is cool now. And Napoleon's coming out at the end of the month. I'm down.
I mean, do they not think that way though? They think in French.
Oh yeah, they do. They definitely do. How nuts, dude! The entire Arab world is just like, just like in their head all the time. That's wild, bro. I love it. It shapes the way that they eat their food and the way they drive their cars and everything. It makes the world different.
I love French adjectives, but it's kind of disappointing that it's banned on most servers.
What that means? I think your jokes are going over my head. I've been watching a lot of French and Japanese leathercraft videos. I made my first. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do you watch
announcement?
Do you watch anime?
Do I watch anime?
Yeah.
I've watched. I think I've seen one anime.
Is Beastars considered anime?
Yeah, I saw this one anime from. It was out of Texas. It's about this guy.
I'm
and
scared.
His family.
I'm scared.
He like works at a propane station.
Okay. So you've only seen one anime in your whole entire life.
Yeah, but it's from Texas.
What?
Texas anime.
So
you know.
So are you just talking about like any Japanese cartoon, or is it like a specific genre of Japanese cartoons?
What about Afghanistan animation?
Oh, you guys are special.
Did you watch cartoons when you were younger?
Very special.
Rose, can you recite a story? Like
Rose, did you watch cartoons when you were younger?
Not like yours. I don't think so. Mm-mm.
Well, what cartoons did you watch?
What cartoons did you watch?
I watched Pokemon.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay.
What else? I watched Exo Squad. Beast Wars.
Voltron.
Diaper Man.
Okay.
Underdog.
Okay.
Underdog.
Okay.
I saw what's it called? Recess.
This reminds me of the Bill Clinton kid when he asked that girl to name like 10 books. She couldn't name one book. She can't name one cartoon that she watched when she was younger.
Well, yeah. Isn't into cartoons. That's fine.
That's not me though.
She's trying to rag on us for like anime, and she probably watched cartoons.
Well, dude, the one anime that I have seen is amazing. It literally,
Okay. So
it's about this guy and his
what
family, and he works at a propane station, and he just loves God and America and propane. It's fucking sweet.
There you go.
She don't lie. She don't lie. She don't lie. Propane.
She don't lie. She don't lie. Propane. I know he's like. They're talking.
Whatever happened? Hey, is Sean Paul still making money or music rather? You guys know Sean Paul?
Guess not.
Wow, that's one of Sean Paul.
Sing it.
Oh man, I don't even know. I can't. You're asking a lot of me. He's like half black, half Jewish from Jamaica, and he sings like a Jamaican person. So you're asking me to do something.
Like, where are the fucking bagels, man?
Yep, that's him, dude. Spot on.
All right, Rose, you should be able to tell us a simple story and fucking like.
You want a bedtime story, bitch?
Like,
you want a bedtime story, bitch?
I got like the witches all confused. Like Hansel and Gretel, they were the ones that had a witch, and then Little Red Riding Hood had the. Then the Three Bears had Goldilocks.
Okay.
Like, could you tell the Goldilocks story? Maybe that'd be a good one. Do you remember that one? What, she's just stumbling around and decides to cruise into someone's house? What the fuck is that all about?
Goldilocks? You
Yeah.
talking about and the Three Bears?
Yeah, like what?
No,
Where'd she find
Goldilocks was being
herself
a
to
bitch,
begin
bro.
with?
Dude, she was breaking and entering. She was just
Totally. That's why I
dude,
wanted
okay,
Rose.
they're first of all, they're bears. And so, you know, they're
Rose,
just like
what
open
would you
season
do
on
in that
fucking
case?
bears, dude.
As in that situation, what would you do?
Okay. So if you want, can you hear me, Gio?
Yep. I can hear you.
Okay. So what I would do is I would have fucking put like something in front of the door. Nobody would have gotten in. There wouldn't been any. There would have never been any Three Bears. It wouldn't have happened. Yeah. No.
What would you have done if you were in the cave when Osama bin Laden was kind of like plotting 9/11 and he's like, okay, we're going to crash these planes into this building? Would you have been like, no, that's
no,
like, that's not
I
chill?
would have
Or
said
George Bush?
I would have
Cheney?
said I would have said you're part of the CIA. So hook me up so I can get the fuck up out of here and be very rich, just like you. But
damn, you could live with that, huh?
no,
Suck it.
I couldn't.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I couldn't.
I definitely couldn't.
But somebody in that mind frame could. Not me. No. Hell no. Fuck you.
I don't know.
Fuck
Have you ever?
bitch.
I saw Osama bin Laden's library. He had a really interesting collection of books. We've actually read a bunch of the same books. It's pretty weird. I think I also had the same birthday as Osama bin Laden. I'm not sure, and Eminem too.
So you
you're a
didn't
psycho.
see the look
You're
on
a
George
psycho.
Bush's face when he was reading like story time to children, and they like told him
I
about
did.
9/11 as it was
I did.
happening.
He was down,
I
dude.
did.
He was like, just as I planned it.
I did. But he's just as a Muppet as everybody else. He's a mind control. He's a son of a CIA mind control agent.
I don't know. I think
What
he
do you
smokes
think is
weed. Mind control doesn't work on you if you smoke weed. That's the thing. Weed is anti-mind control. Everybody knows that. That's like they teach you that day one at the
it's
CIA.
beyond that. It's beyond that, bro. It's
No,
beyond that. It's
no.
beyond weed.
I've never
Yeah.
been mind controlled. And I smoke weed all day, every day.
But you're not
Try to
Bush
control my mind
Jr.
right
though.
now. See what happens.
You're
Good luck.
not Bush Jr. though. If you were Bush Jr., you wouldn't be saying that.
I'd be on the golf course hitting them drives.
I guess.
So I'm still thinking about that. No more Texas. Like when are they going to implement that?
No more Texas? Did you just say they're going to get rid of Texas?
You don't get the reference from George Herbert Walker Bush Sr.?
No.
You must not be old enough.
I'm old enough to remember the Texas-Israeli War of 1991. Do you remember that? And back in 1994 when it happened again.
What did you say earlier?
The Texas-Israeli War of 1991.
Never heard of it.
Exactly. You probably weren't old enough to remember that. How old are you, dude?
43.
I'm 43 and a half, dude. I know a lot more about the world than you do.
Well, tell us about this Texas-Israeli war.
Well, it's pretty complicated.
just because you've been alive longer than somebody else doesn't mean that you know more than somebody else. It's just your
Let's hear
life.
about this Texas-Israeli war. I want to hear it.
But he said 43 and a half, so I mean the half does make a difference.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Let's hear
No,
about
it
this
doesn't.
Texas-Israeli war. I want to hear it.
I'm just joking.
All right. Well, basically, there was the signing of the Oslo Disarmament Treaty in 1983, which severely limited the size of all the nuclear arsenals. But then, in the 1990s, a fanatical Irish nationalist government declared war on the UK. They conquered Northern Ireland. They expelled the Protestants in that region. And this is like a lot of backstory, but just bear with me. And then in August of 92, Irish commandos induced LSD into the water, so much into the supply of the UK water, in fact, that the Prime Minister and the Parliament ordered the use of nuclear weapons against
It's hard
Ireland.
to hear you with Rose playing music.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Let me mute. Sorry. Hold on.
Go back just before the LSD, or just after the expelling of the Protestants.
Okay, yeah. So in 1992, Irish commandos put LSD into the water supply. And then under the influence of that drug, the Prime Minister and Parliament used nukes on Ireland and her allies, including South Africa and China. This started a huge war. The Commonwealth backed the UK. Let's fast forward. Texas basically they have their large oil reserves. The Texas Rangers take the president captive. And then Israel just is pretty much the only great power because it didn't get nuked. And so America falls and then Texas fights Israel. But I'm not going to tell you how it ends. Although it does end at the Alamo. It's pretty tight.
You've got amazing talent. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, by the end of 1992, at least half the population was dead. 90% had just perished from plague and famine. Yeah.
Let's go. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Let's go.
If no one's talking and you feel inspired to sing, I don't have an issue with that. But just playing the music, we can get in trouble for that, I'm not trying to kill your vibes.
No, you're good. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a lot we can learn from the Texas-Israeli war, especially with what's going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about what you're saying, just it just makes me think, people trying to analyze this situation, there's just so many variables involved, it's hard to predict the future.
I wouldn't try to predict the future. But what I would say is I'm not keeping too close an eye on it, but I do have a guy who I trust as my Middle East news source. And they're fixing to have a good old war over there. That's what it seems like. And yeah, people thinking that like, oh, I need to support one side because it'll lead to like a victory or peace quicker is wrong, in my opinion. I think like all sides being aided, all sides being supported are just leading to more dead people. I don't think there's a victory here, but yeah. For anyone. I don't think there's a victory for anyone.
I just say that it's not really about picking sides, but there is a point where when we now have Israel just admitted to bombing a refugee camp the other day, killing 50 people. They admitted that they did this. That is an admitted war crime, and no one's calling for this war to stop. No leaders around the world are saying, you just committed a war crime, you admitted to it, this needs to stop right now. They've also killed 59 or more than 60 UN workers by bombing actual UN sites. No one's calling this out. So we've also got to admit that, we've got to ask ourselves, why is no one calling this out? Why is no one calling out Israel for their admitted war crimes? It's not like they're going, oh, it was an accident. No, they bombed these areas. They're just admittedly just killing these people. They're decimating areas. So it's not about choosing a side, but what we've got at the moment is we've got a grown 250-pound man beating the shit out of a child. That's what we have right at the moment. So whether you want to choose a side or not, I don't think it's about that. But it's about that if people aren't actually out there standing up saying this needs to stop and it needs to stop now, then that's a problem. It's about all I want to say on it.
What I would like to see is, I mean, me personally, I try to stay away from like the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israeli-Palestine war, just because so many people dying. It's a sad situation. So I try to tune that off for the most part. But what I would like to see is people that are more knowledgeable of the history of the situation and the specific facts involved to write up an criminal indictment. And once you have that in place, just distribute that to Antifa and BLM and have that be their litmus test for their leaders to, because they try to control the Antifa BLM, that would that would be kind of ironic that they created them for their agenda and it got turned around and used against them, to use that criminal indictment against the people that are funding this war and cut off the funding and then see what happens.
Yeah, I think the issue that we have though is that at the end of the day, you can't say anything about Israel, can you? Anyone comes out and says anything about Israel, and it's like instantly you're a Holocaust denier, you're anti-Semitic. Everything about whatever you said is now just discredited by whatever.
That's why I said people that are more knowledgeable of the specific facts involved to write up a criminal indictment, because that's a little bit different. Alleging specific facts. But you're definitely right, though.
But writing up a criminal indictment and then going down that road, how long is that going to take? How is no government currently right now calling for an end to this and actually calling for Israel to be tried for war crimes?
Well, I don't know if you know or not. It sounds like you're from Australia, but here in the United States, Israel, they own like over 80. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's like over 80% of our representatives are pro-Israel and they're owned by Israel.
Exactly, man. And the problem is that at the end of the day over there, no one even gets to go for president unless you pledge allegiance to Israel.
Oh yeah. I completely forgot about that. You're right. When you run for office, you have to make a pledge for Israel, and you have to there's the do not the do not thing that you have to do. I forget what it's called. You know the thing. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry. I don't know all about your politics, but I just know that no matter who runs, you don't even get to run for office if you don't pledge allegiance to Israel and basically literally back anything Israel's going to do.
There's some type of movement called divest something or another. I can't think of the name, but it's like boycott, divest Israel. You have to, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a horrible situation. Same as obviously Ukraine and Russia is a horrible, devastating situation. But neither side. I mean, well, actually, I couldn't say neither side, but I would say the Ukrainians are targeting civilians a lot more than the Russians are. But here we have Israel literally targeting civilians. They're not being targeted about it. They're not being what's the word for it? They're not trying to laser target what they're going for. They're not laser targeting Hamas. They're just indiscriminately bombing entire areas. And we probably have tens of thousands of people dead over there now because they're just indiscriminately bombing civilian areas.
I'm not sure I articulated my point earlier, but you understand what I was talking about because there's the situation. Let me take it back to the other situation scenario where you have like a criminal activity involved. Let's say you have people like rob a bank or rob a gas station, and let's do like a gas station for example, and they'll like someone dies and they'll like charge the shooter with murder, and then also like the driver, even if the driver had no idea what was going on, they'll also be charged for murder. So that's what I was talking about with the criminal indictment, is that with the criminal indictment of alleging of facts, it's the same sort of deal with the funding of the Israel-Palestine war. That's also a crime. It's same legal philosophy.
Yeah, man, I hear you, and I agree. That's definitely an avenue that should be taken as well. But I mean, I don't know. We've got to do something to get. Obviously, your government over there would be extremely hard to rally up. But if enough people make enough noise, then they don't have any choice. They have to pay attention to it. I don't know if I cut myself off here at the moment. Sorry. Sorry, can I just do a mic check?
So I'm not. So it's like the same sort of deal though, with our laws and our legal system. Like for example, like every time they have like a sanctions with one of these countries, or they like label one of these terrorist organizations or whatever, and like you as an individual, if you try to do business or donate money to one of these alleged terrorist organizations, they're going to charge you with a crime. So it's the same sort of deal flipped around on them. Uno reverse card.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, we should be holding Israel down. The entire state of Israel should be classified as a terrorist state.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, they've been terrorizing the Palestinian people for more than 70 years now. And if you've actually seen any videos of what goes on over there, it's just despicable. It's absolutely disgusting. Saw a video probably a few months ago of some kid who had thrown a rock at a tank. And then next thing you know, the kid's like 10 years old. And then just all these Israeli soldiers just get out and just start beating the shit out of this kid. Like it's a kid, man. He threw a rock at a tank, And then any bystanders trying to get in on the action, they were sitting there just like beating them with batons, getting them away. So, I don't blame the Palestinian people for doing what they did, even though it was obviously what happened was a false flag. But who could blame them for doing it? when that's what they're putting up with.
You're talking about the October, what was it, October 7th attack was false flag?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking in my mind. I just putting it on the table, but I wasn't for sure.
Well, the thing is what we have is there's multiple people, even from Israel, ex-Israel Defense Force, and so forth, have all come out and said that it would be physically impossible for them to do what they did, and be sort of like not infiltrated for so many hours. There's also sorry, go on. Okay.
It's like another 9/11 to justify war. Sounds like.
Yeah, I would say so. So I'm just trying to do some parking at the moment. Try another card. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
But yes, I've seen a few things. There were all those people supposedly killed at that dance party thing that was on.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Okay. Well, there's been multiple.
No. I don't watch any. No. I do not watch any videos. But yeah, I heard about it though.
Yeah, okay. So there was supposedly multiple people killed there, and they're blaming Hamas on it. And I mean, you could maybe indirectly blame Hamas, but people who were actually there said as soon as the Israeli Defense Force rocked up, they just started indiscriminately shooting everybody, like literally just killing everyone. Like they weren't targeting, they weren't looking for particular people. They were just shooting everyone. People were running for their lives because the Israeli Defense Force rocked up and just started like shooting every direction.
I heard something about they claimed like they beheaded like over 100 babies, but there was never any evidence put forth for that claim.
Yeah, that was proven false. Like CNN posted that, but they've now had to retract that story. But obviously, it doesn't matter. Like you can retract a story, but once it's out, too late. You know what I mean? So that story's actually been retracted. It never happened.
You said CNN. That's so funny.
Yeah. Well, they were the ones that came out with. I think it was a CNN reporter and stuff. So yeah, that one's been retracted now. But obviously, if you're not paying any attention, you still think that it happened, and people are just going to talk about how all these babies were beheaded by Hamas when it never happened. I just think about it. You've got I don't know, the number one or number two most secure border on Earth, and then there's supposedly dudes went over in paragliders. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I mean, we all know paragliders aren't exactly moving at 1,000 miles an hour. You don't think dudes could have been like, hey man, there's some people coming over there on paragliders, what should I do? Radio call comes back and says, oh yeah, shoot him out the sky. No problem. Done in moments. Come on.
Yeah, I was listening to someone else talk about this, and they got me to thinking about this situation. And I almost get the sneaking suspicion that Israel is trying to provoke these other countries on purpose to draw them into war, like because, like these countries, they can't like just outright like attack another country. So what they'll do instead is they'll provoke the other country into a first attack, and then they're like, oh, we're drawn into a war, so it's self-defense, quote unquote.
Yeah, well, and then you've got what was it like? Is it Article 5 or something like that, where basically if you think that this country is going to attack you and you have, reasonable suspicion to believe that that's going to happen, then you actually, under this Article 5, that's what I think it is, you have the right to then go attack that country. But you can just make up any excuse.
Oh, we're glossing over this entire situation, actually, because if we take this this October attack, if we just for a second just take it as true, then from a legal standpoint, they should just be able to go after the criminals involved, not use that as an excuse to go after anyone else.
I mean, we just have to look at it one way. Like, what do they call it? The Nakba, which is how all this kind of originally started when they took the land over. And the stories of rape and murder and so forth, and just kicking people out of their homes from Palestine. Well, I mean, what would you do if you're sitting there and your wife just got raped and your kids got murdered and they took your house? What do you think's going to happen? Like, I don't think you're going to be sitting there going like, yeah, you know what, Israel should have this space. It's all fair enough, I mean, they just, raped my wife and killed my children, but it's all good, man. We'll just have peace. Like, pretty sure that would never happen in anyone's mind.
Yeah, some of the this is like kind of a touchy subject here, but it's kind of unfortunate. I've heard some of the Christians make the biblical argument that oh, it's their land, they've been there for thousands of years. But on the other hand, I think I did see a report of some Jews in the United States, protest like against Zionism.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the problem, is that it seems to be more on the whole Zionist approach. It's not necessarily a Judeo one, or it's not people just because they're Jewish, is it? They just unfortunately get thrown into the mix. But I mean, like you're saying before, it's I don't think it's about picking sides, but I don't know about you, but if I saw a 250-pound man beating the shit out of a child, I'd want to step in and say, hey, enough of that. Like, this isn't a war. This isn't a fair fight by any means.
Sounds like you're hiking.
Yeah, no, I'm walking. I'm walking to the protest.
Oh, you're on your way to a protest right now?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, I was saying it's not about picking sides, because I don't think it is about picking sides. I was just saying how there's no such thing as a victory. There's only going to be more bloodshed the more people talk about picking a side, or like which side to pick. Any answer other than the two people just need to forgive each other and immediately stop all violence, in my opinion, is the wrong answer.
Yeah. No, I agree with you 100%, man. But you realize that there was a Netanyahu just 2 weeks before this attack happened, literally proposed and came out and showed an entire mapped area of Israel that there was no Palestine, there was no Gaza. They were all wiped off the map.
Oh,
and that was their.
Dude, my family, my entire.
This is what they're doing.
Oh, and also, like right before the attacks, they were saying that a lot of the Israel's, were actually unhappy with their government and started to protest. And then so this attack was actually beneficial for the government to try to rally the people in support of them after the attack.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are very upset with Netanyahu, even just for making them, as they would say, and I'm going to use the word Shizer. We all know what rhymes with Shizer, as what they called Shizer's lab. Shizer's, not lab, they're test subjects, I forget, guinea pigs, basically, So the people aren't very happy about that either. So there's been a lot of things that they're not happy with Netanyahu about. So am I hot micing?
You're not hot micing. I'm just saying that's kind of cool. You're going to a protest. Just be careful.
Yeah, we went to one the other day. It was on a Friday night, and there was only about maybe 200 or 300 people there. But apparently, this one here, like I'm really late to it, so I hope it's still going. But apparently, there's more like about 3,000 people here.
Is it morning or afternoon for you?
It is 3 in the afternoon, or almost 4 in the afternoon.
Are you going to be documenting anything for like content creation, or are you just going to just be there?
I'm just going. I might just film a little bit,
Yeah.
But I'll see if it's even still going. I see a few people walking around with Palestinian flags, but I don't know if it's still going.
Based on your accent, you're in Australia, right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
he's
South.
English, dude. What? Dude, I can never tell. It's so crazy.
You can never tell my accent?
Well, not your accent, just accents in general. I'm bad with them.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is I think if we can just set aside all the death and destruction and kind of maybe awe at some of the finer details, is the white liberal community of America, the woke people, actually not just the white wokes, just all the wokes, they don't know who to support. Like their programming is malfunctioning, and it's very interesting to watch.
Really? I thought they were on the Free Palestine side.
No, brother, no.
Tell me about it. I want to hear this.
Oh, well, okay. So my buddy just came back from New Mexico, and he was there for a part of a permaculture convergence conference. And permaculture is just absolutely filled with liberal people. I mean, you have conservative people and people in between or whatever. But it's a very liberal scene. And he said it was split right down the middle. And I know some of the people that he went with, and I know the types, the she, him, polyamorous, types, and yeah, they're all split. They're all split up about it. They don't know which victimhood narrative to follow. Like, which victimhood narrative is stronger? The Palestinian people who are like getting blasted right now, or the Jews who've been kicked around for 2,000 years, who are doing the blasting?
So I would just completely guess that the divide is between the people that just watch the CNN and the news and just simply believe whatever they're told. They're probably going to be siding with whatever the news tells them to believe, and so they're going to support Israel. Whereas that's probably I'm guessing.
I have no idea, to be honest, where the mass. I think a large part of the divide is there are a lot of people who call themselves Jewish in America. I think there's more white Jewish liberal people than we think, because those are the people that I've heard the most about, like being kind of shocked at all their white liberal friends supporting Palestine, and they're like, "Oh, how could you do that? I'm Jewish." Because like people who call themselves Jewish, like victimhood mentality is pretty much the strongest narrative in their aura, like their whole persona, and for them to be sort of like feeling attacked because their victimhood narrative is like meaningless compared to like somebody else's victimhood narrative. It's not like the top. Like if you wanted to be like live your entire life as a victim, and then you find out that you're Jewish, or you're like, you find out you have Jewish heritage, like your grandpa like escaped the Holocaust or something, you're there. You are at the tippity top of that pyramid. In yesterday's world.
Platypus, what I wanted to go back to General Wesley Clark. He had mentioned, about the memo. We're gonna like invade like 7 countries in 5 years. So I wanted to bring that up because we were talking about like the future, and so the elites have like a plan in mind, even though it doesn't always come to fruition. So I wanted to get your thoughts on, if you have know what their plan might be.
Yeah, well, the most profitable thing you can do in this world from a materialistic standpoint is just kill people and take their shit. It's fucking cheap and effective. And I think that's really about as simple as it is. Like, there's a group of people that are like, how can we trick people into killing each other and sell each side guns? And then fucking buy all their land and turn it into fucking resorts when it's over. I think it's I think it's bigger than just like what Netanyahu's doing. Like I think he's taking orders from, I don't know, basically Satan, or like somebody who's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely coming from somewhere. Who knows where that it's really happening or who's really calling all the shots? But you know, we do know that shots are being called and people are literally dying. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard. What do we do about it as just poor, lonely little people? We can only do what we can do, you know.
Which is a lot, actually. I think living a good life is really key to it, you know.
But then also a part of living a good life is, as they say, evil only triumphs when good people stand back and do nothing. And if we're all sitting around doing nothing, then evil can triumph.
That is
And
actually that is
Sorry,
actually one of the hidden solutions in all of this. Is that, you know, because I said earlier about how United States is like funding Israel with like money and arms and everything and weaponry. So that's one of the solutions is actually just for everyday people to just withdraw their support from the system and just like go off grid, for example. And then if enough people did that, eventually the system would collapse. They would lose their power because the power comes from like farming their citizens as animals.
Yeah, and power comes through support, doesn't it? You know, or non-support and non-compliance. Like, I mean, imagine if, let's just say, as an example, you know, more than half of America just decided to not go to work tomorrow and say, we're not going to go to work until you guys sort this shit out and stop funding Israel. They're literally murdering children right now, and we're not going to take it.
Well, see that a lot of people that's a misconception. A lot of people think, oh, you pay taxes, you support the system. But if you look in the congressional record, the taxes they don't go to support anything because with the fiat currency they can just sell the bonds and get the money from the Federal Reserve to support their operations. It's unlimited funding. So that the actual taxation doesn't really matter, except as for a mechanism to kind of curb inflation a little bit.
Dude, the last people that tried to go up against the system that is perpetrating this attack on humanity, it started a world war, and it was bad. It was not good. This beast doesn't lose.
Yeah, they already stated the next world war is going to come out of the Middle East, and they're trying to make that happen.
Yeah, that would be very profitable for them.
You know, I think a lot of bombs and ammunition must be getting to its expiry date.
Absolutely.
So you know, we got to get rid of them before they expire. You know, can't just have them sitting and not killing people.
So what I've noticed is that CIA they've been baiting like China into a first strike against the United States. They've been hardcore trying to bait them into a first strike, and China isn't falling for it. But if we do fall into World War III, I guess China will maybe try an attack to kind of hold us off. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the same as like what's that classic picture that someone posted even in the text chat I've known that within the past week, where it's the picture of all of the US bases around Iran and say, oh look, why did they put their country next to all our bases, or whatever. And they've been trying to bait Iran into a war for a long time.
Well, America is probably going to help Israel do whatever the fuck it's doing right now, and then we'll step in when China does something with Taiwan. I'll tell you that much. And that's just the double standard that America is going to carry on to the 22nd century or whatever.
Well, wait a minute. The Biden administration is not going to do anything if China attacks Taiwan, right?
Yeah, they are.
Really?
100%, yeah. That's not even a question. I'm kind of surprised you just said that. I'm not not throwing shade on you. I just mean my analysis of that situation is that China touches Taiwan. So.
It's like they're trying to look for any excuse to go to war with anyone. It's like they're trying to they're certainly trying to bring us into a World War III. Because obviously, if they bring China in, then that's going to bring Russia in. It's going to bring, who else are they? North Korea. It's going to bring a lot of different countries in.
Okay, maybe I've been wrong in my analysis. They're not trying to bait China into a first strike against the United States. They're trying to bait China into a first strike against Taiwan. Then maybe.
Maybe. I just know that the BRICS nations are pretty strong in terms of their allies.
China, Russia, and Iran.
Brazil and South Africa as well. And India.
And then there's a whole bunch of other countries that are joining BRICS as well. It's not just those ones anymore.
Yeah.
There's multiple.
No, it's definitely not.
Damn it. It looks like the protest is kind of fizzling out. People are leaving.
Well, you'll get them next time.
Yeah, there's another one on in a couple of weeks. But, I got told it was going to be down right in front of our Parliament House, so I parked near there, and now I've just walked to the complete opposite end of the city.
What are they protesting, Plain?
Sorry? It's
what are they protesting?
They're protesting the Israel-Palestinian war.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me good?
Oh yeah, Crystal.
Yes. I just think the problem is that these things could be sorted in a day if everyone just, I mean, what would they do if all of a sudden, you imagine if 180 million people in America were just on the streets tomorrow?
They would do alien
that wouldn't matter. That would not matter at all.
Wouldn't do anything. Not a damn thing.
They have to pay attention.
No, they wouldn't do. They would be such a wonderful excuse to lock everybody down. Oh yeah, there's a large protest and a new COVID strain.
They would have an undercover agent, not in uniform, start to do some troublemaking, and then use that to blame it on the entire group.
Classic agent provocateurs.
Yeah, makes sense.
Easy money, dude. Yeah.
Provocateurs. I love that.
Just what they did with January 6th, sorry.
Hey, what's up, everybody, man? You guys having fun? Saturday night.
We brought the flat squad here.
We brought some squads up in here, man. Said, hey, what's going on? Let's flat this shit or globe this shit. What do you got? Or we can talk about something else. I don't know.
Yeah, we were just in the middle of talking about Palestines.
Palestines, man. Hey, man. I had the Palestine itch. It's interesting. Put some lotion on it, man. You'll be all right. You'll be fine.
And did we decide we have to censor ourselves on that word? We're not allowed to say it. Is that what's going on?
No.
Which word?
To say it like that.
Well, I love GeoServer, man. I don't want to mess it up, man. I'm not here to mess up GeoServer, man. Fuck's sake. It's too good a place to fuck it up, man.
Oh, dude, you can't fuck it up. Don't worry about it.
But Geo's told me, yeah, right on, man. Have fun. Basically,
it is definitely a touchy subject. There was a Richard Medhurst had his channel now completely demonetized and attacked through him showing things that's going on over there.
Yeah, there's censorship happening all over the place, but I get it, man. I just don't want to get anybody in trouble, man. That's my last thing I want to do.
Yeah, it sucks that we got to be that way.
It sucks that we got to be that way, but we can still talk about shit as long as you say Coco 19 versus the other thing, or something. Just code it up, man. You guys know what's up.
Little Coco.
Look, do you guys remember the
Little
Coco? What about the Cocoa Pokes? I got a Cocoa Poke and I was not feeling good. And suddenly I was mysteriously had a thing that possibly could be dangerous.
Next thing you know, I had a triple bypass.
I've got something to share. So maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I really went down the rabbit hole with like World War II and the numbers and all that stuff. I mean, I was obsessed. I was absolutely obsessed.
I get it. Man. Been there, done it.
Yeah. I've definitely come pretty far from that. I'm not really interested so much anymore in that topic. I can live my life just fine. However, I will say, seeing how interested everybody else is in that topic these days is shocking to me. I never thought I'd live to see the day where there's so much hyper focus on the Semitic stuff. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's interesting how things come around, and you're like, damn, all of a sudden, oh, you guys are talking about that. That's some shit I was thinking about years ago. Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like the most annoying conspiracy because everybody knows about it, but they're still constantly talking about it.
Yeah.
Or is it just new people discovering it? Is it just new people discovering something?
I think it's like part of the script. I think in order for I live next to the fucking NASCAR speedway over here.
I like the script idea. Yeah, it could be part of the script for sure.
Oh no, dude, think about it. Like, in order to have our war in the Middle East, the United States needed 9/11. We needed to be like, okay, these Arabic brown types.
Yeah, that's a fact.
They crash planes into buildings. That's bad. We don't like that, so we're gonna go bomb the hell out of them.
Yeah.
In order for the world to accept that, we had to blast 9/11 everywhere. Like, the whole world watched that day.
Yeah, it's a cock show, man. I call it.
And so for them to be calling this Israel's 9/11, it's very much like
this is the new cock show, baby. Yeah, everybody's talking about it, man. It's unavoidable. I haven't talked about it, but I will say, hey, man, it's definitely going on. That's all I'll say about it, man. There's some real cucky shit going on, man, with the news and alternative news and everything, man. They're all talking about it. And that's just World War III kind of talk, man. Yeah. That kind of thing. It's crazy, man. WW3, man. What? So it's out there. People talking about it. And
hey, turn that 3 sideways into an E, dog. It's WWE.
Oh, hey. Love you, fat man. Love you, brother. We got flat dude, flat man. Who's got the globe? Anybody got the globe laying around? I'm just curious.
Alistraza showed up.
Oh, it's our buddy.
Not gonna say shit.
Oh shit! He was just giving us shit. Poor guy. He'll
look at him! Look at him! He's doing this again. Where does this even come from?
He won't open his microphone. That's not gonna happen. But nice try, Mongo. Give it a go, bro. Give it a go.
Figure out your mic, bro. Fucking come on in.
Come on into the conversation or fuck off. That's mine.
I mean, he would never get a word in. You would just constantly interrupt him.
Well, that's potential that could happen because
that's 100%. I would bet $1 million on it.
Wow,
who's
dude,
the fact?
$1 million? That's a lot of money, man. I don't know about you, but to me, that'd be a lot of money.
That sounds like he knows what he's talking about. You want to debate this? Not like a genius.
I know that people have a pattern behavior. That's why I'm willing to put up $1 million for that bet.
Wow.
Do you have $1 million to even spend?
No, I do not. I'm extremely poor.
You probably shouldn't make bets that you can't fuck in.
That's a 100% payoff.
Shit talk.
You don't know that. You don't. Nothing's 100%, man. You can't. No. That's not possible.
It's just shit talk.
Annie up.
Except,
I said it's not shit talk. I said people have a pattern of behavior.
No, it's just shit talk.
What, you made a nonsense statement?
You made a nonsense. You said some nonsense. It quite literally is just shit talk.
He was literally just talking with Platypus and continually interrupting Platypus. That's what he just did.
Who did that?
Flat Earth dude.
Flat Earth dude did that? Really?
This guy is fucking. That's funny. That's funny, man.
I don't know why he's getting offended.
Are you sad that you've been interrupted? Do you feel then like
I'm so hurt?
Have you been wronged in any way, Platypus?
Well,
I honestly wasn't even really paying attention. I was just over here cooking. I'm sorry, guys.
So the guy is trying to white knight for someone who doesn't. He's not actually a victim. It's weird.
That was very strange.
I'm not white knighting. I'm just saying it wouldn't be an honest
one.
debate or an honest discussion with continual interruptions. I could barely even get a word in right there.
You want a little background of like what's going on here? We were just in a different server. This guy came in immediately without ever being there, without ever talking to anybody. Just started talking shit in text. We tried to get him to come in and unmute and talk. He wouldn't, but he continued talking shit in text. First time ever seeing him, ever engaging with him, but he seems to have a whole lot of freaking animosity towards us.
Yeah.
We came here, and he just happened to follow shortly after we joined, and then goes in the chat here and says that we're stalking him.
Who is this?
That's what happened.
That is kind of what happened, actually. Yeah.
Flat man.
Okay.
I have to concur. It didn't happen to me, but I did see it happen, like, directly. That is what happened.
That is what happened. Guaranteed.
Who are we talking?
Balestraza,
man. He was stalking us on our other server, man, called
being on another server is not stalking.
No, he chased us here and then claimed that we freaking
the
stalked
funny thing
him.
about the other server, man, is that it's not well known, man. There's only 30 people that know about it, man.
What? There's quite a few people I know about it. What are you talking about?
Oh man, it's Flat Man is super fucking low key, chill. It's all about just hanging out. And
how many people
shit,
are there?
man.
Hold on.
But all of us came over there from there. And this guy followed us, man. That guy followed us over here, man. And he still won't unmute his microphone. So as soon as he unmutes his microphone, man, everything will be cool, man. But until then, he can fuck off. Thanks. All right, you guys carry on. What were we talking about? Fuck that guy. I think we were talking about curvature. I think it was curvature, man.
Very important.
Where's the fucking curve, man?
Very important.
He's still texting me, man. Fucking Mongo. He's still fucking hitting me up in my DMs, man.
Why is he texting me? That's really weird.
I'll go unmute 100% in your server.
Look at the live stream text. Just look at him continually. Just go. It's all TikTok.
It's just sick. Why is someone doing this?
I don't know, man. You gotta ask them, man, because I'm not getting involved, man. That's not my style. My style is more like, what evidence do you got for curvature, man? I'm like, yo, bro, gas pressure without a container? Yeah, talk to me, man. What do you got?
Yeah, we've literally never even talked to this guy. We've literally never even.
Well, here, you know what? I have an idea. I'll solve it right now since Balestraza can hear me. The VC text is really just for the discussion of what's going on in the live stream. The live stream is kind of just like a drama-free. We don't really talk about, drama shit or whatever.
He's just DMing us, man. He's just DMing us. He's not putting it in the live stream or anything.
His head is curved.
I would prefer. Yeah, I would prefer that he kept it out of that.
I mean, we were trying to talk about the war before you guys showed up and interrupted.
All right, what's up with the war, man? I mean, nobody's talking about it. Tell us what's up.
Let's see. The last thing that I said was I just shared that I thought it was interesting that many people are like hyper focused on Jewish stuff these days, and I think that the uptick in anti-Semitism and the propensity for people to be anti-Semitic is kind of like scripted.
Yeah,
I think it's scripted.
you're talking about the dichotomy and the split on the left.
It's
with
the
woke
same
people
thing with the
between,
black.
some of them were supporting
black or-
Israel, and other ones were supporting Palestine. I told you
Yeah.
couldn't help but interrupt. People have pattern behavior.
Fuck off.
I mean, guys, we can all get along. It's not a big deal.
Of course we can. Damn straight we can.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, it's Saturday night, man. Loosen up a
loaded
little
term
bit,
anyway,
man.
isn't it?
I'll
Don't
be
you
out
feel
of
like
here.
anti-Semitism is a loaded term? Sorry, bro. Sorry.
It is.
Yeah, I'll be out of
Semitism
here.
has nothing to do with Jews at all.
Exactly.
Who has
you guys don't like that word?
Is anybody?
In fact, the
Look up the
Palestinian
definition.
people are more Semites than the Jews are.
Well,
I don't really have a problem with the term.
Look it up. Get a definition for it. That'd be great.
I mean, it kind of means the same thing, no matter what the definition says. Like, we all know what it means. Like, there's people that are out there that are just like thinking about Jews and talking about how all the Jews control this and that. That's usually what
That's not anti-Semitism, though, is it?
No, but that's what the colloquial. That's what most people know of as anti, and that doesn't bother me because they're just talking about the truth.
Sorry, that's why I call it a loaded term, because it's really it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, it's like making a comment. You get cut off by someone, and it's an old Asian lady, and you're like, "Oh, bloody Asian drivers," that's not racist, but you'll get labeled racist for saying something like that now.
Right.
It's just a loaded term. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
Criticizing the actions of a government or a nation has nothing to do with race.
I thought anti-Semitism meant hostility towards Jews.
That's correct. I've heard that.
So, saying Israel is like a shit nation isn't anti-Semitic, but being like the Jews are some nefarious people controlling the world for nefarious means, that will probably be anti-Semitic.
Yeah, you can be critical of any government. You can be critical of any type of politics, any type of policy from any government. It doesn't fucking matter. Like that doesn't make it that doesn't make you racist against a people.
Labeled that way if you say something against those people.
I'm not really sure there's many governments that actually truly represent their people. So
wait, but are they a people? My question.
Whoa, wait a minute, Lou. I've never seen that before. Can I ask you a question about that?
About what I just said?
Because that kind of that is just so weird. It kind of reminds me when you go on YouTube and they'll put these things at the bottom. And when I clicked on your profile, that's what I just couldn't believe what I saw. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. What about it?
I guess Discord put that there.
Yeah, they must have.
Crazy.
What's at the bottom of your profile?
Isn't that crazy that Discord did that? They're monitoring us to a point where they're changing people's personal bios. Isn't that crazy?
Guys,
no, it's crazy.
No way.
Just because he fell for it.
No, you fucking put that in there, bro.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Just because he fell for it, don't the rest of you go falling for it. He's fucking
No, I did that in question form. That was a question.
He answered it.
Now your question is answered.
You got me though. You got me.
Your question was answered. That was funny, man. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm back, man. We change the subject, or maybe not.
This
You guys
guy's
wanna
still
keep
freaking out, spiraling out of control.
There's a server called Politics, man. Check it out, man. They talk about go over there, man. This is it's cool.
This is a
I
cool
just don't
place
want
to do that. Yeah.
They talk more about religion, less about politics.
I don't know. In that politics server, man, you can't get a straight answer from anyone. It's just a bunch of it's just loud noises coming in.
loud noise shit, right? Yeah. It's
yeah,
fucked
it's
up,
fucking bullshit. Like there's
It
not
is
even
bullshit.
like there's no like human conversation happening there. It's just loud noises, people shouting slurs. Like it's kind of And then like
I think it's like Cuckville, man. It's like Cuckville, man. I want to be a cuck. Where can I go and be a cuck? Like, wow, really? Yeah, it's bad, man. It's bad.
You guys see the
So I'm just
debate
curious.
that Witzer just had? Oh, sorry. Change the
No,
subject.
go ahead. You can ask that. Yeah,
Oh, no,
I was just about to do the same thing.
I was just saying, did anyone see the debate that Witzer just had with Leo, dude?
I heard about it. I have not seen it myself.
Yeah, I saw it. I thought Leo did pretty good. I thought Witcher did better than expected, but he didn't really have a good argument.
I think that Leo did nothing but divert and sit there and go, I don't understand what you're saying. What are you trying to say? I don't understand. Like, come on, man. He knew exactly what he was saying. He just was diverting every moment he could because he didn't want to actually answer the questions.
Yeah, well, I disagree. So I think
statement and then fucking cuts Witsit off to have one.
Yeah, he's constantly cutting him off.
Yeah, he did, but that's because like we all know Witsit's tactics, right?
What are Witsit's tactics?
What
Wait. Wait. You just said something. You just said we all know what Witsit tactics are. No, we don't. Please inform us.
Okay. So what Witsit likes to do is he likes to sum up and sort of reframe the conversation all the time. So he'll be like, so you just agreed to, and then he'll say something you didn't agree to. He'll just assume that you've agreed to it because you agreed to something that he thinks it necessarily comes off of. So it's like, you just agreed that the universe must have had some prior thing, even though Leo never did that. He said, I don't know if it had some prior thing. It could have been always existing. So he does stuff like that all the time. So when he started doing that, Leo cut him off when there was something Witsit said that he didn't understand the exact terminology Witsit was trying to use, like the exact definition Witsit was trying to use.
That's all that Leo was doing when he'd say, oh, well, then what was before the universe? And he's like, oh, well, I don't know. And it's like, oh, possibly it was this. And it's like, yeah, well, possibly it was pixie fairies creating milk out of their assholes. Like, I mean, you can't just say, oh, well, possibly. Probably, we're going to find the answer one day. Like, that's just an appeal to the future,
But the problem is that when you're like positing a creator for that, you don't know either. You just think you know because like you've read a book, and in that book, someone confidently states that it was created by God. So at least Leo's trying to be truthful about that and say, well, I don't know. While Witsit can't say, I don't know. He has to say, yeah, it was created. I know it to be created, which is just a lie.
He avoids the necessary antecedent to creation. And then Leo was like, oh, and he's like, well, when you see a book, what is a book? Is book information? So when you see information, you know that something created it. And he's like, oh, well, what's in the book? What's the book about, or whatever, and he started going on about that. And I was like, no, you're just diverting from the actual question. Clearly, if you see a book, someone wrote the book, someone created the book, right?
Well, yeah, the problem is that that's a book, and we know that someone wrote that book because humans have written books before. But if I was to say to you something along the lines of, I see a crystal lying on the ground, a piece of quartz crystal, that is a disordered set of like chemicals that were in the earth that is now ordered to some state. Nowhere have we seen someone do that on a grand scale inside the ground geologically, but it still happens. So I don't understand the logical leap between saying someone has to have written a book, so therefore anything we say that has information must have been written, and then seeing things like crystals, which are information, it's an ordering of states, and then trying to claim that ordering of states can't have happened naturally.
that's a bit of a false dichotomy because you had to have all the things to make up the crystal in the first place, right?
Yeah, so that's just assuming your conclusion. You're saying everything for the crystal must have existed, so it must have needed something to create it, because you can't get order from a non-god or a non-being. But I have order that doesn't seem to have a being attached to it, so that sort of it no longer works. The argument isn't based in anything.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what was your
We're not
example?
talking about individual crystals.
He said he had an example of something. So the crystal was an example of what exactly? That kind of blew over my head.
Yeah, like order coming from non-order, like information coming from non-information.
When did order come from not order? When the crystallization, you're saying?
Yeah. So crystals are incredibly ordered structures. The way the atoms form is incredibly ordered, like it's a ladder structure. And prior to that, it was just a heap of free-flowing like sets of like chemicals. So as it cooled, as entropy increased, order increased.
Pretty neat argument. I'm gonna have to ponder that a bit.
Definitely a cool story for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a story. You can make fucking sugar crystals like with the string and sugar water. So
yeah, but I kind of hear what he's saying. Like, I don't really know what his end point is, but like we put the sugar water and the string in the jar, but we don't like reorganize the atoms and the molecules or whatever the fuck is going on.
Right, but they are organized at the end of the process. That's his
100%. Yeah.
His argument is that the order essentially comes from without a creator or whatever. It assembles itself essentially.
Oh, right? Yeah, it's so if you make the argument that order has to come from a mind, or a mind is a necessary antecedent to order or information. I have an example that doesn't include a human, and humans are the only things with minds, so it sort of nullifies that argument. You'd have to then make an argument that the mind is necessary outside of just seeing humans make ordered stuff.
I totally misunderstood what you're saying. Yeah, that's well.
But you're also kind of making an argument also within the already ordered creation. So all of the chemicals, all of the things that make up the crystal are designed in a way, we could say are designed, I'll just use that as an example, are designed in a way that they can order themselves into those structures. They can also order themselves into completely other structures as well. Plants can come in and absorb those chemicals and create, nutrition for the plant. So they're already designed in a way that they can attach to other things to create these things. So it's not really.
So that's sorry. Yeah.
No, so that's what I'm saying. It's kind of a false analogy or a false equivalence. It's not really quite the same. I get what you're saying, but it's still not quite the same.
What I'm trying to do is trying to show that linking like humans writing books as order or information having come from a mind falls to pieces once you look at something that is information or order coming from a non-mind, and then you have to presuppose that everything was created by a mind in order to then continue the argument. So it gets rid of the inductive evidence, and then you just have a presuppositional argument. And that's sort of what's happened.
But still, once again, you're arguing from already within creation. Sorry, no. You're arguing from already within the creation in the first place.
That's your presupposition. So you'd need to then make an argument for why we are within creation and we're not within some determined physical universe that doesn't have any sort of being as its primary cause.
That's so easy, dude. You cannot have nothing you can't have something from nothing. You cannot have creation without a creator. Boom. Done.
Yeah, but that's something that came from something else. What if that thing that existed before the universe was also a natural thing?
Incorrect. The creator is preeminent to time, space, and matter. Period.
So, what if the creator was just something natural without a mind? It was just another natural thing.
I'm saying that the creator of everything is preeminent to time, space, and matter to creation itself.
Okay. Do you have an argument for why that's the case?
Yes, because you cannot have Exactly.
Sorry.
If you have the creator, no. Go ahead, please. I think you're going to say exactly what I'm going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, because I mean, it has to be separate from the creation. As we know, matter can't just create itself, but something supernatural could create something natural. So whatever it is, it must be above nature.
Yeah, but so the difference between that, something above nature, some supernatural thing that we don't understand yet, and a god, to me, is just the mind part. So you have to make an argument for why there's a mind there. Otherwise, it could just be like a supernatural force, at which point it wasn't created. It flowed out of the supernatural force. But if there's a mind there,
this place is
Jen from Japan. Welcome, brother. Good to see you, man. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, what was that? Yeah, because there's a design to everything here.
Sorry?
Yes, nice one, Flat Earth Dude. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. And yes, you can't have creation without a creator. And the Earth itself is self-generating. It's going to be around a long time after you've gone, mate.
Yeah.
So I just don't think there's a creator. So I wouldn't call it creation. I'd call it existence. You can have an existence from something that isn't a creator, but just something like a force. That
magic force, man.
The rest of the.
So then you're arguing for the fact. So then you're arguing for the premise that this place just spontaneously erupted.
Yeah.
It just came from nothing.
No, it could be some prior force without a mind.
You're refusing to accept that something is more powerful than you, and you're going to meet it when you die.
Yeah, I am refusing to accept that because there's no evidence that it's going to happen other than a book. Like,
well, even if we take off
deity.
It's clearly obvious.
So even if we take off the table the fact that when you,
it's unbelievable.
if we take off the fact that or not the fact, if we take off the table the part of like, okay, when you die you're going to go meet your maker and all that kind of thing, it still comes down to whatever this thing we live in is, it was created by something. Whatever that thing is, it was created by something. Whether that, some people call it the mind of God, and you don't like the idea of the mind of God, you want to just say, well, it could have just been energy creation. Well, then energy is God. Energy is that God. Energy is the creator.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If you want to say that there's no mind to it, which just nullifies a religion, I'm fine with that. And that actually makes more sense to me because if you had it like an infinitely powerful being, I'm sorry, was someone else talking?
Yeah, it's weird that your God needs to have no mind. Like, I don't.
Oh, it's not that it needs to, it's just that it makes more sense. So, like, if you have really, really powerful things, and then you add to that, like, an infinitely powerful mind, you then have, like, an infinite number of possibilities of what the universe could look like, but it happened to look like this one. So it's much more simple to just say, this universe, the way it all works, is just determined. So that doesn't mean
This
anything
universe has never
thought
been
about it.
confirmed by
It just
any
means
human being.
it follows on from the attributes of whatever was before it that it came out of. So there's no mind involved.
But
it just is the simplest
that's
solution.
a belief.
Therefore,
That there is a belief system right there. That's a belief. Universe has not been confirmed by any human being. And the latest from the so-called cosmologists, those who perpetrate this universe thing, they're saying it's not what they think it is now. And of course it's not, because it's all theory anyway.
It's a belief, but I think it's more justified. I can make like a logical justification for it.
Justified belief is not. It's still a belief. Justified belief is still a belief.
I don't disagree with that, but God is a belief, and like a purely
belief is the enemy of knowing. Belief is the enemy of knowing, right?
No, it's a subset of knowledge.
Nah, it's the enemy.
No, it's a subset. So belief is something that you can either justify or not justify. I justify mine with logic.
I would actually argue that
hand wave dismissal, man. Sorry.
Well, it's an argument. In philosophy, belief is a subset of knowledge. So you can have a belief that you exist, but you know you exist because you can logically prove it.
It's not in philosophy; it's in whose philosophy.
Who's the brain in the jar, man?
Yeah.
Who believes the brain in the jar? Anybody?
No, not me.
I was actually going to say that I
Salt
think
is it?
actually not knowing, is a prerequisite for belief.
No. No, so you can
No,
believe something that you have some evidence for, or you can believe something that you have no evidence for, but knowing
Why do
that
you need to
evidence
believe?
doesn't change.
You're
Why do you
fucked.
need to believe in something if
You're
you know it
fucked.
to be
Yeah.
true? Or if you have evidence for
No.
something, why do you need to believe
You're
it?
fucked. I'm sorry, man.
Dude,
Yeah, you need to believe it.
Can you just?
You need to
Sorry.
believe things, even with evidence, because you can't be
No, we
100%
don't need
sure
to
that
believe
evidence
it. When
proves
you
it
know
to be
something,
true.
you know it. When you know something, you know it. You don't say I believe. You say I know.
But I can make an example from like everyday life of this. So I know my car is parked outside. I can't see my car right now. So it's actually a belief that I have justification for that I can then go prove to myself by walking out and looking at my car.
Well, you know
Yeah,
your
but we're
car is
talking
there.
about something that you can't prove. That's the whole point. We're talking about the one God. We're talking about God, and you can't prove God, right?
Uh-huh.
According to you. So specifically, when it comes to having a belief in God, the prerequisite is not knowing.
Oh, yeah, so specifically when it comes to that belief, it's not knowing. But belief is, again, just a subset of knowledge. You can't always know everything you believe, but you can have some knowledge about some things you believe, or you can come up with like a logical argument for why your belief is more justified than other beliefs.
Who's just making up these random determinations, just decreeing that it's reality? Is my question. Who are these magical magicians that we call philosophers? So they can just speak into existence and make reality.
I don't know, but the authors of the Bible sure did that.
And
I
you
know,
also
but
said like about a logical thing.
I mean, I would say so, but the claim is that the author of the Bible is in fact God, whereas the claim for philosophers is that it was a bunch of Greek pedophiles. So I don't know. I think mine's a little safer.
What do you mean by safer?
Yeah.
If you don't know God exists, it's more likely something.
My claim is that God wrote my book. Your claim is that a bunch of pedophiles in Greece 2,000 years ago wrote your book. So I'm gonna go with my claim and feel a lot more peaceful and at rest with what I think than your alternative.
Does that mean truth to you is just whether you feel more comfortable believing that thing or not?
Proof is subjective.
Yeah, that's 100% true. But I just want to know, like, your epistemic position for a belief. Is it something that makes you feel warm and fuzzy that you believe is more likely to be true, or is it something with like evidence behind it? Because like, I can make a logical argument for why the Bible was just written by a bunch of Greek pedophiles and not written by God himself.
No. Mine's not even about who actually did or who didn't. The actual claim of either side is on my side, at least. The claim is that God inspired a book and men wrote it down. On your side, it was actually a bunch of Greek pedophiles that wrote a bunch of writings. So these are the claims of either side, and I feel much safer with the claims of my side than the claims of your side. So, like,
I don't understand that word safer. Does that mean it's more likely to be true?
Yeah, I mean,
but think about it like this. So you're invoking something that you don't know to exist, which is a God, which is adding complexity to your worldview, which is the writing of the Bible being from God to man, whereas mine is much simpler. It's just men doing it. No God, much more simpler.
God is very obvious. What are you talking about?
No, God isn't obvious. God,
very
is like his obvious.
God even says that if people like deny my existence and pretend I don't exist, they're actually fools. And so, I mean, yeah.
But you don't know if that's true, if he actually said that or not. It could have just been men that said it so that people wouldn't question their power.
No, like the existence of God came before reading the book.
How do you know that?
From my experience.
So you experienced prior to the Bible the existence of God, or are you saying you've experienced God?
We all do. We all do. And the people who can't recognize it are actually fools.
And how did you know that that's a true experience and not some form of illusion or delusion?
I mean that could be, that's the same question as, are you a vat in a jar? How do you know you're not a vat in your jar? That's the solipsistic mind virus. How do you
Well,
know?
no, it isn't.
How do you know you're not a? How do you know you're not a brain in a jar? How do you know?
So I have no reason to believe that I'm a brain in a jar, but I have reason to believe that people have delusions because I've seen people have delusions and like psychopathy and schizophrenia before. So
Yeah,
it would
so
make
you
sense to
believe
me that if
you
someone
still
saw
believe
something
men.
they can't show to
You
exist, it's
still
more
believe
likely to be a
men.
delusion than an actual thing that they can't show me.
Yeah, but you still believe what men wrote, and then you say that they're delusional. That's kind of contradictory.
Well, yeah, because
all these men are delusional. Let me go believe what they say. What? Let me
Yeah,
see.
I don't know if they're delusional or not. So when it comes to someone saying there's some magical being that I have experience of that other people can't match my experience of, and I can't show them this thing, well, then I'm not going to believe that. I think it's just like maybe a delusion, and it's fine. Everyone has these delusions. It's inbuilt in our hardware. But when someone says there's like a star or a planet or like some spectrum thing, here's all the evidence, here's the data, here's the machine built to do it, here's all the 10 people that worked with me that also shared this experience. I'm more likely to believe those 10 people with a shared experience about something they've built and have supplied data for than just someone who is saying they have an experience that humans are hard.
Wait. You would rather believe what other people say over your own experience. That's where we differ. I can't go with that.
Yeah, I've gotten shit-faced and thought that I'd done something whatnot. Thought I was really cool. Thought I'd like chatted up some girl, and then the next day, all my mates had been like, "No way, you looked stupid," and she was repulsed by you, and then give me a video of it. So I believe them when I get too drunk and they tell me what I actually did that night.
Yeah, that sounds like a thing that actually never happened. You made it up. To be honest.
What do you mean? Have you never gotten blackout before and like thought you were doing something cool, but you just look like a cockhead all night?
I feel like that was like a made up scenario just to kind of like see like, oh, if I make up this scenario, it's gonna contradict what that guy said, but like it's not actually like relevant.
Well, no, it's a super common experience that just about anyone who drinks in the modern age has had. Like, have you never seen a 17-year-old
no bearing on reality?
Have you never seen a 17-year-old who thinks he's top
scenario
shit?
you
He's
make
drunk,
up has
and he's
no
actually
bearing
just
on
an idiot.
reality, which is what I'm speaking on right now. Right?
Well, it's not made up. So why are you gaslighting me that people don't get shit-faced and believe wrong things?
You believe a bunch of men who you know are
Why are you gaslighting me now? Why are you gaslighting me?
I'm not gaslighting.
Of course you are. Everyone here in this chat who drinks will say that when you like get blackout or when you get too drunk and you think you've done something cool, sometimes you look like an idiot instead. So why are you trying to gaslight me about something we all experienced?
Now you're changing your scenario. Your fake scenario that never happened. Now you're changing it.
No, I'm not. I'm saying something that I experienced, which was me doing something really cool.
This feels kind of
when I was drunk.
It feels like you're lying to me, honestly. Like you're not actually genuinely saying what you're saying.
So now you're insulting me as well as gaslighting me.
No,
does anyone else in this chat agree with him that like you never get drunk and falsely remember something?
Me, bro. Because I just said I feel like you're being dishonest to me, and then you immediately.
Why are you over talking me all the time too?
Are you gaslighting me? It's like no, I'm telling you that I feel like you're being dishonest with me, and actually now I think I know that you're being dishonest with me. So I'm just
like everyone in this chat. Like
I'm done talking to you. You're very dishonest.
That was a meltdown.
Did I miss a cocky meltdown? Really? Fuck. What happened? What the hell happened?
I don't know. He thought that people don't get drunk and have false memories. And
what?
Everyone experiences that.
Noah, what was he being dishonest with you about? Because we just got here, we decided to raid.
You're a fucking liar. You're a slanderer. That's crazy. You're so fucking crazy and possessed that when I say I'm done talking to you, you start talking shit about me to someone else when I'm in the chat, dude. That there's
they asked what was happening.
There's something really wrong here. There's something really wrong here.
Hey Noah, can you give me a breakdown of what happened? We just got here.
No, it's all good, dude. Like I said, man, I was trying to have a conversation with this guy on his philosophical basis, and then he started making up scenarios. I was trying to point out, like, yeah, but we're talking about reality, and you're talking about scenarios that didn't actually happen. Like, you're just making them up.
I'll break it down for you guys.
He started freaking out and then lying profusely.
The argument we can
So he started freaking out and lying. I muted him for just temporary mute here. Go ahead, Noah. I don't want
No,
to talk over you.
that's all I have to say, man. He just started freaking out. Like, it was going well up and until the end, and then he just, I don't know.
Sounds typical for dogs are gods, to be honest. I'll unmute you, dogs are gods. What's your defense?
Yeah, my defense is that we were arguing whether you can know God exists, and he said, yeah, it's obvious. Like, you have experiences God exists. And my argument was, well, sometimes I have experiences that are false. Like when I drink too much, I will like think I'm doing something really cool, chat up a girl, doing all that sort of stuff, and then the next day my mates will turn around and say, "Hey man, you look like a dick last night trying to talk to that girl. She was repulsed by you, and here's like a video of you being repulsed." So like these experiences we have and these memories we have of things could be false. That was my argument. And then he said that, no, that's never happened. That situation has never happened. But like anyone that drinks knows that you sometimes get too drunk, think you're being cool, but look like a dickhead. So I don't know.
But sometimes you drink and you look really fucking cool. Yeah.
Yeah, like right, brother.
You know what I mean? And you just pull it off, man.
And even better than that, you feel fucking cool.
And you feel cool, yeah. Because guess what? It's cool, man. It's fucking cool.
He's comparing sober everyday life to being blackout drunk, which is again the salt system argument. You can't know for sure you're not a brain in a vat. It's the same argument over again. You can't know for sure that what you experience is true. That's what you're saying. You're saying don't trust your own experience. Don't trust what you experience. Trust what other people experience. It's exactly my point. Again,
so the reason
you just ran back to solipsism and not knowing what's going on because you're in some drunken stupor. But at no point did I say you have to get drunk to fucking know about God. So like, it's kind of just like, yeah, I don't know. It's a non-argument.
So the reason this isn't the same as a solipsist brain in a vat argument is because with the brain in the vat, we have no evidence that could happen, that we could actually be brains in vat being lied to and everything's fake. We do have evidence from like our day-to-day lives that we can have delusional experiences about things. So I'm just saying that
when you're drunk, you're not in your right mind and sober. When you're not sober, so not your everyday life.
It happens to sober people with schizophrenia.
Your example, which wasn't even a specific example, was being intoxicated, which is not everyday life.
We call that brain on drugs.
Yeah. Like,
so, but we know that you can have like delusional experiences in your day-to-day life.
Your experiences aren't true. And then you say, like,
do you have to
look at this period of time where your experiences don't match reality. Okay,
you said you
now apply that to the rest of your life, and that's you always. You can't know what's going on. Exactly like the brain in the vat. Solipsism.
Well, no. So I think you can know what's going on. I think you can know what's going on. You just need some evidence. You can know what's going on. You can know what's going on. You just need some evidence. So like my mate showing me and talking to me about my experience is evidence that my experience is different to what I experienced. So if you can't show me God, if you can't give me your experience, I have no reason to think your experience is legitimate, especially when it has something that we don't know can exist. So if you can't show me an experience about a being...
Straw man alert. Stop right there. Straw man alert. I don't show you God. God reveals himself to you. It's not my job. I can't command God.
That's begging the question of whether God exists.
That's crazy.
So your evidence.
You think I can command God to come down here and do things? Are you fucking nuts?
So your evidence.
Are you off your shitter? You think anyone can command the creator of this world? That's ridiculous. Bro, people
evidence.
People who would ride camels in ancient Egypt would laugh at that fucking statement.
So your evidence for the existence of God was your experience of knowing God. You can't share that experience with me. But if I have like evidence of something that I've done I've talked to a girl and it didn't turn out well, there can be evidence shared with me to go against my experience. I can't trust my experience in that case.
Scenarios that has no bearing on God.
I'm explaining to you why it's not a solipsistic argument.
You meeting girls or you getting drunk and talking to girls. I don't know why. It has no
because it's a common experience.
It has every name. No, I'm sorry. No, there's no because. There is no because. I'm making a statement, so there's no because. The statement is what you're saying has no relevance to the conversation at hand.
Of course it does. I'm saying that you can have false memories, and those false memories can be
Dude, your example was being
contradicted by things. And now I'm saying
your
that
literal example was being intoxicated. Your
if you
literal,
can't show people,
I've already refuted that argument.
Can you guys go
He's
on?
repeating an argument I've already refuted, though. It's
Alright,
that's ridiculous.
Alright,
That's like
so
if I said something to you, Gio, and then you gave me an argument back to it, and instead of thoughtfully thinking about what you said to me, Gio, I just repeatedly chanted the same thing over and over again. It's not an honest conversation.
Okay, great. So if you can't show me something that has never been shown to exist to me before, so like if you make up a unicorn and say I have an experience about a unicorn, and I say I've never seen a unicorn, I've seen horses but not unicorns. So like it could be a horse and you could just be delusional, and you go, no, it's definitely a unicorn. Why should I believe that unicorn exists if I don't know for that unicorn to be able to exist in reality?
You shouldn't, but dogs. Have you seen integrity?
No, I haven't seen integrity because that's an abstract concept for the way people treat each other. It's basically interactions between human beings. We've given a name to those interactions.
Do you
can't see the abstract? That's a reification philosophy.
Do you think that the universe is integral?
Is integral?
Yes.
That
it has an integrity.
So if you're talking about the integrity is in person-to-person integrity, no. But if you're talking about
I'm talking about integrity as
coherence,
something that holds everything together.
Yes. If you're saying the universe has that, then that's different to the abstract integrity.
No, but it is abstract because you said that you haven't seen integrity.
Yeah, because I was using the different definition of integrity, the one that's a personality trait.
But if I ask you
to physical coherence, the one that's a physical coherence, the one that's a physical coherence between things.
You would mod that guy. It's not even me because you just saw Santiago was completely calm with this guy and he had a fucking anxiety attack. You need to control yourself. That's what it is, dude. You get anxious, you freak out, you lie.
It's okay. We don't need to. I want to finish my line of questioning. If I ask
Hold on, bro. We just got to go one at a time. So just chill out for a second. I think Santiago.
Yeah, but I wasn't finished what I was saying, Gio.
Right, but just let him go first because I think you interrupted.
Why? Give me a reason.
Just reset for a minute to have a little patience.
Wow.
Go ahead, Santiago.
Server. Look at that. More leniency to this fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Man. If I asked you to show me an example of integrity, right? Would your example be the actual integrity that exists?
So, if you asked me to show you an example of integrity, I'd first ask, do you mean integrity as in someone being upright and forthright in their business dealings or in their day-to-day life, or do you mean integrity as in the bonds between physical objects such that they're not likely to come apart?
Right. And I'm drawing the analogy where when you say prove the existence of God to me, right? That person's description of God is like your description of integrity.
How?
Meaning that they're incomplete, right? But
no, both my descriptions were complete.
No, you agree. I asked you whether integrity exists, right? And you said no, it doesn't, or something, right? And then I asked you whether the universe is integral, and you said, of course it is.
Yeah, that's because I thought you were using the different definition of the word integrity. I've explained this 3 times now, Santiago. Can you repeat back to me what I just explained?
No, man, no. I've said what I wanted to say. That's okay.
Yeah, so you can't. So you couldn't even remember what I said.
With someone who's so disrespectful as you, dude. That's crazy.
Oh my god! Is that all you're gonna do? Just cry for the next hour while
it's not crying.
I'm literally finishing up my job.
Pointing out what happened. It's pointing out what happened.
Fucking crying about our discussion.
It's pointing out what happened because you were insulting his intelligence.
Just keep fucking crying, mate. Honestly,
he was intelligent enough to keep up the conversation. But you were just so disrespectful. He didn't want to talk to you anymore, and now you're funding muting people.
Yeah.
You're doing things that no one could get away with in this server. That was a flat crazy.
The exquisite hypocrisy of you claiming I'm funding muting people while you just keep over talking me all the time.
That's crazy, man. Could never do this.
Gaslighters. That's all you got.
That's crazy.
Gaslighters.
That's crazy how Globers say that it's an unfair server. It's fucking crazy. Anyways, what were you saying, Santiago? With your line of questioning, something about integrity?
Be nice to get back to some combo instead of just bickering. So I don't know wherever we're at. I mean, you guys, Dogs is obviously a very rigid, like atheist Glober guy. So I mean, if you're going to debate with him, it's kind of.
I'm not trying to debate, really. I'm
just saying you're going to get this kind of thing. It's like his style, I guess.
No, I mean, I look at the question of God similarly to I look at the question of, like, is there something missing from the universe, right? Is there a gap? Like, is there something that's breaking the integrity of anything? And the answer is no. We're all, everything is connected in such a beautiful, intricate way where we what we call intelligence, we learn about it from that integralness. And he to hear somebody, and we hear it all the time on Discord, people talking about, like, oh, your idea of God, how stupid it is. Man, like, it's not fair. It really isn't fair, because your whole existence is based off of this integral intelligence.
No, it isn't. My entire existence is just a coming together of physical matter and energy.
All of that too, right? Is from your developed rational mind, based off of your memories and your knowledge and your ideas that you've latched onto to provide yourself security.
Yeah, literally nothing you said showed that it was God then. So by you saying that I have intelligence, therefore there must be an intelligent being to give me intelligence, doesn't make sense. It's a non sequitur.
Well, would an intelligence have to come from a greater intelligence?
No, that's called the composition division fallacy. So the idea is that you can have some new property come out of things that don't have that property. So if you get enough hydrogen atoms together, they'll start fusing together and they'll create a lot of, like, heat and a lot of energy, and then they'll create new, like, more dense and complex atoms within the core. That's what suns do. And so you can get this new property out of that. Or I can make an analogy with bricks and walls. That's a very common one I've heard.
That example falls on its face right there. The hydrogen didn't gain new properties. It assembled them together. It always had those properties.
Yeah,
his example was when you put a bunch of hydrogen atoms together, they get a new property. But no, they always had that property. It's just it's expressed when they're together. That was the most lame fucking example ever.
Yeah, exactly. So cells always have the ability to have order, or atoms always have the ability to have order. And that order, once it becomes complex enough, you'd start to call intelligence. That intelligence is always entailed in the physical properties of the cells. It's just not expressed until they're together.
So the intelligence was there from the beginning. So
no, the building blocks of the intelligence were, but the intelligence itself, the property itself, didn't always wasn't expressed. If you understand,
there was intelligent design the whole time; it just wasn't expressed.
No, there wasn't any intelligent design. If there was intelligent design, there wouldn't be a logical problem of evil, and there wouldn't be a whole lot of, like, problems around entropy and the decay of the universe.
Already explained. That's a big part of, like, Judaism, Christianity, Islam is the explanation of why evil exists. So that claim right there is just straight up and outright a lie. So, like, yeah.
No, it isn't a lie. So
Like,
I'll explain. The idea of evil being
all the I'm pretty sure even Hinduism and Buddhism also have an explanation for suffering, which, I mean, would be like the equivalent of evil. So, like, actually every religion has that as, like, a basic thing in their tenets. So for you to come here and claim that it's not that is just kind of absurd, actually, and very ignorant.
Well, no, it's not absurd. So mine is a logical argument. Theirs is coming up with some post hoc rationalization for evil existing when there's an all-powerful God who is benevolent. So my argument
They
is
weren't rational, right?
my argument.
Please
My argument
steal man
is
their argument.
my
and show
argument.
it's irrational. Please steal man their argument and show it's irrational.
Yeah. So the Christian argument is because
please steal man Buddhism and
I
then
don't know
show
enough
it's
about
irrational.
Buddhism, so I'm going to use Christianity.
No. Please start with Buddhism and give the example because
I
you
don't
said
know
all
enough about
religions.
I don't know. I don't know
So you
enough about
can't make
Buddhism.
that claim. You can't make that claim because you don't know. Interesting. Okay, go ahead.
I know about Christianity and I know about Islam and I know about Judaism. So the idea is that man has free will, and in order to be able to express love, you must have suffering at the same time. Therefore, God allowed suffering, and free will expresses that suffering, which is we call evil. I'm saying that God could allow it so that you only have a neutral position, so no suffering, and then you have a good position, which would be a good feeling or a good place or a good life or good actions. You don't need the suffering portion of it in order to juxtapose the good. You can just have neutral for that.
Okay, out of that whole entire monologue, can anyone else in the server please steal man what he said in simple terms?
Well, anybody else? Go on. I wanted to undermine it.
Well, let me just say one thing because he had a
It
first
sounded like a monologue that no one could understand to me.
He had
Sorry.
he applied that fallacy to me. So the thing I said was actually the opposite of what he said. What I was saying is that intelligence came out of intelligence. It's not something coming out of something different from itself. It's something coming out of a higher component of itself. So it doesn't even fit into that fallacy. I was saying that intelligence came from. If we have a very high level of intelligence, what I'm saying is that a equal to or higher level of intelligence would have to be behind what created us if we're at a certain level. There would have to be something greater of a higher capacity to create our intelligence and everything that's even beyond what we can even attain.
Yeah, but that's what I addressed. You can have that intelligence, our higher order intelligence, based off just a coming together of things that may potentially become intelligent but aren't expressing that intelligence yet. There's no contradiction in that.
So there is an intelligence. It's like wait, real quick. Let me try to make
from your limited intelligence that you're making that distinction.
Let me try and make an analogy real quick. So the writing on the paper is the intelligence. The paper is the expression of the intelligence. When you look at the paper, you read it. That's the intelligence, right? And when it's not like that, when it's crumpled up in a different state, it's still the intelligence is still there. It's just you can't read it because it's crumpled up. So the intelligence never went anywhere, i.e. the writing on the paper never left. It was never not intelligent. It was always intelligent. Therefore, what Gio's saying still applies because that thing that was always intelligence had to be created by something more intelligent than itself.
No, it didn't. So again, you have more complex things with more information that came from less complex systems. That happens all the time. That's partly what evolution has done, but also it's something that, again, you see in crystals. Crystals are incredibly complex structures that came from a very disordered, non-complex set of atoms floating around in magma. So you can get these things that are more than the thing that they came from.
Wait, which one is more complex?
The crystal is more complex than the lava or magma or whatever it came from.
How, in what way are you defining the complexity?
That's incorrect.
And how is that the same thing?
Complexity, in this case, complexity is like an ordered set of properties.
That's not a specific way of measuring complexity. That was a very vague general answer. Because it was that's not a way to measure complexity. How am I going to measure that? How do I count? How do I count what you just said? That's vague as fuck. That's vague as fuck.
So let's take it like this. Let's say you have like
I can fucking figure out how long your feet are by putting a ruler against it. That's not vague. What you said was vague.
Let's say that you have like a big pool of magma.
Someone else.
Or like a big pool of lava.
This is clown shit.
And you have that big pool of magma or lava, and it's made up of
I'm gonna
all
stick with
sorts
the
of different
toaster to
things,
make people
completely disordered, just sort of free flowing together. There's no coherence about any of it. And then as it cools, so as energy leaves the
But that's not
system,
true.
it starts
That's
to
not true.
separate, and then
It's
different
not true.
aspects
Wait,
cool at
but the
different
basis
times,
is not true.
creating a fully
The
ordered
basis
and
is not true,
structured
so the rest
thing,
cannot
which
be.
is known as a crystal.
That's not true. The
You
basis
guys,
is
we
not
can't
true.
hear anything that's being said. You guys gotta please go one at a time. Even if you disagree with them, Noah, can you just? I mean, maybe Dog's trying
Yeah,
to
but
keep.
he monologues for 10 minutes and makes no fucking point every single time. And every
Yeah.
time he starts out his thing, I say, wait, that first thing is something that's in contention. He just blunders through and keeps on going so he can just monologue his point away. It's like you can't just go in assuming a bunch of fucking things and then fucking keep on blundering through and monologuing about them and lose the whole meaning of the conversation to begin with. He's saying what? That lava is not complex and a crystal is complex, but how do you know that the lava is not complex? That's the part I was trying to point out and say it's not true. But he doesn't want to hear the opposition. He just wants to hear his own side. He doesn't want to
Yeah,
hear
I'm
what
going to directly address it.
he doesn't want to hear my objection.
So to directly address it, there's no order within that lava. It's just a heap of random particles crashing together and moving around all the time. But once it cools, it gains order. It actually
Yeah, you
gains.
can't go forward. You can't
It
go
gains
forward.
some form of like structuring of the atoms.
Not
It's
true.
a gained
But
thing.
hold on. Doesn't
Not
that
true.
mean that
That state of randomness, non-complexity, that's just your perception. The lava could actually have its own order to it, and like essentially all of like fluid dynamics and engineering has to do with liquid swirling around that look chaotic, but in actuality there is an order to it. So yeah, on the whole basis of that argument that you're bringing up, you can't bring up because the beginning statement that it was not ordered and then it went to ordered is not something that you have demonstrated.
No, it's
And you
the
can't go
definition.
forward.
It's
You
the
can't go
definition of
forward with the
complexity.
conversation.
It's the definition of complexity. To not be able to describe something means that it's more complex. A crystal is very easy, right?
No, that's not
it's got a
true.
crystalline structure. Oh, great. Now it's more ordered. We can actually mathematically, even geometrically describe this thing. When something
Yeah,
is in
so
chaos,
describing
right,
doesn't have anything to do with
motion.
complexity.
What?
Describing something has nothing to do with its complexity. I can have something that I don't know anything
Mathematically
about
it does,
that is
absolutely.
not very complex and I can't describe it. But if I have something that I know a lot about, I've researched it for a very long time, I can still I can describe it and can be more complex.
So
what do you mean
why
by
is a
complex?
crystal more complex, even though you can describe it better than you can magma?
Yeah,
Because
that's
it
the whole
has an
thing.
extra property applied to it, and that property is the coherence of the bonds of the atoms into a structured lattice. It has structure to the bonds within that crystal. Lava doesn't have that structure.
Everything has bonds that you just can't describe as a crystal?
Not in a fully aligned lattice structure.
I know, but when it is a fully aligned lattice structure, isn't that less complex? It's more
No,
ordered.
it is more complex because every single atom must be facing in the right direction in order to be structured lattice.
This guy's off. This guy is fucking off his shit. If everything
It
is
has-
the same, that's less complex. If I have a
It
bunch
has
of
the-
people wearing gray onesies as their uniform, that is a less complex uniform code as opposed to if I had everyone wearing fucking rainbow colored uniform, each person gets one of the 7 colors. What are you fucking on about, dude?
Look,
You're
if you have a puzzle,
I can use your analogy and adapt it.
If you have a puzzle that has 1 million different shapes, right, and 1,000 different shades of colors, and you have another puzzle which has 10 different shapes now and 10 different types of colors, and they all fit together perfectly in a crystal lattice structure. What do you think what puzzle is more complex to you?
The one that fits together in the coherent structure.
Okay, see, Dogs is going to stick to whatever argument suits him best, and that's
Well, I
really what we're all
truthfully
just
answered.
dragged
So
into.
The reason my
Doesn't listen to your
my answer is the correct one is because it has an extra property, which that property is fitting together into a coherent structure. Whereas yours is just about the size of the amount of atoms. That's all you guys are arguing. There's more atoms, so it's more complex. But that's not true. There are the same properties between
You
like
didn't even
10
listen
atoms
to
in
our
lava
argument.
and 1,000 atoms in lava.
That wasn't
Just
even
like
a steal
jigsaw,
out
it's
of
just
our
you have an
argument.
extra property attached to those 10,
And then he just
which is
keeps
that they can
monologue.
fit together coherently.
He's just here to monologue. He didn't even steal man in our argument. That's crazy. That's ridiculous.
I mean, I understand you're
He
upset
literally
about
just-
this,
he
but just try to
literally-
engage.
he literally just didn't listen. And then when he tried to
ask,
steal
what is
man
the
our argument,
point?
it wasn't correct.
What is the point in the conversation of it being complex or not, lava compared to a crystal? What is the actual bigger point of the conversation? Is it about creation in itself, or is it just about, we're going to argue about lava and crystals, which a lot of people in here don't have, never messed with lava or crystals to even verify the complexity. I can't even talk. I just woke up of the situation. So how can you talk about lava if you've never messed with lava to tell me if it's complex or not? So the point is, what is the bigger point of the conversation is what I want to know.
Yeah, I'll give you a little brief real quick. So Dogs Are God said basically that this reality, this world doesn't need a god to create it, because when you have a crystal structure,
You can't even remember the conversation, buddy. That's
I'm trying
sad.
to.
Do you want me to
yeah,
steel
this-
man it? I'll
can I-
steel
can
man
I-
it,
can I
okay?
please- Can this guy get muted or something? Because if I
So,
did
Geo,
that,
just quickly, Geo.
Well, dogs, dude, just let him
crazy,
finish.
That's fucking crazy.
He's just
You
trying
just
to.
heard that?
Okay.
You heard him
He's
fucking.
wrong,
You
though,
just
so
heard him
go ahead,
lie and
finish up,
slander me.
finish up.
You heard him
Finish
just
up.
come in to interrupt with a lie. Like, what the fuck is this, Gio? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, I jumped into mod and you guys neither you guys stopped. So dogs, don't interrupt him, dude. Just let him.
Yeah, but it's not even the interruption. The things that he's saying, dude, it's just toxic bullshit. What the fuck?
Well, then, I mean, no one has to engage with him. There's no
I
requirement.
mean, yeah, we do because he's here.
No, we don't.
Unless we put him on mute, but if we put him on mute, we're gonna be talking over
No,
him.
I'm going to go in a minute. So, do you want me to just sum up the conversation for the person asking?
No, I was trying to do that before you were disrespecting me and slandering me.
Well, but you were wrong.
We'd actually like you to just go on fucking mute and go away.
But you were wrong, and I can
Yeah,
prove
no,
you
you
wrong.
were, no, I mean, you were wrong a lot of times, but kept on monologuing.
All right, why don't we let Noah finish what he was saying, his summation, and then dogs, if you want to give yours or whatever to Stacy, but let's just let Noah finish.
Yeah, man. Fucking weird creep, dude. Some creepy behavior. Yeah, essentially he's saying that the world, because you can essentially grow a crystal out of a solution, i.e. you have this ordered crystal, and his claim is that the solution has no order to it, or less order than the crystal. He's never verified that claim. I've asked him multiple times. He will not. It's all based on his perception. But that crystal coming out of the solution, he's claiming that it's something ordered coming from something chaotic, basically, and that you don't need an ordered God to create an ordered universe.
Kind of. It was specifically to do with Geo saying that you can't get more intelligence out of something that isn't intelligence. You have to have a greater intelligence to create human intelligence. And I'm saying, well, no, that's not always the case. You don't, for instance, need greater order or greater structure when it comes to creating a crystal. A crystal can just come from lava, which is very chaotic and which doesn't have the property of structure to it in the same way the crystal does, where all the atoms are aligned together to fit into a lattice work. But then as it cools, you get that extra property of order, of like the structure come out of the disordered thing. And that's specifically what it was about. It was about intelligence coming from greater intelligence, not necessarily being the case. But anyway, I'm out of here. So
It was actually me that that said all that. And once again, all the parameters to make that crystal in the first place are already there. So all the structure of all the chemicals and the minerals, all the bits on where they can attach to create that crystal are actually there already. So that's why I'm saying what he's using is kind of a false analogy, because he's using it from within what we would already call
The
is the
structure,
creation.
right. The structure is already there, created, and so that's how it was able to form in the first place. So you're almost you're almost like literally trying to make lava have no. It's not complex at all when other things come from it. Wait a minute, that's not the answer.
He's arguing against creation within the creation.
Well,
So
I already
that's
know
why I
where they're
say
probably
proportionality.
leading the conversation of no creation at all. Like you can come from basically nothing, right? It can be something less intelligent that is creating something so freaking intelligent. However, there's information. There's information that cannot come from nothing. So therefore, they can sit and argue about if our creators, I don't care if he's less or he or she or it, whatever it is, puzzly less creative or whatever than us or more complex or whatever. It doesn't matter. There's creation and information. Information doesn't just fucking pop up out of nowhere and exist always. I mean, it's for me, that's insanity.
And
The
all the
argument in
information,
itself is stupid for me.
yeah, all the information to make that crystal out of all those things already exists.
Correct.
It's not like it's just some random thing.
Bro, you guys are
You
just
know,
repeating my arguments now. That's exactly
yeah,
what I was saying the whole time.
yeah, exactly, and that's what I tried to say before.
The thing is, it's like it's really hard to talk to someone who's just like so disrespectful, bro. Because if that shit was in real life, dude, I would have socked that guy in the face. That's how disrespectful he is, dude. It's like it's a level of disrespectful that gets under your skin, and it's just like allowed to go, and it's like, okay, that's how it's gonna be. Like, and I want to have conversations with people and debate deep topics like this, but it's like, I don't know, man. It's just insults to the face and lies. It's like, what the fuck, man? That's not necessary. You don't need to be like that. You don't need to be like that to represent your side. I don't get it.
Sweetheart, most of the world is this way though, and that's where you learn patience and you learn that you can control yourself and forget other people. Because sincerely, when you come to these understandings that we do, most of the world is exactly like this, and they shut you out and they don't want to hear what you have to say, and what they have to say is more important. But that's just reality. Don't let those people get to you.
Yeah, patience is definitely something I am trying to work on because I get so fucking annoyed with people when they're just like constantly talking over you and stuff.
Well, it's not even the talking over. It's just the things that he says, dude. It's like everyone knows what he says. Like half the time is disrespectful, and it's like that's just allowed to slide, man. Like,
Oh yeah, for sure. I was just using an example because I know that I get really frustrated with people when you're trying to, you know, have a conversation with someone and you're trying to get a point over, and then they just keep talking over you. You know, like that's
There's
just
this guy in real life that will always have something like one up every single thing you say, and he's done something better and blah 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 blah, and I have to just listen to him in real life because he's in my best friend's like father of their kids, so I have to hear him talk shit on a constant basis, and I just want to smack the shit out of him too and be like, you are the dumbest person I've ever met, but I have to sit there with a smile and be like, you're cool, have a great day. But that's just part of dealing with life and dealing with people's, different personalities. And to be honest, it's not just online. These are regular people that walk around our world, hon. Sincerely.
Well, I mean, this all started because I mentioned about Witzit's debate that he just had, and then Dogs was saying that Witzit uses his usual tactic or whatever, and then I think Noah was like, "Well, what tactic was that?" But I mean, the other guy was just basically dismissive of everything. I mean, that was that guy's tactic. Oh, I don't know.
well, it's also like I'm just gonna misquote and misrepresent what happened every time anyone asks about it. It's like you good and well know that's not how it went. Like you're purposely lying. Like I don't know. It's just like it makes me so angry, man, when I just hear blatant lies that the liar knows that they're lying, and they know that you know they're lying, and they're still gonna lie because someone else might not know. So like might as well just lie. It's like I don't know, man. It just fucking irks me. It really shouldn't bother me, but I don't know. Something about it. Something about just blatant, outright lies just fucking pisses me off.
Thing is he's never, probably more than ever touched anything to do with lava or anything you mess with it, experimented with it, or anything to understand anything about it. So therefore, everything that he's saying is going based on possibly other people's research. However, it doesn't seem like he's done his own.
Dude, that's what I was saying, bro. Every time I brought up a logical point, he would respond with a scenario that didn't exist. Well, if I did this and then I went to a bar, or if I was doing that, like everything that I said that was specific was I essentially retorted with a made up scenario that could possibly be an exception to what you know what I mean? It's like that's not making a point against what I said. Like, It's like if I said, like, yeah, horses run fast, and then you went out and cut off a horse's leg and said, well, you don't look, this horse isn't fast. You're obviously wrong. It's like, all right, dude, like, that's not, we're not actually getting anywhere. This isn't actually like an honest assessment of the facts. This is an honest discussion trying to come up and discover something new. It's just you trying to hear yourself debate.
Oh, I guess at the end of the day, his literal name is Dogs Are Gods, so he's always going to argue against it. And he's obviously never going to even come around, so, well, not at this point of his life anyway.
It's a good point.
You know, and
he's actually here only to piss people off and lie into the mic and have his open time of lying about things. That's what he's here to do. Yeah. Good point.
Well, you know, it's like for myself, I mean, I'm not a religious person anyway, but I know that we're living in a created, whatever this is, it's created. I know there's a creator, and, you know, maybe one day I'll get down the religious side of things, but currently at the moment, I'm certainly not there. And if people want to be there, that's all on them. Everyone's got their own way that they go about it.
Sure.
Everyone's on their own journeys, and, you know, I guess he's on his journey as well. And maybe in 10 years' time, he'll look back and be like, oh, shit, I was being a complete dick.
Well, someone says something, or he did, or whatever, about a piece of paper and information being on paper, but there's no one there to read the paper. And it's just like the fact that there's information in itself, whether I'm here to read it or not, there is information. That means there has to be something that created that information out there, wherever it is. So to come from nothing is stupid. Where did the information come from the beginning of it all? And so for them, they can't. Guess what? They have no answer. That's the real truth of it all. Is neither one of us have an actual answer. Besides, there has to be some type of creator. Bottom line, because it's information.
The thing is, well, when you think about it, even the people who argue for simulation theory are still arguing for a creator.
Still argue for a creator, because even if this is all not real but real, somebody created this shit.
So even if we are in a simulation, then you have to argue for a creator because something created the simulation. Like
exactly. That's why I love the whole simulation thing, because people want to get away from it away without a god, but I'm like a creator, and I'm like, no, it still takes one, especially if you have anything to do with programming or computers. You know that you have to have a programmer to program the stuff.
Yeah, you instantly just argued for God then. It's just that God is the creator of the simulation. You know, you can argue that we're a species that's actually 100,000 more years more advanced, and we're just like inside someone's computer, and we're an advanced form of the Sims, whatever you want, but it still means that someone created it. Like, there is a creator.
And we're still going from a human's brain of an understanding of what a simulation would be for something outside of here. You're trying to compute it from a brain of a human, not our actual creator. So therefore, how can we even compute what it is? Even what a simulation would be. Only thing that we can compute a simulation to is what we know of a simulation to be here on Earth. We have no understanding what a simulation of our creator would be, though. Way bigger. More likely than we can even understand. It's not going to be like our computers, our programming. It's going to be God's programming, and it's not going to be what we understand. No.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's something that we'll probably all be arguing with someone until the day we die, and then we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and for me, it's like I will not necessarily argue it, talk to people about it, talk to many Globers about it, and a lot of them will admit, once they get back to the very, very beginning, that very first piece of information, whatever you want to call it, they have no clue. It's a guess. That's the truth of it. But so for us as humans to understand what we understand, takes a creator. Yep.
You know what I think it is? Is it coming in? Am I coming in? And I think it is. It's the reason people communicate is one of the dividing rifts. Some people communicate because they want to convey true and useful information to the other human beings around them. and essentially collaborate to find out what's true and collaborate to find out what's the most efficient way to do things. And then other people use communication essentially as a device to influence other people to get what they want, essentially, albeit even as vain as a fucking idea of just to piss someone off and then leave, you know? So I think that's one of the major reasons people have disagreements, because some people are trying to find the truth and talk about it, whereas other people are just here to have shits and giggles, here to trigger people, here to fucking spew what they, here to like promote a message, essentially. I don't know, like it just maybe that's what it is,
Some
man.
people, honey,
Maybe
just
I
want to
should
be
be asking.
heard
Yeah.
and have their voice heard. And honestly, I've actually realized that a lot of people believe their own story, believe their own stuff they have to say. It sounds crazy to us and they have to be faking it, but you'd be surprised, and their logic makes sense. So for them, when they try to explain or tell us that we're wrong, because everything in their head is right, whatever I say is right, whatever I think is right, my logic is the way. Well, that's not the case, but a lot of people think that way in this world, and they got it wrong. But you're not like that. A lot of us aren't like that. We're not just here to hear ourselves. We're actually here to try to help one another, get good information, pass it along. Yeah.
And a lot of these people are arguing for their own servitude as well. Like they're basically in Stockholm syndrome. It's like how many people have turned around and said, "Oh, these space agencies aren't there to just do whatever flat earthers are saying," right? But I can't get this out properly. Sorry. But like, let's just take for an example. India supposedly just went to the moon, right? Well, how many times have we sat there and said, "Why doesn't someone put a goddamn camera on the moon and pointed it at the Earth, and we could just end this whole thing?" And then the globers will turn around and say, "Oh, well, they don't have to do what you want." And it's like, yeah, but they just went there, supposedly. How much extra would it have cost them to put a freaking camera on the thing and point it at the Earth and then just shut us all up? It could have been done already by now.
And it could
Yeah,
still
man,
be
and
done.
that
They're
whole
constantly
argument.
sending shit out into space. Send something out there, drop a fucking camera down for us. I mean, it's in our own atmosphere, supposedly. For fuck's sake, why we're going clear out to other planets and stuff and out there in space when it's right here? Like,
You know what's
it is the
also not
dumbest
true?
thing.
You know what's also
It's
not
like, well,
true? So the whole argument is like, oh, they couldn't bring a camera there because every ounce matters on these missions.
Yeah.
And the slightest pound on these missions, could completely derail it. Could be a disaster. But it's like, but they bring golf clubs and like a fucking extra buggy to go fucking play golf on the moon. What do you mean extra? Every ounce matters. They brought all kinds of prank devices the first time they went there. Like, did they not measure those? Like, those ounces didn't seem to matter. So I'm kind of confused how a camera's ounces matter all of a sudden.
Exactly. And then you've got that classic video of the guy saying, the NASA dude talking, I think it was about the Orion mission or whatever, where he's like, "Oh, we're going to have to solve these challenges before we get humans through here." And I think he's also arguing because they were, now that everything is more digital rather than analog, they were worried that going through the Van Allen radiation belt would destroy the equipment. But they'd already put things through there. The Chinese had already been through there and supposedly put stuff on the moon that was obviously digital. So what do you mean solve the challenges? These things are already solved, apparently.
And that's the thing is, when someone's saying something and then you go to ask them a question about it, and instead of saying yes or no or yes but kind of not really, a little more complicated, when it's not a clear answer to the question, when you're genuinely asking a question to get deeper into the subject, for me at least, it really brings red flags to me in a sense, because it's like, if what you're saying is the truth and you're trying to tell me the truth, why can't you answer yes, no, I don't know? Why can't you give me a concise answer? Why do you have to run through a script? And why do you have to give me a script instead of an answer to a simple question?
Yeah, well, that's what the guy in that debate with Witsit was doing. When Witsit was like, "Oh, when we see information, oh, what's information?"
I don't know how Whitsitt keeps himself together, man. The guy's a legend. I'd be losing it. I have no idea how he does it. But like literally everything Whitsitt mentioned, he's like, "Oh yeah, but what's that? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? I don't know what you mean." Like, come on, man. That was just being disingenuous. That was just such bullshit.
Are you talking about the one from earlier today?
Yeah.
Yeah, even worse on the guy that he debated the other night. Did you see that one? That
Oh
was
my god, that's the guy. Oh, I would have punched him in the face.
even worse. Yeah.
Oh, he was shocking, man. What's wrong with these people?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I
Oh.
made some gifs of that guy. I made some gifs. He was just like so punchable.
Oh my god! If that was a live debate, if I was having a live debate with him, I would literally be saying to him, "Dude, if you keep this up, I swear to God, I'm going to come over there and I'm going to put you on the ground and beat the shit out of you. Stop it, because you're disrespectful." Like, I mean, how disrespectful is that?
Imagine trying to make yourself look dumb to win a debate. Well, I don't know what that means. That what?
I got to be the same. I know that physics talks about it, but I don't get what information is. I feel like stuff's out there and we make sense of it in our heads. I don't fully get the concept of information outside of humans making something out of it, you know.
That's a good point, and I think the way information, the word information, I don't even know what you guys are really talking about with this debate, but I know that the way they say information in physics, it has a different meaning from the same word used in colloquial terms. Like if you and me are talking about information, and then two physicists are talking about information, they're talking about something fundamentally different. It's not, they have a very special, select, particleistic definition for that word.
Well, I guess when when they come out and they say things like, well, basically the universe is, like a computer code, right? Well, you would call that information, right? It's coded. They claimed this years ago. Well, if there's a code to it, then that's information. What coded it?
Right, but I think like physicists have some sort of weird subset physics definition for that word. Like information is like the amalgamation of all the states of a wave function or something. They have some fucking weird way to define it, man. It's not how us normal people talk about it.
Yeah, so you're using it as an example of like when within law, if you admit that you understand, you're actually saying, yes, I stand under what I just said.
Yeah, exactly. It's when a physicist says information, he doesn't mean it in the colloquial English sense. I believe it has like a quantum definition, like, and I think the definition is something like the amalgamation of all the quantum states or some fucking bullshit like that.
Yeah, that doesn't even make any sense to me. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense to them. I don't know. Maybe it does, but I'm just like, what? Amalgamation of quantum states.
Yeah, essentially the wave function just shows like the particle, where the particle is positioned and where it's going. Essentially having an amalgamation of all the wave functions or states, the quantum states, knowing where every particle essentially is loosely located, because the wave function isn't really even where it's located or where it's going, but that's just a very simplistic way to say it. But essentially, you have a bunch of these for each particle, and when you amalgamate all of that, that's all the information in the system. Like speaking from like a quantum dynamics point of view.
But isn't every single thing that we see information? Every single thing that we interact with is some type of information. A plant, it's a code. It's its own structure, right? Even if something creates another structure, but it has code to it. I mean, even if you want to, I don't have to go with everything has numbers in it when the scientists say that. I can't prove that shit, but in reality, it's information, and it takes even us to read it, to understand it, perceive it, to experiment with it. So for me, every single thing, including this conversation that I'm putting energy out into, frequency out into the world, is information. For me,
That's what I mean.
everything is. Yeah.
That's what I mean. I think that is indicative then. If we can't say what it's not, then it seems like it's information just is what it is to us. You know, like if I threw mud against a wall and somebody went, "Oh, that looks kind of like a Dalmatian dog." Is that information or is that human perception turning randomness or turning
they have like
pattern spotting into information?
I think they have a way to they have in their definition of information, like these physicists have a way to even quantify it. Because they have that whole thing, like that whole paradox is the information lost at the event horizon of a black hole? Like that was their whole big thing. Like, is the information kept or is it lost? Blah blah blah. So they have some sort of way to know that there was more information and the object went in and there was less. They have some way of quantifying. I'm telling you, they have a whole definition for what information is. And it's not the colloquial sense of the word.
Even if they quantify whatever they do with it, to even quantify something, you have to have the information of something to quantify it. Whether it's real or not in our reality is another thing, but to even quantify something, you have to start with a piece of information. Everything starts with information. I don't even know where we can actually begin where it doesn't. And anything and everything we do, even in mud slapping against the wall, that is information that you're reading and seeing and computing for you and having it thrown against the wall. Oh, you saw that. It happened. That was already information right there that you took in.
But does that make the request then to show me information that doesn't come from intelligence unfalsifiable? Like it's making a request, but anytime anybody showed you something occurring like crystals, it becomes like, well, that comes from a different, deeper information.
Right.
Like if we presume the starting point is complexity and a grander intelligence, doesn't it become impossible to disprove?
I can't prove, to be honest, if it's more intelligent, because we talk about simulations, right? If somebody was sitting at a computer and created all this, that was someone like myself, but I guess more advanced from the future, and I was sitting here and now creating a world and people and all that, then I can't say that I'm even more intelligent than them. I'm just creating a program that's running and doing its thing. In fact, they might even be more intelligent than me because I'm creating them to be something. But it doesn't, I don't know. See, the answer is, how can you ever get that information? Because you don't have it. I don't have it. But whatever created this information had to obviously be, I guess, smarter than us, because I don't even know how it was done. And we have no understanding of that. Well, we know is what's here. So whatever is outside of us, anything different than that, I couldn't tell you on. No one can. You would think that it would be, right? Think logically that it would be more intelligent. I mean, come on.
You wouldn't have
But
to
at the same
think
time,
about
I
it
can't
if
verify
it
that.
talked to you. If it directly interacted with you and revealed its own nature to you, you wouldn't have to think or logically reason or try to guess at it. You could just be like, oh, it directly told me what it's like.
But to be honest, though, I mean, that's a personal thing when you start getting into like, and that's not a religion thing for me, but more of like, if the creator personally speaks to me, I don't actually have him, he or she or it or whatever stand here in front of me and speaking to me, which, you know, maybe it should be possible. But when I just look around and I see creation in itself and the life that I could never, ever recreate, it's pretty fucking intelligent. When I see the makeup of human beings, how amazing that we are, and that we cannot recreate that except within ourselves, right? We're creating that, but to completely start from a human being and to create it from nothing, that's so complex that we can't hardly wrap our brain around that. We can't recreate this shit here.
Yeah, but Stacy, just because you can't, does that mean that they are human beings smarter than you that can't as well? Or do you think
Well, I
in the
haven't
future
seen
we could
anybody
possibly
yet,
do it?
but
Yeah, but
possibly.
just because you
I
haven't
mean,
seen
yeah.
anybody, it's possible, right?
Now, this is what I'm telling you. It's a possibility that you can recreate something. Will it be the exact thing? Probably not, but it'll be something, a replica of it.
We
That's the
could
thing, though.
possibly remake Stacy B from the ground up, right?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'd have to
Alright.
see that done. I mean, for me, it's still, I'm skeptical. I'm very honest. It's a possibility.
Which is fine, but it's
And
possible.
before you do that, you have to know what the nature of JCB in totality is.
Very well said.
That
Yeah.
is that is something we could know, possibly, right? We could know Stacy B in totality from the ground up, right? And then recreate
I
it.
don't think so.
I don't know.
Human
Why
beings
not?
can't even know
Why
that.
not?
Yeah, human being can't even know themselves. So how could they know someone else completely?
We barely even understand the
Maybe
brain
there is
yet.
a human being out there that does know himself completely.
You've piqued my interest.
You just aren't that human being, right?
Listen,
I mean,
in this
no,
day and life right
that's
now, we cannot even
that's
understand our
no
brain.
appealing. No, appealing to possibilities that were appealing to ridiculous possibilities that have never been shown to be the case is not an argument.
You guys do it all the time, you know. And I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm just trying to find
That's
out
not
whether or
an
not
argument. You're not making an
it's
argument now.
possible.
You're just
You
pointing the
literally
finger.
just said, I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm just trying to find out from you whether it's possible or not.
Well, when
This
that
is the
human
question.
being
What are you talking
exists,
about?
then let's talk about it
Why isn't
then,
it
and let's
possible?
see. But because we've never
It
seen
literally
that
is an argument.
ever in our life. But it doesn't mean it's not possible. I'll give you that. Guess what? It's maybe a percentage possible. But for us to have never seen it, never can do it, and we can't even at this state and understand our own brains. We can't even use our brains, the full capacity of them. We don't even understand how it works. And to create a human
Who
body,
says you don't use your brain to its full capacity, Stacey? Did you
we
get
do
that
not.
from a movie? But who told
how
you
do you
that? Was it a
decide that?
movie?
That's a good
That comes
point.
from authority.
Ferrari made a good point.
That comes from your same supposedly science that's out here that tells you that. But do you have something that shows you? Do you understand that we understand the brain fully?
I've never seen a
you would need to know that.
scientific paper. Never seen a scientific paper that says we don't use 100% of our brain. I've seen it in movies. So I'm asking you, how are you sure?
Oh, I
we
mean,
don't
I
use
I was told
100%
that
of
in
our brain?
school.
It was an Einstein quote that was taken out of context, in my opinion. Like when I read the full quote, it sounds to me more like he's talking not about the brain, like the physical matter. We've got unused neurons. It sounded to me more like what he was saying was there are untapped potentials. There are things that humans could do that we haven't plumbed the depths of. Not that there are bits of the brain that are unaccessed.
I respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
At this point, there's no new depths that we're going to get to. Everything has already been done.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm not agreeing with that, but I've
agreeing
seen
with you
brain surgeries done. I'm there in those things, seeing them. But afterwards, I've been around patients that have had brain surgeries. I've dealt with these people, like seriously, the doctors and stuff, and the understanding of the brain is still trying to be discovered.
Sure. But that's
a
I'm
fact.
fine
that we're
with
trying to
that.
discover
I'm fine
what
with
it does is different to
Right.
saying we can do more with it, right? It might be at
Got you on
100%
that.
performance, and we're just trying to figure out what the 100% performance involves. You know?
Do you think that humans though use the capacity of their, their actual potential of their brain? Do you think that they do
Yeah,
at
I
this
don't
point?
think there's much left over.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think there's like
Like what else could the brain do that we don't already use it for? Like, do you think the brain can make
Exactly.
things levitate and whatnot? Like the brain got superpowers, or what state?
I like that fucking line of questioning, bro. That's fucking funny.
because that's the premise of what's that silly film where it's
Yeah.
like, there's a whole film made around this,
Limitless.
Lucy.
yeah.
I thought it was Lucy.
No, it was Lucy or something. Limitless was about
Lucy?
that drug
Okay.
modafinil and just going, what if
Right.
that drug gave you superpowers? But there was this other one where, he starts making stuff levitate, and it's like, oh, come on.
Bro, she
Yeah, I'm
become
not
like
saying all that.
the
No,
computer.
exactly.
Yeah, became like a
No,
computer.
I don't
and
think
shit. It was crazy.
I don't think we're thinking we're.
Yeah. It reminds me of like, I'll take it like this. Like when you're trying to figure out this breakdown of it, mind over matter is where for me it's at. I've seen things like the placebo effect. I was talking with Smurf and all these things that it works. And I've seen in my own life, if I could trick my brain, right, myself can trick it, it can actually do things that it wasn't doing prior. Like you can seriously make yourself believe things, just like you're pregnant, and then your body will start acting as it's pregnant. So therefore, I'm capable with my brain, and I think a lot of people are. They don't have the understanding of literally almost manifesting things in your life, making things happen, but not in the way of like manifesting a car out in front of me. I'm talking about literally within yourself. So mind over matter, I think, is a huge thing. I've seen it happen with my brother, making his legs work again, telling yourself what to do and your body what to do.
What?
So I think
Oh,
that right there
wait,
in those
Stacey, back
experiments
up.
are key. Go ahead.
Stacy, back up. If you don't mind us going into this, your brother making his legs work again thing.
Yeah. Well, what happened was is he had brain cancer, right? So he had brain surgery. He woke up and he was paralyzed. He was not going to leave that place unless they're walking again. He couldn't walk, and he kept trying to take his legs when they couldn't. I said, you need to be sitting here instead of crying about I want to get out of here, and trying to make your legs move every single second. Quit thinking they're not going to. Tell yourself, move, move, move. Just keep doing that until those legs start moving and your brain starts working and getting the nerves move again and all that. And he did. Because if he didn't do it soon enough, he could have the possibility of becoming permanently paralyzed. So within 3 days, that man was already getting up and walking again. You know what I mean? You have to tell your brain.
He wasn't permanently paralyzed already. He was
No,
getting to
this
that
is a state where if you don't get your brain to start making your body move, and it's like, yeah, that you can't. I mean, you could end up becoming permanently paralyzed, and they were worried about that.
Okay.
So we had to
Yeah, no,
trick
I
his
mean,
brain
that-
and tell him
that I
to get his
agree
legs to move, and your legs are fine, and you have to keep telling yourself that. I've seen it happen in my own reality too, though. You can trick your brain. That's why placebos and
Yeah.
pills work the way they do.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it tricking your brain, but I definitely
Yeah.
agree with you. The brain, the mind is a very powerful thing. You can put yourself in a mind state where you, you know, I don't want to say trick yourself, but you
Right.
put yourself in that mind state where you have tunnel vision around a specific aim, and you do everything within your power to achieve that aim. Like it seems
Yeah.
the mind does have that ability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like no, man. You're an extremely overweight person. You could put yourself into a mind state where you are 100% focused.
Yep.
On losing weight. It's a dumb example, but something like that.
No,
You
I
could
get you.
definitely change your reality if you put your mind to it.
Yeah. And that works with a lot of different things in this world. And I don't even think that humans have that true understanding. We were never taught that really, that is a capability. I mean, I think once you start understanding it and going through it with your family or human beings, that it's a possibility that you can do a lot different, especially with music. It's why music works so well. It's like that. When your brain's in a dark place, how you can just put music on and it can change the frequency and get your body in a different vibe and a different, moment. It's the same thing almost. We can trick that. I don't like the word trick either because it's almost like it is, but that's almost the incorrect word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like
For
that is what the mind is there for. If I mean, the mind can put you in weird type of mind states. Depending on whether or not you are strong enough to control it or not. Because it also seems the mind, quote unquote, has a mind of its own. If you
Yep.
aren't actively trying to control your mind and work it, it'll take over. And pursue its own things in a way.
Right. And that's why I think that we don't have the full understanding of the brain. They don't even have the understanding of depression correctly or addiction, honestly, correctly. I mean, I've been through a lot of struggles in my life and I work with quite a few people. And
Then,
there's a
Stacey,
lot of.
wouldn't you say
Go ahead.
it's more we don't have an understanding of the mind? We don't even know where the mind comes from. Is it inside the brain? Is it outside of it?
Right.
I think most of us here believe that even if you die, your mind, your consciousness carries on existing, right?
Right. I do.
Yeah, so
Most of us maybe do.
yeah.
There's something, yeah. It's hard to even explain. The fact that we have a hard time as human beings to explain it itself is already shows you where we're at technically. Well, we've come a long way when it comes to supposedly understanding of the brain and the research and supposed that done. I think they have way more than even that they
I
put out.
disagree. I think they already knew anatomy back in ancient Egypt and that shit way
Right.
fucking advanced. And they already had fucking. And it's not that they fucking did it themselves, that they got this shit from earlier people who passed it down. Right? Because that's the best way to learn something is to have a mentor.
Oh,
and so if
yeah.
you're a culture, the best way for your culture to fucking succeed is if you have a cultural mentor. Rome had Greece, Greece had Egypt, Egypt had Babylon. And my personal contention is that there was a worldwide before Babylon, but that's just a contention.
Yeah, I was only going by, and I should have said that from the world that we're presented. The things that we talk about yeah, we've already said like, resets and all that stuff. If I want to go down that path, then I strongly believe that they've already had technology way, way, way longer than we can even understand, and they've already had the technology that they have now, all of it, way before this time. So yeah, I agree with you.
Okay,
And
yeah,
then,
but
then
let's
that would
just
be the
keep it
same
to
case.
anatomy, right? Let's just keep it strictly to anatomy because that's all I'm
Uh-huh.
talking about. I'm
Right.
keeping myself directly on target, directly related to what you guys said, right? You guys said the advancement of anatomy, so that's why I put that in
Right.
there.
And then I agree with you. It's a
The
possibility. Then yeah,
Romans were
absolutely.
actually, sorry, the Romans were actually were actually doing surgeries back in Jesus's day. Apparently,
Were
they
they?
discovered a whole bunch of they discovered a whole bunch of tools, and they had no idea what they were, and they were trying to figure it out. And then I think I saw a documentary on it. Some guy, his friend who was a surgeon, just looked and said they all look like surgery tools because they had
Wow.
particular little
Yeah,
hammers, chisels, and little saws and stuff. And they even had one where they couldn't figure out what this one was. It was like a needle, and then it had this bit that would come out of the needle as well, and almost as if the needle would turn into like a straw type thing. And then this one guy goes, "Oh, it looks like something for sucking cataracts out of eyes." So they would stick it into someone's eye, and then they would pull this thing out, and then suck out the cataracts from the eye. So they were doing these
yeah.
they were doing these surgeries back in year zero almost.
Let me
My
add
God,
to
if they
that
were doing
point.
cataract
Let me add to
surgery,
that
they
point
were
real
doing
quick.
other surgeries then. Let's be for real.
Okay, let me add to that point too. So
Yeah.
these
Uh-huh.
are the ancient Romans to us, right? The ancient Roman Empire. Well, if we went back to their time and we were living in their time talking to them, they would say, they would have the same exclamation. They'd be like, guess what? It's so incredible. The ancient Egyptians knew surgery before us and they had all these tools. Oh my God, how did they know how to do this? Because guess what? Nothing changed. They always had it. The Egyptians had it before the Romans had it. The Romans called the Egyptians ancient. We call the Romans ancient. We're surprised that they can do shit. We always seem to discount our ancestors. It's weird.
We always seem to discount that we may have been given the information from the get go.
Oh yeah,
And that, from the very, very beginning, we may have been given all the information to succeed in this place. And now we have lost it because they have made us lose it on purpose. And they have it still, but we do not.
And it's a painful process to build it.
That's good.
And the Magellanic Clouds.
Real quick, it was enjoyable. Thank you for the conversation, you guys. You guys are being respectful. Sorry that I joined in and when it wasn't so, I guess, nice. But it's been really good this morning. I got to head back upstairs and make some more coffee, and I might see y'all soon. But you guys have a beautiful, blessed day, and try not to let people upset you. Try to have your own patience because it's about us and your journey. It ain't about them. So just have a good day, guys. Okay? Cheers. Get a coffee. Love y'all.
Take care.
All right, back to the home base for me. Take care, guys.
Have a good one.
Hey, Northern, what's that thing you posted about Bill Gates?
It just looks like they replaced his wife with a dude.
You're quite interested in the general conspiracy of women being men, huh?
Well, she does look different, that's for sure. She certainly does look different.
But I mean, if we're going to go with a swap, surely simplest swap would be somebody of the same gender.
Are you saying they swapped her for a dude, or she just always has been a dude? Is that which one are you saying?
True.
It's just, I mean, there is the idea that Bill Gates has actually been born female, and then his wife is born male. Have you heard that he's also female?
Those pictures look like 25 or 30 years apart.
He does.
Are you telling me estrogen levels decrease with age?
I'm not saying this is like means that it's true, but he does sit like a woman. Bill Gates. He's always like crossing his legs like a woman. I mean, some men do that too, but just the way he does it is very feminine.
He's a nerd from Washington.
You really believe that just some nerd from Washington ended up creating the biggest computer company in the world? That's one of the main ways that they're controlling humanity through Microsoft and Apple, but Microsoft in this case. You think he's just some random nerd?
Yeah. See, the thing about random nerds is they can quickly assess where the profits are. And if you make a software, it doesn't really cost anything to ship that out at all, except if they buy the CDs or something. There's by Facebook and Google. These are some of the richest companies in the world. So it's a lucrative business to get in. And it's not like super genius. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta be smart. You come up with it, but it's not like he's a super genius. But he made something that's useful, yeah.
And then stole everyone else's gear. Ideas.
Sure, yeah.
Or he's just a patsy actor. He's definitely not a doctor, so I'm not sure why he's giving medical advice.
Well, tons of you guys give medical advice, and I'm sure none of you guys are doctors.
Yeah, I can give you better medical advice than any doctor can.
Right. So one doesn't need to be a doctor to give medical advice. Is then the thing you're conceding?
Well, yeah, that's a concession then by you.
He also reneged on that medical advice as well and pulled his support of it after he made billions of dollars with the advice.
Right, go ahead. No, I was going to say, let me be perfectly clear. I'm not trying to white knight for Bill Gates or anything like that. I'm just saying he probably crosses.
Kind of sounded like you were.
No, as you said, you were indicating he might be a lady, and even though I'm not like his advocate, I also think that that's silly, and that's what I'm saying. That he probably just sits like that because he's a nerd. Is all I'm saying.
Come on, Kosho. After he mentioned he might be a lady, you got interested. That's why you're white knighting.
Yeah, but I wasn't saying that I think that. I was just saying that it is.
I know.
It's an idea.
I get it. I say his wife does look.
You don't think he's part of a network, a family, some link to secret societies? I mean, you just think he's just a random guy that just made it to. What is Microsoft? The number 3 biggest asset in the world? I think it's like gold is like 10 trillion, and then the next largest is like Apple and Microsoft. They're both like $2 or $3 trillion, $2 or $3 trillion.
For
So
good
it's
reason.
like
I don't think.
gold is the biggest, and then Apple and Microsoft, the next two biggest, at 2 to 3 million compared to 10 million. So you think that getting to that level is just a random nerd? Is how we got there?
I think random nerds. I think we live in a world where random nerds, like I can name a few of them, they can get successful. Now that he's successful, though, I'm sure he knows some things I don't know. He's probably
Just
privy to some
happens to
stuff I'm not.
be.
I'm not. But I don't think that he was selected to be that guy. I mean, it's, I don't think it works like that. I think that they don't
Just
just pick
happens
who
to
the
be.
guy is who's gonna make something useful that everyone uses.
I was going to say he just happens to be the son of the guy who is one of the founders of Planned Parenthood, and like have you watched James Corbett's 3-part series on him?
I know I haven't seen that.
You should look that up. I can't even begin to go through everything that he went through in it, but he's got a 3-hour series on Bill Gates and his spoon feeding. You should have a look at it. Type in James Corbett, Bill Gates. I'm sure you'll find it. Go into videos.
I'll check it out. I'm sure Jin's posted it several times. He posts a lot of those kind of videos.
It's a really good series, man. You should watch it.
I'll check it out. I don't know how easily. Actually, Jin showed me a video once, and I don't want to talk about the topic too much because it's not allowed. But he was in it. Bill Gates was in it, and also there was another guy, Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, I think.
By the way, nothing's not a lot. I mean, you can talk about anything. I mean, just use code words if you have to for their their YouTube censorship stuff. But it's not like it's not allowed to talk about overall.
Okay, it's kind of V related. I'm pretty sure it's like 100% off limits, but regardless, it was a video about the V thing, and it was discussing. Anyways, I watched it with an open mind. Maybe. What did I have an open mind? I don't know, but I watched the whole video. I might have been planning to call him out on everything. Anyways, I took notes throughout the whole video, and there was like 5,000 things wrong in what I saw. Like all the stuff they were claiming about Bill Gates and stuff like that was told. Like I've always heard you guys make those claims. Like Bill Gates is like what was it, that he is kicked out of countries for killing people. I think Jen had said that. You know claim I'm talking about? Like we're to say like in some African country he's like banned from
India.
You've heard that before? Oh, India. That's what it was. India. Yeah, that's the African country I'm thinking about. That's right. No, but I like. Oh, there's a lot of facts like that in there, and I looked each one of them up, and it turns out they're not true, right, at all. Even, like I'm sure you probably still thought that he was banned from India, but he's not. Yeah, he never was. It's like stuff like that's kind of interesting, but
Well, I wouldn't say that he's banned from India, but I'm sure there'd be plenty of places that he wouldn't be able to go in there. Within there, on the communities where
He's not going to go without
paralyzed
bodyguards, that's for sure.
Sure, I don't think he's.
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
He probably doesn't even walk around the States without bodyguards. He's yeah.
What'd you say, Shows?
I don't think he's going to go to lunch without bodyguards. I don't think an extraordinarily rich, famous, powerful man having bodyguards and being careful about where he goes is indication of whether he's gotten his wealth. Any indication of how he attained his wealth,
Have you seen the one where he got a pie in the face?
Classic.
I have.
He's just like walking down the street and somebody smacked him in the face with a pie.
Yeah, you see the guy hiding behind the pole as well when you know what's about to happen. You can see the guy just there behind the I think it was like a concrete pillar or something like that, and he just comes out and smacks him in the face with a pie. Shitty thing to do, but it was funny.
Anyways, I can't remember all the stuff that I researched when. I just remember everything being fundamentally wrong, but there's also some claim about like a bunch of African girls or something that he gave some shot to and they all died or something like that. You've heard that claim? I'm talking about for like I saw this 2 years ago, so I don't really remember all the details of it.
No, I haven't heard that claim.
Oh, well, does your video kind of show that kind of stuff? It like shows these claims about him, like
No,
stuff.
not that kind of thing. No, it just
It's
goes
showing his
into
history.
how, it goes more into the actual history of how he got started with Microsoft and he was spoon fed by his parents and all this kind of thing. Goes back into that sort of history. Because people like to say, even like with Elon Musk, and then people like to go, "Oh, these people, they just came up from humble beginnings." No, they weren't. They come up
I
from
rarely do.
millionaire parents, who had tons of connections. They don't. These people don't come from humble beginnings.
They come from multiple eyes wide shut meetings and rituals.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, you don't get to be a billionaire unless you're in the club. Take the oath, do the rituals, or you're not getting the billions of dollars. There's no way. Talk about flat earth or Zionism or the V, you're not going to be a billionaire. No chance.
I mean, I
Really?
do
What
agree
if
with
you
that bit, but probably for a different reason.
Well, what if you create something that's successfully, makes money, it costs nothing to produce, like Facebook or PayPal
Like
or
Facebook, the
Microsoft or
CIA
something?
group. You think Zuckerberg
Yeah.
invented Facebook, really?
I think
Not the
he
CIA
successfully
or
created it.
National Defense?
Oh no, I don't think the CIA made it. No.
Oh no, it's just a place where everybody gives their own pictures, information, shares their locations, and it's pretty much like a perfect data gathering device
Mm-hmm.
that people
Sure,
give their
yeah.
information willingly.
If you think Zuckerberg is,
they created it.
if you think Zuckerberg is legit, I think the sauce is lost in you.
Better not be your sauce. What's up, Eggshells?
Was that
Eggshells?
funny? I don't know. I thought about it. Instead of you being lost in the sauce is lost in you. I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny. Maybe it's not funny.
It made me feel gross, man. But Eggshells? What were you saying?
Maybe it had there's other
Got a
connotations.
bit too much. Got a bit too much sauce in him.
Eggshells, I saw you were trying to say something. I don't want to talk about.
No, good. I'm not.
I just what the
Eggshells are more like pears. They're not flat.
Well, you need to prove that. We're going to need to see some
pear-shaped.
verifiable measurements.
It's pear-shaped.
Eggshells are dome shaped.
Well, I'm going to need proof of that too. Going to need some evidence. You're going to make these wild claims.
Well, I guess if you cut an eggshell in half, it would be kind of dome-shaped, wouldn't it?
So, Coach, are you really saying that Bill Gates and Zuckerberg are just legit, regular, civilian level people with no connections, and they're in terms of that mainstream narrative? You really think that's the case with those two guys?
I didn't say that. Here's what I'm saying.
No?
Here's what I'm saying, and here's what I'm not saying. I'm saying that these people, like most people, I think their successes have been built from, happenstance and their own ingenuity and kind of the timing sort of thing. So there's some timing that goes into it, but it's also something that they built that was successful. Okay, now that they're successful, which I think happened naturally. I'm not saying that they don't know things I don't know, or they're not part of, they're not, privy to information or secrets or something that I'm not privy to. I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm saying that I don't think that they were, postured up by some invisible hand to be who they are.
Yeah, it seems to just be orders of magnitude more complex if you do it that way. You've got to not just create a system that everybody voluntarily gets on and uses. You've got to do that and deceive people. So it's like everything that has happened plus the same thing through deception. And that, I think, is a little bit tricky.
This is a little silly to me also, because, I mean, why would they pick these people versus like why wouldn't it just be just as likely that, like I said, these people created something, maybe somebody eventually latched onto it and took advantage of its success, like you said, CIA or whatnot, people jump in like after the successful thing has been created. But I don't think that these people were selected to be celebrities or something. I think they created something successful, and that happens all the time. And by the way, when you talk about data and control and this kind of stuff, did you know that Discord stores all the data, all the messages and DMs and posts and everything, and that Discord is actually 40% owned by a Chinese company that's controlled by China. So, it's not just Facebook or Google that's storing this stuff. It's everybody, including the platform we're currently on.
I agree. Their main goal is to collect information and use it against the people.
I don't know if that's the main goal. I think the main goal is collect the information because information is valuable. So for some people, it's valuable for sick reasons and maybe malicious reasons. But for most people, most of the value comes from marketing and that type of stuff.
Well, yeah, it's government surveillance. They know where you are. They know everything about you. You are giving your information voluntarily if you are doing it. It's information,
I think
control, security, marketing. Like that's how they catch people doing crimes, because the people post it on the internet and then they catch them and then they get a warrant.
Well, that's just stupid then. But I don't think that the government is like even in the top, the top market for this information. I think it's like I said, like companies. So this information is useless.
Yeah,
to
the companies that are owned by the government. The government owns the corporations.
Really? Which ones?
Google is a government organization. Discord is a
Really?
government organization. Facebook is a
Really?
government organization. Yeah.
Did you just make that up, or is that a guess?
SpaceX is a government organization. They put these little nerdy little patsies like Elon and Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg, so you think it's just an innocent little nerd when they're actually evil people.
Aren't they on the stock exchange?
What would that matter? Stocks are rigged anyways, so it doesn't matter.
I'm trying to find out if you're saying things like loosely without there's no factual about what you're saying, so I don't know if you're trying to be factual or if you're just it's like what do you call it, exaggerating or something.
No, that's factual. Most of the government, Walmart's a government corporation.
Why are you saying this though? Like they're not. These are not government organizations. None of them. Like SpaceX.
If the government wants your company, they'll just take your stuff. If you say something bad against government, you'll be boycotted. Your whole business is nothing. So they control everything.
Well, SpaceX. The government hires SpaceX to do missions for it, and help with future missions. I think like the moon mission, the lander. They're hired.
Yeah, SpaceX is a government company for sure. Elon Musk is not a lone wolf. Rothschild's saying is, if you can't buy him out, steal it. Just like on The Simpsons, when Bill Gates was bought out Homer Simpson, he just stole the company. Just like if I invent a car, a water-powered car, are they going to allow me to live, or are they just going to steal it, kill me, and then keep their oil companies going and keep gouging the people, keep the slaves in line. If you think the world's organic, then that's pretty crazy.
You know, it's either that or they just buy your idea and then shelve it.
Yeah, if you come up with a indestructible razor, what do you think Gillette's going to do? They're either going to buy you out or they're going to kill you. Like, they're not going to let the competition take over. You think these billionaires see you come? They see you coming from a mile away. Like, they see all your texts, all the patents, they know what you're talking about in all the chats. So, I mean, they can see you coming from a mile away with your inventions that are going to stop them from making money and hinder their control. Or
I guess the main thing that
or
makes
you
that
join the club
improbable to me
and you
is
do
how
the
complex
rituals.
it's got to be. Like, it sort of requires this world we've got, and then this other world on top of it where all of that's happening, and I just think that's improbable. Like, that people try to suppress, you know, new technology that harms their interests, sure. But I guess the question would be, how successful are they? Like, are they just infinitely powerful so that, like, why are they never in competition with one another? Why aren't they, like...
They own everything. They print the money to thin air. Money's backed by nothing, so they can bribe people. They own the police, military, judges, so they can come and kill you if they want, make you disappear, no problem.
Then why do they need to do any of this stuff? Like, it sounds like in order to do this, they have to be infinitely powerful. But in order to be infinitely powerful, they no longer need to do this. They're just like, sure, come up with a better razor. I'll just have a better time shaving. I don't.
Well,
care
there's always going to be threats.
I'm not really Gillette.
They can't control everything.
Magical.
They control the money and they control the system, but there's always going to be rogues and threats and inventors that are going to threaten them that they don't have control over until they find out, and then they stomp them out. Just like their electric car initiative, they're having mandatory electric cars by 2050. It's going to be the government who owns those corporations. So it's like,
And the biggest joke about that is the fact that electric cars are nothing but environmental disaster machines anyway.
Oh, I don't think that's the case.
How not?
Well, they're very similar to internal combustion engine cars, except they don't pump noxious fumes into your face. They're much more efficient.
Yeah, but what about the creation of them? How do they get created in the first place?
Well, much.
What needs to happen to create the batteries?
Sure. Yeah.
Who's mining the
dig up rare
batteries?
Minerals and stuff. I'd absolutely agree with that. But I mean, you've got to dig up stuff to put it in ordinary cars too, right? Ordinary cars already have batteries in them. It's just that they have this super inefficient power plant running in the engine bay on a very inefficient source of energy. What's better about, like, I would struggle to, so I would say safer, more efficient, faster, more power, like more
safer in what way?
Useful in different applications.
Safer in what way?
Well, because you can time each of the wheels individually. Like, a lot of them already have dual motors. They can recover from flat spins better. They've got far fewer engine fires because they don't run on fire.
Far fewer engine fires? Have you seen them all catching fire around the world?
Yeah, I've seen videos of them catching fire. I'm not saying they never catch fire. I'm saying per kilometer traveled, they are like 400 times or some extraordinary multiple orders of magnitude less likely to catch fire than something that it's major. Like, when it's working right, there is a fire inside your petrol car. Only when something goes very wrong does a fire start inside your electric car. That's an important difference, right? Which is why
Those things
per
can just
kilometer
be
travel.
sitting there charging and then just catch fire.
Sure. Charging is like 90% of all of the fires that happen in them, which is thankfully the time when the owners typically aren't in them or can get out very quickly if they're sitting there at a charging station. Whereas for most people that have fires catch fire in a petrol car, which as I said is orders of magnitude more likely, it's quite often while they're sitting in the car because the car's running. Like the radiator goes or something like that, suddenly pops a leak, or there's a fuel line leak and it pisses fuel onto the outside of the engine bay and there's an ignition temperature. There's just like so many different ways, whereas like the main way it happens in a electric car is a short circuit in the battery, is my understanding. I might have that wrong. But
Which seems to be happening a lot around the world.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's been highly publicized. The way Elon Musk responded to it, like, I do think he's a bit of a dickhead, but the way he responded to that one, I was like, that was pretty, I don't know, just clear or clever, where he was just like, yeah, these are getting publicized because, like, you know, electric cars didn't exist long ago, so there was 0 electric car fires, 15 years ago. And now suddenly the number of electric car fires has increased 1,000%. But this is the thing that you need to look at is, what is the actual real likelihood if I get an electric car that it catches on fire? And then he went through all the statistics. And if you just look at ordinary ICE cars, like internal combustion engine cars, yeah, they catch on fire far more likely, more frequently.
Yeah, he had a similar response when, like, there was an accident. I think somebody died in some accident or something. He kind of had the same, and I think it's actually it's not that. It's a kind of a. It seems like the kind of response kind of an autistic person would have, but it seems like a fair response for a person like that because he's thinking about it in terms of, like, is it expected? And I think that's what he was saying. Like given the numbers, it's expected. A rate like that's not a high probability. It's still it's expected to happen. In those numbers, like comparatively, when you look at the big picture.
Yeah, you're not going to get to 0. Like 0 is a dumb aim. Go for something that's achievable. Is that what you mean? Like,
yeah, right. Like basically the same thing. It was the same way you said, like how there was there's only one out of so many. But it's not a high proportionality to the number of cars out there. Like, it's not like there's a high probability of it occurring, but you wouldn't expect it to be 0 exactly.
Yeah, like you are free to get a bowl and fill it with kerosene and put it in the back seat of your car and put 7 others beside it and then drive to your nana's place while smoking. If you are free to do that, if the Tesla cannot stop you doing that, how is the Tesla going to get all car fires to 0? I mean, that's obviously not how they're happening. It is that batteries typically catching on fire while it's charging.
That's your question, just off topic, kind of. But do you leave your car running when you pump your gas or put your petrol?
Do I leave a car running when I'm pumping gas?
Yeah.
No, heck no. It's illegal in Australia.
Okay, I do when I can. A lot of people don't allow me to, but like if I'm with somebody. But because I was doing that years ago. Because it's simpler. I always felt like why am I doing this? Because I was turning it off like I always do, and everyone gets in the habit of you have to turn it off. I was like, wait a minute, is this really going to cause a problem? And the truth is, you look it up, it doesn't actually. Like it's the same sort of thing where there's a small probability that like you go in and out of your car or something, and like a spark, like static. There's like a static electricity or something. It's so rare. It's like it's like a shark attack or something. Like
it's like how they say about don't use your mobile phone while filling up with your fuel as well. But I don't think that anyone's ever had a fire caused by using your mobile phone while fueling a car.
Yeah, so I think that's one of those ones that started like they did tests years and years and years ago on like remember the old phones where you used to be able to pop the case off and then like buy a new case that had funny colors on it? It was all on that, which was basically once you pop the case off, there is unshielded copper there that could, if you got like, graphite in there or something, you could end up with a short circuit. I'm like, okay, that does make sense, but that's not the situation we're in,
Right. Anyhow, so yeah, I do that. Like I said, the one thing I saw was that if you open and close the door, that runs. Like I said, in the times that it actually has a fire has occurred, it was something like that. But they're so rare that it's like you can count the number of times on your hand in the last decade or something.
Yeah, there's been cases where people just opened up their petrol cap as well, and then due to the static electricity, it just caught fire as well. But they say to get away from that, it's just basically touch the car. Yeah, so if there is any if there is any static electricity, it'll discharge already.
Well,
yeah, like I do get zapped getting out of the car very often, but it requires you to like the thing that makes it so rare. At least last time I read up on it was to get zapped, you have to have built up a charge in the car, which is obvious, which is easily doable. But then you have to go and get out of the car without grounding, grab the petrol pump handle without grounding, and then have the first thing that's grounding being where the petrol pump hits the tank, like the bare metal there, which requires, I think, bare metal probably there as well. As fuel's flowing out of it. So you basically need to have like leapt out of the car like a very, very limber, like it would be quite impressive. What do you call it? Like agility to do that, and then super time efficient that you're already shooting the petrol out before the nozzle's all the way in. Otherwise the spark will have zapped off. And so it is very rare, but all of these things are very rare, like engine fires and all that stuff.
I guess it's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah. For me, some of the other reason I wouldn't leave my car running is like, I would take my keys inside with me. Isn't somebody just going to wander off with your
I do that a lot too.
car?
I leave my car running almost everywhere I go. One time I went to Target, went shopping, and just left it running.
I'm guessing you've got it fully insured and you're hoping someone steals it.
No.
Kosho's just way richer than we all know, and he lives in extremely affluent areas where no one gives a crap.
Well, I mean, Target's usually an affluent place, but I just took a chance, I suppose. But most stores, I mean, nowadays, most of the time I do it, I lock the door. So I leave the car running, but I'll lock the door. So, because it's like a electric car, or like not electric car, but like electric starter, or like you don't have to put the key in. So I have the key in my pocket. I'll just lock the door and leave it on. But anyways, I was gonna ask Northern about the companies you said about the like Gillette and stuff. I was trying to come up with examples, but I was thinking like Blockbuster. Like Blockbuster was extremely, profitable company, and if they didn't want to go out of business, they could have done what you said to the Netflix people. Like they could have, killed them, like you said, or bought out their company, but they didn't, and they went out of business.
Yeah, what if the same person, same family that owned Netflix owned Blockbuster? And you can say, oh, it's a different name, but they're all the same government companies. So technology is going to advance and companies are going to die.
You're saying what if, or you're saying that that's the case? Because you're saying what if, I just say, okay,
That
well,
is the
that isn't the case.
That is the case.
Oh, it is?
That is the case.
People own, so
Oh, it
the
is, yeah.
family that owns Netflix is the same people who own Blockbuster?
No, I said, what if they're different families? What if they're associated with each other? What if they're all in the same gang? If you want to be a billionaire, you're joining the club. You got to do, and when you join the club, just like these athletes and celebrities and actors, you lose control. Like they're going to tell you to do something. Like Deion Sanders, we're gonna make you dress up and sing like a virgin and wear a wig and wear a dress. And if you don't, then there goes all your jobs.
Okay. Well, can I ask you a question? Do you think it's a little bit dangerous? Just like you just made that up. Like there's no way that you had there's no information that says that Netflix, the people who own Netflix and the people who own Blockbuster are part of the same family, or they're families that are connected, or they're in the same anything. I mean, there's no evidence for that at all, and I don't
They're
think
all in the
I
same
think you just
gang.
made it up.
They're all in the same gang. If you want to make the money, you got to join the gang. Freemasons, Zionists, Jesuits, join the club, or you're not getting your billion.
Yeah, who's the parent company of Netflix
Just
and who's the parent company of Blockbuster?
probably the same. Just
Yeah,
it's like Blackstone owns 50 companies or 2,000 companies or whatever. Just like how Kevin Hart wears a dress. Who else? Jamie Foxx wears a dress. Deion Sanders wears a dress. All these LeBron James dressed up as the woman from the Progressive commercials. Where are all these black guys being put in dresses? It's just a coincidence, probably, right? Dave Chappelle. They say he denied it, but he's still a sellout. But if you join the club, you got to do what they tell you to do. When your time's up, just like Tiger. When your time's up, they're gonna throw you through the mud, bring you back up, raise you up, throw you back down, make you disappear. Whatever they want to do with their agenda. You signed the oath, so you pretty much gave up your rights.
I'm just looking at the owners of Netflix, and no, they're not in any way related to the. The owner I looked this up the other day. Actually, the owner from Blockbuster, the guy who created it or helped make it big, he was a co-creator or owner of the waste management, like the trash places. This other guy who, was CEO of Netflix and the co-founder, he wasn't anything to do with any of that, and that's what I'm saying. That they're not in any kind of way related. So I don't know. I don't know why we're even arguing this claim.
Yeah, so they can never have just a front man and say that, oh, Zuckerberg owns it, but it's actually a government organization. They can never do that. They can never just put somebody's name, yet it's actually all these government corporations and government bankers that own it.
They can do anything.
When Blockbuster fails, they just transfer to the new technology and they're still making the money. But if I invent something like a water car, what are they going to do to me? Are they going to let me take all the oil business away, or is it easier just to kill me and steal the tech and bury it?
Well, there's hydrogen cars that are currently on sale from several companies. Hydrogen engines, stuff like that. So it's not like
you have Stanley Myers, who basically had it working so well. You just take a spark plug out, put the spark plug in, or connect his device to your spark plug, and your car just ran on water. And he even said you could just pee in the thing if you had to. River water, sea water, didn't matter.
Yeah, because it just probably does electrolysis and then, separates the hydrogen and has a hydrogen fuel cell. I said that those exist on the market. That's what I'm saying. So it's not like they're killing the people that make that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I can go to my dealership and buy a water-powered car for cheap.
I don't know what's your dealership. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't. I'm pretty sure it's going to be all gas-powered or electric hybrids.
Yeah, I have a thought that's kind of related to movies. If somebody had the money to do it, what is the censorship like with a major movie like that? Like if somebody had $100 million that they wanted to put of their own money and make a movie that they were just dropping truth left and right, It's all stuff that maybe YouTube would not be cool with or whatever. But if it's at that movie level and you actually produce like a full-time movie like that, is there any like significant, like, is there any censorship that would actually not let that get to the what, whether it's theaters or, I mean, I know Netflix would have to like approve you to put it on their thing, but I'm just
It's
saying
the
like,
same way with theaters, yeah.
What?
That movie that just came out, that movie Sound of Freedom, they were claiming, because they're, it's about like, child trafficking and stuff like that. And, there's a bunch, Gemhead did a whole thing on his show about it. And they actually thought that they were shutting it down at movies, theaters and shit like that. But I don't know if that turned out to be true. But regardless, yeah, if there's something that was so bad, yeah, they would give it like, a really extreme rating. And they would give it like, studios wouldn't make it. And if you got a studio to make it, people would have to play it at their theaters. They could just refuse to do that. So, I mean, people make movies all the time. And
I'm saying fund it all yourself.
release them themselves. Yeah.
Fund it all yourself. Yeah. I mean, I know they have their rated R, rated whatever. So yeah, I would have to pass that. But you think there's other avenues that they would still shut it down if they didn't want it?
I mean, people make movies that are fucked up all the time, and like there's documentaries on YouTube that you probably think are against, terms of service, and then they put it on BitChute or something like that. So it just depends on who's gonna, who's gonna host it or whatever. Like who's gonna play it for you?
That Sound of Freedom one, I can't think of the word for it, but I mean, it was basically just diverting everyone away from, our governments and everything else, and pinning it all on, what was it, the Colombians or something, the Colombian drug cartels and all these different sort of drug cartels, and that's where all the human trafficking is happening. Nothing to do with the Clinton Foundation or any of these other ones who throughout Haiti were stealing children and all these other things. It completely left out all of that. I haven't seen it, but this is what I've heard. So it kind of diverted people away from one aspect and just guided you down this aspect. And then said, oh, how do we get away from this? Let's just microchip all our kids.
Is that what they said in the movie?
Yeah, apparently.
That's it.
Yeah, if we just microchipped all the kids, and then they wouldn't be able to get trafficked. So it was just leading you all down a certain path anyway. So, and then they just make it seem like, oh yeah, we deliberately didn't put it out for 5 years because of this and that. And blah. Sorry.
True though, because Disney, it was owned by Fox. Was it Fox? 20th Century Fox, and then they got bought out by Disney, and that's when they didn't play it, they didn't put it out anymore, and then they did it privately. So yeah, it took 5 years to do that, but the content in it I think was probably accurate, to some extent. I don't think. I mean, if there's Clinton related stuff, I don't think that they would risk putting that in a movie. But the Jim Caviezel guy, he's a conspiracy theorist. Like Jem was showing interviews where he's talking about how Joe Biden's not the real president and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't doubt that they probably had some accurate information in it, but it's also not disinformation, but it's just a way of guiding you away from a particular part of the subject as well, and just pointing the finger over here, and ignoring the little piece over there. So you're pointing at probably a smaller part of the problem when the actual larger part of the problem is over there.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's like you talk about people getting killed for hydrogen car or water cars or something like that. If that were true, because the guy who made the movie, he worked in Secret Service, against child trafficking. So the story's like supposed to be based on his cases and stuff. But if there was really something about the Clintons or something like that, and he put that in a movie claiming that he had first-hand experience, that's true, I think that would be a real example. I mean, I'm not saying that is true, but if that were true and he was making a movie like that, I don't think that that would happen. You know what I mean? I think that he probably would be stopped somehow,
He would have committed suicide with 2 bullets to the back of the head.
Something like that.
Clinton
But that's assuming that's true.
Clinton suicide.
That's assuming that's
Clinton
true though.
side.
Like I'm not claiming that's even the case. So that's like that whole paradigm, the whole thing with the Clintons or whatever is true. I'm just saying if that were true, you don't think something like that would be allowed to be, to go into production.
Well, it's controlled
Yeah.
opposition, but who has more control? This Colombian mafia, drug dealers, or the Zionist bankers who are printing the money and who control the military and all the banks in every country on earth? So it's just a distraction to try to keep you away from the real guilty parties, the Zionists, the Jesuits, and the Freemasons, and
Yeah, and then like
it's
I
never
said,
them.
then
It's the
guide you
Colombians.
towards
It's the
yeah, then,
Colombians.
yeah, and then guide you towards the answer being get all your kids microchipped.
Yeah, it's funny. I know
And
a
then
flat
when they're
earther.
microchipped, the kids are still going to go missing, and the bankers are still going to harvest organs and sell them. So it doesn't
Why would
matter if you're
bankers need
chipped
to
or not;
sell?
they're still going to happen.
Why would bankers need to sell organs?
Why is organ harvesting so huge in Israel? Why do they harvest Palestinian organs all the time?
I don't know,
Why
but
do
I know
homeless
why.
people go missing? And
I know why people harvest organs though, because it's people without money can make a lot of money doing dirty stuff like that. But
exactly.
if you're a banker, that's kind of already a lucrative business. So I don't see why you would have to be harvesting organs. But yeah, so I'm not really sure if that'd be the
Well,
case.
they just kill
I don't know,
people,
there's
steal
bankers
the
that need.
organs, and give the organs to their family instead of waiting in line. They just bump themselves up straight into first in line.
Yeah, but don't they have enough money to already be that for that to be the case? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I was going to say something
They
else
need the
about
organs, though. Not
yeah, maybe
everybody's rich. Yeah, so
yeah, but we're talking about bankers.
Yeah, they do it. They fund it. Other people do it as well.
All right, fair enough. I was going to say, it's funny.
War criminals organ harvest as well.
Okay. It's like saying like these bankers are also like, street drug dealers or something. It's like why would they need to be a street drug dealer when they're already making like that's something you do if you need the money, right? You don't.
No. If you're 90 years old and you need a kidney, what are you going to do? Wait 6 months or 2 years, or just go and steal some organs?
Just use the money to
and then put them in
head
your
of the
body.
list. Pay for. I mean, I could see them buying organs, but I don't see why they'd be harvesting organs to sell them or whatever. But that doesn't matter. I was saying there's a flat. I know a flat earther who's a Zionist, and I know another flat earther who's a Freemason. I don't know a flat earther who's a Jesuit, but I just thought that was funny because you said that.
Yeah, Cyrus is the Freemason, right? And the Zionist, I don't know who, but he would be shunned. If I see a flat earth Zionist, then he's obviously going to be ostracized and made fun of. And he's not going to be one of the crew.
But they're not all bad people, is what I'm saying.
You can't support terrorism and be a flat earther. Well, if you're a Zionist, you're a scumbag, pretty much.
I know 10 flat earthers who actually revere the what's his name? What the fuck is his name? The Unabomber. University bomber. Unabomber. I know 10 or maybe 15 flat earthers who actually revere the guy. And he was a terrorist. So, and they're not shunned by anybody in the community. As a matter of fact, every time anyone brings him up,
I know one guy.
I know, like I said, 10.
Who's sort of, but I don't know if the Unabomber did it or not. Could be fake, could be real. I mean, I don't support his doctrine. He's right about the technology in his manifesto, but I would never hurt innocent people. I would never support hurting innocent people. So
I agree. All I'm saying
I'm
is
sure
that
people have confronted him about that.
Well, he's in jail now, so get confronted by the law. But yeah, because I mean, there is people that Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I know one Fox 7. He's a Christian flat Earth Zionist, or he's a pro-Zionist. So I know one or two, but yeah, he's not. Like, I don't associate with him, but
As I was saying, there's plenty of good people that are in all these camps. And then we say support terrorism, obviously that's subjective, because a terrorist is a subjective, for the most part, a subjective term. Because in a lot of conflicts, like one party is the terrorist, the other party is the, you know, heroes or whatever you want to call it, the good guys. But then from the other perspective, it's exactly the other way around most of the time, right? There's plenty of people who call the Palestinians, for example, terrorists, and there's plenty of people who call the Israeli government terrorists. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's Palestinian land though, so they were there first. Then the Israelis came in 1948 and stole the land. So
See, that's what
they
I'm saying.
are
That's
technically the
subjective.
land invaders and the terrorists, and they are the one who the death rate is like 5 times, 10 times higher for Palestinians than any, or 20, 50 times higher for Palestinian to Israeli. And Israelis get all the U.S. funding, all the technology, while Gaza gets shut off. No food, no water, no medical,
That's
abused,
also subjective
murdered.
opinion, though, because you said that, like you said, for instance, like they were there first. I think that's like for the other side of the other party could say the exact same thing, and who would be correct? It depends on which subjective side you're on.
There's a reason. There's a reason why skin cancer is like number one in Israel, because they don't belong there. Their skin is not used to that temperature. That's why most of them get skin cancer, because they're not from that part of the world.
Most of them get skin cancer.
Israel has one of the highest skin cancer rates in the whole world, because the white fake Jews in Israel do not belong there. They belong in Caucasus Mountains or Germany or wherever they came from.
Is that right? You know, a lot of people forget why the Jews were in Europe in the first place, but we don't have to get into that.
Well, because where they originate from, they were never in Palestine. Like some of them lived there, but it was never Israel. It was never the Holy Land. So,
all right. Well, there's a
there was
temple
no
still
Jewish
there.
diaspora from Israel.
There's still a temple there, and you know, there's plenty of history written from plenty of people that they indeed lived there, and that the Romans indeed sacked Israel in 76 AD when they had a rebellion, and they got taken as, most of them got killed, and most of them got taken as slaves to Europe, and they were them living in Europe and Rome is part of the reason why Constantine established the Christian religion as the state religion. It's also the reason why they're also responsible for building the Colosseum. The Colosseum was mostly built by Jewish slaves. But I mean, this is all written history. So I don't know why people think that they're fake Jews when it's history that millions of Jews were living in Rome as slaves for first 100 years of this of the last millennium, the first millennium. I don't know.
Revelation 2:9 says, "Beware of the Jews that say they're Jews, they're not. They are of the synagogue of Satan." Revelation 3:9. And the Zionist Israelis in Israel are not Israelites. They're not the tribes of Jacob Israel. There are no white Israelites.
You know, Revelation was written by a crazy guy in prison. Not a lot of people know that.
Well,
anyways, you know, I've had two DNA tests, and you might find this interesting. Maybe not. I have one parent who's Jewish, and he was told that he was a Cohen, which is a descendant of the brother of Aaron, which is ancient Israelis, obviously, because Aaron was the brother of Moses, like I just said. So we did the DNA test like 15, 20 years ago, and I found out that I was a Cohen, which means that I'm ancient Israeli or related to ancient Israelites. I also took 23andMe, which, without any information from me, came back and told me that I was Ashkenazi Jewish from my dad's side. So I'm both Ashkenazi Jewish and ancient Jewish, which means that it's not the case that Ashkenazi Jews are fake Jews. At least the one example of that. So, there's that.
Everybody has a different version of history, but the Jews would be Judah tribe. So, what tribe do you think you're from?
Levite.
So you know where? So you're one of the lost tribes of Israel.
No, Judah's tribe is not the only Jews. All tribes, all 12 tribes are Jewish. Judea was the name of one of the kingdoms.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And it wasn't just Judah. It wasn't just a tribe of Judah that lived there. There was like 3 different tribes. They just called it that because it was like predominant. This misconception that it was only tribe of Judah.
Yeah, I've heard. I believe that it would be just the tribe of Judah, but I've heard that it's some people think it's all the 12 tribes are considered Jews in Israel or Jews. So, but
yeah, what do you think otherwise?
No, I said that I think that just the one tribe is Jews and the other ones are just Israelites. But
no, there was
Jesus was from Judah tribe. So.
There's 2 tribes. I mean, there was 2 kingdoms, and in one of the kingdoms, there wasn't just the tribe of Judah. Like I said, there was multiple tribes. And even the other kingdom wasn't they were. It's not that they're not Jewish either.
Yeah, but there's also evidence that shows this whole 12 tribes and the 10 lost tribes thing is just a myth or a story made up by affluent Jews in Babylonian exile. There's no evidence that shows all Jews were taken out of Israel during the Babylonian captivity. It seems the only Jews that were taken out of Israel were the elite Jews. The common everyday man on the ground was left alone. He wasn't taken out of exile. It was only these elites that were taken out of exile. And during Babylonian captivity, while in exile, it turns out is when they wrote most of what we see in the Torah, especially from Deuteronomy, Numbers, Leviticus, and First and Second Kings. It seems all of this was written by a small group of Jews in exile. Because
Isaiah and Jeremiah and stuff too.
Exactly, all the way up to Abraham, because Abraham is a Mesopotamian that came out of out of Babylon. So these Jews in exile from Babylon needed to find a way to tell their people, listen, now that we aren't in captivity anymore, now that the Persians have freed us, let's go home. Because some of the Jews didn't want to go home. They were fine living in in Persia because they were free to be whatever they wanted to be in Persia, right? I don't know if it was Xerxes or whichever king it was that gave the Jews their freedom.
That. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, though.
Or was it Cyrus or Darius? One of those 3.
Well, no, Xerxes was after that. I mean, yeah, but you might be right, actually.
One of them told the Jews, listen, you guys are free to stay here and practice your religion, or you can go home. And most of them wanted to stay there because life in Persia was good. It's a global dominant civilization with technologies and medicines that people didn't have at home. This is also where they picked up the idea of monotheism, because before this, all Jews were, I forgot the word, but it's like where you believe in other gods. You believe in a pantheon of gods.
But you think yours is the best. One. Yeah.
Exactly. So we
That's
only
why
worship
there's so
El,
many different names for God in the Bible.
Yeah. So we only worship El or Yahweh, but we know that there are other gods around, And within Persia, they had the first true monotheistic religion of Zoroastrianism. This is where a lot of Jews picked up the idea that we should only worship one God, and this one God has a opposing figure. So in Zoroastrianism, they had um, Haru Mazda, and then like his evil side, and then the Jews picked up this idea and said, let's have Yahweh and Satan. These were all ideas that came after captivity. Before
That makes
this,
sense. Yeah.
they didn't really have these ideas as Jews. They didn't see themselves as Jews. They were all in Canaanites, and there were different types of Canaanites. You had the Amorites, the Phoenicians, all these different sects. It's this one specific sect in captivity that started creating this Torah narrative.
And that makes sense what you're saying, because, like I said, a lot of the prophets, right? Like I said, Jeremiah and Isaiah and stuff like that, are writing about like in those times. So that makes sense, yeah.
Definitely. And that's why we see all of these stories before this time are so different, like the book of Job, any books that came before the time of Moses. The way these people practiced and worshipped were very different. They didn't have these Mosaic, Moses laws or these Deuteronomical laws. There wasn't this whole idea of they being a priest or something. People were worshiping at home, and the father would be the head of the worship practice at home. That's why Job, Abraham, all of these early patriarchs worshipped very differently from Moses, or let me say from Jacob and Moses onwards.
Yeah, and the priest came from like I said, from Aaron, and Aaron and Moses were from the tribe of Levi. So, and they certainly were Jews. So it's like that's why it's just a misconception that the tribe of Judah is the. I think they said Jesus was going to come from the tribe of Judah, but there's plenty of tribes.
Yeah, so it just makes sense to me. Judah, Jew, but I don't know the word. There's a few different types of Jews. There's Zionist Jews, there's non-Zionist Jews, then there's the real Jews. So
hello, how you doing?
Yeah,
So you
but
talk
even
about
the
Jews
word
and nothing
Jew,
Shepard shows up.
I don't know.
the word
That's the
Jew,
first thing I hear when I get in here. It's like fucking quality conversation. Talk about something else.
but the word Jew is a very modern word. It's a word that only came about in
You're
medieval
being a
times.
Jew, right? You're
Before
being
that,
Jewish right now.
before,
You're being very
Hold
much
on,
a
man.
Jew.
before that, there wasn't a people called the Jews. They were called the Yehudi.
The Yahud.
Yeah, Hebrews. Yeah.
The Yahudi.
Jews.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, Jew is an English word, and there wasn't an English language back then.
Well, there's no J in Hebrew either. There's no J. There's no J noise.
No J
Doesn't it come from Judah?
No,
the term.
That's what I'm saying. There's no J noise in Hebrew, so it's not a sound, anyways.
Yuda. It's like Yuda.
Oh, no. So the tribe of Judah, it's just narrative they brought up because they wanted to try and create a link between Jacob to not Jacob. Who was Jacob is Israel, right? Who was his father?
Jacob, Isaac. So he's the grandson of Abraham. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then
he
Isaac
had the 12
is the
sons.
father
Of Jacob.
12 sons, exactly. Yeah, so they wanted to create a link from Isaac to Judah to King David, because he came, he formed the kingdom of Judah, right? He was from the house of Judah all the way to Jesus. So they needed to create a narrative where they give Judah some sort of significance. So when you read the story of Jacob, you see that story's been meddled with. It's been fudged with. Out of the blue, Judah's given some sort of significance. Out of the blue, it's Judah that decides, let's not sell our brother off. Let's leave him in the well. And then Judah had a plot to come later and save his brother from the well, right? And then right after that, they then have a little segue where they go into the life of Judah out of the blue. There's that whole story of where Judah His sons were killed by God, because God didn't favor them. Remember, one of the sons was supposed to marry the brother's widow, but he spilt his seed, whatnot, and God killed him. And then and now all of a sudden there's no line of Judah left, right? And then somehow Judah gets tricked by his daughter-in-law. His daughter-in-law poses as a prostitute and gets impregnated by Judah. Then the story just ends. The reason they put that in there was to create a ancestral line to show that we are the descendants of Judah. Somehow Judah ended up having descendants.
Interesting.
Do you consider yourself the descendant of Judah?
Nate Dogg is a Muslim. He worships.
I want to talk about when you talk about descendants, right? The people who left Israel, that left during the Exodus, the descendants of those people are European, mostly West European people, because it was Eastern European and Central European tribes that fanned out across Europe and from Babylon. So so this was not the Ashkenazi people or these the Johnny-come-lately Jews who want to move in there and kill everybody.
But that's my point, is that what people call Ashkenazi Jews, they think are not real Jews because they converted to Judaism after, the whatever tribe that was,
around
Greece.
800,
yeah, whatever it is. But the fact is, all of the Jews, when they sacked Israel, all the Jews, they sacked Jerusalem, they killed a lot of them, and they took all the rest of them as slaves back to Rome, which was the capital of Europe at the time.
It was Jewish.
During the time, they're in the 3rd and 4th century, when Christianity became the main religion in Rome, there was like 5 million Jews living there. 5 to 6 million, or somewhere between 3 and 6 million. I forget the exact number. And there was
let's resurrect the Holy Roman Empire.
So what I'm saying is that there was many Jews living there from Israel, and so the people who became the European Jews, you can say that they were these like Johnny-come-lately converts or whatever, but it's also very possible that a lot of them were actually Jews that were in captivity for a majority of time.
Can I read to you a chapter from the Bible? So you need God.
Please don't. Just tell us what chapter it is, and we can read it ourselves.
It's Galatians 6. It's about I understand he's very misguided, he's misjudged, but still, brethren, if a man be overtaken in a fault, ye which are spiritual, restore such an one in the spirit of meekness, considering thyself, lest thou also be tempted. Bear ye one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ. For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. But let every man prove his own work, and then shall he have rejoicing in himself alone, and not in another. For every man shall bear his own burden. Let him that is taught in the word communicate unto him that teacheth in all good things. Be not deceived, God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For he that soweth to his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption, but he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap life everlasting. And let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap, if we faint not. As we have therefore opportunity, let us do good unto all men, especially unto them who are of the household of faith. Ye see how large a letter I have written unto you with mine own hand. As many as desire to make a fair shew in the flesh, they constrain you to be circumcised, only lest they should suffer the persecution for the cross of Christ. For neither they themselves who are circumcised keep the law, but desire to have you circumcised, for they may glory in your flesh. But God forbid that I should glory, save in the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ, by whom the world is crucified unto me, and I unto the world. For in Christ Jesus neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision, but a new creature. And as many as walk according to this rule, peace be on them, and mercy upon the Israel of God. From henceforth let no man trouble me,
Let me stop
for
you.
I bear in my body the marks of the Lord Jesus. Brethren, the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with your spirit. Amen.
Chad, but when you asked, yeah, well, it's from the Bible. Chad, but when you asked to read a whole chapter from the Bible, I literally thought that you said that like as a offhand, like I'm reading a verse, but you actually read a whole fucking chapter, dude.
Right, they came in and they wanted to circumcise their whole troop.
What?
Because they were.
What was the reason? What's the reason? What's the what's the point? What's the point of you elephant hurling us?
Jews, that real Jews never circumcised. It was these other people, and it was the circumcision that was being talked about was circumcision of the heart, circumcision of the spirit, not a physical thing. So he's talking about it being a misguided here, and it's about the here Paul is talking about circumcision spiritually. If you read the King James version,
you're saying real Jews didn't.
Paul was talking about.
Real Jews didn't.
It's
okay, you know how
it was practice, but it wasn't a common practice.
I know you that's wrong.
All male Jews were circumcised. Even Paul was circumcised.
Yes, dude.
Paul in this chapter was talking to Gentiles, non-Jews, and there was this big issue where if you wanted to become a Jew, because the early Christians were all Jews. The first people that believed in Jesus were Jews, and they were kind of gatekeeping. They were saying if you want to become
I see how you could say it that way.
hang on. I'm still talking. If you want to become a Christian, you must follow Jewish law.
I am not a Christian. I am more of a Christian than any Christian.
He's not talking about you, dude.
I'm not talking about you, bro. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about the early Christians. They were gatekeeping and saying only Jews can become Christians. You must be circumcised. You must, obey the Sabbath. You must follow Jewish laws and customs, kosher. There's certain meals you can't eat with Gentiles. And Paul saw that this is risky because, number one, Jews are being persecuted. Christians are being persecuted. And if we don't allow Gentiles into the religion, we are going to be wiped out.
Well,
he was trying to remove the laws and say that anybody can become a Christian.
But in here in Galatians 6:4, where it says, "But let every man prove his own work, and then he shall have rejoicing in himself alone and not in another," that's echoed in verse the verses after where it says something like, "For in Christ Jesus neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision, but a new creature." We're saying
you're not reading. You're not reading about 13, Jews, though, dude. You're reading about Christians, man.
For neither they themselves who are circumcised keep the law, but desire to have you circumcised, that they may glory in your flesh. So he's talking about the churches and stuff like that, getting you to be circumcised in your spirit, your flesh, and but them themselves not being spiritual or righteous, actually having glory in their flesh, being, captivating people, using them for salvage.
I don't know what you mean, because you're pulling out interpretation that isn't there. Paul was trying to bring down the gates because Jews were gatekeeping. The Peters and the James and them didn't want
but in this it shows you it was more than gatekeeping. It also.
Chad, but let other people respond, man. Come on.
It's not just gatekeeping.
You read a whole fucking chapter. No one interrupted you, bro. What's wrong with you?
Okay, I'm sorry. Continue.
You're not sorry. You're gonna do it again.
Do you want me to be sorry? Do you want me to kiss your feet?
No, I just want you to stop doing it. But
let him be sorry. Let him be sorry. Come on.
I'm giving you a chance now to say what else it is you want to get out.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, but get whatever it is you want to get out so that I have an uninterrupted chance. Go for it.
I was simply saying that it's not about gatekeeping. That in these words here, it describes that their churches or these Jewish temples had it in there. You can see that it says that they had a temptation for having, taking glory in other people's flesh and for keeping them down, whilst they themselves were not righteous. That's what it's all about. This chapter, this whole thing.
Not saying that. Literally, he even says there. What you read. Not even those who are circumcised keep the law. Yet they want you to be circumcised, that they may boast about your circlition in the flesh.
No. King James version, bro. Read the proper text, dude. King James version or nothing.
I didn't interrupt you, bro. Please, man.
Dude, you're reading the wrong. You're reading the wrong script. You're reading the wrong thing. You're reading from the wrong book. You're reading from the wrong book. Read from the book.
You're gonna have to control. You're gonna have to control yourself, man. Come on.
He's reading something different to what he's reading a different script. He's reading a new interpreted version. I'm reading the King James version. It's a different conversation if we're talking about scripture. I'm not going to do it like that.
Please mod him.
Okay, I know Nate. I'm trying to tell you because if you stopped, I could tell him. Chet, but you're just gonna have to stop doing that, dude. Okay,
No,
you
we're not going
can't
to
do
say
that.
boasting
You
about
can't.
flesh or any of this.
Like,
We're not going to do this new
is
interpretive version. We're
someone
not
gonna
doing any
mod?
Reformation bullshit. We're not Protestant here. We are talking about the King James version of the Bible.
Someone gonna mod it,
Catholicism.
please.
When
Yeah,
he does
number
that,
one,
Nate, it's easier.
number one. Even the King James version is not the original version. These are
Get the
all
King
different
James
versions
version and read
written
read
by
it
different
as it
people
reads.
in
Okay,
different times. If
we're
you want
reading
to
the same
talk
text.
about if you want to talk about original versions, I could just pull out the the Coptic Bible or the Ethiopian Bible or the
Bring the
non
Coptic
I
Bible
mean
or bring the
the Orthodox Bibles. These are more
what do
original than King James. So
or
whatever
even
version I
the
read from doesn't really matter, bro. At the end of the day. Okay?
Colburn Bible. The
So
Colburn Bible has all the deleted things in it. That's the one you want to get. Colburn Bible. Starts with the K.
yeah, whatever, bro. It doesn't matter which version I read. They're saying the same thing. They're just using different words because they were written at different times. So the English is a bit different,
What I'm
but it's
saying
saying the
is, these versions, the ones that you're reading, the more modern ones that you're reading from, are really, really take some liberty in the changing the words, and I don't like it. Saying read from the older one.
It's the same with the King James version. It's taking liberty in
To
reading.
some
We
extent, I
literally
will agree
know.
to that. I will
We
agree
li-
to that to some
what do you
extent.
mean?
Yes, if you read
What
the
do you mean to
original
some
Coptic
extent?
Greek,
To a
then
to a
I would
to a
agree.
great
I would agree
to a
that
great
you
extent.
would be different.
Yo, bro, please stop over talking me. It's to a great extent because we
I will
literally
not
know
have a
that
conversation with
one
somebody who
man,
consistently
that
berates
one
me and then
man
tells me that I can't.
decided that, yo, listen, I'm gonna make my own Bible. Thank you for muting him. Yeah, so really with the whole King James version, we literally know that it's one man that decided, listen, I don't like the way the Bible is worded. I'm gonna make changes to it that suit me and allow me to do things that I want with my kingdom.
By God, yeah.
So there's really no. Did he leave? Whatever, man. He turned it into a bit of a shit show. There he's
Yeah,
gone.
I think he rage quit.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
He quit because he got muted, and
So he should
knows
have got
why he got
muted.
muted.
He
So
was
it's all.
constantly over talking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
deserves it, man. But basically,
He's Australian, man. What are you gonna do?
yeah, I know. Fucking others.
yeah, the picture we're getting out of biblical archaeology is that written down, Torah, right? The written down Bible, right? So the Greek and Jewish Bibles aren't as old as we think they are. When you read them, it gives out this narrative that these books are thousands and thousands of years old, but it turns out most of them were written between 600 to 500 years before Christ.
I've been telling people a lot of the early stuff is spoken word passed down, but most of those prophet stuff is exactly what you're talking about. The first two testaments, though, those were spoken word for a long time.
Can I ask you guys, why do people seem to trust the King James version so much? I mean, it's a king, for Christ's sake. I mean, obviously,
Was
he
the
had things
first
interpreted the way that he wanted them to be interpreted.
wasn't it one of the first English Bibles?
Wasn't there an English Bible
I
before
can
that
send
one?
you a video on that.
Yeah.
Was it the first one? Wasn't it the
There's
first
a
like
reason why the government. There's a reason why the government and most atheists or globers hate the King James. So, especially the government hates it. It's the most hated Bible.
Yeah, I think it's called the Tyndale Bible. Wasn't that the first one in the English language?
I don't know. I would thought it was the King James if I don't remember, but I do know I don't like it very much because I like it for the New Testament Bibles. I like the what's it called, like New International Version, just because the language is more accurate. But I've read a lot of it in Hebrew, and so I the for the Old Testament at least. Obviously, the King James version is just so inaccurate, and it takes a lot of liberties with a lot of the language, with a whole lot of stuff, dude. And there's things that people get so confused because of just the way it's translated. Like Virgin Mary, in most languages, like the word that's used for virgin is not even doesn't mean virgin. It just means like young woman. So it's like You know, you change like the whole meaning behind a book in the New King James Version.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
a
would say the
lot's
King
been.
James version is probably the most clearest literal version, which is why most people want to hate it because they want to say the Bible is not literal. So
You think the Bible is like literal? Like it's literally telling historical stories about
most of
real,
it, many parts of it is literal. There's some stories, some allegories, yeah, but Genesis
like.
is a literal flat Earth creation story.
Do you really think there was only two people alive in a garden and they spoke to a magical snake, and then later on the whole world was flooded and only one man and his
Yeah, do you
family, two of each animal repopulated the whole earth, and then later people built a tower that went all the way up to the heavens? Like, you really think these things happen?
do you really think a Big Bang created nothing into
Bro,
existence
you can't answer
13.4
my
billion years
question
ago?
with a
We were
question.
apes in evolution, and no, of course.
I mean, don't answer
So,
my question with a question. Like, just answer the question, please. Yes, no.
do I really think that Elijah, whoever called the two bears to kill those two people? If God, why bad things, right?
Yeah, but I mean, do you
Yeah.
believe all of that really happened? Like, the question is still
Nate,
the same.
isn't that in Islam too? Adam and Eve. That's not in Islam too.
Yo. If Northern Rebellion could answer the question,
Okay,
please.
gotcha. All right.
If you're asking, do I think every single story is literal? I don't think
I
so.
was I was I was specific with which stories. I was very specific. You believe
Oh,
the
I'd have
stories
to
I
read the verses and the previous verses and the post verses, and then I could give you an exact description on each
mentioned.
situation.
So you haven't read Genesis, Adam and Eve, Noah, Tower of Babel. Those were the ones I brought up. I'm sure you are very well versed and aware with those stories. Do you believe those literally happened?
I would believe the Adam and Eve. I would believe the Tower of Babel.
Uh-huh. So there was only a man and a
Literally, pretty
woman,
much,
the
yeah.
only two people on Earth. They got tricked by a talking snake to eat a forbidden fruit.
How else would it happen?
I don't know, but I just wanted to know if you really believe that happened. If you do, that's cool, man.
Well,
That
yeah,
was an awesome
Adam and Eve,
response
not
though.
Adam and Steve. What
First
else is
response was
there?
awesome though.
God created man, he created woman, and then they multiplied. What else is there?
Could have been a lot else
We didn't
again.
evolve. Well,
Like,
name what else could happen?
so much else that could have happened, because I mean we see that a lot of other creation myths are so different from what we see in the Bible, and these are creation myths from societies that are thousands of years older than the quote unquote Jews, so they have creation myths that are very different, even though there are certain motifs from their creation myths that the Jews borrow or steal from. It depends how you want to see it.
Why'd you say quote unquote Jews, and why'd you correct yourself from borrow to steal? Borrow, I mean steal. I mean viciously
Because
taken, right?
some people
We
see
all
it as
know the Jews
borrowing.
like to steal everyone's
People,
gold. Sorry.
yeah, and some people see it as stealing. Because it's hard to say that they stole it when the Jews weren't the only people that borrowed from these ancient Mesopotamian creation myths. The Greeks did it as well. So did the Romans. So did a lot of other people.
Echo is another word. Huh? You could have echoed.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah,
But
that's another way to.
sometimes myths are echoed, not necessarily stolen. But I guess it's just loose language because we mean the same thing. Obviously, they didn't just steal it maliciously, but yeah, I get your
I
point.
like Echo. Echo makes more sense because
Yeah,
at the end of the day, all of these different peoples, Jews, Greeks, Romans, whatever, are all descendants from these ancient Sumerians and ancient Mesopotamians. So it does make more sense to say Echo. It's like us echoing the stories our forefathers told us, but now because you and me now live in different parts of the world, or we've developed different languages and societies, our stories are different, but they have similar motifs. They seem to echo same source or original story. For example, you know that the Greeks and Romans also have a flood myth. You know that the Greeks and Romans
Imagine.
also, yeah, they also have a creation story. Where for example, with Rome, they have Romulus and Remus, which is the same as Cain and Abel, two twin brothers that were in competition. One killed the other, and then went to found Rome. The
Right.
Greeks
Yeah.
also have a Abraham and Lot story where a pious, righteous man was visited by God, or Zeus or whoever, in disguise. He didn't know that they were Zeus, whatnot, and then people from their town came and wanted to rape and kill these, special visitors, and these normal men protected these visitors from the town mob. Very similar to what we see happening with Lot and Abraham.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
Stories do end up
You
repeating
know,
themselves.
yeah, the Greeks also have a Noah character. You know, the Mesopotamians also have a Noah character. The
Yeah, I knew
Babylonians,
that.
yeah, they have the whole Epic of Gilgamesh, where in there's a whole flood story. It's a lot, man.
Flood
It's a
story.
lot of similarities.
I think a flood story would be common in that area because of, first of all, the whole world would have experienced this rising sea levels, but the Arabian Gulf would have been land before that. However long it took for the water to rise, that would have been a whole area where people lived, which is why I think the Mesopotamians, or not the Mesopotamians, who's the Sumerians, they have like half of the people that started out in Sumer. They called them like the water people, or they came from the water or something like that. I think that they probably lived in that land, in that place. I mean, so it's very possible that that sort of the story would live on for people of all in that region, let alone in the world.
Yeah. The Greeks actually have two flood stories. There's the one where Zeus flooded the world. I forgot for what reason. And then there's the one within Plato's. Forgot the name of the book. But where Plato introduces the concept of Atlantis and how the people on Atlantis were too wicked. They thought they were better than the gods, and then the gods wiped out Atlantis with the huge flood. The same way, in the Bible, you had the Watchers who, impregnated the daughters of men and created the Nephilim, and the world was wicked, so God had to wipe out the wickedness. That's where the story of Atlantis comes from.
Well, Lion King is basically the same story as Hamlet, right? Maybe in like hundreds of years, people will talk about Lion King, and some people will talk about Hamlet. Like, Lion King actually is the same story. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I think these things are echoed, is because, like, even inspired in some way a little bit. It's like it's part of the same. People are aware of one story. The people who come up with the other story. You know what I mean? So it makes sense.
Yeah. And I think it's a modern problem where we take these stories and we want to interpret them literally. I don't think the authors of the story had that type of intention. I think the intentions the authors had were trying to explain why their God abandoned them, especially the Jewish people. They keep getting overran and overpowered by other civilizations. Why would our God allow this to happen? Number one. Number two, why would a good, perfect God allow evil in the world? These are the two big questions they were trying to answer and explain. So they came up with these stories in which they had motifs borrowed from older stories, just given a more Hootie flavor, to help people understand why these things were happening. I don't think the intention was for these stories to be taken literally. I think the intention was that these stories had a deeper meaning, than what we
Mind
just
if I
see
ask?
on the surface.
Do you mind if I ask another question now then, as well? Like people say that, where would morals come from if we didn't have the Bible? But yet we have God within the Bible, literally just constantly telling people to kill people or murdering them and doing other things, and then telling us, "Thou shalt not kill," or "Thou shalt not murder." I mean, isn't that a bit of a contradiction? Isn't that just to do as I say, not as I do?
I think the reason for that contradiction is that Moses is actually the one who came up with that rule, and just kind of said it was God. Because I always think like let's say it happened either way, but in the case of it happening the way I just said, it does make sense that he would require a rule like that to keep control of those people, let alone all the other rules. So it's very convenient that God did tell that to him, which is why, to me, it's at least to me, like I said, more likely that those laws were inspired by necessity, and he kind of describes it as being inspired by God telling him. But who knows?
But do you think that it's okay to have a God who supposedly can just murder people at will if he chooses to, and then that's not how we should behave? Do you think that God would really do those things?
No.
So kind of like, you have, let's say, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, and then people say, well, they were actually doing all these horrible things. They were also killing people. They were doing all sorts of nasty things. But wouldn't Sodom of Gomorrah also had people's children there? No, the
Yeah, and also
the children would have been innocent. Why would God just kill everyone? Why not just kill the people that were doing the bad things? Make them an example of everyone, and you don't behave like that.
And the person who was supposedly most righteous in that town was a guy who was offering his daughters up to have sex with, gang raped by these townspeople. So he offered his daughters to be gang raped by these townspeople, and then later supposedly got raped by his daughters. This was supposed to be the most moral guy. So there's a lot wrong with that story. But like I said, I think Nate's right. Like, these stories are kind of like, they're mostly stories, like allegory. A lot of it is contradictory.
Yeah, because just those kind of things that, I just can't be down with, like I can't be down with a God who tells people supposedly to go out and just kill an animal, cut its head off, drip its blood around an altar, and then feed it all to the priests. I mean, isn't that pagan worship really at the end of the day? Sacrificing animals into the worship of the god? Isn't that what pagan gods do? I know these are just the things that I have problems with within the Bible, I don't know. So I just think as well that people just make excuses for it of like, well, I mean, it's God. He does what he wants. I can't question God. God does what he wants, and that's fine if you believe that. But I just don't. I don't think, and I couldn't be down with a God who just chooses to murder people at will. And if they're bad people, we can maybe be down with that. But why murder their kids?
He said the story goes the most righteous man would offer his daughter up for rape. So God, it was so bad that was the option. Flood the earth, get rid of it. And yes, I would agree. For me, I would say, yeah, God can do whatever he wants. God is the creator. He created it. He makes the rules, and he can off us at any time he wants. And I'm totally fine with that.
But it was just two
cool,
towns. It wasn't the whole earth.
God. Sorry, can I just get this one point? So if he's God, can't he just Thanos style click his fingers and get rid of the people who are bad, and then come down and say, guys, we all know what these people were up to. See what just happened to them? This can happen to any of you. Let's not behave this way. It's not the right way to behave. And just get rid of the wrong people. Why get rid of everyone? I mean, he could just Thanos style click
That's
the fingers.
the way he did it.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Gave people the free will, flooded it, and then restarted. Now we're in the post flood, and look how bad it's getting right now. So we're on the stages of Sodom and Gomorrah Part 2. This is the beginning stages, except there won't be a flood.
Yeah, I just think it would have been a better lesson to have got rid of all the bad people, even if it was in a horrible way, get rid of all the bad people and make them an example. And then that would have made everyone else be like, oh, God doesn't mess around. But when you just kill everyone, now all the new people that come along don't really know anything. How do they know that that was the wrong way to
What makes
behave
more of an impact?
when there's no example?
What makes more of an impact? Flooding the whole earth or killing these individual bad people? And like I said, what if it was so bad that was the only option? And people didn't listen to Noah. Noah built the boat. And nobody listened. So
Yeah, but I just think flooding the whole earth then just gets rid of everyone. And how's there anyone to be an example of? How's there anyone still around really to say that this is what happened? I mean, you got Noah, but that's still then just a story of Noah saying, hey, yeah, God killed everyone to his family, to his kids, But whereas if those people were still around and the kids were still around, like, in the million, let's say there was still 1 million people left who could sit back and say, well, God doesn't mess around. He just killed everyone in an instant that was being bad. We better not be bad. Let's just do the right thing. Because, God doesn't F around. But if you just kill everyone,
just use their points against them, Kosho and Shirality. They said, oh, there's all these flood myths in all these different places. So whether it be just Noah and the story grew, everybody knew there was a flood. It's in all the old stories. Every place knows there's a flood. So it grew from just Noah and his family. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with the fact that there probably was some form of flood, but then we could also go, well, just mega floods happen all over the world all the time. So possibly everyone just has a crazy flood story because there was a major flood there. Was it worldwide though? That's the thing. And was it worldwide at the same time?
That's what I'm saying is the history, like the actual like mainstream history, agrees that the sea levels rose by about 200 meters over the course of 2,000 years, which is incredibly fast at the end of the Ice Age. But this would have caused, even short term, like the short time span increases very quickly as well. So you'd imagine that all over the world, these stories would sort of come up because there'd be whole regions that were devastated by this, one time or another. Like I said, the whole Arabian Gulf would have been land before this, so people would have lived all in the Gulf, which is now obviously a huge Gulf. So there's plenty of places that would have completely been wiped out and flooded. So that's what makes sense to me is that people are talking about real experiences, but not the whole world being flooded, but maybe their whole world if they lived in a place like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at the flooding that just happened in Greece and where else was it, in like Turkey and that. I mean, that just decimated the entire areas, like whole like areas of homes just completely gone. Now, if that was to have happened, you could call that biblical. I mean, that could be stories from back in the day. Now, I'm not saying it wasn't a worldwide flood. I mean, I don't know, but it could just be individual stories. It's also a possibility.
Yeah, I can agree. It could be the worldwide flood, or it could be just the local flood. But some places don't flood. But
Yeah, I mean, look at some of these floods that we have here in Australia, out through Queensland and all that. They're pretty crazy, and the Aboriginals do have flood stories as well. So I'm sure that when you've got a flood that literally can put 20 feet of water under, an area of, maybe 1,000 square kilometers, or somewhere along those lines, that's pretty major. That'll create a flood story from those people. Once again, I'm not saying it wasn't worldwide. I have no idea. I'm just putting forward that maybe it was just individual stories.
Oh, it's speculation. There's no way. How can I prove the worldwide flood other than certain things? Like there's deserts in Canada somehow. How did all the sand get there? The Grand Canyon. There's formations all over the place that could only have been created by massive amounts of water. Sure, you could say it was ice age or local flood, but yeah, it's just doctrine versus doctrine and Pascal's wager, and like some things you can't prove.
Yeah, it's all really interesting though. I don't disregard it. I'm just saying that it's just hard to really know ultimate truth. And I guess that's why they call it faith. But it also goes into faith, people who believe scientism. It's all faith as well. They just
Yeah,
don't
the
realize
issue
that
is
they're within a
like
religion as well.
we lied to our whole life, and we find out Earth is flat, and we find out the government lies about everything. So we now have to repiece every single thing we ever learned, all of history, sort through all the lies, all the bullshit. So there's a lot of sorting to do. It's a long process.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't believe this, but I was where you're describing, like what you're describing. I've been there before. The only thing is, when I was a big conspiracy theorist, there wasn't a community like this, so I didn't even have people to talk to about this kind of stuff. But I was even questioning. I was questioning a lot of Jewish stuff and lots of different stuff. But I think since then, because I'm thinking like 15 years ago, but since then, I still know the truth about 9/11. But there's so many conspiracies that I used to believe that I've come to realize that I was just kind of, I just kind of fell into it, or I just kind of allowed myself to believe it, or something like that. Where it's always important to keep to maintain discernment. You know what I mean? Like to keep discernment, even in the even with things that you feel like have to be the truth. You know what I mean? I'm still questioning things all the time, actually. Like especially political stuff. Like I'm still questioning myself whether or not this is the case or this is the case. You know what I mean? Like if people like like Donald Trump or whoever, if they're being propped up by the invisible hand or something like that. The Hillary Clinton Haiti thing. That's another thing. That's another thing that I looked into that, and I believed it. I just now I'm kind of like on like
But you have
50-50
that.
where I don't have enough information.
Who was the woman that was busted smuggling those kids out, though? Who worked for the Clinton Foundation?
I forget who that is.
But you know what I'm talking about with that. I mean that wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was a real thing. And then Hillary Clinton not only helped get her off, she's now also still working in something to do with government and with children, or in some other department dealing with children. So, you got an inquisitive mind would sit back thinking to themselves, well, how is this even possible? She gets off all the charges. She's clearly taking these children, like she gets out of it all. And now she's working within something to do with child foundations again. Come on. It doesn't take a genius to figure out something weird's going on there. Like you could at least go, okay, she got away with it, whatever. But you wouldn't have her working in that kind of industry still. I don't know.
What exactly was she guilty of?
I wouldn't be able to get it out exactly, bro. I mean, it's been a long time since I looked at it. Yeah, I can't remember everything that was going on there with it. But she definitely was taking children out who had families, who had parents, and basically was trying to get the kids out and claiming that they were all orphaned from the hurricane.
You think it was for the purpose of child trafficking or something similar?
It definitely seems that way, yeah. Then you've got, is it Halliburton? Not sure if it's Halliburton, but maybe it's another company. And they've actually been busted with child trafficking before, but yet the American government keeps using them to go into these countries in which children are being child trafficked, like children are being trafficked. And then they have a company here who's literally been busted on trial for it, been literally convicted of it. And then they're still getting used to go into these countries that have children who are obviously being put in very, very suspicious circumstances. Children who are being, their parents are being killed and so forth, so now they're being orphaned. And then you have these particular companies go in there. I mean, why are these particular companies still being used when they have been convicted to be involved with child trafficking? Why are they still being used?
I would have to know more about it to speak on it, to be honest with you. It's funny though. Back when I was like slightly more conspiratorial, but actually since I've been in this community, I've dropped more conspiracies than faster than before. But even back in 2014, I was still up there because that's right when I got out of the Navy, and I was still I mean, I was even more conspiratorial during the Navy because I seen stuff that like confirmed, some of the conspiracies I believed in. But regardless, 2014, that's when I first saw the Math Powerland video, and it's funny. The reason I watched it is because I was, I was ready. Like I was always watching conspiracy videos, so I was like always open to see what I don't know. You know what I mean, and see if there's something new that I could learn. So I was interested to see if that was real. And I flirted with it. It just didn't. It didn't really, stick with me. And I didn't see anything again until, 2017 or 2016 or 17 or something with a B.O.B. But it's funny that even that conspiracy, like it came across my, my feeds. I didn't bite, enough. In a different universe, I could be right here with you guys on your side.
Yeah, I find it kind of amusing that you have people out there who don't think that powerful people will do what it takes to keep their power. And clearly then that would be called a conspiracy. And don't think, I mean, like, let's have a look at, I mean, obviously virtually every war that is going on is a conspiracy of sorts. Every company that, we could say that, I'll use this as an example, even though we know that they're basically owned by the same people, but, the people of Coca-Cola conspiring to make sure that people drink Coca-Cola rather than Pepsi. We can say that's for their own financial interest, but it's still a conspiracy. I mean, conspiracies are the norm. Why do we think that they wouldn't be happening in all these other areas? Doesn't mean that all the conspiracies out there are true, but there's people out there who don't think that there are conspiracies at all.
That's what turned me off. But
yeah,
that's what turned me off. Though, was when I first saw like Zeitgeist and those kind of movies, and I was like, wow, I opened my eyes to that kind of stuff. But like in the past like 10 years or so, I started seeing a lot of videos because there was a bunch of stuff coming out about a bunch of things, but then I started noticing things that I know aren't the case. So if I'm watching a video and I know that the person who made the video is wrong about something, already I'm doubting the rest of the stuff he's saying. And the first Flat Earth, back then, like back in 2017, the Flat Earth videos were actually a lot better than the stuff that comes out now. But it was those videos that I was like, wow, it's kind of interesting. But then there was so much stuff in it that I knew was wrong that's what I actually started looking into this stuff, because I wanted to talk to people who actually, had information that wasn't just wrong information. And the people in 24/7, those were those people. They actually had a lot of information that you couldn't find anywhere else at first.
Yeah, but if you're going to the priest to find out whether God's real or not, obviously the priest is going to tell you that God's real, right? So if you're going to people who believe and have soaked in the information about that particular subject, and then you go to them to ask about that particular subject and say, these people are saying the opposite, and then obviously the people who are the priests of that particular subject are going to say, well, no, and it's because of these reasons.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about those things. I'm not talking, because obviously, let's say flat Earth is real. Obviously, there's going to be, the claims that they make are going to be denied by mainstream people. But I'm talking about claims that were made in flat Earth videos that I know are wrong. I know the person who's expressing them in the flat Earth video or whatever, they just have it wrong. And like there was stuff like, this is a common thing. It's like gravity's so strong that it holds down the ocean, but a balloon can simply just float up in the air. It's like when I saw that kind of stuff, I was like, this video is not gonna give me any, because I obviously know that guy just doesn't understand how that kind of stuff works, because that's not really a problem with gravity at all. So anyways, but there was stuff like that that I was like, okay, this guy. It's hard. It's going to be hard to learn. It's going to be hard for me to change my paradigm over what a guy like this is saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, you have to admit that it is a crazy notion that we're told that, no, it doesn't matter where you are, you're technically on top of the ball. So there is no bottom to the ball, everyone's on top of the ball, which is a contradiction in terms, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is unintuitive, but there's other ways of thinking about it also. Like, I always bring up being on the highway. Like, I know you guys drive on the left side of the road, but here we drive on the right side of the road. But, if I'm driving somewhere, I'm on the right side and you're on the left side. I'm sorry, let's say I'm in your country. You're on the left side, and I'm on the right side from your perspective. But from my perspective, I'm on the left side and you're on the right side. That's just because that's how those are what do you call that? Those are subjective directions. What's the word I'm looking for? Relative directions. Up, down, left, right, forward, and backwards. Those are just relative directions. So whenever you say you're on top of the ball, or your vertical is upward, and yours is different than mine. This to me isn't. It's not that crazy. Like it doesn't seem crazy to me. It seems actually kind of proper that we would all have our own left, rights, ups, downs, and forward and backs. It just doesn't seem normal because usually if my up is different than your up, you would see me oriented differently than you. But of course, you have to be very far away from somebody for you to have a different up than them. So.
Yeah, but it's like we can all be down with like left and right and clockwise and anti-clockwise, and these things are all relative to the position and to the person. But up and down is the same for everyone. I mean, if I tell you to point up, you're gonna point up. I'm gonna point up as well. If you say point down, I'm gonna point down. But what you're actually saying is that, well, when I point down is actually you're up.
That's what I'm saying. The reason why it seems weird is probably because the only time that would, like, we would never be in the same room and have two different ups. We might have two different lefts and two different rights, and obviously two different forwards and two different backs. But in order for our ups and downs to be different, we'd have to be so far away, like 69 miles per degree. So only after 70 miles are you oriented 1 degree different than me. So it's just something that two people sharing a single experience aren't gonna. It's not gonna come up. So I think that's why it's unintuitive. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like something the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz would say.
Why is that?
You know, where he's like, well, this way, that way, and he's crazy. Yeah, pointing in all
He
different
does have a
directions.
brain.
You know, yeah, that's right. Sounds like something someone without a brain would say. No offense, Kosho.
Well, I mean, obviously, it has to make sense to me. So even if it wasn't true, I'd have to find a way to make sense of it. But to me, it just it does make sense. I don't know. Like I said, there's cardinal directions, but there's also relative directions, and it if forward and back and left and right and up and down are just six different relative directions. It doesn't seem strange that they would have the same rules as one another, being that mine can be different than yours.
Yeah, that's what we're all arguing about, though, isn't it? Like up and down aren't relative directions. Up and down are the same for everyone.
In every other context, they are relative. Like if you're making a video game or something like that, you have a characters. Like if you're using a 3D animator or something, like those three axes are they're related to one another. Like so it's like that's why I say if left and right and forward back, whatever attributes they have up and down, it seems to reason that they would have the same properties, the same rules, because their three axes are the same thing. Whereas like cardinal directions, like north and south and that kind of stuff, that is the same for everybody. They're not relative, but up and down doesn't seem to fit in that category. Like it's not related. It's you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, sorry, man. I was half reading a comment there as well, so my bad. I got sidetracked. I better. Yeah, sorry, man. I better just jump off for a bit anyway because I got to ring and order some dinner. So I will be back in a moment.
That's good chat, though, man.
Yeah, take it easy, bro.
What up, Kosho? You around, hun?
Huh? What's up?
Oh,
Oh, what's up, Stacy?
Alright, how you doing?
Good. I'm just trying to fix my shoe.
That's a weird debacle there you had to deal with.
Yeah. Well, what have you been up to?
Oh, a lot. Dealing with my broken knee. So I've been out of work and I'm a worker, so for me it's like, wow. It's strange being out of work again. But it's still nice to kind of not do that 9 to 5, which actually mine was like 10 to 15-hour days. So I'm enjoying getting out of the matrix. You know what I mean? That reality. It can take over. But no, you still in
It's
Texas,
nice.
huh?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Texas is awesome. No, I still miss Texas.
Of course. Yeah. Just trying to stay busy myself.
Yep. keeps us focused if you keep yourself busy. Learn that. I'm still learning that shit. What am I talking about?
Uh-huh. Yeah, but
Every
yeah, I
day.
haven't seen you. I haven't seen you around. I see you every now and then, but it seems like you've
Yeah.
been out of the community.
Yeah. I just kind of got fed up with a lot of stuff, you know. Coach, I know a lot of people, you know, kind of stuff. It's kind of like, and it's not worth it anymore. It wasn't for me. And I kind of got back into real life, but then that also, for someone like myself, you know, is it's hard for us to do that. It's something that was needed in the moment, right, to get above and make money. It's the big thing for me is I want to get my mom out of the facility that she's in. I want to get lawyers. I want to do all these things, right, and provide for her. But that takes me working my ass off to no end right now in this economy. Like, you know what I mean? You're gonna have to get a job that's making good money and waste your life away working. But it's for the bigger picture, you know?
You'd be surprised how much like I had a friend or my girlfriend's friend. She was sick. Um, she passed away recently, but it was her boyfriend, husband guy. He was like he would make like videos and post them on Facebook, and he got so much funding from like just random people, uh, you know, trying to help out. He got like, you know, almost $100,000 in total over time, just from, you know, people who were just really involved in his story because he was sharing it all over the place, you know.
Yeah. And there are a lot of people that understand my situation or have family members in the same, you know, scenario and whatnot. So for me, it's like I've always been the kind of person that if you want something, you fight for it, you get it, and nothing comes free in the world. But then again, if somebody gave me that kind of money I wouldn't know what to do. I'd cry my eyes out because I'm like, you just gave me everything that I needed to make my mother happy. It's not even about for me, it's for her. So it would just be like this gift that keeps on giving, you know? But at the same time, I'm big on working it. If you want it, you make it happen yourself, and to not lean on others. And if something's going to be given to you, God will provide, or it will just happen. You know, that's where I'm at in my life. But I see what you're saying. I just kind of feel guilty about to do something like that. There's so many people that scam
Yeah, me
others.
too.
It's the problem. You know what I mean? Over the years, that it's become something looked at wrong and frowned upon.
Yeah,
Sadly.
exactly. I know. I'd feel the same way. That's why I couldn't do something like that. Like he's good at that kind of stuff. So and honestly, I honestly think he wasn't using the money responsibly. Like was probably using some of it selfishly and taking advantage of it a little bit too.
Yeah, that's what's unfortunate about it. There's a lot of people use it for that. It's like you don't even have to let it touch my hands, really. Again, it's already used before I get it in my mind. You know, so
Yeah.
but for me, it's not really about money. It's about just making things happen to make things easier for that shift to happen in our lives. But the fact that I get to see my mom more frequently now and all that stuff, because you know, before I was having an issue with that, and now I get to have that opportunity, and it's wonderful. I don't want to ever have that opportunity taken away from me again. And during those times, you know, that was just ridiculous. I will never
Yeah, no.
ever want that to happen again in my life. No.
I thought those stories were the saddest ones. Like the people, like during that time, the people who were sick and they couldn't even see their families. You know.
Yeah. You know, and there's people that have no beliefs that I have, right? Or knowing or whatever people want to call it, but they're still super affected by what's happened. Like same stories, you know. I hear it all over. Because we all had somebody going through something usually at those times, and nobody was really taken care of correctly, you know. It's unfortunate. Those times created a weird society now. I don't think anybody can deny that. It's different. It's not the same as it was before. It is a new norm. That shit that they said, it's real. It's super real.
Yeah.
I mean, but some things about, well, most things, if you look at it, it's the same, right? You gotta work, gotta do your shit. Nothing's really changed in that aspect. But I think people realize that people's mindsets have changed, especially if you see the children. It's just dramatic.
But what do
Funny,
you
I was
mean?
getting in the car with a girl. We were picking up, take her to work with my friend. She was only, I think she's just turned 18. So it's that generation. And she just started talking, and hearing her talk, like every conversation was like, yeah, like bro. And I didn't even understand what she was saying when she was trying to explain to me. She was trying to sell stuff. And I'm like, what are you doing, girl? And she kept using the word plug and something, and it means something else that I'm used to. Oh my God, I'm old. But just the way that she was talking blew my mind. Like, whoa. And her, even my best friend's daughters, in the last 3 years, I'm 4, how much they've changed is insanity. Like they were like the sweetest little girls, and now they're not, like, not like they're not sweet. I don't mean it like that, but because they're kids. But the reality of the bullying that happened and the stuff that's happened that people don't really talk about too much, but it affected our children so deeply that I have to still see it on a regular basis. Um, the school systems are affecting our children in an emotional level, and our parents, us parents, if you have any children, need to do something about it. Seriously. If you don't have children, you guys may not understand if you're not around a lot of kids. But if you are in a city, at least, I'm not saying in a small town, because those little small towns exist, and thank God for that. But if you're in a big city, I think parents understand what I'm talking about.
What kind of bullying? What do you mean?
Well, what happened is when the kids went to virtual, some kids also went to regular school. Okay, so there was both. And the kids that were virtual were getting bullied, and the ones that were at school were bullying the ones that were on virtual. And the thing is everybody went on platforms. The kids were on TikTok, and it just pushed them to all these different things online. I mean, most of the kids were not even paying attention in class. They were on YouTube or other things during class. There was no supervision for the kids. So the kids became rampant. I mean, I saw it. Like the school homework wasn't getting done. I couldn't believe I was sitting there and 26 assignments were not even done. And I had to sit there and hopefully finish it with them for them to pass. Well, they didn't get them finished. You can't do 26 assignments in one night. But they passed them all anyway. So that time that happened right then was ridiculous. And the kids' mentality changed a lot. And they were suffering with the not having anywhere to go and turn to. Online world is not for a child. Like, and that's what happened. We all went online.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's good things that can come out of it, right? But the kids were using it for not necessarily the best purposes online. I mean, some kids were like, one of my nieces is brilliant, and she spent most of her time on TikTok, and that's what she does, looking at artwork and some of the cool stuff that they show on TikTok. But her other sisters, God bless them all, are not looking at things like that. They're looking at the things, I'm like, what in the heck are you watching? Please do not show me that and stuff like that. It's that's the reality that we're in. We're in a TikTok reality. Even our nurses do it. I don't know. We've become very online social now as human beings. That's where I
Yeah, of
think we get
course.
most of our social fun, entertainment, and all that from, instead of having the human connection more.
That's what we're doing
Weird.
right now, right? We're right now at this moment we're doing internet,
Yep,
social, whatever.
exactly. I just, when I see people, they don't have a lot of people don't have a skip in their step, a liveliness about them, a happiness about them. I don't know, if you see in a city, they're just they're just living, and the families are struggling. There, you see the problems. Sit in a Walmart parking lot and just watch. And if you watch people, you'll understand where we're at. It's like, damn. Oh man, what do? You go online and bitch about it. Just kidding.
I
That's
live
what
I
I
live
do.
right outside this. I live outside the city now, so it's
Yeah,
like it's kind of cool. It's like halfway in the country, a little bit.
that's
Kind of
good.
like it. Look who just Jazza just showed up. It's kind of wild.
Jazza. Oh, well, it's not wild. I'm here. What's up, Jazza?
Hi, Stacy. How are you?
Good morning, honey. I'm hanging in there. It's been a rough night. I went to bed, and 2 hours later I was up, shooting pains in my legs. I'm like, all right, And I saw the time switch too. I'm like, oh fuck, it's now a different time. Oh, right in front of my eyes. So
That was
yeah.
tonight. Shoot.
It's not too cold out though. I was outside smoking a cigarette. I'm not gonna be here too long. It's my man's day off. He doesn't get that many days off, so it's good to spend those times together. But I figured while I'm having a cigarette, I pop in and see what's going on. And Coach Show was in here. And no, it's been a minute, but I still miss El Paso. I don't miss like the situation, you know what I'm talking about, but I miss the place. Gorgeous.
Okay.
Texas has still got a good, a big place in my heart.
Yeah, that's not even the good part of Texas, but it's not a bad part. It's just, but yeah, I agree. Texas is great.
I just happened to be in a very good spot in the scenic drive, you know what I mean, up the mountain, and it was just my view every day was
Oh yeah, the
everything I could
mountain
ever
over there is
want.
nice.
God, it was just heaven. Waking up, seeing Mexico, New Mexico every morning. Just a big platform of just like lights at night, like it's Christmas every night.
Kosho and Stacy, especially in Texas, it'll be coming into summer. I mean, sorry, winter for you guys. It's coming into summer for us. It was 24 degrees Celsius yesterday,
Okay, yep.
25, 26 the day before, and today it was trying to snow.
Really?
Yeah.
In East Australia?
No, I'm in the bottom third of the South Island of New Zealand.
That's right. New Zealand. Well, of course it snows in New Zealand, of course.
You got that bipolar
So
weather
you're
like
true.
Indiana has. Goes fucking hot, and then it goes fucking snowing, and then it goes right back to hot. Saying, what is happening?
One year we had, a couple of years ago, we had in the middle of summer, Christmas time for us, was plus 40 degrees Celsius. And then the following next winter, it was minus 20 degrees Celsius.
Oh, damn.
Like you
It's a
just
big
can't
change.
fucking win.
No, you cannot. It's the same here, though. It really is. I think it's just, listen, I'm not saying it's weather manipulation. It's just the way weather works, apparently. Whether how you
Some
look at it, it's
places
just the way it is.
I think
in
it's
Texas.
just. So go ahead, Kosha.
Go ahead, Joseph. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say I don't think it's manipulation. I think it's just from what I've learned during my time doing stuff. It's just the way weather works. It's how close the
I don't
hills are
think
to you
so,
and how.
Jonathan. I don't think we know though, because if we only have 200, 300, whatever, 300 years or whatever it is of fucking research on weather, I mean, we don't really have that much to actually go back in time and say, hey, weather has changed this much. This is how it used to be. You know what I mean? We would need more recordings of back then to think that it would be any different now. I'm not saying it's weather manipulation. I'm just saying the point of is we can't even tell you that the weather is different than it used to be. We have no idea. We didn't do those studies back that far.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but I don't think it's necessarily that. Like over 300 years, you can get some pretty accurate averages of
For
what's going to
300
happen
years.
each month, and then you can get a trend of how it's changed, and that's what they're saying. The trend. It's not it's the trend. The trend over each month of the year that's changed. Nothing else.
But if you think about it on a bigger scale, they say how old we are, right? The planet is. Then if you think about we've only have say we even have 500 years, right, of research. That compared to the actual planet, that's nothing. Or the lifetime of human beings, that's nothing of research, really. I mean, it's hard to compare it to, but I get what you're saying. We have at least 300 to 400 or whatever years to compare it to. But in the long run, saying this planet does this and that and whatnot, and we're overheating or climate change or any of these things that they say, we don't even have enough research to say that, I don't think, because we haven't researched it.
But
I think we find that we only actually have about 120 years of actual weather data.
Right?
And
See, like it's
Yeah,
it's not
we
much,
don't
right?
have that much. We don't
No,
have that much.
I'm
exactly,
giving you
and
even more, right?
exactly,
Yeah. Plus,
and that
they weren't very accurate weather stations either back then, so we can't say.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly. It's
and
difficult.
that's exactly why we're actually lucky to have that, because if we had, let's just say hypothetically that the Earth is 13.8 billion years old, if we had measurements from every single day from then the trend of things happening would be, it'd be a flat
More
line.
accurate. More accurate.
No, it wouldn't be more accurate. It would be less accurate because it would be a flat line because it's a median. Sorry, it would be a flat line. It would show that nothing's happening because everything's averaged out over that whole time. But it's better that we have 120 years, like you said, because now we've got more accurate readings and we can have an average, and we
Well,
can
it wouldn't be a
say.
flat line.
And we can
How would it
say
be?
that from 1900 to 1923, shit's changed a whole lot.
Well, when we want to talk about the planet heating up, and we only have 100 and something years of research and data of the planet supposedly heating up or not heating up, that's fucking, for me, a flat line there, because there's no research to tell me that this planet has changed that much that we are heating up. Besides, the only thing we have is, I wish they'd tell the people. Every day they say that on TV, I'd say, we only have 120 years of research. However, we believe that the planet is heating up and climate change is happening, because it sounds insanity. The more research that you have, the more data that you have to actually make compute and figure out your answer, is what will help you, not less. So in reality, you can break down that data, all of that data for thousands of years, if you wanted to, and you can see monthly even what's happened and all that, and then do an average on all of that, because that's how you do it. You don't have to just do a flat line like you're explaining.
It's like here in Australia, they talk about, the floods are getting worse, and I fully researched this a few years ago because people were going, it's climate change, because we had big floods in Queensland about 7 or 8 years ago. So then I went back through and I found as much information as I possibly could, and the flood that we had in Queensland at that time was nothing compared to some floods that we had more than 100 years ago that they had on record.
Exactly.
It's just that we didn't have the infrastructure in those areas, so they weren't technically as financially devastating. But the flood still covered the entire, like hundreds of kilometers. The flood still covered these entire areas, and they were just as often or more often. Fires were just as much back then. But now we just say that it's climate change because it fits the narrative. Every time something happens, it's because of climate change.
Agreed. I'm glad you do research like that too.
Yeah, I did a deep dive on it. Like I must have looked at, well over 100 different articles on it, and from back in the day, and looked at scientific papers that were talking about all the floods back at that time, and it's like, it's no different then than what it is now. We can't say it was from friggin' cars back then. Wasn't carbon from back then.
No, well, from back then, before cars, buildings were made out of wood. They weren't made out of concrete structures like they are today. And so if there's a fire, it's going to kill 30 people in 50 houses, but it's only going to kill 50 people in 70 houses if 30 of them are made out of concrete.
How much carbon output did we have, though, let's say 100 years ago? Because we can only go back to, say, 120 years ago. That's as far as you can go to compare our weather when it comes to this. So how much carbon output do we have that's so different than now?
Well, the weird point to it, I mean, I don't know the answer to that, but the weird point to it is, at the end of the day, one volcanic eruption can be more carbon in that one eruption than what we put out in friggin' 20 years.
Yeah, that's my point. And a lot of, and no offense, I don't even know how much carbon's being put out. That's the point. We argue on it, right? And Jazz, no offense against you, baby. a lot of people argue on it, but then again, they don't even know how much carbon was put out then and how much carbon is put out now. So the argument then is, why are we even having it? There's nothing to compare to. So climate change,
Well, they say
what?
they look in,
You know?
yeah, they say they look at ice records and all that kind of thing. You know, that's why
Mhm.
the Antarctic is so important. Sure.
And you can go there plain reality because you sound like you're from Australia, so you can literally it's our summer, so you can literally apply for a job there and get there tomorrow. Do you want me to send you some links?
Oh, you think that I would just get a job there? I have no scientific background. They're just going to give me a job?
No. You don't need to. Are you a culinary expert? Are you a carpenter or a builder? Are you a plumber, an electrician, a machine
Nope.
operator?
Nope.
What are you, a seamstress?
Nope. 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 I was a professional martial artist.
Okay, well, they don't need
Oh,
fucking
wow.
ninjas in Antarctica.
No,
Well, no,
no.
actually, maybe NASA does to fight off the fucking people that aren't trying to get there to explore. So that could be an option.
I mean, ninjas are needed everywhere.
Ninjas are needed everywhere. Maybe assassinate some of these retards out here.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be a dick, but what do you do? Everyone knows what I do. What do you do?
Are you talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I had a martial arts school
Just
for a long time
vaguely.
until the governments shut things down, and then from there I started a cleaning company. I also have a company that does wine tours.
Okay, well, ironically, I will send you a link that they need cleaners at Scott Base and McMurdo Sound in Antarctica, and you can go there literally tomorrow. You don't have to pay any money.
And do you think that they won't go through my Facebook?
I will tell them not to.
Thanks for that, bro. I'm pretty sure if they go through my social media, they'll be like, I don't know, we'll get this guy over here.
Yeah. No, but literally, you can get a job in Antarctica tomorrow.
Yeah, that's cool. But then once again, Jazza, let's go into the scenario. I get a job on, let's say, McMurdo Station. Do they turn around and say to me, I go, hey, you know what, guys, can I just grab a sled or something and just go that way for the next, 5 weeks and then I'll come back? Do you mind if I take a shitload of food and I'll just take a sled with some fuel and I'm just going to go off and do this? What do you think? Or do you think they'd be like, you're tripping balls, bro. You think you're going to go away from this place? No. It's too dangerous out there. You can't just go wandering.
Yeah, but hang on. The problem with that is it's a huge fucking continent, and there's only, I think, with all the world stations of people, Australia, New Zealand, US, I think there's Argentina, Chile, I think there's even a few Ruskies over there. It's a fucking huge area. It's very vast. It's very sparse. And the whole reason they don't want people going there is because by human nature, someone's going to have to go and rescue you if you get in trouble.
Yeah, of course. And then that's the exact point, right? So therefore then going there and staying on a station isn't going to prove anything about Antarctica.
Yeah, but
it's not going to prove that there aren't these other things, that I can't go to other, or like there aren't other areas. It's not going to prove that there's not a dome 1,000 kilometers in or 2,000 kilometers in. Like, it's not going to prove any of those things if I was to go work on McMurdo Station.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I don't know how to. It's so fucking huge that all the stations are around the coast of the continent, and it's 2,500 kilometers plus to the South Pole, magnetic South Pole, and then the geographic South Pole. And then that's way too far for people to help you if you get fucked up. if you get in trouble, and you're putting, for one person to get in trouble, you're taking, let's say, 6 helicopter pilots, 6 helicopters.
If we get all that together.
Okay, so how do you not get it? You just said that you got it. How do you not get it? You're putting a fuckload of people in danger just for your dumb fuckery fallacy.
But then what you're saying is that what would be the point of me going to Antarctica in the first place then? What would be the point of me getting a job there? And like, what's that going to prove to me if I just have to hang out on McMurdo Station? What's that going to prove? That McMurdo Station exists? No one says that it doesn't.
Well, I guess I'm not thinking
So what's it going to prove?
I'm not thinking from a flat earther's point of view, but if I guess it's a fucked up thing. But if you were there and you just looked up at the night sky, and you'd go, "Oh yeah, the Earth's flat."
Real quick, Jessica, because I have to go. Sorry, I just took a hit and it was strong. I know a friend. I don't know if you guys know him. He's been around a long time in the community. He's not around that often anymore, but he used to be about 24/7 flat Earth. His name is Telex, Telx. But he used to be, he used to be in the military, and he went to Antarctica. This is years and years ago, and so I was like, wow, I was like really wanting to talk to him, and the bottom line is, like he said, I don't actually know I was in Antarctica. I could have been anywhere. I was told I was there, and he had no understanding if he was or not. So a lot of people that even went and say they've been or whatnot or were part of the military, if they were real about it, they don't know. They were, sitting there with compasses and doing other things. They were part of a mission. They have no clue. They're just told they went to a place and spot, and that's where they were at. So don't forget, there's things like that. You don't know.
Because it's so big, I mean, how do you know? Like, I mean,
exactly.
It's just so massive, and it could be 10 different massive places. How do you know?
Yeah, but you can know where you are just by looking at the stars.
Exactly, and so big, take that comment and square it.
Yeah, but then once again, if the azimuthal grid of vision is a thing, which it does seem to be, then the stars can be in all the places that they're meant to be for that particular person in that particular area.
Hang on, plain reality.
It doesn't work like that, though.
Plain reality. Why would you have an azimuthal grid of reality? Why would you have that if it's flat? Because that means that it's going to have to curve under.
No, it doesn't mean it has to curve under.
Is that going under the coal mines and the diamond mines and the silver mines and the salt mines under Lake Erie and Michigan, or what? Are they mining up from under to the salt mines under Lake Erie and Michigan? Or
I don't know, bro. This is your story, man. I don't know. Why do you want me to come up with an answer for your story?
I'm just asking you, because you're coming up with, like, every one of your religion to come up with some fucking awesome, hilarious bullshit every day, and it's great. Keep it going.
Well, it's a legitimate thing, isn't it? We do see in a dome of vision. That's how we see.
No, you don't.
It's observable and it's provable.
Do you see the moon in a dome of vision when it's at 12 o'clock high? Is that a dome of vision?
That would be at the top of your dome, yeah.
That would be at the top of the dome, that would be constrained by your effective visionness, east or west or north or south, by what you think that you're an optometrist in the nicest possible terms, that you can't see either way, but you can't see further in either way of one of them, but you claim that the moon's 3,500 miles away, but you can't see.
Well, I didn't.
You
I didn't
can't see
claim anything.
400
And
miles in either one of those ways. So you
I
kind
didn't
of.
claim anything, and I don't actually. You just
I know you're not claiming
people say that
anything.
Witcher talks word salad. That was actually word salad. What you just said. So I don't know what you just said.
Well, no, it's not really kind of.
Have you been drinking, Jazza?
If that's
That
your
didn't make
only
any sense to me.
argument,
It didn't make any sense
if
to me what you
that's
just
your
said.
only, of course it didn't, because it didn't make sense to you. Because what didn't make sense to you is what you make sense to now. Is why you doesn't make sense to you is exactly why you think the Earth's flat. Does that make sense?
Can anyone tell me if he's actually? Anyone else listening actually following along with what he's saying?
You are one of the
I'm
most
not really quite following
intelligent.
him.
Yeah, you're
You are.
making no sense, Jazza.
You are one
Yeah,
of the
come
most
on, man.
intelligent. You are one of the most intelligent motherfuckers on the planet, on the globe Earth,
Well,
on the flat Earth.
I would never say that. That's for sure.
Holy shit! No, I'm granting it to you. You are holy
Oh,
shit.
thanks, man.
Fuck
Thanks for
yeah,
that. I wouldn't grant that to myself. That's for sure.
yeah,
I
I
certainly
know.
wouldn't say I'm one of the most intelligent. That's for sure.
No, but I knew you'd take it, which you did. So
No,
by
I'm not taking it at all.
No, you
Yeah, I'm
just
not
did.
taking that. I'm
No, you
certain. I
just
just
did.
said I'm certainly not.
You just
I
did. You
just
just
said.
said thanks for sure. So no, I thank you for taking that. I think. Don't you thank me? I thank you. So
In which, also in the same breath, I said, I certainly do not think I'm one of the most intelligent people around. I do not think that in any way, shape, or form. I'm not completely retarded, but I'm certainly not one of the most intelligent.
I know you think you don't. You can say that, but your compadres think they are, and they won't say what you just said. So you're on the right track. You're on the right track.
Okay, Joe.
Get out of the cult. Get out while you
Okay,
can.
Joe. No worries, bro.
Alrighty. Love you, motherfuckers. Catches.
Take it easy, bro. See ya.
See you, Jazza.
Catch up.
People say that Wizard says word salad, but that was word salad as far as I'm concerned. I didn't understand almost anything he said then. He lumped about 4 or 5 different things all in one sentence. That wasn't just me, was it? I mean, you heard that as well, Gio?
That was more like a word soup.
A word soup? Yeah, I don't know. I think the azimuth Guru vision is something that we see. You can see it when the sun comes up. You can see it when the sun appears to go down. You can watch the sun go through all the layers. Then we have the corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays, which literally show us the dome. You know, what else is there? There's many different things that show us that we see in that grid of vision. I mean, you can literally see the sun go through the layers when you're zoomed in on it. You can see
I think.
Yeah, sorry, go.
Go ahead. No, I was telling
you
people
go,
this earlier. I was talking about the stars earlier because somebody said that the stars don't go around us; they just go from east to west or something. But a lot of people don't know this. But on any given day, every star actually only goes on a single latitude, and they use that latitude as a path, for a 24-hour period. So for this reason, this is one of the reasons why you can use celestial navigation, because, like I said, every circle that a star trail makes in the sky corresponds to a specific latitude on the ground, or something in between the latitudes. And also another reason you can use celestial navigation is because the position of those stars and its relationship to the ground is consistent for everybody in the world at the same time. So that's why the azimuthal grid of vision thing doesn't seem like a useful. It doesn't help that it doesn't help that fact. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. Like if I was in Antarctica, or if I was anywhere in the world, I wouldn't tell people that I had. I wouldn't tell. I would never be able to say that I could be anywhere in the world. I you know, I wouldn't know where I was. Like the guy was saying, like, oh, I was in Antarctica, but I, you know, I could have been anywhere, and they could have told me I was in Antarctica. But the truth is, if you know, there's information about the sky that you can use to always tell where you are. So, and that doesn't change. It's consistent. That set of stars is going to be consistent for everybody. Just the positioning is going to be different. So.
Yeah. Go. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to bail, but I have to bail because I can now go pick up my food and then I've got to go eat. But I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Yeah.
I'll just go on mute.
About you, Gio? You an azimuthal grid of vision guy?
I wouldn't really use that. I don't necessarily use that terminology, but you mean that we see in a range around us, an azimuthal.
I forget what their whole argument about that was. They were just saying that that's why. What were they saying? I forget what the whole purpose of the azimuthal grid of vision was.
How they inverted the sky and used the sky.
Right. It was kind of explaining why you were able to do celestial navigation. I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, being able to see infinitely versus having a limited vision, a limited range of vision. It's part of how they've done the globe deception. Is trying to claim that we see light years and changes all the geometries around.
Well, you don't have to. It doesn't have to be even light years for you to be able to do celestial navigation. Like if all the stars were as far away as the sun is, you'd still be able to do it, right? By the way, how far away do you think that stuff is?
The celestial bodies?
Yeah, I guess the sun and the stars.
What if I were to say they're no distance away?
I'd ask you, what do you mean?
Meaning that they're not physical, so that they don't have a physical location. Like there's no like a physical thing that you could actually even measure to that has a distance. They're more like it's like, does a rainbow have a distance from you? Does it have an exact distance?
No, rainbows don't, but that's what I was saying about the stars. Like a GP, for example, is going to be consistent for everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the GPs are.
Yeah, but a rainbow's not going to have a GP, so it's like that's what I'm saying. So you can't really be the same kind of thing as that. There has to be some, even if it was not a physical thing, there still has to be physical facts about it, like consistent facts, like like I said, a GP would be one of those consistent facts because it's not a optical. It's not purely an optical thing because, like I said, no matter how you see it, the GP is going to be consistent. Like there's not going to be two people in the world in different places who now understand that star to have a different GP. You know.
Yeah, but if you had a rainbow that was like in the same location every day, then you could have a theoretical GP of that rainbow if it showed up in the exact same position every day, directly above you.
Yeah, maybe. Perhaps, maybe. Like if it was consistently, but even when it's even at the same, even if like a single rainbow, different people looking at it are going to see it differently. So they couldn't necessarily give it a location. Like if it was the same rainbow for all of them, they wouldn't be able to agree upon a position.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it does seem like the sun is in a particular it does look like it's in a position. I mean, like I was saying, if it's not physical and doesn't have any actual distance in that way, at the same time, it does seem like it's emanating from, some kind of a position or a distance because of the way the shadows and everything works on the earth. It does seem like it's in some physical location in that way. Even if it's not a physical thing that is a distance away, it still seems to be emanating from some kind of physical distance of some sort because of
Right, like there's some component of it that at least is physical or something. Well, I'm curious if you were to elaborate on that whole zero distance thing, and because I'm just curious about. It's more interesting to listen to your speculative ideas about it than I was in that flat Earth 24/7 politics server. They're not even allowed to speculate on anything. Like they don't allow them to. They have speculation Sunday. That's the only day they're allowed to speculate. But they're not allowed to make any claims.
Really, they're not allowed to. They're
Yeah. Well, Miggy and Jedi. Miggy basically trains Jedi, and it sounds kind of funny, but and then they train the rest of them. It's sort of like a doctrine in there. Yeah, not to make any claims at all, and so they kind of repeat it to the new people that come in like a mantra. Like that's how you can tell that they're trained on it because they say it every time. When people are arguing against them, they try to make sure that they're making that clear. And if somebody does make a claim, like Mickey will step in and say not to. So yeah. Said they have speculation Sundays for that reason.
And what happens if they do? They get muted or kicked?
No, somebody else takes over. No, they don't get kicked because they're flat. I'm talking about flat earthers talking to flat earthers, but yeah, somebody else will take over the argument.
No, I know.
Usually
it's yeah, but sorry. No, I'm
and
just
usually
saying, if you were just
it's them.
speculating away, though, if you were just speculating away, what are they going to do? They're going to get rid
Oh
of
yeah,
you?
they'll take over, or eventually mute you. Because Crit is like a Nazi over there. It's crazy. He muted Jeremy too, just cause. It's crazy. He just muted him just cause, and then he always blames it on. He always blames the person. Like Jeremy left right after he got muted, and he blamed it on him. Like he's like, oh look, he got triggered. He couldn't handle it because he had no powers over here. Well, I was like, dude, you muted him for no reason. That wasn't even provoked. He does it a lot though.
I remember Crit used to talk about that politics server back in the day, like on Brandon's and stuff. He would always be kind of hyping it up, like saying that he went over there and he would like bring people over. I remember a couple times that when Brandon had that server, he would like bring, for some reason, it sticks out in my mind then that he was like bringing people over. So is he like one of the ones that kind of Yeah. I mean, somebody
Organize
obviously,
it.
yeah, somebody must have, organized that or allowed them to give those people mod rolls or whatever.
Remember, they had that room a while back too. Like they already had that partnership or whatever, but they stopped using it. I don't remember why, but I know why they went back over there now is because they weren't getting new blood, new people to come in and argue with. But now so many people go in there because they're people who are just in that server, and then they see that room. They just go in there for shits and giggles. Usually trolls.
Yeah. Well, the thing about the sun thing, if you have like a bubble, and then you were like reflecting a light from outside of that bubble, and the light was reflecting on the interior or on the exterior and interior of that bubble, then it's like the light source might be in a totally different location, but the reflection point, has a distance of some sort, but it doesn't mean that reflection point is like a physical object. It's just a reflection point. I'm not saying that's what the sun is, but there is some ideas as to what could be going on to where it's not necessarily like a physical ball up there, but it is like an emanation of sorts that in a way has a distance, but at the same time it doesn't, like that emanation point does, but it just doesn't have like a physical location, like the way like a light bulb would.
I've heard something like this before, yeah. Like where it's like a reflection, or it's actually a sort of like a repeater, or like the actual source is somewhere else, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, those triangulations of the sun usually come out to that 3,000 to 4,000 mile range.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. But that's obviously not a proper way of doing it. It's a problem. Yeah, that's why if you try to triangulate it or try to do like a solve. God damn it! Hold on.
Then why is triangulating the moon okay? And then going like we have to use obviously then the globe angles, the extra angles to get the 238,000 miles. Why is that okay? But then it's not okay to do the same thing with the sun.
Oh, sorry. Say it one more time. I my headphone turned off, but you said about the moon.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, like, why is it okay, or why can you not do the triangulation for the sun in the same way you do the triangulation for the moon to get basically the same number?
Well, the thing is, triangulation, depending on how far away the thing is, requires a greater distance, to do it, to triangulation. So, in the way you're talking about for the moon, two people on Earth can actually, just be in different positions and triangulate the moon. No problem. You can't do that with the sun. It's too far away. But you could. So the thing I was actually talking about was using angles like elevation angles, because you can use like the change in elevation angles to, find the height of something. It's like how Al-Biruni used that to get the height of a mountain and stuff like that. So you can use You can use the perspective of, two different positions, an elevation angle of something to determine the actual height of it. However, if something's too far away, you can't do that anymore. And again, that's just turned out the sun's too far away to really be able to do that. It's so far away that the angles coming in are basically parallel to one another. And so if that's the case, then moving anywhere in the world is not going to change the the elevation angle of the sun, if it were a flat plane, and if it were the distance it is. However, it does change elevation angle, but it's because the Earth is curved in my paradigm.
Okay, but so if we're looking at them and I can basically get someone in, say, Victoria, to look at the angle of what they see the sun at, and then I look at the angle of what I see the sun at, and then can't we work out the distance of it through triangulation from there?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That'd be true if it was close enough, but and if we were on a flat surface. But because we're on a globe, those angles are more responsive, or they're more related to that. And if it was close, like the moon's close enough to have to do what you're saying, but also we're curved, so it's like you get like a mixture of the two. But the fact is, if you're doing it the way you're saying, and it's actually too far, and we're on a globe, then you're just going to get the wrong answer. And that seems to be what happens when people do that, because if you do that from, you know, a pair of positions, you'll get one height. But if you do it, you know, from another position,
Sorry,
you'll get another
Kosho, you're
height.
back. Sorry, Kosho, you're back. Probably for about 15 seconds there or so. You went out.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't hear. I don't know if
Okay.
anyone else heard you, but I didn't hear you.
No, we heard you. It might have been you. It might have been you. We heard Kosho.
Maybe it was just me. Oh, sorry, guys.
No. Well,
my bad.
I don't know. I was probably just babbling, but I was trying to say that the thing is, from different positions, you get different heights of the sun, which is a problem. It's indicative that that you can't do it with that object. And like I said, a reason why you wouldn't be able to do it could be because it's too far, and the reason why the elevation is changing is for a different reason. But yeah, so
Right.
using the method,
Or,
using. Go ahead, sorry.
so I was going to say, or could it be that we see in a grid or dome of vision, without, for lack of better term, so therefore then it's different for everyone?
Yeah,
and that's why we can't triangulate it properly, because it is different for everyone.
What I was saying earlier is that that also can't be the case, because like the GP of the sun is consistent for everybody. Same with the GP of all the stars. So, you know, it's actually consistent. Like it's in a consistent position for everybody.
Yeah, but
And we can use the
wouldn't it
elevation
still
angle
look?
to.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Sorry, keep going. Sorry.
We're saying that because it's a consistent position for everybody, we can all use the same method to determine our distance from the GP. So if we just can see the elevation angle of the sun, we know exactly how far away we are from the GP, which is, like I said, indicative that it's not in a unique placing for us. You know what I mean? Like the way we see it, it must be consistent. It must be more based on, you know, our relationship to where it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard for me to argue all of that properly because I don't know quite enough about it. So, you know, I'd have to refer you to other people who certainly know more about that than I do. It's not the stars and stuff, and not something that I can really get deep into. But to me, it does make sense that obviously, if we are looking through this, you know, like I'll just say dome of vision for, once again, lack of a better term, that that it would still appear the same to everyone, because when I look up and see that position, as the dome moves, say 100 kilometers, it will be the same for that person in the center of the dome. They will be looking in those same angles as what I would have been looking at.
Have you ever seen Mitchell from Australia's stuff on celestial navigation?
No, I did see one of his things, but not really. No, I'm going to go on mute so I can just eat. So
Go and eat. You don't have to respond to this, but I just recommend maybe not his stuff, but whenever he made that video, a lot of us did get into celestial navigation, or interested in the topic. You know, inspired by him coming up with his argument about it, and I learned a whole lot about it actually, and I think it's very insightful. Like, you know, how it works and why it's able to work and stuff like that. So it's definitely interesting to look into. And if you want to, you could start with his video. I mean, like I said, a lot of it's wrong what he's saying, but you know, you might gain a interest in it from watching it maybe. Actually, I gotta go too for a minute. My girlfriend just woke up. I might be back.
See, bro. Don't mess with that girlfriend. What are your thoughts on all that GP stuff with the sun and so forth? Geo? The sun, excuse me, the sun, the stars. I think you're probably a little bit more educated on that than I am.
In terms of the GPs?
Yeah, just kind of with how he was mentioning that it doesn't seem to line up for everyone from different positions.
Well, if you use it depends on what map you're using for that. In terms of because that the position on the Earth is always correlated to. Like what I'm saying is that if you have like your positions on the Earth and those distances from each other would then denote how those angles are actually lining up, to those positions in the sky. So if you have like an assumed globe versus, a planar surface, that's going to make a difference, in terms of the actual, like the position of the soil, which that angle is then being taken, and then how all of those relate to each other. So I'm not convinced that they line up to different positions. I mean, the sundial shows consistent angles to the sun that correlate. Like you have like a flat disk of the sundial, and then the angles are all going to correlate consistently. But if you have like globe coordinates or like coordinates that are being given to you and then taking those angles, yeah, it's not going to work on, or it's not going to align to a flat plane if they're already using assumed globe coordinates with distances that fit with a curved surface like that.
Yeah, so like if we have and once again, I'll use the dome of vision. So let's just say as an example, maybe in this vision that we have, the sun would appear to rise anywhere, I'm just going to use an arbitrary number, between say 200 to 300 kilometers away. Now, if I was to then move, say 100 kilometers away, which is about the 69 miles, then wouldn't that then make sense that that whole dome of vision moves with me, which would mean that everything will drop by a degree in the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's kind of how I look at that and how we've interpreted that 1 degree of drop as curve. But really it's just that our whole vision has moved. I just don't know how to articulate that in a more intellectual way.
Yeah, well, it tracks with you. which makes sense because it's made up of your capacity to view that region. So yeah, it's going to move right along with you, which is sort of correlated to what they try to claim on the globe as you move positions on the globe. Like instead of the globe of vision, or the dome, the sphere of vision, they sort of have essentially inserted the globe Earth idea in lieu of that, and then made the sky, a massive celestial sphere surrounding a globe. Just like an inversion. Because I mean, there's definitely something with the globe that there is a certain consistency, like to the actual geometries and the mathematics. So it's interesting. Like I do think that some of those mathematics actually do line up with certain things in reality. But what is it lining up to? If it's not that we're on a sphere, then seeing in a sphere, I think, is a big factor, and how the sky works as well.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, I think that the anti-corpuscular and corpuscular rays, when we see that go across the sky, and that obviously looks like it's going within a dome type shape. Then again, you have the layers that you can clearly see the sun going through, which can be part explained there on why it seems to be going down. Because I'm not sure if you've watched a lot of the sun videos, but as the sun gets lower and lower and lower, you see those layers get thicker and thicker and thicker. And as it's up really high, you do see just tiny, tiny, tiny little layers that the sun's going through. And then as it gets down lower, it goes through thicker and thicker layers. And I think this is why we can have the appearance of the sun in the clouds. Because, even though the sun, those clouds are really only 150 kilometers away, maybe 200 kilometers away, and that's why the sun can appear to be in the clouds, but we obviously know that the sun isn't really in the clouds.
Right, there's like a layer between you and the clouds visibly, so it makes it look like it's in it. Like if those clouds are only 3 miles away, but the sun is hundreds or thousands of miles away, then yeah, it can look like the layering can make it look like it's interacting with those clouds, but it's really just the kind of layers in the distance.
On a different note, on the other on one of the other servers, Flatman something or whatever it's called, it's Flatman. A lot of the guys there actually just sort of go on camera. Is there any reason why a lot of the people here never go on camera?
People do sometimes, but I mean, we are live streaming, so I don't know. Maybe some people don't want to be on live stream, perhaps, on video. But yeah, people do. but not as frequently. It seems. I think probably when people are more just kind of hanging out, when it's like not live stream, maybe in general, I think people might turn their cameras on more. You know, if it's just kind of feels like it's just a few people hanging out rather than being on the live stream.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. No one else out there? No one else wants to chime in and start a new topic? No, doesn't seem that way. Did you watch Witzit's debate that he just had on the Christian or atheism, Christian type thing, whatever it was about? Did you watch that one?
No, I think I just sort of put the pieces together that he might, because he came in the server a day or two ago and he said, I'm on an airplane, so he must have been flying to Texas to do that, because it was in person, right? Yeah, so and then someone had posted the link, but yeah, no, I haven't seen it, but yeah, apparently he went there in person and did the debate there, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, so we had all the dramas earlier with Dogs of Gods and Noah and everyone while we were talking about it. It's a passionate subject, isn't it? Religion and flat earth. Very passionate subjects.
Yeah, combining both of them. It's like your worldview on the physical level and the spiritual level. Yeah, it does cover a lot. It's like your whole foundations and who you are, where you came from, the nature of reality, it all links in together.
Yeah, they're such polarizing topics, aren't they? You know, people do get extremely passionate about them.
That's for sure.
What would you say are some of the most polarizing topics? I think my top 5 would be flat earth, religion, politics, veganism versus carnism, and war. I reckon they'd be 5 of the most polarizing topics around at the moment.
Yeah, those are definitely up there. Depending on the context, of course, but yeah. Abortion, maybe that's in the top 10.
Yeah, definitely abortion. Yeah, that one's definitely in there. Can men be women? Or what is a woman?